5 days of awesome. It all starts here. It's already Tuesday evening in Japan. It's Tuesday morning here in Nice, France. It's 3 a.m. on the East Coast, midnight on the West Coast of the United States. Wherever you are, however tired you are, thank you for being with us for the start of the marathon that is Worlds Week. Rich Hagan, your host here at the News Desk, sitting alongside the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall, and I'm delighted to welcome to the Pro Tour team, Mr. Simon Gertzen, Pro Tour champion from 2010. Great to have you with us, Simon. And I want to start with you, give you the first word, and just tell us, what is the one thing in this 5 days of incredible magic you are most looking forward to?
It's actually what's going to happen just the next hour. It's VMA Draft, Vintage Masters, and a format for experts. It shows off the vast history of the game, and it's a limited format where you can actually crack open the Power 9. That's just amazing.
So we could see in the next 10 minutes someone literally open a Black Lotus on camera. That'd be incredible.
What power would you want to crack more than anything if you were for the purposes of playing on the biggest stage?
For the purposes of going 3-0.
Yes.
Ancestral Recall.
Yeah.
Haven't we got that in standard at the moment?
I've heard rumors in modern as well.
Okay, Brian David Marshall, for you, a highlight of the week.
Well, you know, I'm gonna stay on today.
Okay.
I mean, there's ask me tomorrow, something else will be the most exciting for me. But right now, I'm really excited to see what these 24 players have done with Modern. Mm-hmm. When we did some pre-interview with players, everyone was excited to play VMA. Everyone felt various levels of confidence in it. But they knew what was going on. Modern is this giant question mark. They're like, did I get it right? Have I analyzed the data from the last GP correctly? Has my favorite deck been completely obliterated by these new cards and Khans of Tarkir? How do I adjust? What are these players going to do? How are people going to what are they going to be bringing to the table? And everyone is just like, I just don't know if I made the right decision.
That's really interesting, because on the face of it, you would have thought it should be the other way around. Vintage Masters is the format they can't play any day of the week. Vintage Masters is the format they haven't been playing since 2011. It's the format that they don't know all the decks for necessarily, that they haven't played all the iterations of. But you're absolutely right. Everyone's... Terrified's a little strong,
sure,
but not by a lot. Modern is where a lot of people think the top 4 is going to be decided. And by the way, that's not a typo. Top 4, not
right.
Top 8. BDM, why don't you walk people through what's in store in terms of the World Championship? What's our schedule? What are the formats?
Sure. So we're going to get right to, as Simon said, we're going to get right to VMA drafting. As soon as 24 players are seated, we're going to be hurrying down to the floor, and we're going to get to watch the first of 2 VMA drafts that we're going to bring you. And then the players are going to play 3 rounds within their 8-person pod of Vintage Masters. It's limited. It's got Power 9. It's got the greatest hits, from the history of the game. And we're going to see 3 rounds of that, and then the back half of today, 4 rounds of Modern.
All right.
And 4 rounds is also, this is the first time, the tournament has gone from 16 players last year to 24 players last year, and it's also gone from 12 rounds to 14 rounds.
Right, so we're at the halfway point at the end of today. So what happens tomorrow? Is there a cut? Do some people go home at the end of today?
No. We're gonna keep playing, and then we're gonna start with 3 rounds of Khans of Tarkir draft tomorrow morning, and then 4 rounds of standard. Top 4 players are going to advance to play on Sunday, but there's a lot going on here in terms of prizes in every match.
Right.
Every single match matters, right, Simon?
Yeah,
Simon,
we won't have any drops.
Yeah, walk us through what's on offer in terms of the prizes, and also the pro points that are on offer.
Yeah, arguably the pro points are even more important than the prizes. We have a huge $50,000 for the first place finisher of the World Championships, and you can see that second place is $20,000, third to fourth $10,000. So you really want to win these matches in the top 4, clearly, but you also want to win your matches in the Swiss rounds. So it's really important, you said it, that there is no cut from Tuesday to Wednesday, because every single match win during the Swiss will give these players a pro point, and that counts for the season's total. So you can really get a head start in the race. And then in the top 4, every single match win gives you another 2 points. Now, I have to mention that the rounds are going to be untimed, so we aren't going to see unintentional draws, but in theory, people might decide that intentional draws are what they want to be doing, then none of these players is going to get a pro point. So winning is really encouraged.
Really is, and that's very interesting. The untimed rounds, we still expect that the rounds will take roughly 50-55 minutes. That's still the intention, but it does mean that you will not see 5 extra turns happening. That is not going to happen in the World Championship. Now,
And by the way, that could affect some players' deck choice, right? I mean, if you know that you don't have, the rounds are not going to be timed, you can, theoretically just go,
I just had visions of Ivan Floch against Patrick Chapin.
with each of them with 1 Pearl Lake Ancient as their solitary win condition.
And turn 1, they asked the judge, this is untimed, right?
Well, we promised you plenty of magic, and there really is. My highlight of the week, I have to wait till Friday for that because it's the 72 nations in the World Magic Cup. But right now, we're about not 72, but a third of that. 24, and it's the 24 players in the World Championship. Why don't we show you the incredible array of talent on display? So here's our first 8 in no particular order. We've got your Player of the Year reigning Jeremy Desani, the defending champion Shahar Shenhar. You've got the winning captain from last year's World Magic Cup, Raph Levy of France. You have the Rookie of the Year, Ray Perez Jr. Then how about Pro Tour champions from the past year? That gives you Sean McLaren for Pro Tour Born of the Gods, Patrick Chapin, Hall of Famer, of course, for Journey into Nyx, Ivan Floch with his control deck at Pro Tour M15, and then Lars Dam, who is the reigning Magic Online champion.
And let's just take a moment to also acknowledge Jeremy Desani, part of how he got to be Player of the Year, Pro Tour Theros champion.
Absolutely, yes, also.
Worth mentioning.
Yeah. Now, Simon, out of those 8, if you were going to give us someone to pay attention to here on day 1, who would you pick out?
I like Patrick Chapin for his deck building. I think in particular Modern, that could be really interesting. BDM, you've said it. How do you adapt to the format with Treasure Cruise, Dig Through Time, maybe even Siege Rhino becoming staples of the format? I also like basically Desani, Levy, and Floch because they do have the mastermind Sivka behind, as part of their team. And I could see some spicy constructed decks coming out of that.
Do you think that there is room? I know we're doing 4 formats, 2 of them are limited, 2 constructed. Do you think there's room for innovation in deck building, or are we seeing the sort of parallel to that, innovation in metagaming, if you will?
Yeah, metagaming is much more important than, you are not trying to break the format, you're trying to beat 23 other players.
Right. You just go back to last year and you look at Reed Duke's choice in Modern for the World Championship, and he brought a deck no one was really paying attention to in Modern at the time, the Boggles deck, and really kind of threw a giant monkey wrench into the metagame.
He made a winning deck choice, but came one match short.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at 9 through 16 of our top 24 here at the World Championship. You have Owen Turtenwald of the United States, Reed Duke, last year's finalist, Willie Adel and Paulo Vita, the 1-2 punch from Brazil. Then you go to Asia Pacific and you have Li Shi Chan, Nam Sung Wook, the Grand Prix Melbourne champion, twice Player of the Year, Yuya Watanabe, and Yuki Ichikawa with his 2 Pro Tour top 8s from just 5 starts. BDM, who are you interested in most in seeing in action today from this group of 8?
I mean, can I just take all 8?
Well, no.
I'm really excited to see Paulo. I think Paulo's had a very quiet season, but if you look at his numbers, they're just among the very best in this field against the best in the game, and I think. What Paulo does this weekend is going to be very exciting. Hall of Famer, and then I would love to see him throw a world championship up onto that mantle.
Mm-hmm. Simon, how about you?
Well, they all come in pairs in a sense, but Owen and Reed do have a third person to accompany them. With Huey Jensen, these 3 have to be, I think, the team that's favored to reach the top 4.
Right, because all these 24, apart from Sean McLaren, arguably, have decided to come together into small teams. So we have these little groups, and some people are sort of sharing information but not actually testing with each other. So there's a link between Jacob Wilson and Sean McLaren, for example. The Peach Garden Oath, that's the trilogy that Simon's talking about, Duke, Turton, Wild, and Jensen. And it'll, as you say, it'll be really interesting to see how the teams get to.
I actually talked to Owen and I asked him, so who are you testing with? And I asked, Peach Garden Oath plus X. And his answer was very Owen Turtenwald-like, yes, X is 0.
Also worth noting that, so this team play tested last year as a group, and we're at the World Championships as a group for Reed.
Mm-hmm. And I can see them just sitting in front of the Magic Online screen, drafting Vintage Masters, and then stopping. One person keeps playing, the other start testing Modern. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a lovely thing. Meanwhile, Channel Fireball, you're used to seeing 2 Channel Fireball teams at the major Pro Tours. Well, this time, CFB are combined. So you get Pantheon, you get Josh Utter-Layton, you get Tom Martell, you get Shahar Shenhar, and so on. And the 2 Brazilians are playing within that CFB. So that's the biggest team actually in this field of 24 BDM.
Yeah, no, you see, we see a lot of those players here. Tom Martell has been Pantheon, and then working with more like what we call CFB Prime.
So let's look at numbers 17 through 24. The players are almost ready to draft, but here are your last group of players: Stanislav Sivka, William Jensen, Josh Utter-Layton, a Pro Tour Player of the Year, Tom Martell, the Gatecrash champion, Hall of Famer Paul Rietzel, one of the most noted deck builders in the field in Sam Black, Jacob Wilson, so close behind McLaren earlier this season, and one of the dark horses in the field. Not a lot of people know him yet, but maybe this time tomorrow you really will know a lot about Kentaro Yamamoto. But guys, I can tell you that the 24 players are ready, and I can tell you at home that you will see every one of the 24 players in action this morning. We will show you our first pod in round 1, our second pod in round 2, our third pod in round 3, all 24 players in the feature match area by lunchtime in action in Vintage Masters Draft. And I can tell you that we are going to head down now to see 2-time Player of the Year Yuya Watanabe open the first ever Vintage Masters live draft. Let's take you down to the action. Here's Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and first, Marshall Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Rich. Here we are in the booth. Randy Buehler with me, Marshall Sutcliffe, and we're like children before Christmas in here. We cannot wait. Randy, give us a quick overview about what Vintage Masters Draft is.
I talked to Yuya actually about his strategy. He just wants to open Battle Screech.
Yes.
Battle Screech is the common everyone's looking for. People talk about the power, right? Yeah, I want to open Power 9. Yuya said he would draft Battle Screech over a Mox.
Wow.
Yes,
over a Mox?
Over a Mox. Now, he didn't say over Black Lotus, or actually, the card I would most want to open isn't even Power. It's
what is it?
Library of Alexandria.
Oh, yeah, because turn 1 Library.
Turn 1 Library or Turn 1 Soul Ring, I think, are actually the most ridiculous things you can do in this format.
They are, yeah. I think that a lot of people...
Black Lotus is fine, too.
Sure, it'll play. But yeah, I think the main thing is when you talk about cards like Battle Screech, you talk about changing rarities from where they used to be in the past. And, you put a card like Battle Screech at common, which... What did you call it yesterday?
Quadruplicate Spirits.
Quadruplicate Spirits. You can get 4/1/1 flyers out of it. That's the kind of card that we're going to be focused on. Why don't we take a look at who we're going to be drafting and who they're going to be sitting next right now as well. We've got Yuya Watanabe.
Oh my God.
Is the person who we're going to be actually watching, but look who's around him. Randy,
yes.
Huey, Jensen, Owen Turtenwald, both to his left.
Yeah, and he's got the defending champ feeding him. That's actually the second draft that we'll get to watch. So we'll watch both of the champs this morning. We'll start with Yuya. But I mean, look at Huey's seat. Owen on one side of him, Yuya on the other.
That is
unbelievable. Worlds, right?
That is unbelievable. Yeah, you see Li Shiqian, Paulo Vitor Damarosa, of course, over there. Sean
both
McLaren.
our Brazilians are at this table.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah. All right, so
and
why
then
don't we head
on the other
down?
Side.
It is time now to draft Vintage Masters in real life. All right, so here we are underway. You see all of our spotters and everything, and here's Yuya Watanabe. Let's get a look at his pack and see what he's found. This is crazy seeing this in real life, Randy.
Icarid is the rare.
Icarid's the rare, so not a high pick in this format from a limited perspective.
Oh, Armadillo Cloak's in there?
Yes.
Yeah, you can build a really nice sort of green-white aura-based deck There's Dream Pod Druid. It's definitely an archetype-driven format. It's definitely a synergy format. You want to pick your archetype, and then Lightning Rift gets you into the cycling archetype, or Armadillo Cloak can get you into the enchantments archetype. I think here we'll get a read on which of those Yuya prefers.
That's right. Yeah, Armadillo Cloak, really the premier enchantment in the set as far as auras go.
Yeah, and that looks like that's the pick.
Yeah, and I think that it was really interesting because when this was available on Magic Online, the white-green auras deck kind of flew under the radar, and then I think it was you
Didn't
started
fly under
tweeting
my
about
radar.
It. Yeah.
I definitely started tweeting about that. And,
and all of a sudden I couldn't find it anymore. But that deck,
I should have kept my mouth shut.
You
and just been
should've.
drafting it.
yeah, come on, team coverage, Randy, traitor. So let's see if you
Sultari
find
Trooper.
something. Yeah, Sultari Trooper. So when you're talking about this deck, one of the things that you look for are cards like Sultari Trooper, which is essentially a 2/2 with shadow. So in many cases, it's a 2/2 unblockable for 2. And this is sort of a baseline aggressive creature that you'll find in white in this set, and there's plenty of them like it.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's also an Elephant Guide in this pack, which is a nice enchantment for that deck, but I find the 2-drop with built-in evasion is... I mean, yeah, there's more than one, but I would take the Trooper here over the Elephant Guide. I'm pretty sure those are the two cards he's debating.
I would too,
It
as
looks
well.
like he goes Trooper.
Yeah, and the other thing about Elephant Guide is, though, even though it's a solid value spell in and of itself, it's not really in high demand outside of this green-white deck. You can run it in a green deck, but you'll find that the card quality is high enough in this set that you don't need to play anything marginal. You can all be sort of synergistic stuff for your deck.
What was the white card he went by? Was it the Emissary?
Didn't see.
He paused on it, but I didn't get to see what it was. Oh, there's another Trooper.
Another Trooper.
I didn't think it was an Afterlife. Yeah, so this is great. Getting past third pick Sultari Trooper, I think he's got to read at this point that it does not look like Shahar is in white.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shahar would not pass Trooper if he was in white.
No,
I mean, it's probably the second best common, but behind the Battle Screech.
Right, because what you'll see a lot of times in this format is that people just play Sultari Trooper into Sultari Trooper, and you look at your hand and you're like,
You're like, I'm dead in 3 turns.
Yeah, I just can't beat that.
Right.
So white, one of the stronger colors, if not the strongest one in the set as well. So if Yuya can position himself to be in white coming out of pack 1, he'll be quite happy with that, set himself up for battle screeches and such.
And not only is he got to read that white's probably available on his right, he's passed very little of it to his left.
That's right.
He passed a Lightning Rift, and that guy may want to go into the cycling deck. The cycling deck is best as a red-white deck, but you want different white cards, so...
Sure. Yeah, the cycling deck has Astral Slide as well available to it. Looks like Basking Rootwall is what Yuya's pulled to the front here.
But he knows he's going to wind up green-white. He's got an Armadillo Cloak, and he knows that that's the best deck for his troopers anyway. Basking Rootwall, it doesn't have... I mean, it's only got synergy in the deck if you happen to get Wild Mongrels, which almost nobody passes. But Basking Rootwall is still a solid guy. And yeah...
Card always seems to overperform.
Basking Rootwall?
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, I thought when I saw it in the set, I hadn't played with it much myself, and I didn't think that it would be very good just on its own, but it actually is. There's a Simian Grunts.
There's an Exile.
And an Exile.
Yeah, he's not going to play Eureka.
He's not going to play
It's
Eureka.
fun to look at and think about, but...
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see it in a booster pack here, by the way.
Yeah, Exile is quite good, except that the best decks are white decks, and Exile only gets non-white guys.
Right.
Simian Grunt is okay, but it's actually quite expensive. 3 mana plus 3 mana on the Echo.
It's true.
I mean, there's Tranquil Thicket. Yeah, Brilliant Halo is also, it's an enchantment. It can go straight into his deck. Brilliant Halo is particularly good if you get some of the synergy cards like the Phantom Nomad who becomes sort of immortal if you put a Brilliant Halo on it. I think Exile here makes more sense, though. It's a higher pick. He's more likely to get Brilliant Halos later, and he doesn't actually have the Halo combo cards yet.
Right. Yeah,
Deathblade Elite's the other card that combos nicely with it.
Right. One of the benefits, of course, to this deck that Yuya is
Does
attempting
every
to
pack
draft
have an
here,
Afterlife in it?
Apparently. Here's a Crozen Tusker.
Yeah, Crozen Tuskers. It's a little on the expensive side for this format. I mean, you don't really want to spend turn 3 cycling, even if you're getting a 2-for-1 out of it.
No, there are some decks that can get away with that, but Yuya's deck wants to be much more assertive than that.
Right. I mean, Crozen Tusker is like a 23rd playable in a pinch for his deck.
Right.
It's good if you have Reanimates in your deck.
Yeah. Which
But
there is a reanimation sub-theme available in this set.
And he goes with the Afterlife here. And doesn't even want the Tusker. Circular Logic. It's interesting to me just that it's hanging out here. That Basking Rootwalla came through too. It doesn't sound like anybody's on the Madness deck on this side of the table. Tangle can be very powerful situationally. I mean, it's sort of a really powerful sideboard card. Mesmeric Fiend is maybe the best card in this pack for somebody, not for him, but for somebody else. I don't know. It seems like you throw Tangle in your sideboard or give yourself access to a Simian Grunts. Packs have dried up after this first few. It's like he's going to kill a Mesmeric Fiend. I mean, I guess hypothetically he could wind up with a black-white deck. Not a lot of synergy in black-white, but there is a lot of power sometimes.
Yeah, the main synergies for black-white are recurring things from the graveyard. The problem with that strategy is that it's hard to recur anything kind of broken. You can sort of get your value creatures back, but you're not doing anything where you just put out a threat that can't be beaten on an early turn.
Yeah, blue is the color that looks most open to me. Here's another Circular Logic. There's an Ophidian still in the pack at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
I would Brilliant Halo, though.
I think he's going to Brilliant Halo here.
Oh, he goes Afterlife.
Oh,
wow, I would have taken
interesting.
Brilliant Halo there. Not that he has synergy yet, but I mean, if he opens a Dreampod Druid
Yeah.
or picks up a couple Phantom Nomad, Deathblade Elite types, I'm just not a huge fan of Afterlife. The fact that you give them that token is pretty good for them.
It ends up being a lot better than it looks like.
Here's his opening pack back. The Icarus is still in it. The Fallen Ascari is probably the best card here. And yeah, he's going to put Fallen Ascari in his pack. Wonder if he's tempted into black. He's picked up that Mesmeric Fiend. Now he's going to Fallen Ascari. These are solid playables. Yeah, the white dried up pretty quick. I don't think Shahar's in white, but who's feeding Shahar? Paolo might be in white, feeding Shahar.
I mean, you got to kind of figure anybody who opened a Battle Screech is going to attempt to be in white.
Yeah, Wild Mongrel never gets passed, and Battle Screech never gets passed. Those are the cards you basically have to open.
Yeah,
in
you
terms
can
of
play.
the commons.
You can play a blue-green Madness deck with a Wild Mongrel,
Oh, yeah.
or you can play the token aggro deck if you open a Battle Screech. Both are also just excellent on their own. They're kind of that rare card that straddles a line between being very synergistic and also just very good on its own.
Fair. Afterlife number 3 into his pile. Second Fallen Ascari, I think he's definitely got black open as an option here. I think he'd much rather be green-white with that Armadillo Cloak.
I think so too. I think he's. I mean,
But he's gotta draft something.
Yeah, multiple Afterlives isn't great though. It often doesn't make the cut at all.
No, the only cards he's really picked up in these last half dozen picks, I think, are the 2 Ascaris and the Mesmeric Fiend.
Right. Not much for him here either.
It's almost like the
gonna
table is
take an
all good
owl.
drafters. It's like, why? No good cards came back. What's wrong with this
I
table?
don't understand.
This table is ridiculous, by the way.
It is absurd.
Shenhard, DeRosa, Jensen, McLaren, Edel, Shitian, Watanabe, Turtenwald?
Including
ridiculous.
Watanabe, Jensen, Turtenwald all sitting next to each other.
Yes. I think that's 3/4 of my predicted top 4.
No kidding. All right, so that pack started off pretty good. It
Yes.
trailed off a bit for him. He's
Yes.
going to need to solidify coming into pack 2 here.
Yeah, he wants to open a Battle Screech or a Dreampod Druid. Within his first couple picks, he needs to either get into the green-white enchantment deck or get out of it, honestly.
Yeah, and it feels like he's maybe just moved over into black.
Right now,
Like,
he's
what are his
black-white
green
with an
cards?
Armadillo
Baskin
Cloak.
Rootwalla
And Armadillo Cloak, that's it.
right? Yeah.
And the Rootwalla's, you want to be heavier green before it's even good, right? It's a 1-drop or it's a
Yeah.
Madness Enabler off the Rootwalla. He's basically black-white aggro with an Armadillo Cloak in his sideboard. And Afterlife is particularly bad synergy with the black cards just because so many of them are edict effects.
Right.
Right, you get the Predatory Night Stalkers, like sack a creature. It's like, oh, look, I have this 1/1 flyer
Hey,
left over.
no problem.
But I mean, there wasn't a lot extra that was there.
No, there wasn't. I agreed with you, though, Randy. I did see that there were some reasonable blue cards, but still nothing great. Right?
Yeah, no,
nothing that was like, I need to jump in.
I'm intrigued by his move into black. Like, he kept getting solid picks with the Ascaris.
Yeah.
And he lets him be a very aggressive deck. The mana in black-white is usually the biggest problem, but I mean, the Ascaris are single. They're not that big a deal.
Yeah, you can get a lot of shadow out of that deck, too, if you want to be aggressive.
It's a great point. I'd still be rooting for green-white cards, though.
I would, too. So let's see what he picks up here.
Fires is not going to help him. There's a Predatory Night Stalker.
A
Elephant
fledgling
Guide.
Djinn, and he's opened up his rare
Oh, my.
with his Bassandra.
Interesting. He doesn't have a drop of red, though. There's a Benalis Trapper. Good solid white card.
Yeah, Trapper's really solid.
Wow, do you add red? Or do you go Trapper? You could go Roar of the Worm, but Roar of the Worm is only really good if you have the Mongrel. Like,
Yes.
you really want to play it as a 4-mana 6/6.
Right.
Having to pay full price is less than ideal. Bassandra's the best card in the pack, but I don't know that it's worth adding red. I might just go Benalis Trapper here. And
Yeah,
yeah,
I
it looks
think
like
I
that's what
would
Yugi's
too.
going to do. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's a solid pick. Trapper usually does good work.
Definitely. Now, he did a lot of work cutting off white. He did not pass anything white.
Right. Ooh,
Balance.
there's a balance in this pack.
is a fair Magic card.
There's also a Radiant, yeah, and then along the red, which I agree with you, he can't really do it.
You have to take Balance, right? I mean, I like Radiant more than most people. It's but he doesn't have any Battle Screeches, and Balance just does ridiculous things.
Yeah, there's a Beetleback Chief in this pack as well.
Plus, the other nice thing about Balance is there's only one person at the table that knows you have it.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? I mean, in round one, it's only your opponents. You can totally blind somebody. Now, to be fair, the players are going to swap deck lists, just so that there's no disadvantage to the people who are on camera. So actually, yeah, they're limited. They're swapping deck lists starting in round one.
Okay.
So the Balance would not be able to blindside somebody.
And maybe that was the decider for him.
Yeah, it might have been.
He took
it might have been
Radiant.
relevant. Yeah, I would have taken Balance there, but the fact that they're going to be swapping deck lists, Yu-Gi goes with Radiant. Balance is also not great synergy with his deck, right?
No,
it's at its
he
most
wants
powerful.
to dump his hand.
It's at its most powerful as a Wrath of God effect, like a
Right.
Wrath of God Mind Twist. No, Deathblade Elite goes straight to the top. Oh, Radiant is actually better with the Afterlives, isn't it?
Of course,
That's
the 1/1
hilarious.
flyers,
I didn't
yeah.
even think of that. That's awesome.
That's funny. He's comboing off here. So it looks like he's got his pick narrowed down between the Deathblade Elite and a Chainer's Edict.
Yeah, Edict is the better card, but white is the color he's positive he's playing.
Right.
If he had that Brilliant Halo, he'd feel better about the Elite, but
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be more Brilliant Halos. He does go with the Deathblade.
Yeah, Chainer's Edict ranges wildly in this format. There's some decks that really don't want you to have it, and there's other decks that kind of just give you a little shrug on your way over.
The fact that there's all these Battle Screech tokens lying around to sack to it, and the Beetleback Chief, both red and white, have commons that just spit out lots of tokens that make it a terrible card.
Totally.
It's good in the other matchups.
All right, so what do we have here?
Another Deathblade Elite, another Chainer's Edict.
Yeah, so...
Oh,
there's
no, that's
Laquada's
champion. That is a powerful Magic card. It's kind of expensive, but it hits hard.
It hits really hard. I found that even though the decks are really synergistic, there's definitely room in this format for cards like that are just like, oh, this is just much bigger than anything else I can do. Interesting decision here for Yuya, though, because this is more of a color choice for him,
you
right?
take the champ. He's already got one Deathblade Elite. You don't want to play more than, maybe you play two. I don't think you're not going to play three. I would have taken Laquada's champion.
I think I would have, too. I mean, if I've already dabbled into black, and green doesn't seem open on any side, and white doesn't seem particularly open either. I mean, Deathblade Elite is not a high pick in this format. You can
Here's
play
another
them,
one,
but-
in fact.
Yeah.
Wow, Bouncer's still in the pack.
Waterfront Bouncer?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, goodness. Oh, I like that card. I mean, if Yuya's deck ends up being all Deathblade Elites, he's going to be pretty unhappy with that. They're fine, but...
I mean, can I have a Piana or two?
Yes.
A couple Brilliant Halos, a couple Pianas. I'll play 4 Deathblade
Now we're
Elites.
talking. Yeah, it's just...
But all he's
getting
got
those
is the Deathblade Elite. Like, by themselves, they're...
Right.
I mean, it's nice to have a couple of 1-drops, but you don't want 3 unless they're doing something more. Like, I mean, the Brilliant Halo combo, to be clear, by the way, that provoke ability means if I put a Brilliant Halo on this guy, suddenly I'm attacking on turn 2. You must block me, and I'm 2/3.
Right.
It's pretty powerful if you set it
It'll
up.
eat a lot of the early stuff, especially in a format like this.
Oh, jeez, Aether Mutation. Somebody is going to have a hell of a green-blue
Yeah,
deck.
somebody's getting hooked up here. There's also another Simian Grunts, as well as card you don't see too much, Tyrant's Choice.
Yeah, you get a nice, good, trashy aggro black deck. You can play Tyrant's Choice.
Yes,
but
I have dipped that low.
that's not what Yuya's got. I don't think. Really?
We
Tyrant's
might be
Choice?
wrong.
Is that how you do black-white aggro?
It is certainly one way to do it. You get your Ascaris down, you get your shadow creatures early, and you just get their life total low enough. Essentially, Tyrant's Choice says target opponent loses 4 life.
Right. Oh, Shadow Guy. Yeah, Delphi Mercenary is what he's looking for. I was actually wondering if he was going to go Fledgling Djinn here.
Yeah, that Mercenary does good work, though.
Yeah.
Great mana sink in the mid to late stages of the game.
And Shadow makes it really hard to
Shadow's
block.
nasty, yeah. So that's actually quite a nice pickup. I still wonder about that champion, though. The Laquada's champion. I think I would
Over the
taken that,
Deathblade
too.
Elite,
I
the
think
second
so.
Elite at the time, which is now number 3.
Right. Champion is a big, big game when it
I think
hits.
if he had that pick now that he's picked up a Dolphin Mercenary and another black card or two, I think he might go the other way.
Okay. All right, there's
Another
a Fallen
Ascari.
Ascari and a Fledgling Djinn. They take a similar spot. Generally speaking, I've seen people take Ascari, but
I take Ascari.
yeah.
The Fledgling Djinn damaging you every turn. Oh, there's an Emissary too.
but
Sultari
there's
Emissary.
a Sultari Emissary.
The
and
activated Shadow.
I actually like that one a lot.
Me too.
I think I would take that one here.
He goes Ascari.
So he's moved fully into black. Like
It's a pretty good read on the table, actually.
I think so too.
The quality of the picks he's getting this late in the pack are just a lot higher than he would be in any other color.
Right. He unfortunately picked those Deathblade Elites, 5th and 6th or whatever. So Hopefully this pack
Predatory
ends up
Night Stalker
being a
came all the way
balance.
back. Has he seen this pack before, right? I think this
I
might
think
be his
so.
opener.
Yeah, there's also the Fledgling Djinn.
Yeah, Predatory Night Stalker is good.
It's good.
If you're not playing against one of the token-based strategies, it is very powerful.
It's
3/2 creature
yes.
for 5 mana, and you lose a guy. It's quite good.
It's very good. Let's see what Yuya gets back here. This is going to be really important to see what he does for his third pack. Yeah, more black. Black is just wide open here, it looks like.
Thopter Squadron, Scourge Familiar aren't the most exciting cards. but
Yeah.
it's probably one of
No,
those.
yeah, that's just kind of actually not that great.
I mean, he takes Croson Forine. So doesn't want anybody else setting up those provoke shenanigans. It's a little slow for draft. I actually find VMA sealed deck is all about Croson Forine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you play VMA sealed, it's just a notch slower.
I think I only did that once.
Putting an enchantment on that guy and in provoking, he just kills everything.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
And he doesn't want to get monkey surprised here, so he's going to
kill the Simian Grunts.
kill the Simian Grunts. Curious to see about red. We have not seen much red flow through here either. I think the Beetleback
True.
Chief's the only one that really stood out to me as, oh, there's a red card. And that was like second pick or something.
Right. Paralyze. Oh, did he pick up a Paralyze?
Oh, that's
nice.
great.
Yeah.
Paralyze is very good.
If you're aggressive enough
Yes.
that they don't have time to untap, it is.
Yes, it's a strong tempo play for very cheap.
Speaking of strong tempo plays, Carnophage.
Carnophage, I like that. Yeah, so I
One
really
mana
like
2/2.
this. Yuya has definitely found himself in a real deck here. He is going to be able to apply tons of pressure early. His curve is going to be absolutely dreamy.
Yes.
Cloud Djinn, I don't
Splashing for Trooper is a little tricky. He's got 0 multi-lands. Not that there are very many multi-lands in the deck. I mean, he doesn't really have double color in either color, which is nice. But I mean, curving Carnophage into Sultari Trooper isn't trivial.
No.
You're like, are you 9/8? Are you 10/7?
Last pick Spinal Graft. I generally
Do you
didn't
play that
run
card?
it. No, I don't think it's.
I've
I don't
thought
think you
about it
need
from time to time. I've
Yeah,
never actually pulled the trigger
I
and put it
haven't
in a
either.
deck.
I don't think you need to.
Yeah, this is a great curve.
I love this curve. He's got 4 1-drops.
And like 8 2s.
Yeah, it's unlikely that he'll play all
Dolphy
of
Mercenary
the
is the top
provokers.
of his curve, isn't it? The only thing above Dolphy Mercenary, I think, is that Radiant.
It is Radiant and the Predatory Night Stalker.
Oh, sure, yeah. Wow.
Look at all those Fallen Ascari and then Double Trooper. Wow, this pack could be really good for him, too. Now that he knows that black, like he might be the only one in black, at least
Yeah.
solidly, he can really prioritize
Well, the Chainer's
solid
Edicts
white
didn't come
cards.
back. Somebody's got a black, like, control-ish
A blue-black
Edict you,
control.
flashback my Edict.
I always tried that.
Flashing back Chainer's Edict, the thing is, there are matchups where it has no chance. Like, you can't
Right.
beat a Battle Screech with Chainer's Edict. It doesn't work.
It does not work.
You can't beat a Beetleback Chief with Chainer's Edict either. But somebody took them. Somebody has the Edict. Somebody has the sort of slower blow stuff upside of the black. And they've just shipped him all the Fallen Ascaris.
Yeah, I've tried to make that deck work. I always feel like it's good, and then when I play it, it doesn't play out as well.
Did you have a curve this nice?
No, not this one. I meant the like a blue-black control deck
yeah.
or something like
Ooh,
that.
Imperial Armor.
Oh, we found an Imperial Armor.
did.
That is a real heavy hitter.
Oh, yeah. You
Turn
go
3 Imperial Armor on your, what's it called?
killing people since
Deathblade Elite.
1997.
Yeah,
yes.
that is nasty.
Yeah, I would absolutely Imperial Armor here.
Especially in this deck. There are some decks, white decks, where I find Imperial Armor to be like a little too high on the risk-reward scale for me, where I'd rather just have like another solid creature. But
Mm-hmm.
in a deck like this, you just want to get in. He's really looking at brain freeze.
Yeah, he
there.
doesn't. If somebody's got a Storm deck, he doesn't want to pass them their victory condition. But whatever, you take Imperial Armor. It'd be nice to have a Benevolent Bodyguard that can potentially protect the creature that has the armor on it. But I mean, his deck is kind of an all-in anyway.
Yeah, those Benevolent Bodyguards do serious work. Speaking of the,
Yeah, they defend against the Edict.
problem.
Right.
Yeah,
It's like I'm here to die to the Edict, or I'm here to protect the creature you point your expunge at.
that's right.
Hymn to Torok is so powerful. He's
Yeah.
looking at that Phantom Nomad and the Chainer's Edict. I would Hymn to Torok here.
Would you?
Hymn to Torok, it just feels dirty.
It does.
I mean,
Getting
it's
to
a
play that card
2-for-1
unlimited
on
is
2
nasty.
mana. It's so powerful.
Hard to cast. The question is, does he want another 2-drop in the Phantom Nomad? I don't
No,
think
you cast
the
it on
Edict's
turn
what
4.
he wants, but
You cast Hymn to Torok on turn 4. Let
go-
them play 3 lands out of their hand so you're hitting gas.
and then you go 2-drop.
you go 1-drop into 2-drop into like another 2-drop into a Hymn. Yeah,
Well, I'm trying to live the dream here.
sure.
I want to play
2-2
him and a 2-drop
on turn 4.
Yes,
I'm in.
I don't see how you could lose that game.
He's going to Chainer's Edict.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little concerned about getting things out of the way.
That's fair. Chainer's Edict is the first half of Chainer's Edict is quite good in his deck. He's just like Fallen Ascari, clear your blocker, hit you for 3, clear your blocker, hit you for whatever.
Right. There's another Dauthi mercenary, so that could be good here for him. Another Deathblade Elite. I saw that there was a Dark Ritual.
Yeah, the rituals did not come back in the first pack. Now that you think about it,
Right.
Somebody may have a Storm deck.
That could be interesting.
Somebody
It's
could have.
It's tough to make that deck work in this format, but
it is
there.
tough. It is also possible.
I can't imagine somebody playing on this level.
World
and being
Championships,
like, we're just
VMA
going
draft.
deep, kids. Let's do it.
Give me the rituals.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody will pass me a brainstorm.
So here's an interesting one here. Dauthi Mercenary looks like it won the day over Carnophage. I actually
think I
think
like
that
that.
Yuya thinks he's just going to get the Carnophage back.
Totally good.
His is the only deck that wants that card.
He might want the Dark Ritual back.
So
Like he can play Dark Ritual just for.
yeah, so
Oh, geez.
kind of interesting here.
I've got the spotter whispering in my
Yeah.
ear. Huey has multiple Dark Rituals
and he
that
first
brain
picked
freeze.
Brain Freeze. He's got 2 of them now.
Oh my goodness.
Huey Jensen
Huey's got the Storm deck.
going for depth.
That's awesome.
All right, is that a Reign of the Pit? I believe so.
It is. 6 mana. 6 mana sorcery, though. I think you just take the 3 mana 3/3 Chimeric Idol. It's effectively a 3 mana 3/3. It's got a lot of extra words on it, but
I love that card.
it's good.
I found it really good in decks like the ones you used. I've played the deck that you used played multiple times, the black-white aggro deck, and that Chimeric Idol fits really well into it. Like, most of your stuff, sorcery speed, that you're not picking off too
Another
many
Edict.
things.
And another
Wow.
Mercenary. Jeez.
Oh, did you see him stop on the Psychotog? He just
Who passes Psychotog?
His hands quivered when he got to it. It's like, I want to play this. No, Yuya. I'm sorry.
Just take your Chainer's Edict or your Mercenary. That's
Yeah.
actually an interesting debate. But
That is interesting. And there's also another Carnophage, but like I said,
He went Mercenary.
I think this figures like if I'm getting anything back out of this pack, it'll be Carnophage. Yeah, he took the Mercenary. Mercenary is very good. That damage adds up really quickly, especially when you flood it a little bit.
Bizarre came back.
Yeah.
And there's another second Radiant.
Yeah, I think he just takes another Radiant.
Mana Drain.
Mana Drain in this pack. Oh my
That's
God,
not for him.
Huey is going to windmill that Mana Drain.
Wow. Did we miss the Mana Drain, or is this a new Basara?
I don't know.
Basara was his second pack. Yeah, this is a new Basara. There's 2 Basaras. I mean, do you take Radiant, or Radiant's got to be better than Tyrant's Choice, right?
I would take Radiant. Yeah, he's already got one Tyrant's Choice, and oftentimes the first one doesn't even make the cut. You'll find that you'll play it over basically.
Yeah, but
over
doesn't
none
your
of the
deck
good
either want all
two-drops.
of them or none of
Yeah,
them?
I mean, it's like it can
You're
be
either
a
a
finisher.
Tyrant's Choice deck or not.
Yeah, I feel like if I have enough 2-drops, I'd rather just play any 2-drop creature over it.
All right. Now, if he's going to ever take a Dark Ritual, this would probably be the pack for it. I don't know if he would play Dark Ritual in his what's essentially a Sui Black deck.
I've seen people do it.
Yeah.
I don't.
He just kills a Brainstorm.
Yeah, but he's passing another
Yeah,
Dark
which
Ritual.
I think Huey's fine with. Those rituals into Brain
Yeah.
Freezes could be fine.
Yeah, Brainstorm's okay for that deck because it's a cheap cantrip that adds to your storm count, but you can't
Ritual's
quite
better.
abuse it. Yeah, Ritual just gives you more flexibility with what you can do in setting up your turn. Holy
Doubles.
smokes. Wow.
Yeah, so
Explain this,
these are
Randy.
these are Magic Online collation, right? They just like printed out the packs from Magic Online, and you know what? They have foils. If you open a foil now, they're not actual foil versions of the cards in these packs because lots of these cards just were never existed in foil in the real world. But if there was a pack that should have had a foil in it, they just put in a regular version of the card.
Right.
So this pack on Magic Online would have had a regular Beetleback Chief and also a foil Beetleback Chief. So here you just get 2 regular Beetleback Chiefs.
Unfortunately for you, he doesn't get to take either of them.
No.
Even that's one of the better cards in the set. And it looks like Nightscape Familiar. That could definitely be something that Jensen
Yui
would be
wants.
interested in.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
And I wonder if Yuya's onto it.
I don't know.
We've seen him kind of like look at those cards like, oh, what is this Psychotog here? And remember when he pulled that Brain Freeze to the front?
Yeah, it's true.
Like, why would you do that?
Well, I mean, because somebody could have it.
It's funny.
He doesn't know
I mean,
it's
he
Yui.
didn't take it, but I think you just take your chances there. There's a Circular Logic.
Yeah, you can kill the logic. I remember playing Lurking Evil back in the day, but it doesn't seem good enough for VMA.
It's not. So he just steals a Circular Logic, even though honestly it's not particularly good against him.
Well, he passed the Psychotog. It's good for whoever picked up the
It's true.
Psychotog. He
It's
passed.
just the best card in the pack, I suppose.
Yeah. Ritual Carnophage.
And Carnophage comes back.
Yep.
He just has to take it.
I think so.
I don't think he wants
Man.
to pass the ritual.
If
I
Huey
feel
came up
like
with-
he knows.
I wonder if Huey came up with a Yawgmoth's Will. If Huey has a Yawgmoth's Will for all these
my
dark rituals, he has.
goodness.
That's the dream.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, the dream for the Storm deck is
Wow.
the dream. Oh, my spotter's whispering in my ear. No Yawgmoth's Will, but 2 Psychotogs.
Pair of Psychotogs. So nice backup plan.
Not bad.
VMA, everybody. This is great. Vintage
Love it.
Masters draft in real life. I still can't believe we're watching this.
Love it.
And that other Carnophage came back as
Yeah.
well. It's great. He's going to have 3 Carnophage,
Yep.
3 Deathblade Elite, millions
If he
of
wants them
twos.
all.
If he wants them all.
Yeah, it's just a question of how many wonders. I don't think you want 6 ones. You play the Carnophages and let's see. There's no Brilliant Halos. I don't know how many Deathblade Elites you play in that deck. You might not play any. You might
You
just
might
say
not
3
play any.
Carnophages. That's my 1 slot.
Yeah, you
3 1-mana 2/2 is good enough.
I actually really like where Yu's deck ended up. I
I'm
love
impressed.
being assertive. Yeah, I think that
My
I think
deck
that
would not be
his
this good.
curve is great, and he's going to just be able to present ample threats every time. Anybody who's messing around is going to be punished quite quickly by Yuya. Now, if they do have kind of a value deck or a deck that can slow him down, he's going to have trouble because he doesn't have a lot of flexibility with his plan.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if his opponent is trying to do things like what Huey's trying to do, I gotta figure that Yuya is going to be able to get him. So. Great stuff. Welcome back to the booth, guys. Marshall Sutcliffe here with Randy Bueller, and that was fun. I have to say, I've been looking forward to that. Once I heard it was announced, oh, we're going to do Vintage Master. What? Really? And so we finally get to see it, and it lived up to the hype for me. Just seeing those old cards.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just funny, too, because
There's randomly Mana Drain coming through 6
yeah,
deck.
mana drain. He's I can't take that. Ship that one along. And it's just so funny how nonchalant it is because he's just drafting,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you've done this a million times, and he's just flipping through mana drains, and I like it. Balance is like, maybe not. And
Wasn't worth the 2nd pick.
yeah, did you think that he should have taken the balance there?
Because they're swapping deck lists, no. I mean, it wouldn't be good in his deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the most powerful cards in the history of the game when you can build around it. But, I mean, he knew he had an aggro deck at that point. He was going to be filling the board with a bunch of creatures. No, I think you ship it. I think he played it right.
Yeah, and how do you think it fits into? So Vintage Masters is drafted as a limited format, but it actually plays out like a limited format too. Like it has some cube-like elements to it, but I would compare it much closer to a really streamlined draft format than I would to like a cube draft where you're kind of going crazy.
Yeah, it's a high synergy draft format. It's one where you really want to pick your archetype and move in. Like Modern Masters had that same sort of a
Yes.
flavor where like you needed to pick which one of these, half a dozen, maybe 10 decks, embrace it, go with it, read the table, figure out what to move in. But yeah, it's still limited. So something like Balance isn't going to be ridiculous. And I got to say, I mean, Yuya's audible there. Like he first picked Armadillo Cloak, remember?
Yes.
He first picked Armadillo Cloak. I think a lot of people, myself included, would have just stuck to that green-white Auras deck. And his deck is just way better than I think I would have drafted in that seed. I mean, his deck is good but flawed if you look, I think, just at the deck, right? It's only got sort of a plan A.
Yes.
It's a good plan A, but it's not the best one in the format.
No.
And it can be beaten. That said, like if you look at it in terms of drafting the seat, I think he did a spectacular job.
I think he did too.
I think that like he never opened a bomb. He never opened the Battle Screech that he wanted. He didn't even open the green white auras cards. He audibled into an underdrafted color. He did it correctly at a point before I think we even picked up on it. I mean, if he could go back and do it all over again, maybe he'd have Laquatus' Champion at the top of his curve, but that's about all that he missed. I think he did a spectacular job for drafting the seat.
Yeah, and I think his deck is going to be super solid.
And his
as well.
deck, I feel like I give the deck a B, but I give the draft like an A.
Okay, so it looks like we are ready to head back over to the news desk where we have Rich Hagen, BDM, and Simon Gertzen await, and they're going to get a chance to show you even more draft action from Vintage Masters.
We certainly are, Marshall. Can't wait for that. Thank you so much. And you got to see one of the greats of the game in action. Yuya Watanabe, he is a terrific player, and you saw it right there. As Randy says, Armadillo Cloak, you're away. Green White Aura is a fantastic deck. But no, move in to where you know there's a home, and that's what Yuya Watanabe did. Coming right up, we're going to have a look at Shahar Shenhar's draft, but I want to show you where the 24 chips have fallen here on day one in the morning. 3 draft pods. If you're new to coverage, you're extremely welcome. The way draft works, you can only play people within your table of 8. So why don't we take a look at the 3 pods? So we begin with the pod we've just seen Yuya Watanabe draft in. So you've got your 9 Pro Tour Tour top 8s for Paula Dama de Rosa could be a Brazil clash against Willie Adel with his 4 Pro Tour top 8s. Hall of Famer William Jensen, #1 player in the world, the Peach Garden Oath on Collision. Owen Turtenwald there, the 2 US players in this pod. From Canada, the Lone Wolf, Sean McLaren. He says 4 days from now, it's the full moon. Is the Lone Wolf going to get the job done here? Then the Shahar Shenhar will see his draft momentarily. Li Chan of Hong Kong, and there you see that epic Table 1. You will see them in round 1 action. All 4 matches will be under the lights in round 1. What about our second draft pod then? Let's show you where your favourites might lie. So here you have Patrick Chapin of the United States, Paul Rietzl, Hall of Famers both, Pro Tour Amsterdam champion of course, Paul Rietzl. From Thailand you've got the Magic Online champion, Lars Dam, the reigning player of the year, Jeremy Dezani, Slovak Republic, they've got a great chance in the World Magic Cup. Even Flock is their team captain, but first he's captain of Team Flock. Then you've got Nam Sung Wook from South Korea and Kentaro Yamamoto, the Japanese representative, along with Yuki Ichikawa. A little local battle there, potentially. You will see all 4 matches from that pod in round 2. Well, by process of elimination, who have we got left? Let's take a look at our final draft pod. And this is where 5 of the 9 US players playing in the World Championship reside on Tuesday morning. Black, Duke, Martel, Perez, Utter Leighton, and then against them, Jacob Wilson, Raf Levy, and Stanislav Sivka. You will see all 4 matches of that pod in round 3. By that point, who will be playing for a 3-0 start in this 14-round event, and who will be trying to avoid the dreaded 0-3? We will find out here in Vintage Masters Morning from the World Championship. But I'm delighted to tell you that we are ready to rock and roll with our second VMA draft. Yuya Watanabe, he opened up an Icarid. That's not really power. Let's see what happened when Shahar Shenhar opened his first pack of Vintage Masters.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center here at the World Championship. I'm Brian David Marshall. I am pleased to be joined by Pro Tour champion Simon Gertzen. Welcome to the coverage team, Simon. And how do you feel about watching a little Vintage Masters draft?
It's one of my favorite draft formats, and the best players in the world playing it. That's pretty much the best.
And you know, seeing it live, seeing people actually cracking packs. We've already seen Yuya Watanabe's draft. Now we're going to get to see reigning world champion Shahar Shenhar, see what he does with his packs. And he was passing to Yuya Watanabe, so we have a little bit of an idea maybe of certainly what was not going on for Shahar's draft. But let's take a look and let's watch. There you get a look at the table. And you can see going around Yuya down here, Shahar there. Shahar was being passed to by Paulo, Li Shitian, and just, I mean, what a stacked table.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all stacked in this event.
This is pod 1 for a reason.
Yeah. So let's watch the action here as Shahar cracks his pack. Tell us what's leaping out at you
Yeah, so
here.
I see a Crater Hellion there, Soltari Trooper, and yeah, the rare is definitely a good start. You definitely want to look at the uncommons in Vintage Masters because they might allow for some archetypes. And having a mass removal spell is actually really good because you have something to trump the Battle Screech decks and the quick aggressive decks. Also a Blastoderm there.
But Crater Hellion, you know, destroying drafts since it was printed.
Yeah, you also don't really want to play against it. Do you really want to pick a Soltari Trooper and then face off against Crater Hellion that you pass to none other than Yuya Watanabe?
Right. So the 2 players who've won this event the past 2 years, you know, one feeding the other. So yeah, he does take the Crater Hellion. Makes a lot of sense.
And that leaves him open towards, for example, the Rift Slide deck, red-white control.
There's a Fire Blast. There's a Solar Blast.
Another Trooper.
Yeah. Goblin Matron.
Rather
You
weak
don't want to
pack.
start off on the Matron for your Goblin deck.
No, also not with the Crater Hellion already in your pile. Solar Blast would be an aggressive way to go into a Rift Slide cycling strategy. I don't like Fire Blast because it's really an aggressive card at heart. And yeah, there's also a Forgotten Cave.
Which maybe you're hoping will come around to you.
Yeah, you usually don't want to pick these too early. You could also just ignore your first pick and try to take the best card out of this pack. But given that it's so weak, I
Right.
like just sticking with red here.
Okay, so Solar Blast is the pick.
Yeah, so now of course Astral Slide, Lightning Rift, with Crater Hellion even. That's the dream team.
Krovikan Sorcerer, Chartooth Cougar.
Yeah, I don't know how happy Shahar is at this point. Chartooth Cougar is fine if you already have a Lightning Rift,
Right.
but he doesn't. So
Look at
maybe
Radiant-
Radiance Judgment as a removal spell, and even if you don't have a target, you get to cycle it, exchange it for a new card. If you take Basking Rootwaller as a signal, you could move into Madness, but you really want the Wild Mongrels and the Arrogant Worms
Right.
for that.
So yeah, he just takes the Mountain Cycler.
Yeah,
Chartooth
that
Cougar.
has to be the strategy to really just cut red hard and profit when it comes around from the other side. This format really only works if you get a color combinations like really figured out. And so far, I don't really see a strategy except for maybe being a control deck. So there needs to be something to make this work. Eureka is probably not it.
Eureka Crater Hellion.
Yeah, there's the Skirk Drill Sergeant, so there's definitely an option to move into Goblins, but his 3 red cards, don't really work with that. Scrivener to get back Solar Blast, maybe.
How do you feel
Control.
about blue red? How do you feel about blue red and Vintage Masters?
I think the power level is so high that drafting control decks is really difficult if you don't have an engine card like Lightning Rift to power it. Yeah,
He takes the Scrivener.
I think that's a pretty high pick. Like, I would expect Scrivener to go much later, except for maybe the people playing Brain Freezes and Repulse.
Right. So there's a Goblin Patrol, a Crozen Tusker, Forgotten Cave. Oh,
Click Slither.
A
Well,
Click Slither,
this is the
wow.
point. This is the point where I just say I'm in red, and even if I've drafted red control cards up until now, Click Slither is a huge signal that Goblins can and should be open.
he's got Crozen Tusker up at the front of the pack there, though.
Yeah, it seems like he might be locked into control without having like. I don't think that Crater Hellion is the perfect control card because it is a bit clunky. So also you don't want to play against Click Slither. Like if
Right.
you don't have Exile ready, it's really tough. Yeah, I think this is the big decision point.
Okay.
Is it going to be aggro or is it going to be totally control? Maybe hope for a rift or
Right.
slide at some point.
You could set your Click Slither up to live through a Crater Hellion.
Oh,
Sack one
easily.
of those goblins that's
I'm-
going to die.
If you get the best Goblin deck at the table, we see
There's
Goblin
a-
General there, you just don't play the Crater Hellion and you're still fine. Keep in mind that the power level is so high that ultimately most players will end up with 30 good playables.
Right.
So yeah, Goblin General, one of the key cards to pump the whole team, combines really well with Beetleback Chief, and that's not really a difficult pick after having picked Click Slither,
Right.
which I was afraid he would take Crozen Tusker for some reason, but I'm really happy that he has the triple red. What is it? Some kind of monster. It's not a goblin, that much I
No.
know.
Is it an insect?
Yeah, probably. So there we see some white cards.
Oh,
another
there's
Goblin General. I think that the best aggro deck in the format is probably like Battle Screech fueled.
Sure,
but
absolutely.
if you can get the Goblin deck, then Beetleback Chief is your Battle Screech, and Goblin General is your Crusade.
Right.
So that works really well together. You can then pick up late Matrons.
Then the card you really want to see at that point is Goblin War Chief.
Yeah, that's like one of the key uncommons. As we talked about, that's what you really want to be. I also like that you can play monocolored. So you just have some Forgotten Caves, some Chain Lightnings, and the rest is Goblins.
Okay, well there's Skirk Drill Sergeant, and there may be another one of those coming back around the table, Tim. Even we saw one pretty early.
Yeah, the good thing is that if you aren't a dedicated Goblin deck, a lot of these cards are just not going to be good. And I like the Drill Sergeant here. There's Temporal Fissure if you want to go for Storm, and you see all these black aggressive cards. Icarid, Chronophage, and Fallen Ascari, and you know who's getting these cards?
Yeah, these are the cards we saw going through to Yuya Watanabe. He did an excellent pivot in the draft away from green-white.
He realized very early on that green was not where he should be, and I was impressed by how he pulled that off.
So this is Shahar's opening pack here. Right?
Blasphedom still in the pack.
Yeah.
Quite surprising.
There you see.
Scabland.
And Rocky Tar Pit.
Yeah, Repel. None of these cards is really a Goblin card. I think
Yeah.
you could take a Scabland, but
Yeah.
you don't even want to fix your mana
Right.
with a tap land.
Yeah, he took the Tar Pit there. And Goblin Patrol and Giant Strength.
Yeah. Goblin Patrol should be the pick here. You don't really want a Giant Strength, and there's no reason to hate draft a card like
Yeah.
Repel from your
Yeah.
opponents if your plan is to just play small goblins.
What's the most Goblin Patrols you played in a Goblin deck in Vintage Masters?
Actually, the Echo does kind of hurt, but you can easily play 3 of them.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you don't actually have a 2-drop, but you have another 1-drop,
Right.
it doesn't even hurt you.
And then Aftershock is the pick here.
That's a good.
Just a solid removal spell.
Not
Utility
in
spell.
control, clearly, but
Right.
if you're an aggro deck, you don't care.
Yeah.
Something that I find really interesting about the Goblin deck is that it's not really as all in as people think.
Right.
You can play a long game with
Sure.
Beetleback Chiefs, Goblin Commandos, and then maybe kill with the late rites of initiation.
Goblin Settler over Reckless Charge.
I think Reckless Charge is close to unplayable.
Okay.
You don't really want it. As I said, you really just want to have a better board than your opponent, and Shahar already has the Goblin Generals to help out there. Do you want to draft Storm? Dark Ritual, Cable Ritual?
Takes the Circular Logic past the Choking Sands.
Hopefully we get a good look at how his mana curve is looking right now. But he has goblins at 1, 2, and 3. He knows that his deck is still missing something, and I think Beetleback Chief is probably number 1 on his list. Given that Clickstiller wants to really have more goblins to eat.
I gotta tell you, I'm gonna be really curious to see what happens in Pack 3 because I've recollections of multiple Beetleback Chiefs going by at once.
There aren't too many cards that you should pick over Beetleback Chief if this is how your deck is looking, but this is going to be interesting. We have some prior knowledge.
With some
now.
foreknowledge, yeah.
Yeah, it was difficult for Yuya to move into black-white after first picking Armadillo Cloak, but I think it was also difficult for Shahar to move into goblins after picking 3 control cards.
Right.
So that was something where he had to realize that his pick of Scrivener was just not going to work out. And Solar Blast is going to be a very good card in his deck. Crater Hellion, not so much.
You're expecting him to not play Crater Hellion at this point, or
I would not play Crater Hellion. I think that you don't want the 6-drop, you don't want to wrath your own board. If you think that your deck is particularly weak, you might want to just have it as a trump.
it's a reset button. And
But I don't.
Yeah.
If your deck turns out like you wanted
Right.
to, you're not playing.
not a lot of weight weenie decks playing Wrath of God in.
You'd play Armageddon. You wouldn't play Wrath of God.
All right,
Council's Judgment, Deep Analysis.
there's a hulking goblin.
Yeah, we have the best cards in the world here, and Hulking Goblin is what you're looking
Right.
at. No, Chimeric Idol I think is stronger, even though it's not a goblin.
Right.
It's really tough to kill.
Well, and the way the first pack went around, I think he has to feel like the hulking goblin might come back to him.
Yeah, you really don't want to first pick a Hulking Goblin, although it's actually not that easy to find your 2-drops that are also goblins.
Right.
You
And
can't
he
always.
has deep analysis at the front of the pack here. Okay. And then shifts it one back, takes the Chimeric Idol.
I think one of the strongest cards is the Council's Judgment, which in a 2-player format really just gets rid of
Right.
the permanent that you want to get rid of. But it's double white, and Shahar is not looking to splash a color. Or is he maybe? Bassandra Battle Seraph.
Yeah.
It is a 5-drop. So even though a 4/4 flyer is definitely great, Fires of Yarimaha, that's also an option, but I don't really love going into a second color here.
There's really not anything for him,
No, I saw a Spark Spray at the end of the pack, which is
which is
just
fine.
an option. It's similar to the Hulking Goblin, right?
Right.
It's the conservative pick. It's the pick that's going to make your deck. And there's enough creatures with 1 toughness. Actually, a lot of good creatures have 1 toughness. So I don't think you are unhappy about picking a Spark Spray. It it just doesn't feel right.
Right. And he takes Bassandra. He's like, well, let's play for some upside here. Let's see what happens.
There might also just be, if red isn't flowing from the left, the chance to pick up some white cards and have more of a...
There's a Beetleback Chief.
Yeah, Beetleback Chief is a lot better than Balance in his deck, clearly. And like we said, Beetleback Chief is what he's looking for. And I really don't know who is going to play Balance. It's really not easy to make a Balance deck work. You can do it in Cube sometimes,
Sure.
but in VMA, I don't really see
very,
it.
very, very difficult to make it work.
So what
Looks at the Noble Templar, thinks maybe he wants a Plane Cyclist for his Bassandra, but it's got to be Beetleback
But
Chief.
there was a person just looking what is going to come around,
Right,
if at all. But Beetleback Chief was the pick probably like 2 seconds into the pack.
Yeah.
Is it possible that he had enough Beetleback Chiefs when he passed through the Yuya? I don't think that's possible. But let's see. Skirk Drill Sergeant. So what we do see here is that a lot of the decision making is done now.
Yeah, once you're in the linear goblin strategy, you just kind of like, I'm just taking goblins.
The interesting part about VMA is how do you find the linear strategy that you want to be in, that's open, and that you can find the powerful uncommons in. Right. Now, powerful uncommons, I think, are missing from Shahar's deck.
So, yeah. I'm curious. I'm very curious to see what's going to happen in that pack 3, and that's something I'm really looking forward to.
You mentioned Goblin War Chief.
That could be the card.
I mentioned Rites of Initiation, which I think is superb.
Wow. Such an unfair card.
It's just, especially on Magic Online, if your opponent has F6, then they're just dead suddenly. All right, we see the Laquatus champion that we saw, Yuya pass, Kindle, Charge with Kuga, not what his Goblin deck wants, I suppose.
Was that a Tendrils floating around back there too?
For the Storm deck that nobody wants to draft.
Yeah, nobody wants to draft it. Yeah, there's the Tendrils.
I would be drafting it, Brian. I would. All right. That's actually interesting. If you know that nobody wants to draft it, then it's a lot better than if you think there's a danger that somebody else will.
It certainly seems like all the tools were here at this table, and I'm curious if someone did end up with that deck.
Yeah, very surprised to see such a late Waterfront bouncer.
Wow. Fire Blast is spectacular.
Do you remember that he passed it easily after first picking Crazy Hellion? Because it didn't really fit into his strategy at that point.
He was a control deck at that point. Wow.
Also, you aren't as scared of Waterfront Bouncer as in other decks, because if your opponent bounces a Beetleback Chief, that's actually good for you.
Yes.
But if you are a control deck that just has some clunky creatures, then Waterfront Bouncer can be a nightmare.
I never got Waterfront Bouncer going in any of my blue-green Madness decks.
You've missed out.
I know.
Okay, this might be a pack where Shahar doesn't have anything he really wants. Simian Grunts is actually really easy to play around and punishes the player playing it with his Echo cost. So I expect Simian Grunts to be one of the weakest cards in VMA at this particular table because there's nobody.
Nobody's gonna walk into a Grunts.
So even if they are attacking, you know they know, and they are going to punish you for it.
So no real card for him there. What was the red card?
Yeah, didn't look too interesting to Shahar. Maybe we can see it. Orcish Lumberjack. Yeah, that's really
not going to do much work in his deck.
If it was a goblin, I think it would definitely be playable with 2 goblin generals. And he actually hasn't picked up a Skirk Prospector, which is also kind of nice, more for an engine.
Right. Nice with the Skirk Drill Sergeant.
Yeah, you basically sacrifice a goblin, pay 2 additional mana, and then you see if you have a goblin on top. They can get out of hand really quickly. All right, the red seems to be drying up here. We see Brainstorm, Fledging Djinn, Soltari Emissary, Adel. This is basically the black-white cards that Yuya had to pick from. So Yuya was happy with this pack, rewarded for his switch into black-white. Shahar can just hate draft the card. He does have the Bassandra.
Right.
So in theory, picking a white card could pay off.
I would be surprised if he ended up playing the Bassandra. Fires the Yavimaya just going around the table.
And that's something I've seen a lot, and that's it's not because of the power level of the card. You also saw the Blastoderm wheel, which I found super surprising. But in testing, I would guess that red-green didn't really put up the numbers in quantity or quality. You don't really want to play against the Battle Screech decks with a red-green aggro deck that's just eternal.
There's a nice Noble Templar there for him if he wants the card he had identified as coming around the table. You talked about that earlier where he was like, is this going to come back? It did. Maybe makes Epichandra a little easier.
That's a high upside, of course. If you draw the planes and you somehow flood out a little bit, you get a 3/6 Vigilance. Temple Fisher, yeah, that's also a danger with the Storm deck. People will just take the cards that have the higher upside if they get to work. But, I mean, you have to live the dream sometimes. Psychotalk bounce all your permanents. Attack for lethal. Okay, with such a late charge with Cougar, I think that there's probably no real cycling deck at the table. Also the Noble Templar wheeling.
Yeah.
So probably, except for the Lightning Rift we saw.
We saw one Lightning Rift
no
in
other
the first
uncommon.
pack, Takes the Tyrant's Choice, passes Nature's Lore. And
Skyshroud Forest, not the fixing he wants.
Yeah.
But to be honest, he even got a Fire Blast, so I wouldn't be surprised to just see him Forgotten Caves and Mountains for his mana base. That's something where you will just never lose a game because you didn't draw your second color. See, looking at the black cards?
he is looking at him. I mean, he's a couple Fledgling Gins, a couple Tyrant's Choices, but
I think if he counts his creatures, or even if he just counts his goblins, he already has a very solid creature base. And if I were him, I would stop picking spells now, except for maybe like the really good ones. He has enough burn to burn opponents out, to kill the creatures, blockers, and the cards he really wants is maybe a Matron or the Beetleback Chief.
Matron, Beetleback Chief, Goblin War Chief, and Rites of Initiation are the cards that I'm really hoping to see in the first picks.
Exactly.
In Pack 3 here.
If he gets some Matrons, maybe a Goblin Commando as well.
Sure.
His late game isn't too good right now. But
All right. Here it comes. This is Pack 3, Vintage Masters.
so exciting. We've seen all but one card when this was passed to you, but we do not know what Shahar first picked here. Palinkron, Chain
Lightning.
That qualifies as a good spell.
Goblin Patrol. Which again, he has to feel like it's going to come around to him.
Yeah, there's Urnimdin, Hymn to Torek, all powerful cards, but clearly not an option for him.
So Chain Lightning and Goblin Patrol get shuffled to the front of the pack.
I think that Goblin Patrol might be the more important card for his deck, as I've just said, but it's tough to pass that for a to pick that over a Chain Lightning, especially because Goblin seems to be so open.
Right. But the Hulking Goblin,
didn't wheel.
It did not wheel.
You're right. So it's still the Chain Lightning, but that's a good argument.
Yeah.
So if there's two Goblin drafters,
yeah, you need those. You need those early drops, and you need to start getting pressure early.
and if your opponent is forced to trade off with the Goblin Patrol, it's basically doing the job that Chain Lightning would have done.
Right.
Black, green, white, and blue cards, and a Skirk Drill Sergeant. Not exactly the red cards we were talking about.
Right. On rails here for him.
It does have the right type line. There's a Plea for Power.
Wow.
I love the design of this card. You basically get to ask if you want to a Time Walk or Ancestral Recall. Now, once again, I think in Pack 1, Shahar wasn't super happy with what the packs gave him. And again, Pack 3 is not looking too great. Maybe somebody is actually drafting.
It could be a Goblin drafter right nearby.
We still haven't solved the mystery of the Beetleback Chiefs.
Yeah. The Beetleback Imbroglio, starring Shahar Shenhar, boy drafter.
And he even has the Click Slither to go with it.
Okay.
Goblin General.
There's
Goblin
a War Chief. Oh, wow.
He even puts the Chimeric Idol in front and the Soltari Emissary. That's, again, just looking to see what else is in the pack. What are his opponents going to have? What might wheel from this? He sees another Exile, which might be important to play around.
Yeah.
I think Goblin War Chief is slam dunk.
Yeah, absolutely.
It actually makes the generals even more absurd. Who do pump themselves so you get to attack for insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, there you see the Goblin General. He's like, please let that come back to me.
That's pretty optimistic.
Plea for Goblins. New card. Okay,
So
there's
three
a Sulfur Vortex, a Skirk Prospector. Wow. I'm hard pressed to pass a Vortex here.
Yeah, this isn't cute, but it's pretty close in power level. If you know that you're going to be the aggressor, then you always want the Vortex more than a 1-mana 1/1 Goblin. Now, some of these decks are very aggressive of their own, and you might be forced to play a longer game. Then I don't like Sulfuric Vortex as much. As a card that you can sideboard out if it's not good.
Right.
It's definitely, it has the higher
You
power level.
Probably not thrilled to have a Vortex against, say, Yuya.
I think against Green White Auras, you aren't happy to have it either. It's
Right. So there's a Beetleback
So-
Chief.
This is the moment. There's a Mana Drain, another Brasandra. Is this the double Beetleback Chief pack? We only see one at the
I
front
only see
here.
one. I mean, you have to take Beetleback.
Radiant. Oh no,
Yeah,
it's
you
just
just-
the single Beetleback.
Yeah, you just take the Beetleback Chief here.
It is funny that he has a Basandra already, which would make his White Splash even more interesting. But to be honest, a 5-mana 4/4 fly is just worse than Beetleback Chief.
Yes, yeah. Especially now that he has the War Chief to just
Yeah.
start,
And basically,
start getting that.
strictly tougher to cast as well. Forgotten Cave, Hulking Goblin. Yeah, I mean, I like to add some cycling lands to my decks. Basically, whatever
Yeah.
colors I am. Hulking Goblin seems perfect here. That's really working out. I'm sure we'll get to see if there are other Goblin drafters at the table. There might also be a control deck that picked up some of the Matrons and Goblin Commandos
Right.
for some value. Well, this
He keeps thinking about those Forgotten Caves.
it's making me nervous.
Yeah.
It's like, is he thinking if that's reeling? But we know it's not reeling. It didn't reel the other time, so.
Oh, so Chain Lightning, double Beetleback Chief. Wow, I got to tell you, I'm hard. I know we know. Yeah, he's going to take the Chain
We
Lightning.
know that he is, but I wouldn't.
I can't imagine myself passing a Beetleback Chief here.
Especially because he picked the Chain Lightning, the very first thing in the pack.
Wow.
That's the pick
Wow.
I disagree with the strongest. That just Beetleback Chief is the number one card you want to see in your hand, or on turn 4. Another Fires. There's a Skirk Prospector.
So it seems like there's almost no chance there's another Goblin player.
At least not an aggressive Goblin
Right.
player.
Yeah.
That's my take. It's possible that the Matrons and Commandos just weren't opened. I maybe saw one total
We
at the
definitely
draft.
saw.
Did you see Matrons as
We
well?
saw at least one Matron in the
Okay.
first pack. I mean, someone may have speculated on Goblins and then gotten out of it.
In the first pack, there's a lot of finding your
Yeah.
archetype,
Yeah,
finding
yeah.
your color combination.
So there's an Aftershock.
Yeah, that's an Aftershock. If you have 2 Chain Lightnings and 1 Aftershock already, you don't even have to count. You know that you're not playing it. It's so important to have a high creature count, which is
Yeah.
very different from Khans of Tarkir, for example.
Yeah, he just takes Urnamjin there.
Okay, maybe scared of the high toughness creature.
He's like, I can't kill this.
And like Forest Walk on a 1/1 Goblin is not the biggest downside. Yeah, and then there's some blanks, but you still get to decide what do I not want my opponents to play.
Sure.
I would be quite scared of this Elephant Guide myself.
Me too.
I don't think that hate drafting the Storm deck should be your
He
top
took
priority.
the Elephant Guide. The fine art of hate drafting here.
I really like his deck.
I do too.
I think Shahar has a Goblin deck that you would be very happy about in
Right.
DMA.
What would you hate draft? I might hate draft a Sea Drake.
Yeah, Sea Drake is probably the card with the most potential.
Yeah.
As I've said, I think Reckless Charge is not something you want to ever play.
And just fight the good
Coun-
fight. Can't take out a
counterspell.
counter spell. Yeah.
Don't want people countering your goblins. Now, one matron would make this deck even better because
Yes.
you would have access to another war chief,
Yeah.
basically. And you see that he's in the right colors.
Right.
Red is just open.
You do see though the Goblin Patrol did not come back around.
And we were suspecting
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
there's not only the Goblin deck, there's the red-white aggro deck as well.
Right.
So they take Goblins as well, clearly.
Okay, there you go. I really like what he did there. I mean, he I mean, almost impossible pick to me, the double Beetleback Chief Chain Lightning pack. But he does have 2 Beetleback Chiefs already. He has the War Chief. It's just a super solid looking Goblin deck.
And he almost had the same decisions to make as Yuya, but with completely different cards and completely different colors.
Starting out on Crater Hellion, an early Scrivener, a Click Slither. Maybe thinking he's a different deck.
He had four non-Goblin deck picks before that.
Sure. So, but Click Slither on top of your Goblin deck is also pretty nice.
It's the best.
Yeah. So we're pretty happy with it, how it looks. We'll see how it plays out. One world champion. We saw the Players Championship winner, his previous draft, Vintage Masters. I kind of wish I was doing one right now.
Me too.
Let's draft the Storm deck later.
Yes.
All right. For Simon Gertzen, this is Brian David Marshall signing off from the Tournament Center.
All right, thanks very much to Brian David Marshall and Simon Gertzen there, walking you through the reigning world champion Shahar Shenhar's draft. I was just outside watching the players build. There are some incredibly entertaining decks out there. That's what you'd expect from Vintage Masters. Also had a chance to chat with Shahar Shenhar's dad, who was here last year. All the family are here again, trying to put the support network that went towards Shahar's victory last time. We're going to put some Twitters coming up on the right-hand side of your screen. And we want you to remember that you can get in touch with us using the hashtag MTGChamp. We read absolutely everything you send us, and if it's printable, there's every chance it might appear on the right-hand side of your screen sometime over the next 5 days. But also, we want you to remember that you can join the chat live in Cover It Live. Go to the main coverage page on the Wizards website, join Nate Price and all the social media gang there. They're going to have some great features over the next 5 days. In particular, when we're finished with people here at the news desk, you're going to find people going on for supplementary conversations with you directly, one-on-one, at home. So, for example, Simon Gertzen, at the end of round 1, he's going to talk to us about the main archetypes in Vintage Masters draft. If you want an expert view on Vintage Masters, get your questions ready inside Cover It Live. At the end of round 1, Simon will be over there to talk to you all, get your takes on the format, what you like to draft, what you'd have done with those incredible picks, Chain Lightning versus the double. Just deeply, deeply difficult stuff. And you'll have great fun on Cover It Live. Hang out with us all week long. And tweet us at hashtag MTGChamp. But what we're going to do now, the players are still building their decks and registering their pools for the first round. So yesterday, we had a chance to bring half a dozen of the contenders for the World Championship here to the news desk to get a sense on what their goals were for the weekend, what formats they thought might be the place to make a run, what they were nervous about, who they were nervous about. And we're going to start off by having a look at the player we just saw in action at the video wall. Let's find out about the World Championship hopes of Shahar Shenhar.
Hey, Marshall Sutcliffe sitting here, and I've got Shahar Shenhar with me, our world champion, no less. Shahar, welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to see you as always. What's it been like? You've been the world champion for the last year.
Yeah, 1 year.
What's it been like?
I mean, it's been so amazing, just like having people come up and say like, I was rooting for you, and especially like I won as an Israeli. So like when I came to Israel, it was really awesome because my family was all like really proud of me, and like it's a title, like world champion. Doesn't matter of what game you are, you're a champion of. It's just a title that everyone knows. World champion means a lot to everyone. Doesn't matter what game it is. So it's just something like my family can be proud of me and can just tell anyone they want.
I think that it's probably the highest honor you can get in our game, right? I mean, do you view it the same, or
that and like Pro Tour champion as well?
They're both right about.
Yeah, maybe Pro Tour champion is a little bit more because it's not 24 or 16 competitors. It's 300, so it is a little bit harder. But Yeah, they're very prestige.
I mean, only you would say that, Shahar. It's a little harder. But you look at the
I
list of people.
haven't top 8 the PT yet, so
Sure, but I mean, you had to
see.
beat such a tough field to get there. Reed Duke in the finals.
Right.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what it was like coming down the stretch? Did you have one of those moments where you were like, "Oh my God, I'm going to be the world champion"? Like, maybe you have the win in your hand or something.
I definitely had that moment. I don't want to say this and be too harsh, but once Reed mulligan down to 4 cards, I had a little bit, of a feeling here that something might be going right, and there's still a chance for him, of course, but mull to 4 is very bad for him, and that gives me a huge edge. So yeah, that definitely had that thought come up when you mull to 4.
Was it hard to keep it out of your head? Did it kind of dominate you?
No, not really. I was still playing the game. I've been playing this game for a long time. In feature matches and stuff, I've kind of just gotten used to staying
How long have you been playing? You're 21 years old now.
Yeah.
You're still very, very
just turned
young.
21.
You just turned 21. Happy birthday. How long have you been playing?
I've been playing since Lorwyn, so that's 6.5 to 7 years, I think.
So you were pretty young when you started, 14 or so?
Yeah, 14.
And you said that you've been able to just sort of let these things slide. The pressure, you were playing under, I was there, right?
Yeah.
And all the spotlights on you, playing against Reed Duke in the finals, and you were about to become world champion. It must have been insane for you to realize that just only a few years ago you started playing.
I'll be honest with you, I was not thinking about any of that at the time.
What were you thinking about?
I was just thinking about the game and
how do
the
you
fact
do
that I might
that?
actually win. I don't know. It's just
You always been like that?
being able to just focus on something.
Yeah, just block out.
Yeah, I think so. When I used to play basketball and stuff, when I played basketball, there's fans and people are cheering. I never even heard them say anything. You just play the game. Just an athlete, I guess.
And now you're a mental athlete as well. Now, when it comes to future goals for you, how important would it be for you to run this back? Do you feel less pressure on yourself because you've already won the world championship, or is it still there?
I feel more pressure.
More?
Yeah, now people have higher expectations of me, right? Last year when I came in, nobody said he's gonna win, but now running it back or anything, that's a huge story that I want to be a part of course.
Yeah.
And there's just more higher expectations of me. So I would say there's more pressure, not less.
Do you feel that, or are you able to block out pressure on that level too?
I certainly feel pressure before the tournament. Right now, I'm feeling pressure because the tournament's tomorrow.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, when we get to it, and we start drafting and stuff, I might be feeling pressure between the rounds, but not while playing the game itself, not while playing the match.
Now, what about leading up to the tournament? Give us a quick visual on who you tested with and how that went.
Okay, I tested with Paulo Vitor Damarosa, Williero from Brazil, Tom Martel, Josh Utterlayton, and myself. Paulo and Willie tested in Brazil on their own a little bit, and me, Raptor, is Josh, and Tom. We made it to New York right before GP Ottawa, and then we also went to GP Strasbourg, and the three of us just tested. Tom met up with us a little bit later in Strasbourg, not in Strasbourg, sorry, in Nice, where we are. But so. That's we just the three of us kind of tested in New York and then in Ottawa and here in Strasbourg, and that was about it. We also had a Facebook group, but and then we met up with Willie and Paulo in Strasbourg for the GP, and we stayed together at the same hotel, played a couple of games, and a lot of games, not a couple.
Scale of 1 to 10, how prepared do you feel?
Are any of the competitors going to see this before?
No.
No? Okay, I would say 7.
7.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Shahar. Thanks for taking the time. I'm Marcel Sutcliffe wishing Shahar all the best at the World Championship.
That's the first time I've seen that interview. And when he says, I felt more pressure, not less, I was wow. Pressure was pretty intense last year. Sure, he had the puncher's chance. As he said, people weren't expecting him necessarily to come and run the title. And even in the final up against Reed Duke, everyone basically expected Reed Duke was just going to go, aura, 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 thanks very much, trophy. But Shahar is your defending champion. A lot of people in the chat asking on Cover It Live and tweeting through to us about that chain lightning over the Beetle. People aren't so sure. Maybe we'll get a chance to ask Shahar later on. But someone we had a chance to talk with also yesterday is one of his teammates from Brazil, and they've been in the same draft pod, so who knows? They could face each other as soon as round one. Let's have a word with Brazil's Willie Adel.
Hello there. I've got Willie Adel with me from Brazil. Willie, welcome to Nice. It's nice to have you here.
And nice to be there.
Yeah. So you are here. You've got a big week ahead of you, Willie.
I know, right?
You're going to be playing two separate tournaments this week. You're going to be playing the World Championship as well as the World Magic Cup, where you are leading the Brazilian national team as well. Are you ready?
I am. Like last year I did the same, but I think this year they make it better. Like you have like a free day between like the two tournaments, so it wasn't be like that exhausting. Last year was like a marathon, like 5 days straight pretty much. But I think this year you got it right. Like I arrived earlier in Europe, so I can get used to the time zone. And then 2 days off. I played the Grand Prix last weekend, so I make like more usage to the food, to the weather, and everything. So I think I'm pretty pumped for this weekend. I think I'll be prepared.
Now, when you were doing your testing for it, was there one that you put more emphasis on time-wise for testing, the World Magic Cup or the World Championship?
Like the World Magic Cup formats are pretty much the same as the World Championship. It's like Cans Limited and Standard. And I've been playing Standard like the format is pretty much the same like since the Pro Tour, so I didn't put much effort on this one. I have like a favorite deck that I've been playing like the whole month, so I like my chance in Standard. And as Modern, I didn't play much. Like I have some time issues, like between family, business, and traveling. So I pretty much took on what I know. So I pretty much focus on the limited part. The Cans Limited at the Pro Tour, I think I didn't do very well. So I prepared a lot. I played the Grand Prix Strasbourg last week. I did pretty well in next round the finals, so I'm pretty happy with it. And the Vintage Master was the big deal, because on the first wave on the Magic Line, didn't play at all.
Oh, okay.
So when the format come back to the Magic Line like 2 weeks ago, I pretty much only drafted it. Like every single free time I have in my home, I played a lot of Vintage Masters. So it's the format I prepare the most, but it's the one that I feel I should prepare a little more if I have time.
Oh, okay. Now, when it comes to you as a person, you represent a lot, not just Brazilian Magic, but even an entire region of the globe seems to kind of funnel through you in a lot of ways. Is that a lot of pressure on you?
I don't think I feel the pressure anymore. Like 5 years ago, when I was on my peak, Magic-wise, like on my skill and everything, I think I lose a lot because I wasn't mature as I am right now. So I lost my focus more easily. I feel the pressure a lot more because I need to win, because I quit my job to play Magic. So I'm supposed to win. Like I have a family, I have a wife, now I have a baby. So in the past, like the pressure was so strong on me that it was probably one of the reasons I fell off the train for 2 years. So I come back, and I feel now, even though like my Magic is still good. Like I'm with the World Magic Cup and the World Championship.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good.
I think my biggest strength is my maturity. I won't feel the pressure. I won't be nervous. Of course, everyone that plays like any tournament Magic is a little bit nervous at the beginning, but it's not the kind of nervous that makes you lose matches and everything. It's a good thing that makes you more focused on the tournament. And I think the time was good for me.
Now, what about your teammates for the World Magic Cup? They're less experienced than you at high-level Magic. Are you able to impart some of that maturity onto them?
Yes, I think it's my biggest job there. Like one of them just top 8 the last Pro Tour, so he's a little more experienced. The other two never played in a Pro Tour before. So I think my biggest part on the team was keep them calm, like offering advice all the time, but just let them play. Like after all, it's not very different to play like on the Friday night on the World Magic Cup. It's all about Magic. So if you're having fun, if you're calm, if you're focused, you can do it. I think they might feel the pressure, but I will always be there to keep them calm and keep them focused. I think it's my work there.
Did you have a chance to test with them together? I know Brazil is a very large country.
No, not yet. Like nobody like lives close.
You're all spread apart.
Yeah, all spread like alongside Brazil, which is very good, like to the diversity of everyone. But like we have a Facebook group, as pretty much everyone does, and we discuss the ideas online, and we'll do some like live sealed testing. Like the team limited is not the same as an individual sealed, so right after the World Championship, like on Thursday before the World Magic Cup, we'll do some press settings, not only for the building thing, but all the logistics, like whoever will split the card, whoever will sort, whoever will fill the deck list. So it's the kind of thing that every single team should do, like even if you don't have a lot of time.
Well, make sure you take a day off too. You're going to be tired.
Yeah, I know.
That's a lot of magic.
I can take a week like after this week.
Okay, so the week's going to come. That's when you're going to get your rest.
Exactly.
All right, Willie. Well, thanks for taking the time to sit down with us. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, wishing Willie Adel all the best in the World Championship and the World Magic Cup.
So there.
Willie Adel is one of our 11 dream chasers, the 11 who are playing in both events. And on Sunday, BDM, we should just warn people ahead of time just how much Magic we're going to give them on Sunday, because it's going to be an extraordinary day.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see 8 teams from the World Magic Cup. So we're going to have 4 matches going in the quarterfinals. We're going to see 4 players playing in the World Championship, semifinals and finals. We're going to run the 4 quarterfinals for the World Magic Cup concurrent. Mm-hmm. But once we get to the semifinals, we see every match. So we're going to see semifinal in the World Magic Cup, final, and World Magic Cup. In the World Championship, we're going to see semifinal, final.
Yeah, so there's going to be the best part of, could easily be 12 hours of Magic, or it could be 28 hours of Magic if it's a blue-black control mirror in the final.
No Mirari's Wake in this format.
No Wake Mirror, no Keep Awake Mirror. And we thank you for keeping awake to be with us. We know for lots of you it's the middle of the night across America. Thanks for being with us. We are moments away from...
We didn't sleep. Why should people at home?
Now, you say that. Simon, we both came from Strasbourg. We're obviously European, thoroughly adjusted to this time zone.
What is this jet lag everyone is talking about?
And the key
Let me tell you.
Right. The key word in that sentence was everyone. Randy was doing the rounds at breakfast, and it was like an episode of The Walking Dead.
I went to bed last night right around midnight with an eye towards 7.5 hours of sleep, get up at 7:30. I woke up, I'm like, oh, okay, wow. I woke up maybe before my alarm. I look at my clock, 3:30.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, come on.
And did you not come downstairs for the draft? Because there obviously was one. Half the world's competitors were tweeting at 3 in the morning.
Right, well, I couldn't get to sleep. So I posted something on Twitter. I was like, really want to be sleeping right now. And, my Twitter goes to Facebook, and I look at Facebook, and Jacob Wilson likes this status.
Yeah.
Hélène Bourgeau is like, oh, yeah, me too.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of an adjustment here if you're coming from North America.
Yeah, it's certainly something Brian Kibler always felt, that when he came to a European Pro Tour, there just weren't enough days to get himself properly adjusted for the jet lag, and he really suffered from that.
Right. Everyone was talking about it at breakfast, like you said. Billy Jensen's like, okay, I slept from here to 2, and then was up, and then I got an hour's sleep, and then I was up, and you hear a lot of stories about that.
Yeah, and there is such a huge difference, Simon, in a tight field. I know that you often run the numbers for us and the way the intricacies of tournament play work. If there are players playing at 4 and 2 going into the last round of Modern, in a tournament this small, the gulf between 5-2 overnight and 4-3 overnight, which is only one round, obviously, but that's enormous. At 5-2, you're ahead of the curve for top 4. At 4-3, you're essentially behind.
Yeah. If you're in the middle of the pack, that's not where you want to be. It's 24 players, only the top 4 make it. And I really have to say, you're even going to sleep better if you're at 5 and 2.
Yeah.
That extra point also, keep in mind, over the course of the year, that extra point, that could be the difference between silver and gold and platinum for some of these players.
For sure. Or even platinum and player of the year.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot on the line. So, as we promised, we are going to show you all 3 draft players. We're going to see all 24 pods, 24 players within the 3 pods. Why don't we take a look at who we're going to see in round 1? So this is going to be our pod. We've got Paolo, Willie, Billy, Sean, Shahar, Lee, Owen, and Yuya. I can tell you what the feature matches this round are going to be. You will see William Jensen against Li Shi Chan of Hong Kong. Also in the feature match area, you will see Shahar Shenhar, the defending champion. You've just heard him interviewed. He will indeed face his teammate, Willie Adel, who you've also just heard from. If you want full play-by-play text coverage, you'll be able to get that on the match between the #1 ranked player in the world, Owen Turtenwald, up against the 9 Pro Tour top 8s of Paulo Vitor Dama da Rosa of Brazil. But that means that where we're going to start on video is with the Pro Tour champion Sean McLaren up against the 2-time Player of the Year Yuya Watanabe, and you will not want to miss turn 1 because I'm pretty certain Yuya's turn 1 is not just going to be land past the turn because his deck was very, very, very quick. Triple Carnophage, you've got to love that as a starter. So if you were forced, I know you guys haven't seen the decks for these 8, double Psychotog, somebody, but who are you interested in there, Simon, if you had to pick a winner just from that list of 8?
I would love to say Yuya, but Yuya has a deck that has to prove itself first. I think William Jensen is the most well-rounded, and I like VMA. I like that he probably knows most of the cards from when they were originally in a limited format.
Okay, BDM, pick a winner on Pod 2.
You know what? Chain Lightning over Beetleback Chief aside, I really like Shahar Shenhar's deck. And even though he was drafting with cards that were conceived before he was, I really like his chances at this table.
Okay, well, until someone proves that 9 Pro Tour top 8s aren't sufficient, I'll stick with Paolo in this one. Let's take a look at our second draft pod, and this is the pod we'll be showing you in round 2. So everyone will have 1 match win or loss under their belts at this point. So we've got Patrick Chapin, the innovator. We've got Lars Dam, the Magic Online world champion. The reigning Player of the Year, Jeremy Dezani. Pro Tour champion from M15, Ivan Flock. Yuki Ichikawa with his 2 top 8s from just 5 starts. Kentaro Yamamoto, the other Japanese player in this pod. Pro Tour Hall of Famer Paul Rietzl, inducted in Honolulu just a few short weeks ago. And Nam Sung Wook, and BDM, Nam Sung Wook is someone who hasn't had the time to really create a resume offline, but absolutely has a resume online.
Right, yeah, we talked about when the MTG Mint card guys picked him up, and they were like, oh, wait a minute, this is NSW. This is one of the top Magic Online players. So you know he's gotten his Vintage Masters repetitions in.
Yeah, and it makes a big difference if you actually know Magic Online by heart or if you just started up because you want to draft a Vintage Masters as a preparation. There's a huge difference.
How much difference would you say, Simon, there is between the Magic Online metagames in some of these formats and out in the real world?
It's really pronounced in the constructed formats, especially in Modern. I don't think it's actually a good preparation for this event to go into the queues and just play Modern matches because your opponents will not be on the same level, and the decks are probably not representative of what you're facing here.
A lot of the mechanical decks that maybe require a lot of operating time to get through aren't always going to be the most efficient choices to play on Magic Online.
And you're not going to get 20-25% of players playing Burn here, because we are looking at the best players in the world, and there's going to be a bias towards more interactive, more difficult decks.
Do you actually think that's true? I don't want to sort of actively disagree with you, but are there not people in this field who are scared witless of Vintage Masters Draft and are absolutely the 25% in on the burn plan, because that's a plan that gives you the puncher's chance of getting out of there to get into formats you do actually know? Isn't that the default emergency exit route?
So if we're talking mono red, I actually think that it's going to be some of the best players in the room picking that deck.
Right.
Because you can't make a single mistake if you want to win your matches.
Wow.
That's how tough it is.
That sounds scary. I bet Randy's going to have his work cut out for him in the booth then this morning, seeing how the players do with Vintage Masters. Let's take you to the third draft pod. This is who we're going to be watching just before lunch. So at this point, someone will be playing to win the pod. Someone will be trying to not stay alive, but avoid the 0-3. And this is the pod that's stacked with Americans. There's 5 of them. Sam Black, Reed Duke, Tom Martell, the Rookie of the Year, Ray Perez Jr., and Josh Utter-Leighton. BDM, I want to talk to you about Ray Perez Jr. because of all the 24, I think arguably he is the player who is least known by the wider Magic community, not least because as coverage we are always biased towards literally the top 2 or 3 tables in any given round. And he is so often very quietly accumulating 11 5s, 12 and 4s,
Sure.
10 and 6s, top 16, top 32, which means we often don't actually see him on camera. I actually met him for the first time last night. We've been in the same room a bunch,
Sure.
but in terms of just actually interacting. So tell us a little bit more about our Rookie of the Year.
You know, he's a Midwest player. He plays plays a ton of Magic. Was in the mix in all the WMCQs that he played in. It has a top 8 at one of the big TCG Player 50K events, and kind of comes in I think he's a player people should be scared of. He's got nothing to lose here. He's kind of the guy. Like there aren't any huge expectations placed upon him. He may be, of all the people in this room, he could be like, I'm going to have the most fun. I'm going to play a crazy deck. This would be a guy like, would you be surprised if he played something like Boggles in Modern? If he's like, wow, this deck was pretty good last year. Maybe people still aren't expecting it.
Duke proved it.
Yeah.
Why not learn from him?
And I was very impressed. He has a real clear plan on how he's going to win this, because I was straight with him. I said, look, the stats say there's 23 people who, in theory, have more reason to be hopeful than you. So how are you going to do it? And he said, I have the plan. Plan number 1 is I really like Vintage Masters Draft. I know my archetypes. I know my limitations. So I'm not going to go down a blind path that leads me into an archetype I don't know what I'm doing, and I make lots of wrong picks and my deck, I implode. So I expect to have a positive record coming out of VMA. He said, Modern is kind of a toss-up. And that, I think, is something that you said pretty much everyone is feeling. But he said, my deck is good. I know my deck very well, which is always a plus. And then he said, so I come back on day 2, in the middle of the pack somewhere, hopefully. And then I'm strong at Limited. I expect to have a positive record in Cards of Tarkir Draft. And at that point, he expects to be one of many players who are still alive when we hit Standard, and then it's almost like a brand new tournament, 3 preliminary formats, and then we all sit down with a kind of little handicap system of 1 guy who's +2 ahead of the field, 3 guys who are 1 ahead of the field, and then a couple of underdogs hanging on by their fingernails. And he said, there's no reason I can't be absolutely in the middle of that pack when I open up my Standard deck, and then somebody is going to go 5-1 or 6-0 and end up with a World Championship trophy. Why not me? I thought, there we go. That seems perfectly reasonable. Now watch him go 2-12. No, I'm sure he won't.
But that's the attitude he has to have coming in, right? He has to have the. I mean, to go 2-1 at even 2-1 at the VMA draft tables is a steep hill to climb.
Let's just say he wins 60% of his matches in the first 10 rounds. That's a 6-4 record. Nothing much more than 5-5, but he's totally live for top 4.
Right.
You have to think about the fact that you don't have to win all your matches. You can give more than 1 or 2 losses. This is not a GP. This is not a Pro Tour.
So if you were forced to pick a winner, Simon, from a table of Josh Utter-Leighton, Stanislav Sivka, Raf Levy, Tom Martell, Sam Black, Jacob Wilson, Ray Perez Jr., or Reed Duke, who do you take?
I take Sam Black.
Wow, do you?
I know he's an underdog at that table, just looking at his accomplishments, his recent results. But I have to say I'm biased towards his methodical approach. I think he's a hard worker, and he just understands a ton. And I think that's going to be very helpful in VMA.
May have more VMA drafts than any 2 players combined at that table.
I was going to say, is he experienced in VMA?
Yes, he has well over 100 drafts. I think he said 103 drafts.
103. I would guess that I've done about 50. And I have played a lot of Vintage Masters. So he has
that's a commitment.
Yeah.
Easily twice as much.
And again, you talked about the methodology. Like he keeps a spreadsheet. He knows what deck he drafted in every single one of those drafts. Knows what his result was very realistically. Not just remembering his wins.
No, the opposite.
Right, exactly.
He's basically learning. He's teaching himself and that's just one of the most impressive things you can do.
Staying with Sam Black for a moment, we've touched on the idea, so many formats, room for deck building versus metagaming. Is Modern, if we're looking at the two constructed formats, is it Modern where we should expect to see fireworks in terms of someone making a move with a very definite, this is where I want to go 4-0, quite specifically, and I'm prepared to go 0-4 because I'm just wrong? Or is Standard where people are going to be a little more adventurous, do you feel?
I feel that in Standard, people are going to be on a similar level when it comes to preparation. It's much more difficult to surprise somebody. But you do remember how Sam Black surprised everyone with Blazing Shoal at Pro Tour Philadelphia. And Modern is the format that allows you to get as creative as somebody as Sam Black wants to be.
Right. There's so much information about Standard out there. It's really hard to bring something to the table.
I think Standard comes down to the gameplay.
Yeah.
Modern, it's really... That's why people are talking to Patrick Dickman. Because if you ask him about a deck, he's going to take a napkin and write down 75 cards. And there's going to be 7 one-offs, and he can explain to you why they are one-offs and not 2-offs.
Yeah, he was. I was chatting to him over the weekend at Strasbourg, and he was looking forward to seeing what people did in Modern, because there are a couple of super safe choices, I think we can say. I mean, if there are no blue-red Delver decks in the 24, something's gone very strangely wrong with our internal metagame. And it was interesting talking to Jacob Wilson last night over dinner about birthing pod decks, because they've been kind of under the radar before Madrid, when 3 of the top 8 were birthing pod. And I said to him, is that kind of disappointing to you? Because now everyone remembers birthing pod and everyone can see it's really good. He said, no, I actually was really encouraged because I was thinking of giving up on the deck, you know. And then I saw, wow, 3 of the top 8, great. And it just, you know, I can discount the white weenie, the Martyr of Sands deck and that's not a big part of the metagame. And the Jeskai Ascendancy didn't dominate. Treasure Cruise didn't dominate. Dig Through Time didn't dominate. So he felt, that was good for him.
Or a good data point to work from.
Right. Now, he is in this pod. BDM, do you like his chances in pod 3?
I have a tremendous amount of confidence with Jacob Wilson in any format, but my player at that table is Josh Utter-Leyton.
Okay. Tell me why.
He's just been consistently one of the best players in the game for the last half a decade. He's just been consistently there, very quiet. I think consistently underestimated somehow.
Which is crazy.
It's absolutely crazy.
Unbelievable.
This guy is at the top of my Hall of Fame ballot for the year he eventually gets to be eligible to be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, you're going to see Hall of Famers. You're going to see Pro Tour champions. You're going to see Grand Prix champions. You're going to see Players of the Year. You're going to see Hall of Famers. You're just going to see the best going at it round after round. And we start with the 2-time Player of the Year, Yuya Watanabe, and he is up in action against the lone wolf from Canada, Sean McLaren. It's time for round 1 of the World Championships 2014.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth here at the World Championship. We're in Nice, France. Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler. And let's just get down to the feature match. We've got a whole lot of cool stuff to tell you. We've got their deck list, but it's time for Yuya Watanabe versus Sean McLaren, round number 1 here from the World Championship. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Championship here from Nice, France. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler. Let's meet our players.
Sean McLaren, Canada, winner of Pro Tour Born of the Gods.
I'm Yuya Watanabe from Japan, top point from Japan.
Take a look at Yuya here. As he looks stoic, as he often does down in the feature match area. His opponent, Sean McLaren of Canada, Pro Tour champion. The hair's back.
Oh, yeah.
He's let it go, and he's back. And it looks like our players are just about underway now. Vintage Masters draft here, Randy, and we've been sort of poring over all the lists and finding out what people have been up to. And Yuya's made some interesting choices. Let's get underway here.
Here's interesting choice number 1. Deathblade Elites in the deck,
Yes.
Carnophages in the sideboard.
All 3 of them.
3 Carnophages in the sideboard, 3 Deathblade Elites in the main. So he's got 9 plains, 8 swamps. He had more double white than he had double black, and he decided to run with the white base. And then he's got enough enchantments to get the Provokes set up. So he's playing the Brilliant Halo, he's playing the Imperial Armor, he's playing Spinal Graft in his main deck.
Insane.
Spinal Graft.
You don't see Spinal Graft make the main deck very often in Vintage Masters. The card quality is very high.
You have to be really good at Magic to put Spinal Graft in your deck.
Yeah.
Or really bad. Either way.
Yeah, it was
one
funny.
or the other.
I was looking at the deck list and I was frustrated because I thought he was going to play the Carnophages, and you and I were talking, Randy. I said, no, I'm frustrated because I was wrong.
Exactly.
Anyway, a nice start here, though, for Yuya with the 1-drop into the 2-drop. He's got Fallen Ascari, and all that McLaren can do is fire off a Chainer's Edict on his turn, too. But that's not going to have a huge impact here. It's just going to take down effectively a 1/1 for 1.
Yeah, McLaren actually has a Raphellos in his hand, but only 1 Forest. So unable to play turn 2 Raphellos and Acceleration. His deck is kind of interesting. It's green-black. It's a deck I used to call Trees and Removal. Like, it is
Trees and removal.
like large 4/4 or bigger creatures. In this case, they're mostly worms. 3 Arrogant Worms. He's got a Vizara. He's got a Penumbra Worm. He's got a Roar of the Worm. What he does not have is Wild Mongrel.
Ooh.
Like 3 Arrogant Worms and a
3
Roar of the
Arrogant
Worm.
Worm, but no discard outlet?
0 Wild Mongrels in the list. Does have a Raphellos, though, and a couple of Findhorn Elves. And so he's got some acceleration. He's even got an Animate Dead. He's got some removal. He's got Death Head Buzzards in the main deck because he was worried about all the token strategies, whether it's Goblins or Battle Screeches.
This sounds exceedingly fair, Randy.
His deck is all good cards, but it's low on synergy. Like, it's not... He doesn't, if he could put a couple Wild Mongrels in this deck and all of a sudden it's got those explosive, powerful draws, as it is, it's a big pile of good cards. And I don't know if that's going to be good enough.
He's got a puncher's chance with that. I saw 2 Hymn to Turok.
What he does not have is a knockout punch.
Yes. A nice start here, though, from Yuya. 1, 2, 3 so far. He plays his 4th land. Let's see what he has for this turn. But that Death's Head Buzzard could be a real issue for Yuya, as it's going to hold back certain threats from Yuya's deck. Certain threats are going to be able to get in no problem. Douthie Mercenary there has Shadow. Can just run right by the Buzzard, and it does here, and it looks like it's only going to hit for 2.
The Buzzard is just going to hold off Ascari. Yuya's not going to attack with the Ascari because he knows Sean would happily trade Death's Head for both the Ascari and the Mercenary. So Death's Head Buzzards has essentially turned Yuya into a Shadow deck.
Right, so here's Mesmeric Fiend now from Yuya to try to pick apart the hand from Sean McLaren, and it looks like he's immediately going to take the other Death's Head Buzzard.
And he sees a bunch of double green cards and only one Forest.
Yeah, Raphello sitting there right on top, and there's also an Arrogant Worm, and he's writing down the rest.
Yeah, there is a Tranquil Thicket. So, I mean, Sean does have access to the 2nd green mana. He just doesn't have access to it next turn. And he doesn't have the 5th mana. It's like it's super slow, right? He can play Tranquil Thicket. Then the next turn he can play Raphellos. Then the next turn after that he can finally play Arrogant Worm.
Interesting. Follows up with the second of his 3 copies of Deathblade Elite here and passes the turn back.
You know what he's probably going to do?
Set up one turn where he...
No, what he can do with the Deathblade Elite is he can attack, he can force the Buzzard to block, and he can use the activated ability on the Deathblade Elite to have it not deal or take any damage.
You're right, 1 and a white. So that's effectively going to nullify it, which is why he took the 2nd copy, because he can only do that to one of them.
Yeah, Deathblade Elites are nice that way.
Yeah.
All right, Sean is going to cycle the Krosan Tusker.
Yeah.
Going to get a 2nd Forest this way.
Get that Forest, yeah. It's a little tough for Sean, because he really would have liked to be able to play Raphellos this turn and start hammering out big threats, but he's not going to have that option.
The Deathblade Elite line from Yuya here is pretty nice.
I like that.
Yeah, he's able to essentially... That's one of the nice things that Deathblade Elite does do is if you're using its activated ability, it just cancels out one potential blocker. It's like your little dorky 1-drop takes away their best blocker, and then your other guys get to sort of run around and get through.
All right, so there's the Tusker Forest, and of course he gets to draw a card here. Finds another Chainer's Edict. I mean, those are taking out real spells from Yuya's side. They're sort of interchangeable.
Oh, Findhorn Elf came off the top too. I didn't see the Findhorn Elf. That must have been his draw phase for the turn.
Very nice. So what Sean McLaren's trying to do here is go big, right? He's going to try to start playing 5 and 6 mana spells continually that are just going to outpace what Yuya is able to do. The downside here for Sean is cards like the Mercenary there, that Yuya can just start pumping all of his mana into if he needs to, and taking big chunks out of Sean McLaren's list that effectively dodge an edict effect like the Chainer's Edict that's in his hand and graveyard.
Yuya drew Radiant for the turn, so he was out of gas. I think he's only got the 1 planes, though, so he's still kind of out of gas.
Yeah, you're correct. So it looks like we're going to see this play happen.
Deathblade provokes Buzzard.
Right, no great blocks here from McLaren.
And I think Yuya would be delighted if Fyndorn Elf wanted to block Fallen Ascari.
Absolutely. And then Yuya is going to get to use his remaining mana to pump up the Mercenary to get in for an extra point of damage here. So even though Yuya is effectively out of gas, he's found a nice way to use up most of his mana for the turn in a way that lets him keep the attacks coming, as Sean McLaren's taking pretty big chunks of damage now. And that was 5 damage in 1 hit.
Yeah, that Fyndorn Elf, though, that got McLaren to 5 mana a turn earlier than we thought he was going to get there. So
Did.
Arrogant Worm is going to be able to come down now.
That Dauthi Mercenary is looming,
Yeah, it's
though.
effectively just the Mercenary.
Yeah, basically you is able to sneak in some extra damage to get McLaren down to 10 here, but Sean does not have a removal spell that he can target a creature with currently, and that's going to be really tough because at some point Yuya is going to be able to just play his 6th land, just say attack with this, pump it, attack with this, pump it, and then the game's going to end.
Yeah, well, right now it's a 3-turn clock with the Mercenary. If you get top decks a land, it goes to a 2-turn clock.
Right.
Which is fast enough. Sean can't deal 20 that quickly. Meanwhile, on the back table update, whispering in my ear from the spotter, William Jensen is counting Storm.
Yes. Oh man, I can't believe it. Huey brought his scuba gear to Nice.
Wow, he's going to Chainer's Edict himself to kill his own Death Head Buzzard.
Sweet.
Wow.
And he's going to lose his Fyndorn Elf there. And it looks like he floated a mana, and he's going to play Raphaelos. What a great play from Sean McLaren. Just effectively wiping the board for Yuya, leaving him with just a 2-2 Fallen Ascari here. Sick.
Chainer's Edict is target player sacrifices a creature. Down goes Death's Head Buzzard. And don't forget, that gets the other Buzzard back into his hand.
It sure does. Oh, Yuya does not look happy with that chain of events.
Well, he's okay with the planes off the top for Radiant. He's back in it.
Yeah, that is much better. All right, so Sean McLaren thinking about how he's going to deal with these threats now. He's got 2 Chainer's Edicts in his graveyard. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 6 mana available right now, though he hasn't played a land for the turn yet. So there's a chance that if he has a land here, he just starts flashing them back, right? Just goes, hit you, get your Ascari, and hope you don't have a creature next turn so I can get your Radiant. He does still survive there, right?
I don't think he has a land in his hand. I think he cycled that Thicket.
Right.
Yeah,
he could have drawn one this turn. It doesn't look like he has, though. All right, well.
So Radiant's hitting for 3?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a 3-turn clock. He does still have the Death Head Buzzard, though, which will trade with Radiant, right? Radiant would attack as a 4-4, but then once the Buzzard is gone, she's down to a 3-3 that took 2 damage and gets -1/-1.
Correct.
So the Buzzard can trade with Radiant, and Yuya is empty-handed.
Wow, Buzzard doing work here.
Buzzard is doing some serious work. Killing the invasion creatures, too. I mean, normally it just like holds off the ground team, but...
Okay, so Raphaelos taps for 2. And it looks like Sean wants to play his Arrogant Worm here before proceeding.
Yeah, that can eat a Fallen Ascari, right?
Yeah.
It can block the Fallen Ascari. He'll take 3 from Radiant, but he can play the Death's Head to block Radiant next turn.
Right. Yeah, with this line, he takes 1 extra damage than he would have with the other line. But
he gets an Arrogant Worm in play, exactly.
Yeah, so...
Oh, Idol off the top.
Chimeric Idol. Well, I think that Worm should do a good job of keeping that at bay anyway, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you can now attack with both the Ascari and the Idol, potentially get through with 1.
True.
McLaren should be at 5, right? He took 3 from the Angel. Ooh, Giant Mantis.
We'll make sure that's up to date.
Yuya? That's a legend. Radiant Archangel is a legend. He just played his 2nd to pump up the first one.
Did he really?
Yes. Radiant is a legend.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
That's got to be
We've all
frustrating.
been there.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
And
the second
Sean's eyebrows go up
Jeez.
as he's just like, whoa. And Yuya can't do anything but smile here as he realizes what he just played.
He just played a second copy of Radiant. He wanted it to be 4/4 so that he could attack through Giant Mantis. I mean, you can see why it looked like such a good top deck. But yeah, there's a small problem. Legend rule. I was actually talking to Pete earlier. I feel like the players who were actually playing when these cards were the most recent Magic sets have kind of an edge in Vintage Masters.
I agree 100%.
You know,
as somebody
your
who
William
wasn't.
Jensens,
Yes.
you know, the guy, your Patrick Chapins, those guys got to see these cards back when they were the real cards. You've seen all these interactions before, and you kind of forget about something like, oh, Radiant's a legend.
Totally. So this is really taking a good turn for Sean beyond that, because as it stood, that didn't actually affect the board directly, but
The Giant Mantis is what affected the
Giant
board.
Mantis is now holding it back, and Roar of the Worm was just hard cast. So Sean is, I think, getting set to get his beatdown on here with the Roar of the Worm token starting next turn. He's at a very precarious 5. You know, he knows that Yuya's going to have cards that can finish him off from here, so he's got to be very careful. But he's straddling that line now that you face a lot of times in Magic of when do I become the beatdown?
You know,
right?
you know what Yuya needs to draw here?
What?
He needs to draw a card that's not in his deck. Laquatus is champion is how he wins this game.
Yes. That's what he needs. He passed it, though.
Yeah.
All right, Worm in. Rashad points out that it says 6/6. We don't need the dice on it there. Now I do see in
That's the
in
green
Sean's
version of the
hand-
worm, though.
Yeah. Sean's got a Hymn to Turok in hand here. And there is one card for Yuya, so he can take care of that. But in the meantime, let's make another worm. And Sean has really fully sort of swung the scales here. And I think here comes the Death's Head Buzzard as more of an insurance policy here.
Yeah, in case there's removal for the Mantis.
Right.
Sponge or something off the top.
Exactly. I mean, I think he figures that Yuya doesn't have anything super relevant in his hand here. All right, yeah, get those worm tokens in
Trooper's
there.
not bad.
Oh, Trooper's quite good.
It's not clear. I mean, Yuya doesn't have very much time. Also, by the way, like I'm sure Yuya feels dumb for playing the Radiant and without realizing it was a legend, but it doesn't actually change the board. It would have
Not
just been
much.
trapped in his hand, and as a 3/3, that Mantis is holding off the first Radiant, so second Radiant in his hand wouldn't actually have changed this game very much.
No. The only scenario where it would is if somehow it traded with the Death's Head Buzzard, and then Yuya would have a follow-up play.
Right.
But
I mean, the Mantis is still an issue there, but the other thing it
Yes.
could do is it's a +1/+1 if Imperial Armor comes off the top. Like Imperial
Yes.
Armor on Soltari Trooper is a way you could
Yeah.
sort of mise this game.
now this does get interesting here, though, because Sean now has to figure out if he can kill Yuya quickly, or at least force chump blocks and not die to the crackback to the attack on the subsequent turn. Because remember, Sean still has, I believe, those 2 edicts floating around in his
He does.
graveyard,
They're
and he's
both there.
got tons of mana now.
He does.
He also has to consider
3/6
attacking with all of his creatures at some point here to try to shut the door on this game as quickly as possible. So interesting stuff here, especially now that Yuya's drawn that shadow creature, the Soltari Trooper. I think there's an Arrogant Worm in hand for McLaren, also a Hymn to Turok.
You know what wins the game for Yuya that he does have in his deck?
What's it called? Tyrant's Choice.
How about Spinal Graft?
Oh, yeah.
Spinal Graft off the top would turn that shadow into a 5/5.
Oh, man. All right, there's Hymn to Turok to get rid of a Plains.
William Jensen has won game 1 with a 19 power Psychotog.
Willie Adel also picked up his first game against Shahar Shenhar in what we expect to be, maybe not a pure mirror, but 2 similar decks going at each other, sort of a red-based goblin-type strategies.
Yeah, there were 2 Goblin players at the table, it turned out.
And it looks like they're playing against each other in the first round here, so interesting. All right,
Sean,
make some mana.
just 9. Just hard cast Penumbra Worm, no problem.
Wow.
Just hard cast Penumbra Worm.
All right, now Sean wants to try to set this up so that he can kill Yuya next turn.
Yeah. He's willing. He knows he can't stop Yuya from attacking once with the Trooper, but he wants to make sure he doesn't give Yuya a second attack.
Exactly. The name of the game here at this stage is denying your opponent draw steps. Basically, he knows that Yuya's going to get one more card here, and he's going to have to live with that. But he doesn't want to let him draw a second card because every card counts. So we'll see. Can he do it? What's the attack look like? So this looks like it means that Yuya is going to have to chump block. Because if Yuya could take this much damage, then Sean would be taking a lot, probably dead on the other side. So we are going to see some amount of chump blocks. Now, Yuya's at 12. The two worms are both 6/6, but they don't actually have trample.
Right. So he has to block both worms?
At least one.
If he blocks one, he takes 12.
He takes 4, 6, 12. Yes, so both worms.
He just activated Chimeric Idol. That's why you saw him tap his lands.
Correct.
Fallen Ascari can't block, so
Death's Head Buzzard
pretty
can be blocked by
Radiant. But that kills Saltari Trooper. That is not the right line.
Correct.
All Yuya's outs involve top decking enchantments to put on top of Saltari Trooper.
Yeah, did he play the Tyrant's Choice? Did Yuya
I don't
main
think
deck
so.
it? Okay, so that's not in his deck either as an out.
I don't see it in his sideboard either. I'm just confused.
He did take one, right? I remember him taking
I thought I saw him take one, but I don't see it listed in his sideboard.
Interesting.
Yeah, if he had Radiant
Ooh,
here.
he's peeling this one slow, Randy. You
Yeah,
see
he
that?
knows. Sean said don't do it, I think. Yeah, Yuya scoops him up.
All right, and Sean McLaren picks up the first one in a real squeaker there.
That was close.
That was very, very close. Any given turn there, and either player could have taken that. Quick update from our other table there. Shahar Shenhar and Willie Adel are tied up at one game apiece.
That is despite the fact that Adel played Goblin Ringleader into 2 more Goblin Ringleaders.
Wow.
But he lost.
We'll be back after these messages.
www.mtgo.com. Friday Night Magic expands to all formats starting in 2015. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts at Friday Night Magic. Check out your local store for details, and remember to tell your friends Friday night is about to get even better. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
All right, let's take a look at one of our side tables. We're going to go to table B. Owen Turtenwald versus Paulo Vitor Damarosa.
Owen's deck is cool. Owen got that Lightning Rift that we saw Yuya open.
He did take it?
Yeah, Huey passed it, and then Owen took it third, and basically went into the cycling deck from there. So he's red-white cycling. He's got a Lightning Rift. He's got an Astral Slide.
He does have a slide.
He does. He has a slide and a rift, and he's got that balance that we saw. It went all the way around the table the long way, and he took it 8th.
I wonder if he played it. Did he play it?
Oh, yeah. No, Rift Slide can actually be one of the decks that can set up a balance, right?
Because you don't have anything
You're
on
playing
board.
enchantment. Yeah, you're exactly. Most of your game lives in your hand and in your enchantments.
So that's like justice, right? Like the balance ends up where it belongs. It's
did.
finally home.
Yeah, it totally did.
All right, Chainer's Edict from Paulo to clear off the board. No actual non-land permanents at the moment.
Now, Paulo, meanwhile, has the blue-green deck. That's where the Ether Mutation wound up. There's a Nature's Lore. He's got a couple of Mana Wars. He's got 2 copies of Grizzly Fate. A couple Elvish. Paulo did win game 1 here, by the way. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of blue-green value. It's not really a Madness deck. There may just not have been any Wild Mongrels at this table.
That absolutely could be the case.
I mean, he's got Thalicos Drifters doing its best to imitate a Wild Mongrel.
Yes.
Costs 4.
And then you have to replay.
Yeah. Sounds like Ether Mutation is how Paulo got the first game.
You and I were both pretty high on that
Such a good card.
and we saw it going around in the draft, just tears running down our face.
Yeah, no, it's like somebody has a blue. It got to the blue-green player.
It sure did. Yeah, it sounds like things sorted themselves out pretty nicely as far as the table goes.
Yeah, the drafters cooperated, and they all kind of got to do their thing.
All right, so what does Owen have? Well, he's going to start by cycling a land away, and he finds his Rift.
Yep.
Got there, as we say in the business. And there it is, Lightning Rift, pass a turn back, and things could get out of hand here. Owen's got like 5 or 6 cards in his hand.
He's got one of which is the balance, I think. If things get out of control. Yeah, there's definitely a balance.
Is this an upkeep crack of that search land there for Paulo?
Well, he doesn't want to draw land.
Yeah, so I think he's going to do it then and then have a slightly better chance of drawing a non-land card off the top of his library here. Maybe not. Looks like it was main. He's just got something lined up for this turn.
Did hard cast Elvish Aberration time?
Is that what it is?
I see one in his hand. I can't see everything in his hand, but
yeah,
could be the 4/5 for. Oh, Grizzly Fate.
Oh, Grizzly
with Threshold.
Fate.
He was cracking a fetch land, probably may have been the
Wow.
7th card in his graveyard.
Holy smokes! How
4 Grizzly Bears.
4 bears.
And it's got flashback, which I think the flashback is 7, right? He's already there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, he is.
Wow, that is 8 2/2s. You know there aren't many cards in the format that can deal with 8 2/2s. But Balance is one of them.
Yeah, the thing is, he knows about it. You guys,
Paulo
we
saw the
mentioned
deck
this.
list.
Yeah, he also saw it go by.
Also true, yeah. So Paulo should just try to
Just-
get the job done with the
Yeah.
4 Grizzly Bears and not flash it back until he forces his way through.
Interestingly, though, Owen can try to just manage the bears with the Lightning Rift, right?
He can try.
He
I mean,
can
that's what he
just-
has to do.
Yeah.
He's got what? I see a Claws. I see a Renewed Faith.
I mean, there's almost
A
no deck in the
land.
whole format that can beat 4 Grizzly Bears like that without having a lot of pressure. And this is actually one that can do it even without the balance.
Yeah. Yeah, Owen has the ability to cycle and kill 2 of these. I don't think he can do 3 because he runs out of mana, but he's got 3 cycling cards in his hand.
He can also just hope that PV gets a little greedy here maybe
Sure.
and goes for it.
All right, cycle and kill 1,
Bear down.
cycle and kill another, gain 2 life. Yeah, Grizzly Fate with Threshold, no problem. I'll take 2. Net.
See, now does this incentivize Paulo to flash it back?
Yes.
Right? Is
He
this
has
where it's
to.
like, you guys got to do
He
it?
has to. It's his only chance to beat the Lightning Rift. Like, you know the balance is in his deck, but you know the Lightning Rift is in play.
It's sitting there.
Yeah, he's got to.
All right, so more bears. Whee! By the way, I love Paulo's deck so far.
Are we out of bear tokens?
I wouldn't be shocked.
Did we not have 8? We don't have 8. That's hilarious.
All right, that little sapperling back there is a bear. It'll be the first one to go.
You don't see 8 of them very often.
No. Now, the interesting part about balance, of course, though, is that it also affects other things besides creatures,
Yeah,
namely
it hits
lands and
where
cards in hand.
Paulo would currently lose a land, and cards in hand is. I think Paulo would lose a card in hand too.
Right now, Owen's got 5 cards in hand, and he's still drawing a card for the turn as well.
Okay.
So Paulo probably played that land with that in mind. Like,
Yeah.
he's losing him anyway. You might as well try to take a few more cards out of Owen's hand if he does have balance. Oh, we found the bear.
Yep. Now, how does Owen play this? He's got to balance, right?
I think you just have to. Even if you can only kill a couple of them, he's gonna take a huge chunk of damage either way. The question is, how does he want to kind of line everything up? If he's got a land to drop, he has Basandra there, and he could play both, leaving him with a Basandra versus a bear.
Oh, that's pretty good. You
Yeah.
balance to 1 creature, and then you can rift the bear away after.
Right. I don't know if he has.
I think he has
a
cycling
tap
lands only,
land.
yeah.
Yeah. So then he has to go through the ramifications of waiting a turn to do this.
You can't wait a turn.
Well, the thing is, Paulo's not going to have reach, and I don't mean can block flying. I mean he's not going to have any
Yeah, but
way
it's
to kill.
12 power right now.
No, if he's at 18, you take 12. He's got to consider it.
First match result, by the way, Shahar got there.
Shahar got there in the
Shenhar
Goblin
over
mirror.
Adel. Not quite a mirror, but yeah, the 2 Goblin decks ran into each other, and Shahar's proved victorious.
All right, so let's see what Owen comes up with. It does feel like you have to ultimately, though, fire off that.
Yeah, this
that
is a
balance
balanced
here.
turn. It's just you're just managing like the lands and the hand and the cards in hand part of it now.
Right.
Four mana is not balanced mana. What is that card? Oh. No, that's
Is it
the resurrection.
Yeah, okay.
Jeez, he puts a 5/5 flyer into play, so it's your Basandra line just better.
Wow.
Because this line only takes 6 mana. So now he's going to balance to 1 creature, 6 land, and is that 3 cards in hand or 4?
He's got 4.
Back table, by the way, William Jensen just has Brain Freeze for 21 cards.
This is after hitting for Psychotog with 19 in the first game.
Yeah, well, look, if you need to, you can Brain Freeze yourself to make more Psychotog food in that deck.
I have never seen that happen. I'm so happy that it exists. So that's Eternal Dragon here for Turtenwald
Yes.
versus Bear.
Yes. and Eternal Dragon and,
a
Lightning Rift versus
yeah.
Bear.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks
What
like
a huge play for Owen. That balance was insane.
Yeah, it turns out that card's really powerful if you can
Yeah.
set it up.
And I thought it was fair all these years.
It's White's version of fair.
Yeah, it is. You learned that lesson early in your Magic career. All right, so what does Paulo come up with to recover from this savage beating? Well,
he comes up with game 3.
Cards. He gets cards. This could be interesting here. That's exiled. There we go. So deep analysis. And I see our special friend here, Randy. Aether Mutation is going to put a ton of tokens onto the battlefield here.
Wow. That's quite a good answer.
It sure is. Eternal Dragon right back to the hand. And now Owen's facing a similar problem to last time. Obviously a lesser version of it, but we're going to hang out on this match for a little while longer.
Yeah, I want to
here.
see how this turns out.
This one has just been too fascinating for me to leave.
This is heavyweights throwing, trading knockout punches.
No kidding.
Love it.
This has been absolutely
Is it going to be like
fantastic.
this all week?
Yes.
I didn't get to cast this tournament last year.
This is going to be just like this
for just 5 days of it.
Yep.
Sign me up.
Welcome, Randy, to heaven, my friend.
Love it.
Yeah. We've chained ourselves to the booth. We're not the only commentator pair in the booth, but we're trying to be. All right, so what does Owen do to recover here? He's got a lot of tools. Here's a Chartooth Cougar, which is going to take down the lone bear that was left and get Owen another mana. Wow, is that his library? That looks a little light to me.
Well, you go through a lot of it. You're just cycle.
But that could be an issue down the line if he doesn't, have big pressure. I don't know the life totals currently, so it's hard to say if Paulo's ready to sort of, clear things off.
Owen's on 16, PV's on 17.
Right. So that is actually a consideration here because Owen should be able to deal with these Saprolings one way or another. Maybe play a creature, cycle something.
I mean, he's got infinite cycling with Eternal Dragon.
Yes.
Or until he runs out of cards to draw, he can just keep cycling Eternal Dragon.
I'm wondering if, how Owen's actually going to face his library as a potential issue here down the line if this game continues along the same path.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to pass a turn back to PV, who's going to attack for 6 damage here. One of them's going to get shot down. And it does look like Owen has to just sort of manage it here.
What? That William Jensen brain freeze didn't get it done?
It was not enough. Li Shitian manages to equalize with 1 card left in his library.
Wow.
And wow, now Paulo's found a second copy of Grizzly Fate. The Bears are back.
I don't...
How is Owen supposed to deal with this?
I don't
He's
know.
got 10 creatures on the battlefield. And hey, there's 4 more waiting in the graveyard.
This is after he balanced away 6 creatures.
Yes, this is all that same game. This is just great stuff. Vintage Masters. This is just great.
I think PV's got it. I thought it was going to game 3 after that
I did
balance.
too.
That looked great for Owen, but the second Grizzly Fate is tough. The Aether Mutation bought him all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grizzly Fate with Threshold and Flashback into Aether Mutation into Grizzly Fate with Threshold and Flashback. Throw in a deep analysis for value in the middle.
Owen has his engine going. He
does?
can Lightning Rift as many times as he wants. I just don't think it's going to matter.
Not good enough. Paulo Vitor Damodorosa, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. 3 bears, 6 saprolings, 4 more bears incoming.
PV's seen the deck list. There's just only the 1 balance.
Yes. Pyroclasm, not in Vintage Masters.
No, the rest of it is all 1-for-1s.
Yeah, and Owen, it's sad because Owen's got himself to the point where he kind of wanted to be.
Mm-hmm.
And Paulo just had the answers, and here's more cycling happening here. This is a Noble getting cycled for a Plains, which he's going to immediately play. Kill the bear, suppose. And everybody comes in. And there's a Solar Flare on a bear, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 damage.
And it deals the Saproling too. Cycle to deal 1, Lightning Rift to deal 2.
Right.
I mean, he still takes, what, 6?
8.
In between. Takes 7.
Right.
Down to 1.
And Owen's at 1.
Yeah, I don't think he can kill those creatures fast enough. Yeah, and Paulo's just going to flash back the Grizzly Fate.
Yeah, he knows the list, and he knows that there's nothing to fear here. And he can just go full bear mode. And
what a game.
Paulo Vitor Damarosa is going to pull this one out, it looks like, as I don't think Owen has anything left in his list. I mean,
Paulo's
look at
up
that
a game,
board.
right? This is the match, right? Paulo's up a game?
Paulo is up a game, that's right. Owen's just doing some double checking here to make sure there's just something that he can do. I mean, how do you lose with Lightning Rift 6 cards in your hand and infinite lands?
Yeah.
It's so tough, but
it happens sometimes.
We found it.
Yeah.
The second Grizzly Fate, too. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think the Aether Mutation alone was good enough. He could have killed all the Saprolings. It was the second Grizzly Fate. What a cool game. I love this format.
Yeah, this is great.
It's really good stuff.
Kill a bear. And that's going to do it. Owen Turtenwald extends a hand. Let's jump back over to our main feature match where we've got Sean McLaren up a game against Yuya Watanabe, and they are underway in their second game currently.
Yeah, it looked like Sean had to turn to him to Turok to try to take the sting out of Yuya's draw. Yuya's using Paralyze to sort of force his way through.
I do enjoy a Paralyze, Randy. Kind of found my friend Paralyze
Yuya's
with
got all
Vintage
his
Masters.
He's got all his creatures turned sideways, which is kind of where he wants them. But Famine!
Famine. He's actually got that in the main deck. He would have brought it in if it wasn't already, but it's going to deal 3 damage to each creature. It does hit players as well, so it can get a little sketchy, but plenty good here.
Yeah, no, it is effectively
a Wrath of God. 4/1?
Yeah, he got...
he didn't get the Chimeric Idol, right, because it was in artifact mode. So
yes.
He did get to kill 3 creatures, though. But here's Yuya Watanabe following right back up with the Soltari Trooper.
But he's hellbent. That's it.
Yes.
He's basically down to just the Trooper, which is right where he was last game.
And here's Ring of Gix for Sean McLaren, a great card. Those of you familiar with Icy Manipulator, was this a fixed Icy Manipulator?
Yeah, basically.
Is that what that was?
Yeah. 6 mana. 3 mana Icy, but with Echo, so you got to pay 6 for it. Very good in Limited. I mean, never...
Incredible in Limited.
Sort of almost made the cut into Constructed when there was a lot of sort of artifact-based decks. But yeah, great Limited card for sure. He's, of course, going to pay the Echo, and now he's answered the Trooper. You just got to draw something off the top.
He does. It feels like Sean is going to be able to close this thing out, just given the fact that he's got, 4 cards in his hand. But you never know. Yuya's deck is definitely capable of just going threat, and kind of overwhelming what Sean's trying to do here.
Yeah, I mean, Sean's still pinched on mana. It's not like he can start attacking with the Arrogant Worm. I mean, he's clearly paid the 4 to untap it once with the Paralyze, and now he's just got a 4/4 wall on defense. Giant Mantis can't really attack through Chimeric Idol either.
Did Sean have a Fyndhorn Elves or something?
Looks like it, yeah.
Before? Is that how we got that worm in play?
I think it died to the Famine. Yeah, it died to the Famine.
Right.
He's got an Animate Dead, but there's no juicy targets at this point. Does he just start attacking with Death's Head Buzzard? Is that the line? Can't do it yet because he wants to leave mana for Ring of Gix. I guess basically the only spell he could play that turn would have been the Animate Dead, but there weren't any targets worthy. I don't know. I might have animated Dauthi Mercenary there just to get a clock on the table.
As opposed to doing nothing? Yeah, that does seem...
I mean, you're
like, is
saving
he,
it for
is he
later.
waiting for something like really sweet, or he's going to cycle away a Thicket there?
Oof.
He just found Visara.
Visara the Dreadful. That's a good Magic card.
I think that's exactly what Yuya's going to be thinking when it hits the table in a turn or two here. Dreadful indeed. She is nasty. I mean, that card completely dominates any board that it's on, especially in Limited, where we're creature based here. This is a
Sean is not willing to tap out for it though. He's not willing to take a Trooper hit. He's leaving up the mana to activate Ring of Gix. He wants the 7th land before he plays Visara.
Yeah, I mean that turn he couldn't anyway because he cycled the Thicket.
Cycled the Thicket to draw it. Oh, you're right. You're right. We don't actually know if he would skip a Gix activation for Vizara.
I'm curious. He's at 7.
Yeah, no, I thought it was totally reasonable to just play the buzzard and say go rather than tap out for Vizara.
I think so too.
Find out next turn.
Yu's trying to find a way to defeat Sean. You'll see the numbers in parentheses next to our players. That's their ranking, their current ranking on the top 25 pro rankings. And you'll see a lot of parentheses numbers in the World Championship.
Most of the top 25 is here.
Sean enjoying his spot at number 4 in the world currently. Yuya's number 9, and he'll bounce around. He's just sort of always in there.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to stay in the top 25, but not for Yuya.
There's only 3 guys who've actually played all 3 of these super exclusive World Championships. Sort of, we're retconning the Players' Championship from 2 years ago, the one Yuya won. Calling it that year's World Championship seems reasonable. So there have been 3 of these. Okay, Sean drew the 7th land, so he gets to play Vizara and still have ring mana. But yeah, there's only 3 guys who played all 3 of them. Yuya's one of them. Reed Duke. And Josh Eder-Layton. That's it. Those are the only guys who played all 3.
Super impressive. I actually interviewed Reed about it. We might get a chance to watch it throughout the course of the week here, and I asked him about that, what it was like to play in all 3.
Yeah, it's definitely everyone, all the top pros, their year kind of revolves around trying to get back to Worlds.
Yeah. I'll give you a hint at what he said. That's not his goal.
Getting back's not good enough.
All right, so here's Mesmeric Fiend now for Yuya, and he's going to see a Mantis as well as the Animate Dead. And Yuya's got to do a quick graveyard check to make sure that
Sean
can't get anything good back. That's probably more of an insurance play for his Vizara
That
at this
Animate
point.
Dead is the most likely creature for it to get is Vizara, I think.
Yeah. But this is really just Yuya slowing, like trying to slow the bleed here. Because with Vizara on the battlefield, if Yuya were to take something that was really important to Sean, he could just kill the Mesmeric Fiend and take it back. And I think what's going to happen here is that Sean's probably just going to ignore the Fiend. And this is an interesting design thing too, Randy. You'll taking a look at Vizara on the right-hand side of your screen there. You don't see this very often anymore. A creature that attacks really well, but also has an activated ability that has it tap, where you have this decision of, do I want to do something awesome or something else awesome? They tend to sort of be one or the other these days. But this is an interesting decision for Sean, because he also might just want to start hitting for 5, right? If he's not that worried about the board state, he can just start cracking. Now, if he feels like this game's going to go for a few more turns anyway, he'll start picking off creatures from Yuya, because Yuya really can't win from that point.
And he's seen the list, so he knows there's no reach. There's no like Laquatus' champion coming down from the top rope or anything.
Right.
Yeah, Buzzard pecks away. Yeah, Vizara doesn't actually change the math. She can. Oh.
Oh my gosh, we're getting an update from our back table about Huey Jensen playing 2 brain freezes on his go-off turn for 31 mil cards.
That was enough?
Which got there.
Okay. Game 2, it wasn't enough. No. 2 brain freezes did not get it done. All right,
Yuya has seen enough as Sean McLaren has really put his stamp on that game with some really powerful stuff, Vizara, Ring of Gix, and he defeats Yuya Watanabe 2 games to 0.
Wow, that was a fun round.
That was a fun round.
Didn't actually get Huey on camera, but I feel like we pretty much did.
Huey
brain freezes and Psychotogs
is on Storm. He's not the only one.
No, but he's not really a Storm deck. He's a Psychotog deck.
I mean, you're saying that, but he just double brain froze his opponent out for 31. He's also a Storm deck.
Also a Storm deck, I will give you. But I mean, he could have attacked for the win from Psychotog, I'm hearing, except there was 1 blocker. So he's like, all right, fine, I'll win this way. But I mean, what he's got is a control deck. I mean, we've got the list here, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of counter spells. He got the Mana Drain that was floating around. So he's got 2 Psychotogs and a Palinchron. He's got 2 Nightscape Familiars. While he is playing 2 Dark Rituals, he is playing the Temporal Fissure. All right, fine, it's a Storm deck. I concede.
It's both. It is both.
But the fact that it's both, he's got 2 Plea for Power.
2 of them?
2 of them. Both 2 Plea for Powers, 2 Deep Analysis. He's got a Turnabout in the deck. So yeah, he basically his creature set is just 2 Psychotogs and a Palinchron. Yeah, this is an awesome, like, it's a Psychotog Storm deck. I don't know which one's plan A, which one's plan B, but both plans are awesome.
Yeah, and he gets to choose, right? I mean, as the game progresses, he gets to take a look and say, well, in this particular matchup, I mean, because the thing about Psychotog that you have to remember is it's a great blocker, too.
Oh,
it just comes down and just blanks everything from attacking into it.
You can't attack through it.
Yeah, I learned that. In Vintage Masters, because that was the first time
those of us who were playing, 12 years ago knew it from Constructed already, but yes.
Right. There are 2 drafters in our field that have drafted Storm.
Yes.
Not just Huey Jensen.
Yes.
Now, this was at a different table.
Yes.
There's really only room for 1 Storm player, but we'll bring you all that and more in a little bit. For now, let's send it back to the news desk where Richard Hagan and Simon Gertzen await to talk a little bit more about Vintage Masters.
All right, thank you so much to the guys in the booth, Marshall Sutcliffe, Randy Buehler down there with a terrific match. Sean McLaren taking out Yu Watanabe in round 1. Meanwhile, William Jensen over Li Shi-Chan with some pretty entertaining stuff. William Jensen's got a terrific deck. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk a lot more about Vintage Masters, and we're going to set things up to stick it on YouTube for you for perpetuity. So if you're getting into Vintage Masters, you can look at some of the key archetypes. So coming right up, it's a look inside Vintage Masters. Everyone, welcome to the news desk here at Nice, the nerve center for 5 days of epic magic and the start of your journey, perhaps, into the very deep waters of Vintage Masters Draft. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, sitting alongside me, Pro Tour champion Simon Gertzen. And Simon, you've done 1 or 2 Vintage Masters Draft yourself?
Yeah, maybe a bit more.
How many?
About 50, I would guess.
Okay, so that probably means you've had a good look at most of the major archetypes. What we're going to do now is work our way through, well, just some of the color pairs, some of the most interesting pairs where you've got different paths to take, different archetypes you can go for. And also, Simon, it's such a huge set. That's the first thing that struck me. When I went down the set list, it went on and on and on.
Yeah, we don't really see large sets like this anymore. But they really pack basically every good card into there. Of course, we have the special rarity, we have the rares, but even the commons. There's just so many vast archetypes out there.
All right, so we rolled the dice. We've chosen these more or less at random. So why don't we kick off with green and white? And certainly by looking out at what the players were doing, Simon, during the build, a couple of green-white decks I saw, well, they were all about auras. What's going on?
We have the green-white deck being the aura deck, the provoke deck, I like to call it, because the 2 provoke creatures, Deathblade Elite and Krosan Varian, are really what drive this archetype. You see the Dreampod Druid and Imperial Armor, so that gives you an idea of how important the auras really are. And even if it doesn't quite work out, you still get a solid aggro deck, and white is arguably the best color in the format. So while a lot of people were drafting white aggro decks, it took people a little bit of time to realize how powerful it was to put an Elephant Guide on a shadow creature or even a provoke creature. So this deck is actually one of the best decks in the format that's not as popular as some of the other archetypes.
I wanted to ask you about the storm creatures, because I certainly grew up with Soltari Priest, Soltari Monk on turn 2 into Imperial Armor on turn 3, for example, which was extremely powerful, I can assure you. But you're missing both Monk and Priest from Vintage Masters, and everything in the shadow, not Storm, of course, in the shadow world is a little more expensive, but still really good.
I mean, Soltari Trooper, you get a 2/2 that's virtually unblockable for 2 mana, and your opponent might have a shadow creature to block with, so it's not unblockability, but it comes really close.
Okay, so why don't we look at some of the top commons. There you see you've got Battle Screech, Soltari Trooper, Elephant Guide, Wild Mongrel, and Banalish Trapper. What stands out to you there, Simon?
We have to talk about Battle Screech. I mean, this is the card that we are going to see on top of this list. It used to be an uncommon in Judgment. It's a common in Vintage Masters. And I think that white is most likely to be the most drafted color, and that's because Battle Screech is just so good.
Can you just back us up a step? You say it used to be an uncommon, now it's a common, but on our screen it's still Battle Screech. So just to explain to people what's going on with the rarity, because it's complex.
It's complex, and that's because it's only a common in the virtual world. There is not going to be a real live Battle Screech at common. And the power level of Vintage Masters is so high that during the development phase, they really wanted to make this the best limited format possible, and that meant taking uncommons like a Battle Screech or Arrogant Worm and moving them down to common, which you could never do in a regular limited format.
Right, and fundamentally what that does is instead of saying that there's one, maybe two Battle Screeches in an entire set of 24 packs at a draft table, now maybe you get 4, 5, 6, depending on distribution and so on.
Exactly.
Right, so the commons are commons still where the heart of the format is? Because we always teach newer players in Limited, commons are your bread and butter, commons form most of your deck every time you draft. Is that still true here, or is the power level such that we're kind of looking elsewhere?
The power level is super high, and I think it's actually in the uncommons. You want to have the uncommons to really drive your deck, and that could be a two-color archetype. It could also be single-colored cards like Goblin, War Chief, Rites of Initiation. You see where I'm going. You really want the build around me cards at the uncommon level, and then at common you often get 2 or 3 of the same card because others are just not interested in them.
Okay, let's have a look at the top uncommons in the white-green auras list. Let's see what we've got here. So Armadillo Cloak, fabulous card. We saw Yuya Watanabe draft that first today over the rare Icarid. Seems perfectly reasonable. Dream Pod Druid, Swords to Plowshares, of course, been fantastic in many formats. Imperial Armor, and Piana Nomad Captain, which isn't a card I used to pay a lot of attention to when that was legal in Standard.
Yeah, also a card that moved from rare to uncommon. It works awesomely well with Battle Screech. It's not really a card that needs the green-red aura deck, but that you're happy to play in any white deck. Yesterday, at the evening reception, there was talk of picking Dreampod Druid over Power 9 cards. First pick, first pack.
And there were people advocating that.
Yes.
Now, this is presumably in a world where you don't actually get to walk home with your piece of power.
True.
Okay, that's fair, because I don't think I'd have that kind of discipline. All right, so that's white-green auras. If there's a takeaway for this deck, what should people be prioritizing? Is it base white? Is it base green? Is it base auras, if you will?
Almost all white decks are base white, so you can support Battle Screech and actually flash it back. You need a third white creature for that. And then you can usually get the auras because nobody else is taking them. I like to take the efficient 2-drops very highly, and Deathblade Elite and Krosan Varine make your deck the green-white aura deck.
Well, I certainly saw someone with triple Krosan Varine and double Armadillo Cloak. Pretty sure that was a deck out there in the field. We'll see what happens with that as we move on to our next color pair, and we're going to look at white-red, and we've put up tokens / slide, but that's not really one deck. There's plenty of directions to go with white-red.
Yes, and that's still because of Battle Screech. Battle Screech alone is almost a deck. You can draft White Weenie. You can also pair it with red cards, which gives you the token theme, which moves over into Goblin. So you see there is a sliding scale where you go from red-white or mono-white, mono-red, whatever you want to draft, really. And then there's a completely different deck, which in its best incarnations plays maybe even 0 creatures. Well, 0 creatures that do not also have cycling.
Right.
And that's when you get Astral Slide and Lightning Rift going.
So that's where you're happy to play cards like Chartooth Cougar or whatever,
Yes,
because
exactly.
they cycle.
Because sometimes you want to drop it as a 6-drop, but you really just want to draw into your powerful enchantments that we know from Onslaught Block Constructed, and then you get going.
It says there, risky to draft, that sub-theme. Why risky?
I think the risky part is you can't move in without having one of these enchantments. Because if you don't open one and players are picking it maybe, or there's just not one on the table, you run into the same danger as being in the Storm deck without Storm cards. If you have all the cycling cards, like, how are you going to win a game if you just cycle cards the whole time?
Right. Why don't we look at the top 5 commons for white-red? And we're getting this data from Magic Online. So this is you people at home who are drafting Vintage Masters, seeing what you pick. And they're, of course, Battle Screech at the number 1, Chain Lightning, Beetlebat Chief, the Trooper, and Solar Blast, which I don't really remember being particularly awesome, even in less powerful formats.
And that's because it has cycling, so it definitely belongs into the Astral Slide Lightning Rift strategy. We basically have Battle Suite, just power. We have Trine Lightning efficiency. Beetleback Chief is the most interesting to me because it's a value card that's superb in aggressive token strategies. All kinds of pump effects or rites of initiation make it incredible. But if you're control with Astral Slide, you would love to have a Beetleback Chief. You just abuse the enters the battlefield trigger.
Right, so we're just going, oh, up we come, oh, back we go, 2 more, and 2 more, and 2 more. It's like a Goblin Trenches almost.
Exactly, and you get to use a lot of goblins in different strategies, which is kind of a neat thing in this format.
Talking of goblins and trenches and Goblin Trenches, why don't we take a look at the top 5 uncommons for White Red and see what we've got going on there. The top 5 uncommons are, oh, there's a shock.
It's almost
Goblin
like you knew it.
Yeah, almost. One of my favourite cards of all time, Goblin Trenches, Flametongue Kavu, FTK, as it's known, Carevex Torch, the X spell, Swords to Plowshares, and Piana again.
Yeah. You need the Piana if you don't have only goblins, otherwise you can also take Goblin General. Goblin Trenches, those who have played against it know what a card it is. It doesn't look like it beats you immediately, which it doesn't, but then your opponent just passes the turn with 6 mana up and just sacrifices 3 lands, puts into play 6 goblins, and you're like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah. Well, I must admit, I didn't really know what to do with the Nomad Captain before today, but thanks for the piano lessons. That was great. So let's move on, and we'll take a look at Madness. It is Madness, Simon, here, I tell you. And it's blue-green, so walk us through this.
Blue-green Madness was probably the deck that was most anticipated out of Vintage Masters because it's somewhat easy to see, right? You see a Wild Mongrel, you see an Arrogant Worm, you think back of the times where this was standard legal, and this is what people are doing in Vintage Masters Draft. Turn 2 Wild Mongrel, end of turn, discard Basking Woodwaller, Madness it, turn 3, pass the turn with 3 mana up, and you know that's Arrogant Worm.
Right, for sure. I want to ask you about this archetype specifically because it's an archetype that utilizes a skill set that I wouldn't say it's been lost in Magic, but it feels to me like it's a very specific kind of brain and mental pattern that goes into playing Madness efficiently. I mean, there was always this sense of looping things round and things not being quite what they seemed. And certainly when Madness was, again, in Standard, I wouldn't go near a Madness deck because I don't have the brain that works in that particular kind of pattern. Is it something that you need to train your brain into to play a deck like this?
If you've never done it, definitely. There's enough players here who have played Madness when it was legal, but I think the most difficult card is actually Wild Mongrel. Super powerful, of course, but it shows you that every card you have is a resource. And then we are talking about Madness cards, we're talking about other cards that you want to discard. You have to decide, am I playing the Mana War? Am I discarding it? You have to think about Threshold, maybe. You have to think about having fuel for your Waterfront Bouncer. There's so much going on.
Okay, so why don't we take a look at the top commons in this very intriguing archetype, blue-green. We see the Wild Mongrel, and so Madness is just here all the way, the top 3, Madness, Madness, Madness. But then there's no real link with the other 2. Mana War is just this fantastically efficient bounce spell, and Fyndhorn Elves accelerates. So what's going on with these top 5?
Well, Arrogant Worm is the card that you want to Madness out the most because it's a 4/4 trample on turn 3. It is not an uncommon in VMA, it is a common. And then when you look at Mana War, that's just a very efficient tempo card. And why Fyndhorn Elves is so good is you really only care about the early game. And that's because additional cards in your hand, well, they also pump Wild Mongrel for free. Why should you play 6-drops if you can just discard excess lands, excess spells, to really just win the game with your plays on turn 1 to 3?
All right, let's look at the top uncommons then for Blue-Green Madness. And we begin with Roar of the Worm, the mighty 6/6. And you get to flash it back. Waterfront Bouncer has been making people miserable for a very long time. Grisly Fate, Ether Mutation, and finally Serendib Ifrit.
Ether Mutation is basically the uncommon version of Mana War. A bit more expensive, but more powerful. I think we saw Apollo Vitor play both Ether Mutation and Waterfront Bouncer, and Grisly Fate, already. So we saw the power of these cards. Roar of the Worm is basically an Arrogant Worm that costs 4. But you get a 6/6, and sometimes you do draw all these lands, so you want to make use of them. Waterfront Bouncer is just so horrible to play against.
Yes, it really was. I had a year of being miserable. Mind you, I can't complain. I used to wasteland Richard and Port people, so, not a very nice human being, it turns out. Now, For people who played with the Orzhov guild when we returned to Ravnica, they're used to a very sort of grindy, mid-range, keep the game going, I'm going to beat you eventually with kind of whatever's left. That was a white-black archetype. What is white-black doing in Vintage Masters?
In my opinion, white-black is the control color because you have access to Death Grasp and a lot of removal spells. So you don't care about the early evasive creatures. You care about maybe the rare mass removal spell that you can get, maybe a Famine. And then it does get kind of tricky how to win the game. I've definitely cast a Baleful Force for 8 mana just to somehow finish things.
Let's look at white-black attrition then, as we call it. So best combination of threats and answers, get things back from the graveyard, but it does this to generate card advantage than just actually obliterate people by going over the top. And of course the removal suite. Well, I was about to say, of course the removal suite in these colours is fantastic, but white hasn't always had the best removal. Sometimes white gets nerfed pretty strongly in the removal department, but here in Vintage Masters it really is a great crop.
Yeah, and it's not of the pacifism variant, it's really just exile target attacking creature, or, well, non-white attacking creature, or it's exile creature, you get a 1/1 flyer. I don't have to worry about late-game bombs beating me with black-white.
Why don't we take a look at the top 5 commons then for white-black. So we have Battle Screech up the front, Soltari Trooper, Benalis Trapper, the Trapper, Soltari Emissary, and then Expunge. That's the first time we've seen that in this little segment.
Yeah, Expunge, not a card that most of the other decks that we've talked about won, mostly because it's black, and a lot of the good decks in this format are very proactive, so it does mean that it's a bit more complicated to draft control, also because even though the creatures are from older sets, they are very powerful. Expunge just kills a creature. We've talked about Battle Screech enough, I think, but one thing to remember is if you're drafting white-black control or attrition, you do have to get the third creature there somewhere. Battle Screech doesn't fuel itself. That's very important to remember.
All right. So there are commons in white-black. What about the top 5 uncommons? Let's take a look and see what we have to see. So we've seen Swords to Plowshares already, Piano Nomad Captain, and now here are 3 new cards into our mix: Death Grasp, Dark Hatchling, and Radiant Archangel, which is legendary apparently.
You do get a good idea of the power level of this format when you look at the 2 uncommons that used to be rares in their formats. Death Grasp is the dream of any control player in Limited, and it actually goes around the table quite late, because if you are not in white-black, if you are not drafting a control deck, you just can't support it usually. And Dark Hatchling, you just have to read the card. You tap your 6 mana, you get a 3/3 flyer, kill your opponent's best creature. Tremendous, especially against the aura strategies.
Yeah, seems fantastic. All right, so that's white-black. We'll stick with the black, and we'll pair it this time with red, which traditionally in Magic history has been pretty aggressive.
Yes, black-red aggro, you get all the cheap drops, and you do dip into goblins a little bit, which can make for some weird decisions or difficult decisions. Are you really going all in on goblins, or do you want to take the goblins that support my black-red deck? And those are different cards, because a card like Goblin General is really only good if you have the Beetleback Chiefs and a lot of goblins, let's say 12 goblins or more. And if you want to really also include Fledgling Djinns, Carnophage, Fallen Askaris, then you don't want Goblin General, double red, 1/1 in your deck. Now, I think that both mono black aggro and mono red aggro, that would be the Goblins deck, are basically just as viable. You lose out on some of the gold cards, but it's really 3 decks. Once again, as with white-red, you have the whole spectrum to choose from.
Do you have a preference for red or black, in the sense that watching Yuya outplay, what we saw in round 1 is that, yes, obviously he was going to be the beatdown initially, but once McLaren stabilized, that really was the end, because there was no reach coming from, and I don't mean the keyword reach, once again, we're just talking about the ability to close out a game kind of not on the battlefield, just point a burn spell at the opponent's face or just make them lose a bunch of life in some way. Just not something that's there really in the black, whereas obviously red Fire Blast is just a prime example of, oh, you've completely locked up the game, but I have 4 draw steps to find the thing that's just going to kill you.
Chain Lightning, Solar Blast. But then on the other hand, the Goblin deck really also wants to just have a dominating board position. It's not a burn deck in that sense that it just has 2 creatures and then wins with those. It needs a swarm of creatures to win.
Okay, let's take a look then at the top 5 commons in black-red in this aggressive strategy. Let's see what we've got for you. So, removal, Chain Lightning, removal, Kindle, removal, Solar Blast, removal, Expunge. Oh, and by the way, here's Beetleback Chief. The thing is, a lot of people, when they look, they're like, you're giving me a 2/2 for 4 mana, and I'm meant to be aggressive? How does that work? And I take it there's not a lot of haste going on here. So, I mean, you do have to wait until the following turn before... So it's turn 5, essentially, before he actually does his thing. Is he good in black-red aggro?
He's good in all red decks. That's just the secret. It's the poor man's Battle Screech, basically. If you are in red, that's the card you want. And it's important that it's on there because I think the 4 removal spells are a bit misleading. We've talked about the importance of having reach with Chain Lightning, but for example, Kindle and Expunge are only good if that allows your earlier creatures to attack through. So I can easily see, especially at this tournament, players drafting creatures over these removal spells once they have, let's say you have 2 Chain Lightning and an Expunge. I would definitely take a good 2-drop over any of these.
Right. Why don't we look at the top 5 uncommons in black-red then? And we give you Blazing Spectre. Oh, what a... Uncommon? Uncommon? Who made that happen? Blazing Spectre at uncommon, Flame Tunkavu again, Kevex Torch and Fireblast. You see, again, we talk about reach. Here it is, just to the face kill you. And Goblin Warchief, a spectacular part of any Goblin deck.
Exactly. Not as good if your creature base is Carnophages and Fledgling Djinns, but Goblin Warchief is one of the build around me uncommons that you want to really see in your opening pack. I think Blazing Spectre is actually in VMA, it's probably not the strongest card compared to some of the other cards we are seeing. So that makes Black-Red not as attractive as an archetype for me personally. On the other hand, Flame Tunkavu, Kevex Torch, that's just really, really good red cards.
Well, we've had a look at white-green and white-red. We've had a look at attrition, white-black. We've looked at black-red aggro. How about, and we've looked at madness, how about we move on and have a look at blue-white? Hooray, I'm super excited. And then you're going to say aggro to me?
You were hoping for 0 creatures?
Yeah.
Wrath of Gods? No, that's not how Vintage Masters works. You actually see that a lot of these decks are really, really proactive, and that, for example, the white-black deck needs a very specific strategy to beat that, and we'll see the same thing with black-green later. And blue-white is the most evasive of these decks because you have Shadow and Flying. And then you still have the temporal elements of the Blue-Green Madness deck in the form of Mana War.
Yeah, I think it's actually worth saying for people who don't remember Shadow first time around and are about to embark on Vintage Masters, Shadow was this incredible mechanic in a very real way that was almost like a third dimension of attacking. You were used to having creatures on the ground, you were used to having creatures in the air, and Shadow was this sort of parallel universe, essentially, or almost like an underground attack, and you basically had 3 tiers of people attacking. And so you had all these walls back in the Tempest era, and you're like, yeah, fantastic, look at my great ground defense. And sure, you'd have people flying over, but more importantly, you would have them shadowing through and around and under. Shadow was an amazing mechanic. Why don't we take a look at the top 5 commons for this aggressive, I still don't feel right saying that, aggressive strategy. Of course, Battle Screech is up there. You see the Trapper, the Trooper, the Emissary, and the Man of War. And all these cards we've already seen in other archetypes.
Yeah, and the cheap white creatures are just preferable because that means you can cast and flashback Battle Screech in the same turn.
I'm going to interrupt this just for a moment. Before we get to the uncommons, just come back to the desk here because we try to keep in touch with everything that's going on. You want more Magic, we want more Magic. I can tell you that this round, extraordinarily, has not finished. Right now, Jeremy Desani and Paul Rietzl are still going at it. They are in Game 2. Paul Rietzl won Game 1. In Game 2, it looked like Rietzl was ahead early. Desani came back into things. And where we are right now, they are in essentially a board stall, and we've reached, Simon, that immaculate moment in every long game of Magic where somebody blinks first and starts counting the cards left in their own library.
I saw William Jensen do that when there were 27 left, but that was a different reason.
Yes. So what we're going to do for you, I can tell you that if we get a game 3, you will get a game 3. We will put the reigning player of the year, Jeremy Desani, and we will put the Pro Tour Amsterdam champion, Paul Rietzl, into the feature match area. If it's 2-0, great news, we get on to round 2. But you will see the deciding game and final game of round 1 if it happens. And of course, we'll bring you the result if Rietzl takes it down. But meanwhile, that's where we are in the tournament. But you're just about to tell us all about the top uncommons in this blue-white aggressive thing. I'm getting better at this aggro thing.
Yes, Radiant Archangel, you've already mentioned it. It's like, have I talked about Battle Screech enough yet? You get four 1/1 flyers, and then you play Radiant, and it gets +1/+1 for each other creature with flying. So that's not only yours. Is there a flyer somewhere? Radiant counts it. That's just an amazing 5-drop. It is a bit on the high casting cost side of things, but it's definitely a great card to start the white-blue deck with. Swords to Plowshares, once again, super efficient. And then we see some cards we've seen in other archetypes as well. Where I wouldn't call them the build around me cards, Surrender Befried and Piana, but if you start with that, you're gonna get a good deck.
Okay, so just come back to me for a minute. So just chat amongst yourselves. Simon, I've got a little bit of bad news for you. Every time someone joins us on the Pro Tour coverage, there's a little bit of trolling. It's your turn now.
To troll?
No, you're going to get trolled. So I have a little question for you. It's a quiz. It's an either-or. It's a very simple quiz. There's only one question. Who do you think won Game 2 of Jeremy Desani and Paul Rietzl? Do you think it was Jeremy Desani?
No.
Okay, you're correct. Do you think it was Paul Rietzl?
Yes.
At 3 life points each, Paul Rietzl played Claws of Wirewood to draw the game. They are now 1 win to Rietzl, a draw in Game 2, and they are going to head for a Game 3 at 1 and a draw, and Game 3 will be on the way. So we will get them to the feature match area. What is this format we've dreamt up, Simon?
Has this ever happened?
I cannot recall this happening. Rietzl was basically down most of that game and forced the draw.
Clearly, he wouldn't do it if he was winning.
Yeah, but I mean, he was down right throughout. I'm getting sort of updates from the floor because, of course, everyone in the building is round the 2 of them. It's like the other 22 players are round that table right now. But we will get them on camera for you in just a minute. So you'll see that as we go. It makes blue-red counterburn seem so insignificant, but nonetheless, that is where we are going to head next. Why don't we take a look at blue-red counterburn? That's a combination I like very much.
I'm sure you like the counterspell and burn spell deck better than some evasive aggro deck. So this is really another way to go about controlling the board, but you really need the counter magic because your burn spells are not going to be able to deal with high toughness creatures, especially after they've been enchanted by, for example, by the green-white aura deck. Also weak to the madness deck because you can't really kindle a wild Mongol, and then Arrogant Worm is next. What are you going to do? Solar Blast it?
I am inexperienced in this format, freely admit that, so I'm learning all the time. One of the things that strikes me as we've been going through this is that, by and large, in recent years, the X spell in Magic, certainly in terms of the X cost burn spell, we've seen some creatures that are scalable with X, but not a lot of X spells. Certainly when I was growing up in the game in the mid to late 90s, well, Fireball obviously is your starting point for that, but Carevex Torch another. Is there a skill set that is sort of lost to the modern player of how to evaluate and correctly play X spells? When am I holding this to deal 3 damage on turn 4? Am I trying to wait for dealing 5 damage to something on turn 6? Or am I just going, oh, that's a 2/1 shadow. I think we better make that dead for 2 mana.
I think if you look at your hands and the board situation, who's on the play, who's on the draw, you can usually figure out if you need to kill your opponent's creature. But what I find much more difficult is, how do I actually construct my deck with an X-Spell in there? Am I going to force the issue by racing somehow? Do I have the evasion to back it up? And the way your deck is constructed might actually change the decision you face when trying to decide how am I playing my burn spells. It's a really an intricate decision.
Why don't we take a look at the top commons in the blue-red counter-burn strategy for you. You're going to see lots of burn here. There's your Chain Lightning. You see Solar Blast, Kindle. We've got the Beetleback Chief. And, of course, Man of War, which is just such a lovely bounce spell. Marshall Sutcliffe, I think, never got to actually play with the real Man of War, but now he can in Vintage Masters. Why don't we go straight on to the top uncommons and show you what we've got there. Oh, prophetic. You see, there's another rare that came down to uncommon. Prophetic Bolts, a beating and a half.
Yeah. Fact or Fiction stayed at uncommon, though.
Decided not to make Fact or Fiction common. That was never happening.
So much value on this slide.
Yes, and isn't that great? Okay, why don't we move on? We've still got more to tell you about. And next up, it is Black Green Rock. And I don't know everything about the Dizani Rietzl matchup. We're getting deck lists. The players are getting ready for the extraordinary Game 3. But if any deck is likely to grind its way into a top decking, running out of cards, force a draw, it's this kind of Black-Green Rock deck.
It is, and I was super happy to see Sean McLaren play black-green here. I think not going for white is a superb strategy at this particular tournament because it's just almost guaranteed to be drafted very heavily.
Just because it's so good? Or
yes,
just think it's where pros gravitate to specifically?
No, because it's so good. And if you open in Battle Screech, go ahead, go for it. But just taking like an okay white card, I think is really dangerous because then if the person to your right went with the Battle Screech, you might be in trouble.
Okay, so walk us through what Black-Green Rock is actually trying to do in Vintage Masters. Let's take a look at that.
Black-Green is one of the more complicated decks to draft because, once again, you want to control the board. And I think one of the key cards that you have to look at is Death's Head Buzzard, where if it dies, you get to -1/-1 your opponent's team, or actually the whole board. So you kind of have a miniature wrath effect available to you. You add then Chainer's Edict, Brindle Shout, and you go control.
I'm going to give you an easy question now, Simon. Would you like to watch some more Magic?
I would love to.
Good plan. Here at Magic the Gathering, we'd sell you the whole seat, but you only need the edge. It's time for Game 3 of Dizani against Rietzl, but right now, that's the end of our look at Vintage Masters. All right, so there we are, Vintage Masters, almost done for round 1, but it's time for bonus Magic. The Player of the Year, Jeremy Dizani, couldn't force the win in Game 2 against Paul Rietzl. He is waiting in the feature match area for you to watch Game 3, Game 4, who knows how long they're going to play. This is just round 1 of 5 days of awesome. Keep those eyelids propped open, America, because Rietzl is battling for the win. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. Let's waste no time. We've got a Game 3. It's effectively a Game 2 between Jeremy Dizani right now and Paul Rietzl. Let's head down to the feature match area. All right, you get to look at Paul there with a big smile on his face. He dodged
Paul's
a
the one
bullet.
who forced the draw, yeah. These are untimed rounds. That means, sure, they had a draw in Game 2. That just means they're going to play through to potentially Game 4. We keep playing it until somebody's got 2 game wins.
All right, so here's Basking Rootwalla, a quick start for Jeremy Dizani, currently ranked 2nd on the top 25 pro rankings. Paul Rietzl, number 16 on that same list as Dizani cracks in there, uses up his mana not to develop his board, but to get in some extra damage and drop Rietzl down to 17 life. Now, Paul is playing one of the archetypes that you just saw talked about.
Green-White Auras.
Green-White Auras.
He looks like he's got a pretty good example of it, too. He's got 2 Armadillo Cloaks, a couple of Deathblade Elites, although he didn't get to play those early. He's got an Imperial Armor. He's got a Gaia's Embrace, 2 Armor of Thorns, just a ton of enchantments, and a ton of early creatures. But here, this is not the opening he's supposed to do, right?
He did nothing.
He did nothing on turn 1, and then he did Cycle the Claws on turn 2.
Yeah. His draw condition.
Wow, and then nothing on turn 3.
Yeah, nothing at all. And Dizani,
what
though,
is
has
going on
taken an
with Paul's
interesting line
hand?
here, too, because normally Dizani would be developing his board with creatures, but instead has just been dumping all of his mana into Basking Rootwalla and has knocked Paul Rietzel down to 14. And let's hit again and make it 11. Apparently, this is all Dizani needs.
Well, you see what Dizani's got untapped. Blue. Anyone who played Magic in the 90s can tell you what blue is representing.
Absolutely.
It's the top spell in Dizani's hand there. Counter spell.
And it's actual counterspell. It is in Vintage Masters, the classic.
Oh, yeah.
And it is going to counter whatever Paul plays here, I would assume, unless it's something really insignificant.
Yeah, I mean, Paul basically had to draw with a bunch of enchantments, right? He's got the armor, the Imperial armor, the Guy's Embrace, but he didn't have a creature. So Urnham Djinn was the cheapest creature he had. Can't play that till turn 4, and yeah, snap counter, absolutely.
Banged out of there. So Jeremy Dizani is playing sort of this, like, if you know Delver of Secrets, it's kind of like that. It's 3 power attacker backed up by counterspells right now.
Paul did draw a Phantom Nomad that turn, though. I mean, he elected to do the more mana-efficient play of using all 4 for the Ernie. But he'll have a Nomad to follow up with.
Did you say Ernie?
Yeah, Ernie. We know each other from way back, first name basis.
Uncle Ernie.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, so Rootwalla gets in for what will be its 12th point of damage. And that thing is just doing serious work here, as Rietzel's had a stumbly, slow start that had his first major threat countered. Can he actually stick something here?
What's Dizani got left? Yeah, I mean, he should be able to go Phantom Nomad and enchant it. Dizani's looking as threatening as he can, but yeah, gig is up. There's no second counter. Dizani just reaches over for the die. And Phantom Nomad, we talked about this earlier. Phantom Nomad combos particularly well with the enchantments because the way the Phantom ability worked from way back in Judgment, when the creature takes damage, you remove a counter. Well, let's say you've already removed both the counters, but it's still a 2/2 creature because it's wearing an Armor of Thorns, giving it +2/+2. Now, all damage gets prevented. There's no counter to remove, so the damage just plain gets prevented.
Right.
If you're out of counters but still alive for some sort of power toughness enhancing effect, you're essentially immortal.
So Paul elected not to play anything else with the Phantom Nomad, just ran it out there by itself.
That's interesting.
Could be thinking about Mana War. He knows that his opponent has 1 Mana War in his deck.
Also, there's an Aether Mutation in
the
Dizani's
Aether Mutation as well, that's right.
There was also a second counterspell for whatever that's worth. I think Dizani would have countered the creature if he'd had it. But then again, we know Paul's hand.
Five cards in hand for Rietzel.
Dizani playing to try to force game 4. We talk about it. This is effectively a game 2, although Paul actually pointed this out at the table. It does matter for third tiebreaker purposes. Opponent's game win percentage. That's Saproling Burst for Dizani.
So those are 7 fading counters?
7 fading counters. So basically, he can take counters off of Saproling Burst in order to put creatures into play. If he pulled 1 counter off, it would be a 6/6 creature because it sees the fading counters, would fade down to a 5/5. Often the play is to make 2 4/4s, although sometimes your opponent has Seal of Cleansing, and Saproling Burst is an enchantment, so you don't get nothing.
And when the burst goes away, the other ones are gone anyway.
All the creatures go away when the burst does, yeah.
So he can just fire it off.
Threat and answer.
Interesting. So Rietzel has to be happy with that little exchange. Looks like he's considering an attack, and he's going to attack because I think he's got a backup Phantom Nomad there.
Yeah, he does. He's been really slow with the creature enchantments. Paul definitely worried about the Mana War and the Aether Mutation that he knows about.
Wow. Here's Roar of the Worm, though.
Yeah, hard cast.
Yeah, that's scary because Rietzel knows that next turn he could easily be facing at least another worm, plus in conjunction with some other spell. That happens pretty often, too.
Yeah, flashback on Roar of the Worm is only 4.
Yeah. So Rietzel back in the tank. He's at 8 life after a quick start from Jeremy Dizani, but has stabilized quite nicely.
And now here we're going to see
armor.
Here we're going to see exactly that sort of immortality play we talked about.
Talk to us about how this works functionally, because it's kind of a weird interaction you don't see every day.
Right. Paul can block Roar of the Worm forever. The first time he blocks, he'll lose a +1/+1 counter. The second time he blocks, he'll lose a +1/+1 counter. But that Phantom Nomad is still going to have +X/+X based on however many cards Paul has. and it keeps removing all of the damage, trying to remove a +1/+1 counter. There's no counter. Whatever. Damage is still prevented. He's effectively built a permanent blocker for that Worm token.
Now, the cool part about this interaction as well is that as long as the enchantment pumps its toughness at all, it can get this going. So even if Rietzl were to, say, go down to 1 card in hand, he could still have that interaction. Also, he gets to use the 2 counters. We see no attack here.
Yeah, Imperial Armor is not the best for the Phantom trick.
Right.
Because you really want to be attacking with your Imperial Armor creature. You want to stick Imperial Armor on a Shadow or a Flyer and be just crunching over for 5, 6, 7 damage.
It did interestingly hold back that Worm, though. I think that Rietzl had a double block there at least. It might have even just been a single block at that point.
And now here's Armadillo Cloak.
Wow.
So
now
he can
that
actually
changes
attack.
things dramatically.
So
I think it's getting 4/4, so it's 4, so it's 6, 8, 8.
8/8 trample, lifelink, and oh, by the way,
It really can't die in combat.
Yeah, it can't die in combat. All it can do is shrink by 1.
Oh, man. That's going to be tough to race. Jasani has to scratch his head like, well, now what am I supposed to do? One of his bounce spells would be great, the Man War, the Aether Mutation. I don't think he's got him, though, and this thing's going to make short work of Jasani if he doesn't find an answer quickly, plus make it essentially impossible for him to race it.
Yeah, I think you sacrifice Basking Root Wallet to trade it for a +1/+1 counter and prevent and not take 8. Oh, God, no, the trample. You still take 7.
Yeah, you're still taking most of it anyway.
Forgot about the trample.
I feel like
briefly.
the voices in Dasani's head as he's like, oh, crap,
Yeah,
I'm going to take
yeah.
7 anyway. What do I want to block here? And Paul looks coolly confident after this sequence. So Dasani right now, thinking about whether to block, but what he's really thinking about is where does this game go from here?
Right.
If I start blocking, what happens?
All he's got in hand is an Owl Familiar and an Elvish Aberration.
I mean, taking 1 counter off, he probably better just waiting a turn to do it anyway, right? He can then soak up 2 more damage with 2 extra mana floating around and still get that counter off there. I mean, he does have a huge board.
Yeah, but what's he doing with it? It doesn't do anything.
No.
I assigned 1 to that and 7 to you. Yeah, so then I'm going to trigger the Armadillo Cloak. So you're going to end up taking 7, and I will gain 8, and I'll remove a counter.
You can hear how
Yeah. Let him
careful
do the
Paul's
play-by-play
being.
for us.
Yeah, I love that. Also, you notice he said I'll trigger my Armadillo Cloak. It's not lifelink.
Oh, right.
This is
The
before
keyword
lifelink was a
lifelink did not
keyword
exist at the
ability.
point where that card was printed. Yeah, I was talking to a lot of players coming into this tournament about who they thought was going to make the top 4, and Paul's name came up a lot. He's definitely a guy that these players have a ton of respect for.
He's so solid.
Yeah.
He just so rarely makes a mistake. He rings every bit of value that he needs to ring out. He finds
like
the
forcing the
lines.
draw in the untimed game
Yes,
2.
like that. That's a hard line to find, I think.
Yeah. He was apparently behind the entire game, the way I heard the story.
Is that right?
Behind the entire game, was going to get decked, but yeah, found the draw with the Claws of
Yeah,
Wirewood.
he's the one that would do it. Paul's also incredibly good at knowing his role and when to change it.
Mm-hmm.
He will turn on a dime when he needs to. I think a lot of players fall into the trap of doing it maybe 1 turn too late, and he doesn't. His risk assessment is fantastic.
Man, I was worried about that Imperial Armor on a just ground dork, but Armadillo Cloak's trample ability turned that into a super threatening.
Looks like Dasani's asking a question. I can't.
Sounds like Shelter.
Oh, they're speaking in French.
It's only for your creatures or mine too?
Oh, you should ask him.
Okay.
He's asking whether Shelter can. Shelter is target creature you control.
Yes.
Is the answer Dasani's looking for. And does he? Is that? Oh, he drew Gaia's Embrace. That's why this is relevant. Gaia's Embrace gives him the ability to make a giant regenerating blocker, or a
Which is
trampling
going to be bigger, right?
or a trampling attacker, as he prefers. Well, Paul's creature actually keeps getting bigger as Paul draws cards.
Right. But currently it would be a 9/9 worm.
9/9 trampling either potential attacker as well.
True. I can't imagine that he can race Paul. They essentially have the same creature except for one has lifelink and the
You
other
want to know?
doesn't.
You know what Paul has in his hand though?
What does he have?
He's a Gaia's Embrace of his own. which is oddly only +2/+2 because Imperial Armor goes down by 1, but still kind of funny.
Yeah. Wow. We call it Voltron mode. He's built a battle cruiser, and it is ready for battle indeed. All right, there's Al's familiar there.
It's a bit of a tell from Desani, actually, asking the question about Shelter. Why would he be asking, right? It has to be because he drew his Gaia's Embrace.
Well, I thought it was interesting because he asked one of our head judges, Kevin Dupre, who's also French. And I'm assuming he asked him in French, and Rietzel said, that sounds like Shelter.
Yeah, that sounds like that's
so
exactly
maybe
what happened.
Desani thought, this American guy, he's not going to understand. And Rietzel, with a little bit of high school French. So it looks like Rietzel's French is
up to the challenge.
Sharp, yeah.
Yeah, and so Desani put Gaia's Embrace on the blocker. He attacked with the Tusker. Paul immediately blocked with the untapped Phantom, losing a counter, and then not taking 6, obviously. Desani has built himself a 9/9 Regenerator in an effort to hold off Imperial Armored Armadillo Cloaked Phantom Nomad.
Welcome to the World Championship.
Yeah. So how big? It's 5, 6, 7. It's an 8/8 right now.
And he can put the Gaia's Embrace to give it +2/+2 effectively this turn.
He can get it to 10 if he plays the Embrace. He will not have Regeneration mana for whatever that's worth.
I think worth very little.
Yeah, it's not worth much.
Yeah, I think if that's the play he wants, he can go for that, no problem. He's got other options in his hand, though.
Yeah, he can't. Sometimes you can shelter for unblockability, giving your guy protection from color to sneak through. Unfortunately, the blocker is green, and shelter would make the Armadillo Cloak fall off. So
that's right.
That's not a super useful line.
Not awesome here.
How about we just play a flyer?
Yeah. So this makes some sense, though, because what Rietzel can do is
Duskcloak Harrier.
He can jump up. He can sit here and be patient, build up cards in his hand until he's able to finally start attacking with his massive battle cruiser. And in the meantime, he can leave up that shelter mana just in case the Mana War or the Aether Mutation show up over on Desani's side. I think that Rietzel's pretty convinced that Desani doesn't have it now, but that doesn't mean that he couldn't draw it in the next few turns and take that battle cruiser offline.
Yeah, Paul's trying to leave up. You're absolutely right. He's leaving up shelter mana to guard against top decks. He's playing a flyer that he can potentially build a second Voltron.
Yes, he can diversify his threats out for sure. I mean, he's got to respect Jeremy Desani's board. He's got 2 6-powered creatures, and he can have another one coming too. So he's got to be careful.
Crazy game.
Yes. We didn't get to watch the game previous, but apparently it was also crazy, resulting ultimately in a draw.
It must have been.
Yeah.
We started 3 hours ago.
Yeah. Yeah, this has taken a while.
I mean, we had a draft and a build. I think the round started at least 90 minutes ago. I feel like we started before 11, though.
All right, there's Elvish Aberration now for Desani.
Head judge is encouraging Desani to play a little faster. Yeah, the judges were, and the tournament organizer, Scott Larrabee, were very clear with the players last night at the player meeting. These are untimed rounds, but they're still planning to enforce slow play. If you're not playing at a reasonable pace, the judges will penalize you.
Yeah, Desani's one of the more deliberate players, at the highest levels. So
yeah,
I'm not surprised to hear that.
People were not surprised Desani's match was the last one going.
Right.
All right, Gaia's Embrace onto the Harrier. Now Paul has a 5/5 flyer that he can attack with.
And it looks like his plan is just to chip away with this. I think he can hit twice. It's a little awkward that Desani's sitting at 11 life as it's 3-turn clock.
Well, he's got Armor of Thorns in his hand. He can kill him next turn. Wow, and he's still got the shelter mana.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, this is nice. I think Paul's got him.
It does feel like Paul is on the verge of winning his first match here, and it's a heck of a match, too. He is not getting anything easy here from Jeremy Desani. You'll see that they've had a draw.
You block with the lifelinker, right? Yeah. Whatever. You can trample over for a couple.
He gains.
It's 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe that's a 6/6 Phantom right now.
And then I'm going to gain.
So Paul gains net 3.
So I gain 3 life total.
You're right. Yeah, I'll trade a counter for that.
Exactly.
And here's Roar of the Worm being flashed back from Desani.
Yeah, Desani knows he has to go on offense, even if it's not a particularly great attack.
Right.
Because he's going to die to the flyer, and he thinks 2 turns. Although we know Paul's got an Armor of Thorns that can just end it now.
Right, and and it's actually pretty bulletproof here because Shelter can give protection from blue, which doesn't affect the...
Counterspell would stop it, but that's about it.
That's right. And there it is. That's a lethal attacker. So Desani...
Yes, sir. There's an owl in the way. Paul has to decide if he wants to go for pro blue. Although the owl doesn't matter with the trample, right? Isn't it still a trample over for
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7? So he can trample for 6 even through the owl.
Yeah, and
there's the
that's
hand.
going to do it. Dzani has to extend the hand, and Paul Rietzl wins 2-0-1 over Jeremy Dzani.
Paul looks like he's on top of his game.
He looks real sharp.
He looks sharp.
That's scary, by the way, for the rest of the people in this field. If Paul Rietzl is dialed in and focused, you do not want to sit next to him at the other side of a game of Magic the Gathering. He is a machine.
Yeah, and I mean, when he's there, he is usually dialed in and focused. So I mean, I'm not surprised.
I'm
but
not either.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too. He is capable of great things, and this could be the start that he needed. You know, barely scraping out that tie with the what's it called?
Claws of Wirewood.
Claws of Wirewood. Thank you. Yeah, and then eventually winning the second game to take it down. So, yeah, what a great round, by the way, of action here. Our first round included a Storm victory with something like 31 cards hitting the graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
We saw Balance for effect. But
one other thing, I got to throw this out there. We did see one piece of power opened.
That's right, and we
There
might
is
get a
mock
chance to see it.
jet floating around the tournament.
I'm curious to see if that shows up on camera too. But for now, why don't we head back to the news desk where Rich Hagan awaits.
Welcome back to the news desk. Jeremy Dzani, reigning player of the year and the only player in this year's World Championship to have played 3 games and won none of them. It's a very, very strange world we live in. Listen, what we're going to do, we're going to send you away for 5 minutes because Reed Duke has a fantastic story in this tournament, the Players' Championship 2012, coming back to runner-up last year. He's here again. Why don't we hear from Reed Duke?
Hey guys, Marshall Sutcliffe here with a Reed Duke of the Peach Garden Oath. That's sort of, you're
me,
now part of a whole, right? It's not just you anymore, but I wanted to get a chance to have some chats just with you, Reed. It's often that we'll put you in that group with Huey and with Owen, but you're also still your own player.
Yeah.
And I wanted to talk about your journey through what has become the Magic World Championship, well documented at the Players' Championship last. Then the next year, second place, narrowly losing in the finals to Shahar. And now you're coming into your 3rd World Championship in a row, which, by the way, congratulations for making it to 3 in a row. That's an accomplishment of its own. But where's your mental state? Where are you all about number 1 at this point?
This tournament, has come to have a pretty big emotional investment for me. And to make a long story short, the answer is yes. It's all about number 1 for me. I mean, I am very thankful to be back playing the tournament again, and next year, if all goes well, I can play the tournament again. But that's not really the main goal. It's not to tread water. It's to have a chance at getting that first place and a title that I can carry with me for the rest of my career and be proud of. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really showing up looking for first place.
Is the World Championship the pinnacle for you in Magic? Like, would you rather win a Pro Tour? Like, where does it rank for you?
That's a good question. They are very different. One's not better than the other. Maybe if you'd asked me 2 years ago, I would have said I'd rather win a Pro Tour just because it's a bigger tournament and a longer standing title that, has a little bit more historical significance. But the World Championship now, after playing 2 years in a row, I really, really want to prove myself. And I understand what it means to play in the World Championship now, to play against these great players, to have every round be an absolute, test of everything that you have. So yeah, to win this tournament would mean a lot, and I would still be looking for that Pro Tour win as well, but just 2 separate accomplishments that both mean a lot to me.
Now you're talking about the field that you have to play against. It's gone from 16 players to 24 players.
Yeah.
How does that affect the way that you approach the tournament?
Well, it's I would say everything becomes a little bit less extreme. When I played the 16-player tournaments, I actually have a lot of experience with that type of format of tournament because I played the Magic Online Championships 3 years as well. And my preparation for those tournaments included writing down every player's name and everything I knew about them, researching, like Googling what decks they've played in the past, everything that I could possibly know about them, what their preparation is going to be. And you try to make your best educated guess of
of what they might play and prepare for that accordingly. Now, the fewer players in the tournament, the more important that becomes, trying to guess what each individual opponent is going to be up to. And now with 24, it's a little bit less. I mean, there's some of that to a certain extent. I know there are some teams of players that if I had a good guess of what they were playing, that would be a big deal. But 24 players, you don't exactly know who you're going to face in each format. And it's a little bit closer to just trying to show up with the most powerful deck and be well prepared to face anything.
Now, when it comes to showing up with the most powerful deck and, of course, the most preparation on the limited side of things, you've got one of the best teams in the field.
Yeah, I feel very thankful for that.
Yeah, the Peach Garden Oath. Does it pose a weird thing? Because, you were saying, look, number one is where I want to be. Mm-hmm. But you might have to go through one of those guys to get it.
Yes.
What is that? What dynamic happens when you sit down late in a tournament against one of your two teammates?
We understand the stakes. We understand what it means to play the match, and we try our hardest to beat each other. The difference is it's basically two stages, right? Your preparation for the tournament is complete team effort. We're trying to build the best deck for the three of us to have the best chance against the other 21 players. There's no consideration given for the mirror match. We're sharing information freely. We're not trying to get a leg up against each other. But then the second the tournament begins, it's every man for himself, and you're just trying your best as an individual. And if that means having to play against a teammate, then we understand what we're here for, and that's just something that we're going to have to tackle.
No hard feelings.
No hard feelings. And you know what? Your previous question about going up to 24 players, that makes it a little bit more comfortable to have a 3-player team. Sure. Because we might go through the tournament playing each other 0 times or 1 time, and we can feel better just sharing information and giving ourselves the best chance against the other 21 players.
Do you ever aim for certain players? Like if you see Shahar out there and you get paired up, are you like, all right, Shahar, let's do this, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, there's some good rivalries and stuff, and players that I'd be very, very happy and proud to get a win off of. But for the most part, number one priority by a mile is just winning. Just getting as many wins as I need to get to the top 4 and taking it from there. All that stuff is just kind of a bonus.
Yeah, that's just kind of the good stuff. Well, Reed, thanks for taking the time to chat with me.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, wishing Reed Duke all the best luck in the World Championship.
Thanks, everybody.
Things really do change in a couple of years. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Players' Championship, as it was then called, I sat with Reed Duke, and he said, all I want is to not disgrace or embarrass myself. Well, he did, in fact, come last in that event. 1 year on, he's like, I want to do really well. He finished second and was within a game of the title. There, on the eve of the tournament, I'm here to win. I'm here to win, win, and win. And that's the evolution of Reed Duke, already a Magic Online champion, now has that Pro Tour top 8 to his name. And now, as you see, a man really determined to test himself against the best and prove that he is the best of the best. Why don't we take a look? You can see there on the right-hand side of the screen some of your Twitters coming in. Thanks very much for bringing your tweets to us. We appreciate that on the Twitter feed. Join us at MTG Champ. Also, I can tell you that on Cover It Live, coming right up, if you're interested in learning more about Vintage Masters Draft, how to get your drafts online going in the right direction, Simon Gertzen, who was with me at the news desk a little earlier, he's going to be on Cover It Live answering your questions about Vintage Masters. If you've got any questions for him about European event coverage as well, I'm sure he'll be happy to take those along with Nate Price. So get yourself in to Cover It Live to join the chat there. Tons of great Vintage Masters stuff going on in the company of Pro Tour champion Simon Gertzen. So why don't we take a look at our scoreboards? The 3 pods, remind you of where we are. Here's pod 1, or pod 2, but the first round we looked at, Paulavita Dama de Rosa won by 2-0 over Owen Turtenwald in utterly savage fashion. Then we saw Sean McLaren winning his match, of course. That was 2-0 over Yuya Watanabe. How long ago that seems now. Shahar Shenhar was a 2-1 winner over Willie Adel. And then William Jensen, 2-1 over Li Shi-chan. Brain freeze for 5, brain freeze for 6 apparently went on there. So that was our first round setup. Now, we promised you we'd show you everyone on camera through the morning. So why don't we take a look, what will now be into the afternoon, of course. Let's take a look at who we're going to see in our second draft pod. And our second round features the Magic Online world champion, Lars Dam. He lost his first round. Ichikawa of Japan is a winner in round 1. Patrick Chapin won his match. He was, in fact, the winner over Lars Dam. And if you're following these players on Twitter, which you definitely should be, you can get these personal insights into their own match results. Patrick Chapin was saying that basically, having beaten Lars Dam, he found some very interesting little interactions in the deck that Lars was talking to Patrick Chapin about. So Patrick Chapin's knowledge of his own deck went up having beaten Lars Dam in chat after the match. Always a good plan. Glean what you can from your opponents and try to improve even when you're at this level. Even Flock is a winner from the Slovak Republic. He's got a busy week. He's one of our 11 Dream Chasers looking to do the double of World Championship and World Magic Cup. Jeremy Desani, you saw in epic fashion, finally finished the round and missed out to Paul Rietzel, so he's at 0-1. And what about our third draft table? We'll be seeing them next round as they fight for the full range of results coming out of the pods at 0-2, 1-1, and somebody playing for the pod win at 2-0. But where we are from there, just at the moment, we have Sam Black. We have Stanislav Sivka as another winner in that pod. Josh Utter-Leighton, one of the US winners, and then Jacob Wilson from Canada. I had a look at his deck. It looked very nice. I think he's very well positioned. Reed Duke, who you've just heard from there, he did not make it out with the win. Rafael Levy at 0-1. Tom Martell, 0-1. And Raymond Perez Jr. at 0-1. So, hope you're enjoying the Vintage Masters coverage here. Let's take a look at some of your tweets up there on the screen. Delving Root Waller, says Jason Eagle. Not sure that's the best man. Bear Force 1, who put that up there? That's, yeah, very good. I like that one. Bears Attack for 2. That was very popular. A lot of bear comments coming in. And okay, my kingdom for a slice and dice. For those of you not quite sure about how metagaming works, every set has deliberately things missing from it. So you have certain cards, certain kinds of cards that make some archetypes viable by their absence. So a board sweeper that's going to deal 1 to everything, 2 to everything. We see more or less of those as the tweets carry on. Empty the bear pits. And then, yes, Jethro Harrop, you have a definite point there. Losing with Lightning Rift and 6 Cyclers has got to be hard to bear. And that was Owen Turtenwald, of course, who had the Lightning Rift and 6 Cyclers. Now there's P. Chapin. We've got Simon Gertzen coming in to join us. Simon, what an epic round 1 we've had.
Wasn't the shortest one.
It was not, but it was terrific. Any sense, walking around, talking to the players, we've had a little chance to get out there. I'd like to talk to you a bit about the atmosphere, because if you just listen, yeah, there's basically silence. We're in a very large room because, of course, we've got best part of 300 players coming in for the World Magic Cup later in the week. But right now, there's 24 of them. There's more of us on team coverage backstage than there are playing in the event. So it is super quiet. Is that unsettling for players?
It's definitely not the big crowd environments that they're used to. Like at a GP, you have the crowd of people just huddling around you. On the other hand, I saw in the feature match area, you have the spotters, you have the judges, you have the guys on staff. So there's actually quite a lot of people watching the games and being very interested in how you're doing, actually.
You're someone who has played at the absolute pinnacle of the game. So I presume that you welcome the attention would be the right word, of good players watching you play, or is that in itself an intimidatory factor?
No, I don't really get an atmosphere of intimidation, at least not from just being watched. I see a lot of people heading to their teammates who are also their friends, but of course there's also friends who aren't teammates. So for example, I just saw Huey Jensen show his deck to Sam Black and talking to him, what do you think of this Storm deck? You know, there is a very nice atmosphere between these players.
I want to ask you about Blue-Black Storm, because it's an archetype that is... it almost seems like a poison chalice to an extent. It's a deck that everyone, or most people, can readily understand what it's about, what it's for. It's cool, it's funky, it's clever. You feel awesome when you win. Wonder whether we'll see a Blue-Black Storm player in our feature matches this round, because we are ready for round number 2 of the World Championship. Why don't we head back down to the booth? No draws, please, gentlemen. It's back to Randy Buehler, and first, Marshall Sutcliffe.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. The players are ready. We've got Yuji Ichikawa and Ivan Floch, both 2-time Pro Tour top 8ers, one of them even a champion right now. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Championship here in Nice, France. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Randy Buehler. Let's meet our players.
My name is Yuki Ichikawa from Japan. Top Pro Point Japan.
Hi, I'm Ivan Floch. I am from Slovak Republic and I am Pro Tour M15 champion.
All right, let's take a look at Yuki Ichikawa there, a popular streamer.
Indeed.
From Japan and a 2-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor in very recent history as well.
Oh, yeah. He went back-to-back. He's only played 5 Pro Tours, but top 8'd 2 of the last ones.
And then his opponent, of course, is Ivan Floch, also has top 8'd 2 of the last 3. The last 2, he back-to-back as well, right?
So he is in form.
Do you think that they share something with that? But he also managed to win one of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I think Ivan Floch has found himself sort of on a really good team for the first time in his career. I mean, he's been a guy that's been around for a while. He was actually on the World Team Championship team a couple of years ago. But he never had that Pro Tour top 8. And I think with the team now, Stanislav Sivka in particular has been building some great decks that Ivan Floch has been, I think, the best pilot of. So, yeah, he's definitely playing Magic as well as he's ever played it.
Absolutely. And he's one of those guys that really enjoys it as well. Like, he loves just being in the hunt with all of this stuff more than in so many of them. But this is a nice start from Yuki Ichikawa.
Yuki Ichikawa. This is another of these white-black aggro decks, similar to the one Watanabe drafted. This is not a deck I see a ton of online, but there are apparently 3 or 4 copies of this archetype floating around the field of 24 here this morning.
He just went Fallen Ascari into Dauthi Mercenary.
It's like a good curve.
Yeah, and Floch hasn't actually played anything yet, and he is going to be under a lot of pressure very, very quickly.
I look at Floch's deck, by the way, and this is... I don't understand how he won the first round.
I just saw a main deck Tangle in his hand.
This is a Storm deck gone bad. He's got 2.
Oh no!
He's got 2 Frantic Searches. Like when you look at the sideboard and you see High Tide, Mind's Desire, you know that they tried and failed to get the Storm deck. So he's got 2 Frantic Searches and a Palinchron. He's got all the untap to go with his High Tide. What he did not come up with was a victory condition. I'm gonna guess he never saw a Tendrils. He never saw a Brain Freeze. So he's got the ability. He's got some of the Storm parts, but when this archetype doesn't actually come together, you just get train wreck drafts. And now I say that, but he's 1-0. He clearly won the first match. I just don't entirely see how.
Well, right now, Yuki Ichikawa gets to take a look at Floch's hand. And I wonder if Yuki's like, well, I think I can beat this. And the reason he's looking, by the way, is he plays Mesmeric Fiend, which he's got 2 of. It sounds like Lars Dom just fired off another. We already saw Balance today. Let's scratch Armageddon off the list as well against Dazani. And hilariously, Ichikawa actually takes Tangle from Floch here.
Sure.
Because it's the only relevant thing.
I like it. Yeah, Floch is going to cycle Krosan Tusker. He does have 1 Breath of Life. So he can do the cycle of Fatty, reanimate it with Breath of Life plan. But he's only got the 1. He's got a Regrowth. I mean, he's got basically value cards. He's got a bunch of cycling. He's got a couple Brainstorms, Factor Fiction, Obsessive Search. Like, he's got a whole bunch of card draw. But he literally has, 4 creatures in his deck. Palinchron, Baleful Force, and, Elvish Aberration, and a Tusker. The end. Yeah, it's a cycling deck gone bad, but you know what? Good players can stitch wins together, even with even when they're piloting a train wreck.
Yeah, especially when he's got some access to Frantic Search and stuff for card selection. And that kind of thing. But in the meantime, Ichikawa is putting the beatdowns on here.
Yep.
Fallen Askari Dauthia Mercenary.
Yeah, we get the update. Lars Dom did, in fact, win that game against Dazani. Yeah. Armageddon. Dazani's even taking damage from his own Mana Vault, it sounds like.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, it did not last very long after that.
Yeah, usually when the Armageddon resolves, it's because the opponent or the person playing is in a good position on board and can close out the game quickly. It's
of course.
Really, really tough to recover. Something has to go weird.
Second Mesmeric Fiend from Ichikawa.
Yeah, he had 2 of them. He decided to develop his board first and then fire them off. And he is just picking apart Ivan Floch's hand here. And Floch does not look happy about it, and you can't blame him. He doesn't have that many tools to work with anyway, and when they keep getting picked off, it's getting tough. There's Nostalgic Dreams in his hand. He went really deep, Andy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you do what you got to do. When you try to go Storm and you don't get there, things get rough.
Yeah, this is ugly. I would not be shocked. Like, Floch is definitely up against it here as far as trying to pull out any more wins.
Yeah, he's trying to decide whether he wants to respond to the Mesmeric Fiend by, for example, cycling a Choking Tethers, casting a Frantic Search, cycling an Elvish Aberration. I mean, those are...
Maybe casting Frantic Search and Choking Tethers.
He's got a surprising number of things he can respond with.
He really does.
None of them do much, but they all do a little bit, and he'll...
Ichikawa had just this sort of amazed look on his face. Like, what are you trying to look at it? But he's patiently waiting. All right, Floch.
Looks like Choking Tethers. It's weird with cycling cards, because what if he draws a good card?
Right, he doesn't.
Then he loses it to the Mesmeric Fiend.
He drew another Nostalgic Dreams.
He drew the other Nostalgic Dreams.
Oh, man.
These things happen.
This is exciting. I mean, this is just insane. I have to see how Ivan wins a game. With, you know what I mean? Like,
he's already won 2 of them.
I know. I want to see it.
Who did he beat in the first round? Do we know? I mean, I'm sure Rich said it in the booth. I didn't.
I don't know. We did not have him in the feature match area.
Right. It wasn't Dazani. It wasn't Lars. Who were the other 2 people who lost? It could have been. It's either Nam Sung Wook or Yamamoto.
So Patrick Chapin's picked up his first game against Paul Rietzel.
Nam Sung Wook was the person that lost to Ivan in the first round, by the way.
Okay.
Chapin Rietzel's kind of an interesting match because those 2 guys tested together. And we talked about how various little splinter groups got together to test for this. I mean, the Chapin and Rietzel worked together. The Peach Garden Oath worked together. I think Channel Fireball had 5 as the only group. It's actually the only group I heard of that had more than 3 or 4. I guess the Europeans all work together. There's 4 of them. But anyway, Pat and Paul here forced to play in round 2. Chapin's deck looks super sweet. He's got double Lightning Rift, sort of a blue-red control, a bunch of cycling cards. He's got a Torch, 2 Lightning Rifts.
Ooh, a Torch?
Yeah.
That's Karavek's Torch, by the way, for those following along at home.
How do you feel about 2 Prophetic Bolts in your blue-red control deck?
Oh, I feel great.
Yeah, I'm sure Patrick does too.
That card's so good. So, yeah, Floch is trying to find something to do with his mana, and I think that we're going to see a flurry of action either now or on Yuki's turn at instant speed. But either way, you got to like where Ichikawa's sitting here.
Yeah, this would be a lot scarier for Yuki if he hadn't exchanged deck lists.
Right.
If he hadn't seen the deck list, this is clearly the Storm deck going off, right?
Yes.
You look at your opponent's hand, you see Nostalgic Dreams, Frantic Search. This is the Storm deck going off. It's just, there's no finish.
This is insane. So Floch just Nostalgic Dreamed for the 2 spells that he had cycled before.
Cycling cards,
Got
sure.
them back in his hand. And is trying to buy time with Choking Tethers again. All right, so Kentaro Yamamoto picks up his first game against Nam Sung Wook off of one of the scariest cards in the format, Randy.
Yes.
Rites of Initiation.
Rites of Initiation. That is a card that people who played in the 90s knew to draft early.
See, I didn't. And I lost to it 3 times, right? And I immediately jumped to the other side.
Yep.
It looks terrible. And then it's just completely unbeatable in some circumstances. All right, so here comes the team. It's not quite lethal.
Yeah, right. Even if you have a board full of goblins or whatever, all the after not blocking. How about they're all +4/+4?
Yes.
I don't need a hand. I'll
Right.
deal 20 instead of having a hand.
And it doesn't matter what the creatures are.
No.
You just play out the 1/1s. All right, so it looks like Flock had to take that. It ended up being 8 damage. Gusclo Carrier is the follow-up play for Ichikawa, and this is just getting out of hand at this point.
Yeah.
I think Ichikawa has 6 creatures to 0 on the battlefield, and the response from Flock was, I'll cycle my Krosan Tusker again. I mean, the man knows value. I'll give him that. But he really needed, it sounds like, a brain freeze or something along those lines to show up, and didn't get it. It is one of the riskier things to draft.
Yeah, I was talking to Huey after the first round, who first picked a brain freeze.
Because he knows that you can't risk it.
Well, what he said to me was he thought this is the best. If you can get it, Storm is the best archetype in VMA.
Wow.
That's what he said. If you get it, it's the best archetype in VMA. And he sat down at a pod, which was just ridiculous. I mean, ridiculous even for this tournament.
Yes.
Right. He's surrounded by Owen Turtenwald, Yuya Watanabe. Next to the hem is like Shahar and Paolo. It's just that table's absurd, even for this field. So he's just like, you know what? The pack was like Vizara or Brain Freeze. It's like, Vizara's kind of slow and clunky anyway. Give me the Brain Freeze.
Also very, very committing, though Brain Freeze is also quite committing. Here's Brainstorm for Ivan Floch, who plays a land. He's going to lean on these choking tethers, but I don't even know if that's enough.
No, he's not.
Even this turn, I mean. Because Yuki knows about the choking tethers anyway.
He can hard cast it and tap 4 things. Right?
4. I'm saying
Still
I don't think that's enough. Yeah.
No, you're right.
Remember that the Mercenary can get pumped as well. He played the Gusclo Carrier. That's sitting up there. All right, here's tethers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Fiend.
It is, but here's Shelter anyway, which is going to do it.
Wow.
So Flock almost stayed alive for an extra
savaging.
turn, but really had nothing going on.
Right.
And that's kind of the problem that we see here, is that he just doesn't have anything really to play up to. And we'll bring you more of this match after these messages.
Play like the pros by jumping into a Vintage Masters draft right now. Vintage Masters draft is available until December 10th. Join the fun by downloading Magic Online at www.mtgo.com. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir start December 13th, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Brussels in April. Visit magic.wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, welcome back to our feature match area. Let's jump over to our back table where Jeremy Dezani, you can see him there on the back table on the left, is playing against Magic Online champion Lars Dam.
Mm-hmm.
And both these players at 0-1 currently, but it looks like there's an elephant
being guided by an elephant.
Yeah, so
the elephant guided by elephant, no problem.
Jeremy Dezani going for the flavor win here, but also looks like he's on a pretty solid beatdown path here.
Yep. Yeah, Stoic champion for Nam Sung Wook.
For Lars.
Oh, sorry, for Lars. Thank you.
And yeah, it looks like Dezani has a pretty nice board state here, and Lars is going to have to come up with something.
Ooh, Predator.
Predator Flagship?
Yeah, no, that is
nice.
Predator Flagship's a nice card. It's a little expensive.
Yes.
It's 5 and tap to kill a flyer, but you can spend 2 mana to give something flying. So for 7 mana, it can essentially tap to kill anything you want to kill.
That's right.
It's just 7 happens to be a lot of mana, especially in this format.
And you have to kill one thing at a time. Obviously not very good against like a token type strategy.
Right.
But this is a card that can absolutely dominate the late game and can essentially soft lock your game where your opponent can never really have a board state at some point. They have to try to set up a weird turn where they play 2 spells at once, and even then they only get to hit once.
Yeah, the tricky part is getting to 7 mana and setting that up. And
Right.
I think Lars is down to 6-ish life at this point. Oh, yeah. Ether Mutation
Yes.
removes his only blocker, and Dezani's going to force a game 3.
Yeah, it looks like Desani was in the driver's seat from the get-go.
Yeah, Lars actually had his Armageddon in his hand too, which you do not want when you're behind on the board.
The old Armageddon Predator flagship deck.
Oh gosh, yes. Now that you mention it, they just do not. That is kind of a nombo.
That's right. So we're watching Vintage Masters here at the World Championship. We are in Nice, France, and.
So let's think more about this Ivan Floch deck. Rashad walked over to our window here, and he had his take on Ivan Floch's deck is it's basically Turbo Fog.
It's Turbo Fog.
It's Turbo Fog. I kind of get it now. It's like, okay, you just have to find the Palancron or whatever, and you just fog every turn until you win with your one flyer.
I just can't wait to see if he can actually make that happen. Because that's
Apparently
very
in the first
difficult
round.
to
Yes.
stitch together.
Yes. But I mean, if anybody knows how to stitch train wreck drafts together, it's Rashad. It's a lot of practice at that, right?
Well played, Randy.
All right. Meanwhile,
so on our other table, we've got Kentaro Yamamoto versus Namsung Wook.
The Goblin's Mirror.
Yeah, it looks like a goblin-y mirror here. Beetleback Chief, of course, being one of the best ones. And there's a Griffin and
Reckless Charge on the flyer.
Oh wow, hit you for 5.
Yeah, I feel like the Goblins are one of the best archetypes. It's often mono red. Sometimes you splash. White and black seem like the best splash colors. There are probably enough Goblin cards to support 2 Goblin drafters, although you'd rather be the only guy. I mean, I really prefer with Goblins, I want to be past the Goblin cards so that I know I'm not fighting anybody anywhere near me.
Right.
Here's Commando to take down the Mist Moon. Is there a creature to come back? No. Mist Moon's the first creature to die.
That's like pretty nice.
Yeah.
When you can let them not get value from their Griffin.
Yep. Is that a Drill Sergeant?
Yeah, it's a Drill Sergeant.
Okay. Oh, does the Drill Sergeant affect both players?
Looks like he's double checking. It does actually
it's all
affect
goblins.
both. But
I know the
yeah.
Goblin General is your goblins get +1/+1. So most of the Goblin effects are one-sided. But I guess that one, yeah, the Onslaught ones are often both-sided. So the Skirk Drill Sergeant's ability is that whenever a Goblin dies, you can pay 3 mana, flip the top card of your library, and if it's a Goblin, it goes straight into play.
Right.
This basically means that Namsung could set up some sort of a suicide attack, or even if he attacks and trades, he's sort of up half a card on the trades. Ooh, Nam's got Rites of Initiation in his hand,
Yes, he
too.
does. I just saw that, too.
And is that a Spark Spray?
That makes things very interesting.
Who's on which side?
Yeah, Namsung Wook is the one, he's got Rites of Initiation in his hand.
Right.
But he's
also got
actually ahead on the creature race.
No, but he's got the 6th land, so it does seem like he can potentially attack and flip off of the Drill Sergeant.
Oh, he's just going to have to pass a turn back here. Tough one.
I guess he's more interested in killing things with Spark Spray. But then wouldn't you kill the Drill Sergeant before you let him untap? I don't know. It's a weird spot. Yeah, he basically he has Rites of Initiation, but he's behind on board. That is definitely a Nambo.
Right. Now, Rites can absolutely steal a game. Your opponent lets their guard down for just a little bit too long, and it goes. So here's Spark Spray.
He wants to kill the Drill Sergeant before Yamamoto can get any value out of it. Although Yamamoto can flip for the Drill Sergeant itself.
Does count itself.
Mountain.
It's going to miss.
I mean, Swamp. It's one of those where often when you miss, you're kind of happy you didn't draw that card.
Yeah, that is true.
It's like the card feels better than it actually is in this weird way. It's like either you get value or you knocked some worthless land off the top of your deck.
Right. Now, he actually, did you see that from Nam? He kind of pump faked a block. He picked up his Beetleback Chief and was like, oh, maybe I'll block. And then it's like, nah, I'll just take it. And in reality, he wants to keep as many creatures alive as possible.
Yes, he does.
Because he's going for what could be the win here, depending on the life totals.
Yeah, what are the life totals? Yeah, Goblin Patrol's going to block.
It's 15 to 14, so this is not going to be lethal because he doesn't have enough cards in hand to make it that way. But this is tough. He's going to have to come up with more creatures to make this line work. He can't just Rites for
No, I think he's going to have to let them trade.
Now, interestingly, though, if Yamamoto doesn't block there, he probably just kills him.
Would have been Rites
like he's
for
tilting 3? Maybe it's only 2. If that's the case, then no.
If it was 3, it's still not quite enough. It would have only been 13.
It would have been 13, you're right. Okay. Rocky Tar Pit hits the bin to go get a swamp. It looks like Yamamoto's on some type of a splash for his black, as all the cards we've seen are red here, right? His graveyard's full of red cards, everything on the battlefield.
Our spotter says there was a living death in game 1.
Wow. That's deep.
Super powerful card.
It is. You have to set it up right. And the thing is, the goblin set can actually do that quite nicely with sacrificing its own goblins.
How is there? I'm looking at Yamamoto's deck. I do not see this living death. This deck looks great. 3 patrols, 4 drill sergeants, Hulk and Goblin, 2 war chiefs, 3 matrons, a general, a ringleader, a goon, and 3 commandos. Living death's in the sideboard. Maybe that was a game 2.
Could be.
I mean, is this a game 3?
These games go very quickly. This is, I believe, a game 2. We have Kentaro Yamamoto up a game from last check.
Yamamoto has rights. 2 rights in Nam Sung Wook's deck versus 1 rights in Kentaro's deck.
Wow, 2 rights.
Yeah, this Kentaro Yamamoto's Goblin deck is almost perfect. One
so
falter,
happy.
1 falter, 1 rights of initiation, 1 kindle. The black splash is for an expunge off of a mountain and a couple rocky tar pits.
That's great. That seems fantastic. All right, why don't we jump back over to our main feature match between Yuki Ichikawa and Ivan Fluck. You can see them up near the front by where Rashad's standing. And we'll get them underway here for game 2. Ichikawa winning the first game pretty easily, I would say. I mean, he just played a whole bunch of creatures while Flock ended up cycling and playing a bunch of spells, but ultimately not affecting the board in a meaningful way. And that let Ichikawa get ahead. And wow, Ivan Flock has to draw one of his best spells. I mean, especially considering the fact that it can affect the board, it's hard to kill. Wild Mongrel has arrived. How many creatures does Flock
Wild
have?
Mongrel, by the way, is in from the sideboard.
Oh, wow.
Not really plan A.
No. There's Benevolent Bodyguard into Carnophage. So you can see that Ichikawa has, similar to the deck that we saw Yuya Watanabe draft, a very solid, low-curve, black-white aggressive deck.
Yeah, it seems like even Flock boarded in quite a few creatures. He saw that basically his opponent, Ichikawa, is just on the good curve black-white aggro deck. So Killer Whale came in from the sideboard. Wild Mongrel came in from the sideboard. I'm going to guess that the Aquamoeba came in, Simian Grunts as well. There's a giant mantis in the sideboard.
So Flock made the conscious decision to play, instead of playing mediocre creatures in a mediocre deck, he's playing this sort of Turbo Fog variant.
Yeah, his game 1 deck is a Turbo Fog deck.
Why don't you explain, by the way, what Turbo Fog is for people that haven't seen that type of deck before?
Can I watch Simian Grunts eat a Carnophage first? That's what's going on here, right?
Yeah.
Simian Grunts is good times.
It looks like it's going to eat the
bodyguard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get in
Flash
for 2.
and a 3/4.
All right, so Ichikawa, is there a follow-up play? There is. It's a Soltari Trooper, a pretty nice one, too. Flock remembers to pay the echo cost for his Simian Grunts.
Wow, this version of Flock's deck looks way better.
I'm surprised that he didn't start it.
Right.
Like, I mean, I know it's not exciting to play Killer Whales and Simian Grunts, but it feels like going for like a wild niche strategy is very risky. I wonder if the upside's even there, you know?
He won the first match.
It's true. All right, he's attacking for 5 here, though, so this little curve out from Flock is working out pretty nicely for him as he's actually just racing Ichikawa at this point.
Yeah, Mongrel Grunts can totally race Carnophage Soltari Trooper.
Absolutely. Remember, the Trooper's not going to be able to block. It has Shadow. And the Carnophage, well, it just did 1 damage to Ichikawa there on that turn. And the best it can do here is make Flock discard a card to his Wild Mongrel.
Yeah, Flock set up to play a turn 5 Killer Whale too.
Huh. This is a much different look.
Yeah.
Flock seems to have adjusted accordingly. He finds himself down a game here in round 2 of Vintage Masters draft, but looks like this curve out might earn him the second game, depending on what Ichikawa comes up with over the next couple of turns. All right, Kentaro Yamamoto has defeated Nam Sung Wook 2-0.
Yeah, he looked like he was in good shape. His deck was really good, too.
Yeah, Nam just wasn't able to find enough firepower to get that Rites of Initiation through. Normally, all you need is a Beetleback Chief and a Rites sometimes, but yeah, it looks like that Carnophage is going to sit back and be eaten.
You gotta love fetch land for scrub land as a to fix your mana.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Yep, of course, the original dual lands are in Vintage Masters as well. There's a Gustcloak Harrier for Ichikawa. But that's also not a particularly great blocker in this scenario.
Yeah, the old art doesn't say on the type line, but it is a swamp and a plains, of course.
Yes. It's
Accessible.
beautiful, by the way. I love those. I love the stripes and stuff down in the text box.
That is vintage.
Yeah. I like the sky. It's just blue. You know.
I also like the decision for the card viewer to go with the beta version, not the revised one that's in play with the white border.
Yeah. I like that too. Now the good news though about that Harrier is that it can team up to double block the grunts fairly effectively, only losing one of the two creatures here if Ichikawa wants to do that, and that's the play.
That is the plan. Double block.
So, kill the Harrier, leave you with the annoying Carnophage. It's going to ultimately get eaten. Go to damage. All right, so another couple of damage points, though, come over and knock Ichikawa down to 8. And there's that Killer Whale, which is going to be really nice here. Ichikawa's going to cycle Barrenmore to get a card. He finds Mesmeric Fiend off the top. He's got a dice on top of his library to remember to pay for Carnophage if that's what he wants to do. But he has to recognize that as he falls even further down in life. Yeah, that Killer Whale could be a big problem for Ichikawa here. Flock can send it to the skies, and Ichikawa's going to have a hard time even chump blocking it. It's also just huge on the ground. 3/5 is quite big. All right, Patrick Chapin evens things up. He defeats Paul Rietzel to go 2-0 and put himself in a spot to play for 3-0 next round in the VMA draft. That's got to be great for Patrick.
Yeah, his deck looks super sweet.
Apparently he's Scrivenered for Counterspell to kind of give himself the insurance plan. And when Patrick Chapin Scriveners for Counterspell, you're not in happy shape. Yeah. and then bolts to the face.
With Counterspell backup.
With Counterspell backup.
This guy's kind of playing to type there. Beatdown versus control match.
All right, so Mesmeric Fiend hit the battlefield, and it's going to take the Mantis away as just the best threat that Yvonne has left. But
also lets him
frankly,
know
he
what
doesn't
color to
need it.
choose with Addle. He knows to choose white.
Exactly.
Gets the Breath of Life.
And he does exactly that. Breath of Life hits the bin. So he's done a pretty good job of mitigating Flock's hand, but it's not his hand that's the problem. It's the battlefield. Attacks for 2 with the Trooper, of course, because it's got Shadow. It's not doing any blocking anyway.
Yeah, so Flock can just plan to send Killer Whale to the air twice to get those last 6 points of life.
Yes.
Question is whether Mongrel wants to play offense or defense this turn.
There's definitely a
and then if you're
good reason to keep it back because it forces Ichikawa to keep.
Yeah, but attacking with it forces a block. Like, this is a lethal attack.
This is
Ichikawa's
absolutely
obliged
lethal.
to block, so I like this attack.
I think Ichikawa wants to block with it.
Well, I mean,
like that's the best he can get out of it is to get a card out of Flock's hand and take a little bit less damage. You can't keep paying
Sure.
1 life every turn.
Right. Well, Carnophage is going to soak up 3 damage here.
Yeah.
Mongrel is probably just going to hit for 2. This Flock draw. Okay, Flock drew with 6th land, which he estimates has approximately 0 value, and now he's got Ichikawa at 3,
which
where
means,
the one Killer Whale hit is lethal.
Right. He's
Oh,
also going to
geez.
play Regrowth to get back.
Simian Grunts with 3
Grunts.
mana available. Yeah, Ichikawa's
pretty
seen
nice.
enough. Ichikawa's like, I like that Turbo Fog deck better.
Yeah.
Can't I play Game 3 against the Turbo Fog version of your deck?
I'm sure Ichikawa says, why don't you show me more?
It's really interesting the way Flock put this together. I'm looking at this main deck, and I can kind of see it. Like, he went deep, but 2 Choking Tethers, 2 Tangles. He's got a Regrowth along with 2 copies of Nostalgic Dreams. That's a lot of fogs.
It is. That is a lot of fogs. And then you finish up with some big fatty.
Yeah, a Palinchron, typically.
Or the Tusker. All right, let's jump back to our
frantic
back
searches.
Let's jump back to our back table here. Jeremy Desani versus Lars Dam.
Game 3?
Correct. So Desani sitting at 14 life. Dam is at 6 currently.
But that's Predator with 9 mana.
Predator
How many counters are on the
flagship.
Saproling Burst? How many
You know, I don't actually
no
see
counters
any.
left on Saproling Burst, so it's about to fade away.
It's faded into
Yeah.
0, but of course, one more has to go away in order for it to actually disappear. But at this point, it's
effectively
functionally gone. Yeah. Wow.
So it sounds
Lars
like Saproling
Dam.
Burst got a burst of damage, but not enough to
Right.
deal 20.
And now Lars, especially against a deck like what Desani's doing.
Miss Moon Griffin was on the stack, and Desani chooses to counterspell it.
He does, although he's got an Aether Mutation in his hand, which is pretty darn good against Predator Flagship.
True.
So he needs something, but I guess he figures that Lars has to play something at some point. Maybe something big. Lars just has to flippantly send the turn back over to Desani. This is interesting.
Yeah.
This could get really interesting. Like, Lars wants to draw one of his big fatties here, but if he does, it's going to get Aether mutated, and he's at a relatively low life total where that could be enough. Predator Flagship bouncing Saprolings one at a time is not going to get it done if Desani gets enough of them.
Yeah, I think a four Saprolings would not have been good enough. So I think Desani was right. He needs something bigger than 4.
Yeah, and the Griffin's really annoying.
Ooh, Lars is holding a Death Grasp? That's what I just heard.
Wow, so hitting these land drops is actually quite good for
Although
him,
Desani
too.
has another counterspell.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, Lars could fire it off for 9 when he untaps. Is that right? Wow. He's really kind of flooded out here.
Mm-hmm. Not the end of the world with Death Grasp and Predator Flagship. But
No.
Desani with the grip full of cards, trying to figure out how does he beat Predator. I mean, this is a guy who's relatively new to the scene. These are new cards to him. I don't know how much VMA he's actually played. I mean, I'm sure he put in at least a couple dozen drafts on Magic Online.
Right, but that doesn't mean that you've seen Predator Flagship.
Right, it's rare.
Yeah. And it also doesn't go in every deck.
Right. All
Is
right,
this
so
a
Frantic Search, discarding Obsessive Search triggers the Madness to get an extra card draw. So he's now up a card with Frantic Search instead of being even.
I mean,
Or even instead of being down a card.
I mean, his hand is insane, right? Like, he's got, what, 5 or 6 spells? 9, 10 mana on the battlefield?
Counterspell,
7.
Aether Mutation. But how does he actually win the game?
Well, I think the way he wins the game is by having Lars cast something big enough to Aether Mutate.
I think, wow, playing
And then he counters it on the way back down the second time, and he battles with Saprolings. Now, if Lars picks up on this as an option, he knows that Desani has the Saproling outburst. Right. He could. Does he have enough mana to just play lands until he can Death Grasp for the full amount? He's got to figure that Desani will have found a counterspell.
Yeah, he
by
also
then,
knows
though.
Desani has counterspell.
Yeah, it
Or at
gets
least in his
interesting.
list.
Also, he doesn't have that option because it looks like Lars hasn't found anything.
Also, I believe Desani's the one who's going to get decked. I mean, he just cast Frantic Search. He cast an Obsessive Search off of it. So hypothetically, Lars can just sit there with Predator. The pressure is on Desani to figure out how to actually win this game.
That's interesting. I wonder. So let's say Lars draws some big, beefy attacker. Like, does he just hold it?
I think he should.
Yeah. Like if he looked at Desani's hand.
I mean, he's looked
like,
at his
oh.
list. He legitimately knows that Desani does have an Aether Mutation in his list, along with counterspells. He knows that Predator is really hard. He knows Desani has, I'm going to guess, 0 answers, ways to actually kill the Predator. I can look to confirm that. Meanwhile, the judges are having a chat with Jeremy, making sure he plays faster.
Yeah, he plays very deliberately, and we have untimed rounds here in the World Championship. That doesn't mean, of course, that you get to take as much time as you want in every decision.
Yeah, no, I definitely saw the judges having conversations after how long round 1 went. They're not interested in having any round take that long.
Right.
And they're going to be lighting a fire under Jeremy.
So
there are
Predatory
actual
Night
0
Stalker.
ways for Jeremy to kill Predator in his list.
To kill the Predator
There's
flagship?
nothing in the sideboard either.
Okay. So Predatory Night Stalker joins the team here. It looks like Lars finally found something. And I think what Lars is trying to do, it makes some amount of sense here, is he says, look, if I can just crack in a time or two, then Death Grasp will finish off my opponent.
It's also a horrible Aether Mutation target.
It's not good.
I mean, Jeremy gets 5 guys, but Lars replays it and kills one. I mean, maybe Jeremy is supposed to go Mutation, counter it on the way back down, see if I can race Predator. Probably is the right line. But
he gives it flying and kills it in response.
Yep. Nice play.
Sweet play from Lars. He knew it, too.
Yeah, I know. He knew exactly what was going on. He was picking up the mana to use the Predator even before Jeremy finished pointing Aether Mutation at it.
That was fantastic stuff
That was
from
good
Lars.
stuff.
He knows exactly how these win conditions are going to go.
Yeah, he was like, I'm waiting for 12. Once I have 12 mana, I can play this 5-mana creature. Oh, interesting. Okay. Predator was tapped, so Jeremy was able to suit up his Owl Familiar with that Elephant Guide.
Still, though, this doesn't actually get damage through, right?
No, but I mean, it allows him to untap and play more creatures, right? He can start trying to race the Predator.
Right.
Because when the Owl dies, it'll leave a 3/3 Elephant behind.
Right.
Which will take another turn to kill.
Right.
And if Jeremy can add more creatures to the battlefield next turn, although interestingly, Jeremy is now tapped down to a single blue, so this might be a good window for a Death Grasp.
Oh, that could be interesting. Let's see. It's 3, 6, 9, 10. It could be 11 if he plays that Swamp from his hand. I think
but then
you're
you're not using Predator if you do that. I don't know. It's tricky.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
All right,
well,
why don't we
definitely-
jump back over to the main match? We'll keep an eye on that one, though. We've got Tim Willoughby down in the feature match area, keeping an eye on those things. We'll let you know how that one ends for sure. In the meantime, though, we've got a third game to play with Yuki Ichikawa and Yvonne Floch. Both of these players have had tremendous success at the Pro Tour level recently, kind of together. And now they're battling it out here at the World Championship. This is a game 3. And
61
Mesmeric
pro
Fiend is
points.
going to kick things off.
28 grand in 5 starts.
That is an insane beginning to a career.
Yes.
Wow.
Pretty good. Throw in a Grand Prix top 8 for good measure. Throw in, he is the most popular streamer on Nico streaming Magic. And their streaming numbers are as big or bigger than the Twitch numbers, so.
Yeah.
He's right on the edge of most popular Magic streamer in the world.
And he's got a lot of cards to look at with a turn 2 Mesmeric Fiend. I see a Choking Tethers. There's a Factor Fiction for Floch. That's pretty nice. And he took the Factor Fiction. And there's that turn 2 Wild Mongrel. Must be nice to be Yvonne Floch. Peels it and plays it.
Well played.
Yes. And Ichikawa says, yep. I know how this goes. So Floch's hand looks pretty decent here. The Killer Whale and an Elvish Aberration. He's got some of his fatties online. But here's a Dauthi Mercenary for Yuki Ichikawa, who is going to be looking to start putting some pressure on Yvonne's life total here with that Mercenary. In the meanwhile, Yvonne Floch decides that he's going to also put pressure by attacking, and then he just doesn't do anything. Going to get his cycle on here, I would assume. Maybe he just doesn't have a play. Okay, there it is. Choking Tethers gets cycled to tap down the Mercenary. Mesmeric Fiend hits the red zone to drop Floch down to 19. And are we going to see that Gust Cloak Harrier from Ichikawa? I think that's his best play here. Yep, nice curve out again from Yuki. He went 2-drop, 3-drop, 3-drop in a tap land, so pretty nice. And there's a Brainstorm from Floch. And he finds another Brainstorm. And I think a Nostalgic Dreams. Did he keep those in?
Apparently.
Thoughts on Brainstorm in VMA?
It's only okay. Like, it's good in the Storm decks. you rarely have enough reshuffle effects to turn it into true card advantage. It's usually, you draw a card. I actually, Obsessive Search, I think, is good more often than Brainstorm.
Even though you're down a card with that.
No, Obsessive Search is you draw a
Obsessive
card
Search, not
with,
Frantic Search.
Not Frantic Search.
Sorry.
But I mean, Obsessive Search means suddenly your Frantic Searches are even instead of being down a card, right? Your Wild Mongrel activations, your Aquamoeba activations. Like, Brainstorm's only okay. I mean, I think that if you're in Storm, it's good, but I don't think it's actually good in any of the other archetypes. You just don't have the reshuffle effects to make it truly good. I mean, if you're trying to stitch a train wreck together into something playable, then whatever, it gets you a card deeper in your library toward your 3 good cards. Or your 7 fogs, depending on your plan.
First things first, attack with Wild Mongrel. That gets through, drops Ichikawa down to 16. And there it is.
Watching the other game on the other screen, by the way, Dazani has just unloaded his hand. Aberration, Aven, Elephant. He's doing his best to race Predator by just feeding all his creatures onto the board. But an Expunge from Lars and Predator activations, I don't think it's going to work.
Okay. So he tried.
Yeah, no, he's fighting the good fight, and he has to.
So Floch did find...
Oh, there's an Edict. Chainer's Edict flashback, too.
He did find a way to shuffle away
nice.
the cards he didn't want. So that's kind of nice.
Nice, the Nature's Lore.
Yeah, Nature's Lore to shuffle those unwanted cards. He's even left himself with a Brainstorm in hand. Looks like Legacy Masters here. In the meanwhile, Yuki just kind of doing what he does. He's curving out. He's applying pressure. He's disrupting Floch's draw a little bit with the Mesmeric Fiend. And he's looking to be in decent shape here. There's another Fiend. And we're going to see a cycle, though, first. And then he's going to show him his hand. So let's see what he's got here. Elvish Aberration, Brainstorm, Killer Whale, and a land. So...
Yeah, Floch's got 2 fetch lands to go with his Brainstorms.
Yeah.
He's got the land cyclers. Yeah. So Lars Dom did win that game. Yeah. He literally killed every creature in his deck.
Predator Flagship. All right, so Killer Whale is going to get snatched up and hidden safely underneath that Mesmeric Fiend. And he's even going to get to crack in for 5 damage here and pass the turn back. So Floch is falling behind pretty quickly. Again, he's still quite creature light even after having boarded in a bunch of them. And Wild Mongrel continues to chip away at Ichikawa's life total. Not interested in blocking because he's got Elvish Aberration here as a 4/5. Ooh. Immediately killed, though.
Yeah. How about you make it a 1/1 flyer?
Yeah, he's going to get a 1/1 flyer here, but... Afterlife does that. So that is quite a big swing there for Floch. I mean, he had a 4/5 blocker on the ground to sort of shore it up, and now he's got a 1/1 flyer, which
I'm not a huge Afterlife fan, but when you're killing a 6-mana guy, that's when it's good.
The good news is it will hold back both Mesmeric Fiends.
Yeah, it's still a drawback that they get a 1/1 flyer. But
yeah. Looks like a pre-combat spell here. Ooh, Imperial Armor. Although it's not big, it's only +1/+1. But that's plenty here.
Yeah, and it'll go up. I mean, Ichikawa's unlikely to play more cards while he's got that going on. Floch takes it. Does he?
Did he pump? Did Ichikawa pump? He did have a
right. He
mana
left up
over.
black and 1.
Yeah, I'm assuming he would pump there. No, he didn't.
Is he leaving up shelter mana? No.
No, he's got Fallen Ascari.
Plays the last card out of his hand. Sure, Fallen Ascari.
Yeah.
I mean, may as well play the Imperial Armor, get in the 1. It'll get in 1 again next turn. It's a great curve.
18?
Yeah, he has just used up all of his mana forever.
16. What happened last turn? This 5.
Yeah, they're just double checking life totals here.
16.
He had that as a 16.
Yes, I had the 18.
Changed it to an 18.
You attack last turn with these 3, right?
Renewed Faith, I think, is the card they're missing.
So 19 and gain 2.
Yeah, I think Yuki just pointed to the Renewed Faith in.
So Yuki is explaining Ivan's life total to,
well, I don't
Ivan?
know. I think I'm right, but I just want to be sure. Last turn, Did you play this guy last turn? No.
I don't think so. These three were the attackers that did 5 damage to you.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was confused why he changed it to 18.
Yes.
But it was the renewed faith. All right.
Okay.
Players have clarified the life totals.
That happens occasionally.
11.
No big deal. But Flock down to 11. And not hitting a lot of gas here, though. He does have a Brainstorm to help reload.
I mean,
he needs something now.
Cast
though.
it. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that plan A is just to cast Brainstorm and see what's what.
Yeah. It's clearly a million miles behind on board, so.
Yeah. Okay, he finds a pair of lands and something. I couldn't actually see what it was.
Is it the regrowth?
I think it is. Yeah. All right. Is there something great in his graveyard that he can get, Randy?
I mean, there's that Elvish Aberration, but he won't be able to cast it this turn.
Yeah, see, that's the tough part.
Renewed Faith doesn't do anything. Brainstorm, Choking Tethers doesn't do enough. I mean, if he was in Turbo Fog mode, he could, regrow Choking Tethers, but there's so many creatures. Choking Tethers isn't even a fog because Ichikawa has gone so wide.
Yeah, he still gets to get in for 1. It'd probably be an effective fog considering the blockers from Flock.
Yeah, the fact you've got the 1/1, the Mesmeric Fiends aren't really attacking, so Choking Tethers is still.
Even then, we're talking about here is not great, right?
Yeah, we're talking about ways that
I
he can only take a little bit of damage next turn.
Right. Yeah, those Mesmeric Fiends are doing such work for Ichikawa.
You think Factor Fiction and Killer Whale would help Flock's position?
My goodness. I mean, Killer Whale shores up this pretty nicely for Flock.
He's down to just the Shadow Creature. I mean, the Salty Mercenary is just good against Ivan's deck.
It's very good.
Basically has to race it.
Yep. It forces him to race, and Flock's deck is just not built for that. He's trying.
Yeah. No, I'm impressed with the way Flock has been playing. He won a match. He got this to game 3.
Yeah.
He's fighting the good fight.
Yeah, it's true.
Against obviously super good opponents. But sure looks like it's going to be Ichikawa playing Pat Chapin for the 3-0 spot out of this pod.
Yeah, if I had to guess right now, that would be the case. Especially given that Flock, he's not going to have much removal. Those Mesmeric Fiends just sort of get to sit there forever.
Yeah. How surprised are you that it's Dizani in the O2 match?
I am very surprised.
Player of the year.
Yep.
But he hasn't, it's his first Worlds, right?
Yep.
His first with the super exclusive World Championships. See a lot of players need to kind of play this tournament once they get their feet under them. Reed Duke famously finished last the first time he tried it.
Right.
Obviously, came back to finish second last year. So it seems like Dizani might take a year to get his feet under him at this level. Still very early in his career. He's only played about 10, 11 Pro Tours.
That's right. Another thing to remember about this weekend with the World Championship is that the records that you need to make to the top 4 aren't the same thing. There's an addle, by the way, for Ichikawa, which is going to prompt the Brainstorm that Flock had rebought. And it feels kind of like Legacy. He's going to get to hide the card he wants to keep.
Yeah, except he's got 4 lands.
Oh, no, they're just all lands.
He's going to pretend they're interesting. Let's pretend there's something interesting here.
This is just hilarious because it's it feels like Constructed, but just worse, right? It's like Addle instead of Thoughtseize. It's Brainstorm, but then he's not putting back fetches. He has to play tapped
forgot to choose a color.
Yeah, and no color doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah.
But anyway, the record you need for top 4, though, is a lot
14
less.
rounds, 7 and 7's not going to get the job done. But, if somebody runs away and steals all the wins, like Shota did a couple of years ago, you could see 8 and 6 sneak in.
It is possible.
9 and 5 is probably in.
Right. So we have to remember that for
you've got 4
Dizani.
losses to give.
Yeah.
I think 10 and 4 will make top 4. 9 and 5, I think, will probably be coming down to it. I don't think you have to sweat the first couple of losses. Obviously 0-2 is not nearly as good as 2-0, of course. But Dizani's still got time to come back and get into this thing. I just think with that 0-2 start, with people are going to start pressuring him for pace of play. Not that the 2 losses are fatal, but just starting to feel like it might not be Dizani's week. Yeah, it sounds like he's now officially received a warning on pace of play, in fact.
Yeah, they want to make sure we get through these matches. I like the idea of not having the clock. I think that's good.
But you have to have the judges say, look, we're all adults here, and call people on it.
Yeah.
You know what? He deserved that warning.
He did. And that's the beauty of this, though, is that with a 24-player field, you can actually manage that.
Yeah.
You know, we've got...
It's not like there's 37 judges
No.
that need to coordinate and keep track of who is warned who or who's cautioned who.
We've got one high-level judge per 8 players.
Right.
And these aren't like level 2.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
talking
3
about
level
level
fours.
4s and level 5s, like, you know, big-time judges here. So, in the meantime, Yuki is looking to be in a great spot here to defeat Ivan Floch and move to 2-0, pushing Ivan down to 1-1 in Vintage Masters with one more match to go after this. Here comes Choking Tethers, though, to delay.
Cycling it to
He
tap
cycled
one
it.
creature, taps the shadow.
Finds more land. He just cannot buy a non-land draw here, even after brainstorming and shuffling. He did shuffle.
It feels like the majority of the non-land cards in his deck, though, just cycle.
Yes.
They're just brainstorms and choking tethers.
Yes, he does not have a lot of action. Yeah, well, there's one good news with flooding out. You have a lot of stuff to pitch to your Wild Mongrel.
All right,
And
flanking
he's gonna do
means
that.
he has to discard a card to get it to 2-2. He's going to discard 2 cards so that he can both eat the Ascari and live to tell about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, he still takes 2 damage in the air from the Gust Cloak Carrier, and that means that the Dauthi Mercenary is going to be lethal on its own. Does Flock find something? Anything.
Oh, he found Sapperling Burst.
And it's not good enough.
Sapperling Burst does not make shadow creatures.
Nope, it sure doesn't. And it looks like Ichikawa is going to get to play in the finals of his pod.
Yep.
And
That's where you want to be.
And try to be 3-0. And Flock has to just smile and say, well, I got a game with my
Got a game,
Turbo
got a
Fog
match.
deck. Yeah. And he's got a match and one more to go. And like you said, I mean, sometimes your deck doesn't get quite to where you wanted it to be in
Especially
draft.
when you try Storm.
Right.
I mean, there's some people who think it's just a trap. Then there's other people like Billy Jensen who apparently you think it's a trap.
I do think it's a trap.
There's so many people trying it that I did not want to fight. So, yeah, I am super interested to hear from Huey, though. It's William Jensen is a guy I heard. Like I said, I talked to him. He said, if you can get it, it's the best deck. That doesn't sound like a trap to me. So,
All right. Well, why don't we hear it from him? Let's send back over to the news desk and Richard Hagan.
All right, thank you so much to the guys. That he will face Patrick Chapin in round 3, because for those of you who are unfamiliar with this, you always play someone on the same record as yourself. So at 2-0, there's only one other player at 2-0. They must meet in round 3 to determine the winner of the pod. So Yuki Ichikawa will face Patrick Chapin. This round, Chapin defeated Paul Rietzel. Other results coming in. William Jensen and All Hall of Fame clash this one. Jensen defeated Paolo Vida Domodorosa by 2-0. More on Mr. Jensen in a moment. Kentaro Yamamoto took down Nam Sung Wook. So that puts Nam down to 0-2. Kentaro Yamamoto at 1-1. Owen Turtenwald is off the mark. He's at 1-1. That means Willie Adel of Brazil is down to 0-2. So he will play to avoid the 0-3 in his next match. Lishi Chan 1-1. That means Yuya Watanabe, who we saw feature draft with his triple Carnophage super aggressive black-white deck. He is now at 0-2, the double player of the year, the winner of the Players' Championship in 2012. He is at 0-2. And the last result I have in front of me right now, Stanislav Sifka will play for the pod win. He is at 2-0, and that's because he has defeated Josh Utter-Layton. Also just coming in, Jeremy Dizani now at 0-2, Lars Dam 1-1. So what we're going to do, we're going to hand you over to Brian David Marshall at the video wall. He has an extraordinary deck tech lined up because there's a lot of controversy over blue-black. Is it a trap? Is it just the best deck in the room? So it is time for Draft Tech with Brian David Marshall and William Jensen.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Tournament Center here in Nice, France for the World Championships. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer, Pro Tour champion, William Huey Jensen, and we're going to do a draft talk. We're going to walk through the draft you did this morning. Here we get a look at the table you were at. You know that you're passing to your good friend and teammate, Owen Turtenwald. You know Yuya Watanabe is passing to you. What's your thought? You've done a lot of Vintage Masters drafts.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about as you sit down? What's the deck you want?
So when I come into the tournament, I wanted to draft a Storm deck. So we actually had discussions about this. Owen gets a little unlucky because I know that's his preference too, but if I go into it, he can't.
Right.
So he's sitting to my left, and that's probably where strategically is the best place for him to be, for me, at the table. Just because if I decide to draft the deck, I don't have to worry about him cutting me off.
If he's sitting in like a Li Shi
Then we fight for it, right?
Sure.
So I was a little worried to have Yuya passing to me because I know Yuya is both capable and sort of enjoys the eccentric strategies a little bit. Like last year at the World Championships, I think he first picked like a Worm Harvest in Vintage Masters draft. So I think Yuya, well, obviously Yuya is one of the best players in the world. He's capable of anything, but I think some people are more adverse to drafting a deck like Storm because certainly you can train wreck if you don't get what you need, but I think Yuya was reasonably liable to go for it, so I was a little nervous about that, but you know, if the stuff was coming, it's coming.
Okay, in a Storm deck, what do you want to do, just in a nutshell, in a Storm deck?
So usually you want to just cast a bunch of spells and then cast Brain Freeze or Tendrils of Agony, or sometimes in some decks you need to get creative. Like you need to cast 10 spells, play a Psychotog, Temporal Fissure, all their permanents and like 3 of your lands to get enough fodder to kill them or things like that. The best decks are Brain Freeze decks. It's the best card. It's the best win condition by far. It's really good with Scrivener, especially because the interaction where you can play the Scrivener with it on the stack, Brain Freeze, and it gets like the extra spell from the Scrivener you can kill very quickly, but you have to be able to generate a lot of mana. And for that, you want cards like High Tide and Frantic Search in combination with each other, or Nightscape Familiar, Turnabout, things like that.
Okay, so you want to draft Storm. We go into pack one, and let's take a look at what decisions you had to make. What are you thinking about in this pack?
So, honestly, I open the pack, I see the rares Visara the Dreadful. The problem is black is the worst primary color in Modern Masters by a lot.
Right.
Expensive cards just also aren't that good. Obviously a really powerful card and really, really powerful against slow decks, but I just decided, you know what? I know Storm's the best deck. Brain Freeze is the best card. I'm just going to take it.
All right, so let's take a look. There you go. You see the Brain Freeze? You're not thinking about Chain Lightning at all?
No.
You're not...
The only two cards I really considered were Brain Freeze and Visara.
Okay. And are you hoping something like Cabal Ritual comes back around the table?
The rituals in the best Storm decks aren't that great. You really want to play a lot of islands, and you want to combo like High Tide and Frantic Search and things like that. But the rituals are okay. I mean, like if I could take two cards out of this pack, I would take Brain Freeze and Circular Logic.
Right. Okay. Let's take a look at the next pack. And so now we see, you know, we're thinking about just blue-black cards here. You see the Gush, the Sandbar, the Dark Ritual.
Yeah, Gush is perfect. It's card draw and it's free. So, you know.
There have been books written about the card.
Yeah, there's been. So a free spell that draws you two cards is exactly what I want. Here there's a Temporal Fissure that I can wheel if I happen to get one of the decks that I was talking about where you need a little extra oomph. There's a Dark Ritual, which conceivably can make it back. I like the fact that the pack has a Lightning Rift as like far and away the best card. So like it's very likely Owen's going to take red. And
he'll see that as a strong signal from you?
Right. Well, I think from anyone.
Sure.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at what you picked. And there you go. There's the Gush. So let's take a look at pick 3.
So this pack isn't great.
Do you worry at all about this at this point?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because this pack just isn't great. Like no matter what deck I'm drafting, like I'm not just getting. It's not like I'm getting cut on Storm cards and I'm seeing like really great Goblins cards or really great White Weenie cards. This pack really has. You know, Elephant Guide is a pretty good card, and so is Blastoderm, but it's like the rest of the pack is very weak. I'm pretty happy with the counterspell. I usually like to play one or two in my decks.
Let's see the check mark.
And it also cuts blue decently well. I mean,
you're just sending a Repel.
Repel is like a pretty mediocre card in this format. So
okay, so pick 4, and so we see Famine, Drakestown Forgotten, Dark Ritual.
Here's a pick I think I did start to worry maybe a little. Like, it sort of has the same phenomenon, except this time there are some pretty good Goblin cards. Like it's unlikely that Yuya is probably passing me like 4th pick Fire Blast if he's drafting the mono red deck.
Patrol, Matron, and Fire Blast
are all. So I'm like, you know, I think I take Dark Ritual because, it can
All
be
right.
good. And
Yeah, there's the check
But I'm
mark.
a little bit worried that, because it takes away the fact Yuya could be playing mono red, which is a little bit worse for
Right.
me. Like, I'd love Yuya to be mono red.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So let's take a look at your 5th pick now, and where are we thinking here?
Here's another pack where I just look at it and I'm like, well, these cards just aren't very good. Like, no matter what I'm drafting, I don't really want these cards. Radiance Judgment is okay, but it's not something that people are going to be taking before pick 5, so it doesn't really send me a clear signal. Ultimately, Rescind cycles, and it has some utility, so it's fine. I mean, putting cycling cards in Storm decks so you can reach critical mass is just fine.
There you go, and there's pick. Okay, so pick 6. Now we're starting to get down to the last couple cards where you
Yeah.
get a chance to see something new.
This is probably the pick in the draft where I started to get the most nervous. It's clear that Yuya is probably not drafting aggressive red still, but I already knew that. Ultimately, I'm not going to play. Even if I go into like a control deck, I'm not going to pair any of these non-blue cards with what I have. So I'm just going to take the Killer Whale, pass a blueless pack. And
Okay, and just hope for the best impact
Yeah,
too here.
exactly.
All right, so let's see pick 7.
So
what are you thinking here? There's a Circular Logic.
So
there's
here
Dark
it's
Ritual.
like Dark Ritual, I already have one. Like I said, it's not that good in the best Storm decks. Circular Logic is actually pretty good because it can just buy you time to reach the critical mass of cards in your hand. So I'm pretty happy to take that. Also, if I end up playing some sort of weird blue control deck because the cards aren't coming, Circular Logic is going to be a lot better.
Okay, so let's see the check mark.
Hope I took it.
Let's see. Yep, there you go. You did take it. Good job. Let's take a look at now. This is your last sort of
card.
unknown pack.
So here is clear Nightscape Familiar. I was actually really happy with this pick. Nightscape Familiar is really, really good with Frantic Search and Turnabout to generate mana. Also, all the blue card draw spells, the best ones cost blue 3. So it lets you play that turn 2, cast a card draw spell turn 3, and just sort of get deeper into your deck.
So we get the check mark on the Nightscape Familiar. Now, for the rest of the pack, does anything interesting come back around, or it didn't seem like there were a lot of
I did get the
2
Temporal
cards?
Fissure back.
Okay.
Which matters. I mean, but it's nothing like amazing. But it is unlikely it's sort of unlikely that I thought when I got the 12th pick, Temporal Fissure, Yuya's probably not drafting Storm. Because I remember the pack didn't have much for me the first time. So if he was drafting it, he would just take it to hedge. So it's unlikely that I'm going to get cut in that direction. I also thought Owen to my left, although he likes Storm, I passed nothing that would get him into the deck.
Right.
So I thought.
Are you assuming he's in Lightning Rift?
Probably, but who knows? I mean, I just know that like he can't. He could be like Blue-Green Madness or something weird, but he can't be a Storm deck with what I've passed.
Okay. So now we'll skip ahead to the first pick in pack 2. It's going in the opposite direction, and what does this look like for you?
Not much. Again, this is just a Nightscape Familiar. Like it's important to the deck. I would like to have gotten 3 or 4. I ended up with 2. That one and this one. I passed a couple because
You would play as many as 4 Nightscape Familiars in that deck.
Yeah, I think so. Especially with the way I ended up with 2 Deep Analysis, 2 Plea for Power. Like having a turn 2 Nightscape Familiar is so much better. You're so much more likely to win than the games you don't. So I definitely take this here. Oh, did I? Maybe I tried to wheel it because I got the first one so late in pack 1.
We get the check mark on the rescind.
Well, I made a mistake, but I think because I got the 8th pick Nightscape Familiar in pack 1, I just figured I'd get it back in pack 2, which may have been a mistake. Or I might just not have had that much black yet. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it was just an error. Probably was just an error.
Okay, so now you've mentioned the card Plea for Power a couple times. Talk a little bit about this card and how it contrasts with now a Nightscape Familiar.
Right. Well, Plea for Power is just better. It's sort of like draw 3 cards for 4 mana. Like I said, I remember thinking at some point the Nightscape Familiars might wheel. So Plea for Power is a card that's less sort of replaceable. Like Nightscape Familiar can sort of be replaced a little bit by Dark Rituals and High Tides. You really need card draw. Your deck can't function without it. I have 1 Nightscape Familiar already. And like I said, I think I'm way more likely to wheel that than that, so
Okay,
I go with that.
you take the Plea, and you don't think about anything like Predatory
No.
Night Stalker. That's just not
No.
even.
I don't even like that card in normal decks.
Okay, so Plea for Power. So now we get our next pack. Aquamoeba, Obsessive Search, Thopter Squadron.
Yeah, this is just Obsessive Search. It's the only card.
There's actually 2 in the pack here.
I think I only took 1, but this is the only card I really want to put in my Storm deck. It also, it's good because you can cast it the turn you're trying to win and get a spell, or you can cycle it early on and get deeper. So.
Right. Get sort of smooth out your land draws and
Yeah.
make sure you hit everything you need. Okay, so there we see the Obsessive Search. Pick 4. There's another Obsessive Search. There's Death's Head Buzzard. Is that a card
Well,
you ever think about?
The choice here is no.
Lonely
The choice
Sand-
here is Lonely Sandbar and Obsessive Search. Ultimately, because Obsessive Search is a spell, I think it's a little bit better.
Sure.
The cycling lands are really good too, but it's still a little early in the draft. One problem with the blue cycling lands is if you play them, they don't work with High Tide.
Right.
If you end up getting it, but I think I take Obsessive Search here.
Okay, let's take a look at the check mark. There you go.
I'm nervous now that I'm going to mess up again.
Pick 5. So
All right.
Rescind, Brainstorm, Sandbar.
Here, I was actually pretty happy
but
with Turnabout.
I was just going to say,
'cause-
Turnabout's a big game
Yeah,
for you.
my deck is lacking right now. I never saw any Frantic Searches, Turnabouts, so I really need something that can generate me a lot of mana with one spell. So I happily took Turnabout here.
Okay, so pick 6. Well, you've got to be happy to see that smiling face.
Yeah, Psychotog is interesting because what he does is he gives you a second way to win with your deck. Psychotog and Temporal Fissure is really, really good. Also, when you have cards like Gush, oftentimes you can just play Psychotog, Choking Tethers their guys, Turnabout their guys, attack Gush, Brain Freeze yourself for 9 and do 20 damage or whatever, even without Brain Freeze. So Psychotog is an easy pick here.
Okay, pick 7. Deep Analysis. There's a Tendrils of Agony. Is that a consideration for you at all?
Not really. I already have Brain Freeze, which, like I said, is way better. It costs double black, and now that I have the Psychotog, I don't need the weak win condition in the Tendrils. So I just took Deep Analysis. It's by far the best card, and it's very important to the Storm deck, because with Nightscape Familiar in play, you can cast your first spell of the turn, which draws you 2 cards for 1 mana, which is really good.
Okay, and now let's take a look. And this is the last
this is
pack.
this is a nothing pack where I just take Obsessive Search. I think that Nightscape Familiar ended up wheeling, actually. I think I do get it next pick, which we're not going to see. But
okay. And then, so you you said you ended up with 2. So
ended up with 2.
So
I
they
think
both,
it was that one.
So they both don't wheel.
the one that would have been, the one that I took the plea over, which
Yeah.
would have come with like 2 cards in the pack, that one didn't wheel. But I think the one that I took the Rescind over did.
Okay, so when you're going into pack 3 now, what are you thinking about? What cards are you looking for, really?
I would like just to get Frantic Searches.
Yeah.
The card I want more than anything else. But anyway, the first pack here is somewhat weak.
Mana War, Choking Tethers.
Yeah.
Do you ever consider
No.
something like a Sorcerer?
I think I already had one too.
Yeah.
Just from a late pickup that I don't intend to play. So the only pick here is Mana War or Choking Tethers. Mana War is typically much better, but I take Choking Tethers because, like I said, with Psychotog, it just is another card that just wins you the game. Also, it cycles early against slower decks. It's just better in the Storm deck in general. Sometimes there's weird corner cases where you have 2 Nightscape Familiars and a bunch of mana, and you can cast Mana War bouncing itself for a blue every time to increase your Storm. But with what I had, it was Choking Tethers.
This is the legendary double Beetleback Chief pack of much contention.
They
Okay,
both come back on the wheel.
so now we look at. You said you want Nightscape Familiars, but I can't imagine you would
No.
ever take one over Brain
No
Freeze.
way. 2 Brain Freezes is so good because if you ever draw 2, you basically win the game. You have to cast like 3 spells and then the 2 Brain Freezes, and you mill them for 27.
Oh, wow.
It's like, unless they're going to kill you on like turn 5 or 6, or
Right,
if you're
'cause the
able
first one gets 12 and the second one gets 15.
And if you cast one more spell, they're dead. So this is easy Brain Freeze. I didn't even consider anything else.
Okay. So now you have 2 Brain Freezes. You've got to feel pretty good about this deck, and now you're just like looking to maybe fill some holes.
Now
at this point.
I'm a little nervous because I have no Frantic Search and just 1 Turnabout. I don't have a lot of ways to generate mana. I have the 2 Familiars, but I have a lot of card draw. So here, I actually take Palancron because it can sort of give you a mana if the game goes long enough, especially if you have multiple Familiars and it costs like 5. But also, it can just win. Sometimes you get those draws with the Fissure where you bounce their whole board and you have like 2 Familiars and a Palancron, and people can't really recover from that. So.
Sure. Okay. So let's take a look at your 4th pick. See, Plea for Power. Do you ever think about a card like Cloud of Fairies?
I did make a mistake in this draft, but it's not going to get shown. When this pack wheels, I should have taken Cloud of Fairies over second Fissure, but I didn't. It was a big mistake, and I've definitely regretted it. But here, Plea for Power is definitely the pick at this point.
Okay.
What actually ends up happening is, might be the next pick. I get a second Psychotog, so I thought the second Fissure would be better than it is, but with the 2 Brain Freeze, it should have been Cloud of Fairies.
And have you ever gotten the extra turn off the
No,
Plea for
but
Power?
I've never even tried.
You don't even want it, right?
Yeah, because it's pointless. The only way they're going to give you the extra turn is if they feel it benefits them. So
yeah, it's just draw 3 cards.
It's just draw 3 cards.
Okay, so let's take a look. Pick 5. We see a Sea Drake, a Scrivener, a Deep Analysis.
I do like to have a Scrivener in my Storm decks, but I still think Deep Analysis is just too good. So this gives me 4 of the 4 mana card draw spells, which is pretty good.
Right, 2 Plea, 2 Deep
Plea and
Analysis.
2 Deep Analysis with the 2 Familiars. I would love to wheel a Familiar, but unfortunately I don't get a third. Luckily, the the dumb pick I made didn't cost me the Rescind, but that's okay.
Okay, so let's take a look. So now pick 6. There's the grinning face that Magic players have learned to either love or fear.
Very happy about this. One good thing about having Psychotog is if you just put it in play against the aggressive decks, they can't really get through. Like their goal is to do 20 to you before you reach this critical mass, and Psychotog slows them down a lot.
Yeah, I watched a match where you played that against Paulo, and he had like a 5-power creature or something, and you're just sitting there in Psychotog, and he's like, all right, I'll attack for 2 in the air.
Yeah, exactly.
So no thought to Chainer's Edict, Counterspell?
No way.
Okay.
Psychotog's just way too good.
Okay, so let's go on. Pick 7. Oh, boy.
This was insane.
This is actually unreal. How does this happen?
I almost did a double take when I looked at the pack. Mana Drain, probably like the best counterspell in the history of Magic, maybe rivaling Force Will.
Okay.
Probably better, though. I mean, if you're ever not just losing, you just get to sit on this card and then start your Storm turn with 4 extra mana. It's really good.
So that's a huge early Christmas gift for you there.
Yeah, that's a slam dunk, easy pick. Very, very happy with that.
Okay, and then the last sort of first look pack you get.
I'd just take another Dark Ritual here, especially because, like I said, I got no Frantic Searches. I might need a little boost on the mana, and I'm never going to play any of these other cards ever. So.
Okay, and then and how would you grade the way this draft turned out for you?
Probably like a 9. I think if my deck had like 2 Frantic Searches, it would be a 10 easily. 1 Frantic Search, maybe a 9.5. That's definitely the card I'm missing. I think just none were opened. I don't think anyone else in the pot is playing blue, so I don't think.
not with the 7th pick manager.
Right, exactly. And I know Owen was the one guy who didn't see it, who's playing something else. So.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm happy with it. I did make a couple picks that were kind of close that maybe I picked wrong. I mean, I guess if my logic in the moment was that the Familiar would wheel, it did. But I definitely should have taken that Cloud of Fairies.
Okay. And then what's the score in terms of how many games you've won? How many has Psychotog taken? How many has Brain Freeze taken?
2-2.
2-2?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're 2-0. You're heading into a third round.
Yep.
So for William Huey Jensen, this is Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
All right, thank you very much to Brian David Marshall and William Jensen. Sitting with me is Simon Gertzen, watching just off camera as William Jensen walked us through all his picks. Simon, this blue-black deck is really turning into one of the developing stories of the morning and of Vintage Masters Draft, because great friend, teammate of William Jensen, Reed Duke, he has 2 Tendrils of Agony in his Storm deck. He's 0-2 this morning. So what are we to make of blue-black? Where is it positioned? Just talk us your perspective from all your VMA drafts on blue-black and Storm.
I've said it before, it is difficult to draft. You have to really know what you are trying to do. And I think Peach Garden Oath realized that's a big opportunity. It's kind of like a high-risk, high-reward kind of thing, where in the metagame of these 24 players, drafting Storm is probably the best thing you can do. It's not white. It's generally regarded as complicated and at the same time not very good. But as we've seen, Huey Jensen, he knows exactly what he wants, down to the last card in his deck. And that's when these decks suddenly become the best decks you can draft.
So the people who say the deck is not very good, is that because they're not drafting good versions of the deck? Is it because they're beating people who are playing bad versions of the deck? Is it the deck itself that gets a bad rap, if you like?
I think the major thing is that you have to construct your deck to a control game plan. And we've seen how highly Huey prioritizes card draw. Plea for power, deep analysis. That's not an aggro deck. That's not a combo deck that tries to win as fast as possible. But rather, you need the critical mass of spells in your hand and the mana to cast them all. So he's realized that he needs to be heavily blue to support the card draw. And then, as an afterthought, he has double Brain Freeze, which is of course insane, and the victory condition of choice, and a backup plan. So that's basically he gave it a 9 out of 10, and that's very accurate. At least I think that's what I would give it as well. Now I don't know much more about Duke's deck except for the 2 Tendrils, but there's a small trap here in the sense that Nightscape Familiar is so good because you want to be heavy blue. Dark Ritual and Tendrils of Agony are good in Storm, but they are not good in a deck that wants to be primarily blue. They are actually, Tendrils of Agony is just strictly worse than Brain Freeze. You usually need 10, a storm count of 10, and you need 2 black, 4 mana total. Brain Freeze, you can get away with less storm count, single blue. With Nightscape Familiar, it's actually literally a single blue. This is, I think, where you can look at a storm deck and just count how many blue spells, how many black spells, and the more blue spells there are, the better the deck is.
Right, so it's very much not a black-blue storm deck, it's very much a blue-black deck.
And it's control rather than as fast as possible.
Something straightforward that Jensen said in the draft tape we've just watched with BDM. He said, obviously, I know that Owen would like to be Storm as well, but he's in a bad chair, he is to my left, and I made absolutely sure that he couldn't imagine that he was getting the hook up there because I just took away all the Storm. That's easy enough, because when you're on the left of someone, if you want to try something, you can just see the cards aren't coming. But is Storm an archetype at a table that supports more than one drafter at the table? He was saying, maybe if Li Shi-Chan 4-round had been in Storm, is that where 2 Storm players, they are bound to crash and burn? Is there just enough for one at the table?
Yeah, I think it's really a deck that you want to be drafting as the only drafter at your table. That was easy enough with Owen because they are teammates. He's sitting to his left. If there's somebody else picking up a Brain Freeze first pick, first pack, then one of them has to realize that it's not open for both players. You don't get the high tides, the turnabouts, the Brain Freezes, the Tendrils in a sufficient number otherwise.
Assuming that you have a good blue-black Storm list, and we've discussed how that might come about, what are you not wanting to face when you come out at 2-0 looking to win the pod? Who do you not want to face?
You mean the deck?
Yeah, deck-wise.
Okay. It's pretty clearly the case that you want to draw out the game, but you can't really cast spells that much. So you kind of have to just sit there and wait and hope that you get that extra turn. So it's kind of difficult against decks with Reach, with burn spells, because if they bring you down to 3 and you say, I'm still saving on my spells, I'd rather cycle this Expunge because I'm dead next turn anyway, and then they Chain Lightning you out, then you've just lost the game without having cast a spell, maybe. That's not doable. The faster your opponent's deck is, the less you want to play against it.
Okay, so let's see if we can summarize the sort of beginning of the blue-black tips for players who are just coming on Magic Online to do their first few VMA drafts and see the opportunity. We're saying Nightscape Familiar is super powerful because it just makes everything cheaper, but it wants the blue cards to be primary, so it's a blue deck first, a black deck second. Focus on control, know the plan, don't necessarily get drawn. You got to be very patient, it sounds like, in the early game where you want to cast spells, but you just mustn't.
Yeah.
Anything else that you want to sort of share with people for ways to make the bad deck a good deck?
Brain Freeze is the number 1 card. If you can open it, that's what you have to take. I think Mind's Desire also counts in a sense because it's just absurd if you can get that to work. I think Ivan Floch actually drafted one. The other thing is that you do have a backup plan, but that's even harder to pull off, and that's the Psycho Talk, bounce all your permanents.
Right, with Temporal Fissure and so on.
Yeah, so there are ways to go about things, even if you don't have one of the 2 Storm victory conditions, but that's really something for the advanced stages of VMA drafting.
Well, we have some pretty advanced VMA drafters here for sure, and William Jensen's definitely one of them. All right, thanks very much to Simon. Now I can tell you the final results are coming in for this round. Players are getting ready for round 3. Why don't we take a look at how things stand after round 2? So why don't we start with the pod that we opened up on, where we saw Yuya Watanabe draft what turned out to be an Armadillo Cloak first, and then couldn't get to green-white in any way, ended up black-white, super aggressive. He is at 0-2 right now, and that's because Li Shi-Chan claimed his first victory for Hong Kong at 1-1. Willie Adel is now at 0-2, so Adel Watanabe will be the can we get out of the pod with a win match coming up next. up at the top end, we have William Jensen, who will face Shahar Shenhar of Israel. The reigning world champion is off to a 2-0 start. That's because Sean McLaren of Canada fell to Shahar Shenhar in that last round. Then the four in the middle, Paulavita Damarosa, McLaren, Lee, and Owen Turtenwald, the currently ranked #1 player in the world. He is at 1-1 going into the final round. So why don't we take a look at our second pod? This is the pod that we looked at during the round just gone. So down at 0-2, Jeremy Desani, not his morning so far for sure, had that huge clash against Paul Rietzl in round 1 where Claws of Wirewood eventually drew the second game for Rietzl before Rietzl went on to take the match. And he will face Nam Sun Wook at the 0-2 bracket. The South Korean champion of Grand Prix Melbourne 2014, NSW on Magic Online. One of those two, Desani and Wook, will not have a win coming out of Vintage Masters Draft. The 1-1s, 4 of them. Lars Dam picked up a win in his last match. So he was the victor over Jeremy Desani. Even Flock 1-1 we saw fall to Yuki Ichikawa. And Yuki Ichikawa, one of the early stories here developing at the World Championship. Already 2 Pro Tour top 8s, remember, in just 5 starts. Not the best known of the Japanese. He's not yet a Hall of Famer and a Player of the Year from the likes of Saito and Nakamura and Samura and so on. But he is putting together a tremendous early career. He is at 2-0 and he will face the innovator Patrick Chapin from the Hall of Fame. Chapin victorious over Paul Rietzl in the second round. So those two will try to come out with the perfect clean record. And Simon, at 3-0, the players can look that realistically across the next 3 formats, day and a half, 11 rounds, maybe 6-5 is all that's required to secure a top 4 berth. So the next round for the likes of Ichikawa and Chapin going head-to-head for the 3-0, huge.
Absolutely, and I love that Chapin is up there. He tweeted that he beat Paul Rietzl, who taught him the format, which I think is a great gesture.
Okay, I'm going to show you one final pod standing because this is the table we are going to next. You see Stanislav Sivka and Sam Black. They will face each other for determining who wins the pod. We have Ray Perez Jr. against Reed Duke. They are both at 0-2. Who will come out of that with a win? Tom Martell 1-1, Josh Utter-Leighton 1-1, and Raf Levy against Jacob Wilson. That's your slate of matches for this final round of Vintage Masters Draft. Let's head down to the studio. In the booth waiting for us, the expertise of the Hall of Famer Mr. Randy Buehler and the dulcet tones of Mr. Marshall Sutcliffe.
Welcome to the booth. We've got one heck of a matchup down in the feature match. Sam Black and Sivka. You just looked at the list. They look really good.
These are awesome.
Let's get down there for the 3rd round of action for Vintage Masters Draft. Hello and welcome to coverage of the World Championship. We're in Nice, France. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Randy Buehler. Let's take a look at our players.
Sam Black, United States of America, pro player at large.
All right, well, we're taking a look at Stanislav Sivka here as he takes a drink of water.
This deck, oh my goodness.
He's always smiling. Let's take a look at his opponent, Sam
I would be
Black.
smiling if I had this deck too.
Sam not smiling. He does sometimes, though.
His deck's also insane.
Both of these players have fantastic decks. Randy, give us the lowdown as we get underway down in the feature match area.
So Sivka's got a Goblin deck, and we've seen some good Goblin decks. We've not seen this Goblin deck. 3 Goblin Goons.
Oh, 3 of them?
Sitting alongside 3 Beetleback Chiefs. And
wow, 3 Beetleback Chiefs?
Yeah, and a Lightning Dragon and a Flame Tongue Kavu. And you know, that might sound like a lot of 4s, but he's got a Mana Crypt and an Ancient Tomb.
Wow. So what the heck is Sam Black going to do against this? Well, he's got a Fyndhorn Elves, but what's his game plan, Randy?
Survival of the fittest?
Oh, man.
Discarding Basking Rootwalla.
For free.
Putting it into play for free. Or, if you prefer, discarding a fatty so that you can reanimate it with the 2 copies of Breath of Life that are in the deck.
Wow, cool. Well, I'm excited for this one. Serendip Efreet here for Sam Black
Just
on turn 2.
3/4 flyer, no problem.
Facing 2 Skirk Prospectors. So looking pretty good here for Sam if you want to stabilize against a pair of 1/1s.
What? I thought these decks were fast. Reed Duke has already won his first game with a lethal Tendrils of Agony?
This format, Randy. I can barely keep up with it. That is insane.
High Tide, Turnabout, Dark Ritual.
Some number, and then Tendrils. Wow.
Oh, the Vampiric Tutor was involved. A Frantic Search.
That's incredible.
What turn was it?
We'll get it. We'll get that one.
Sounds like a turn 3 kill with a lethal Tendrils.
That's insane.
Yes.
In the meantime, Beetleback Chief here on turn 3 for Sifka.
Oh, Skirk Prospector is also Mana Acceleration. Yeah,
Taking
people do not stack Skirk Prospectors often enough.
No.
That guy is a Lotus Petal that can sometimes attack. He's
Yes.
not a goblin who can sometimes sack for mana.
I like the way you think, Randy. And so does Sifka, as now he's got, both players with some form of mana acceleration. And here's a Brainstorm for Black, which is probably a good sign for Sifka, as, it means he's probably not doing a ton else this turn, though you never know. But sinking one of his 3 available currently mana into a Brainstorm means that he can spend 3 mana this turn. And Sifka's got that grin. Look at him. He likes his board state.
Ray Perez was on the losing end of that Reed Duke Tendrils, by the way. That's the 0-2 match. I did not expect Reed to start this tournament 0-2, especially it sounded like his deck was pretty good, but
I don't know. That's
it's not consistently enough. You're not buying it?
Scares me a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I do agree with what those guys said that the high end on it can be incredible.
Yes.
But it also can just kind of not do a lot, and there's draws that, like from decks like what Sifka has, that can really put the heat on you quickly and make you do stuff. It's not like it just 3-0s if you get it.
Lightning Dragon.
Wow.
Serendib is stuck playing defense, just pinging away a point a turn.
The good news is, though, for Sam Black fans, is that he is hiding nicely behind the Serendib Efreet. It is doing a great job as a blocker. And, of course, we knew that Sam wasn't going to just do nothing with that turn. He's got Crows and Tusker, which he's going to cycle for a Plains. And it looks like Josh Utter-Layton. He got paired up against Tom Martell this round.
Teammates.
And he has picked up the first game against Tom. Both of those players are 1-1 and looking to get out of the pod with a solid 2-1, as opposed to the much less solid 1-2. So here's Sam Black drawing a card off of his Tusker. And for his draw step. Here's another life loss. Now, Sifka's, while he can't actually attack through the Efreet because it's huge, 3-4 with flying, he does get to still get some work done by the life loss.
Mm-hmm. Also, Lightning Dragon can attack through it. He's enjoying this.
He certainly is.
Levy Jacob Wilson is a black-white mirror, it sounds like.
So, yeah, there were a lot of black-white decks in the field.
There really were.
Levy's up a game over Jacob Wilson. Those players are also sitting at 1-1.
Sam's got the Breath of Life. Looks like I think that's the white-bordered card on the edge of his hand. Yep.
Sam,
so he can put the Crows and Tusker into play if he wants to.
Right. He can get the Tusker down right now.
It's not the most exciting thing he can do, though.
No.
Doesn't deal with Lightning Dragon. It probably has to play defense.
To block a 2-powered or 1-powered creature.
Maybe you start attacking with it.
It is a pretty quick clock, ultimately. Especially when you can save up one attack with your Serendip Efreet, which is going to start attacking.
I mean, it seems like what Sam really needs is an answer to the Lightning Dragon.
Yes, he does. Another flyer would do nicely.
Right. I mean, he's currently outclassed in the air.
Aqua Amoeba comes down on 2, but he's sort of suspiciously left 3 mana up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there's the Echo cost. You see that dice was sitting on top of Sifka's library to remind him. Symbiotic Worm in hand for black?
Yeah, survival that into the graveyard.
That is much more exciting to buy back.
Well, he doesn't have a way to get into the graveyard,
Not
unfortunately.
currently, no.
He needs the survival of the fittest. He's also got 2 Frantic Searches.
Yeah, I mean, Aquamoeba
Oh,
can
Aquamoeba will
pitch
get
the
it.
worm.
Of course.
How do you like that play, Randy?
That's exciting. There's a lot more discard in this deck than I picked up on at first. 2 copies of Frantic Search, the Aquamoeba, the Survival, the second Aquamoeba. No Mongrels, though. Somehow there just weren't very many Mongrels in any of the pods.
Interestingly, Sam wants to block with his Archamoeba, or at least be able to on the ground, but he also wants to pitch the worm. Could just do it on his turn. Kind of fun how that Aquamoeba interaction works, where he does want to time it so that, like, maybe if he wants to attack with it, he can, or get the right block in.
Yeah, this
so
seems like the
Dragon
right
hits
attack.
the zone, and Sam says, yeah, no problem, take 4. And nothing for Sifka, thanks to the Echo cost on the Lightning Dragon there.
Sure.
Just means he doesn't get to do anything for the turn, and Sam Black's got to love this.
Fire Breathing is going to add up, though. It's basically a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, he can chump once.
Wait, Sam's at 13 now? It's actually a 1-turn clock.
He might be at 12.
Well, all the Skirk Prospector means all of those goblins can just turn into +1 power on Lightning Dragon.
Right.
He can Fire Breathe for 8 next turn from this board.
All right, there it is. Symbiotic Worm, 7/7.
But Sam attacked with the Serendib.
Oh, he did. Is he dead here? With just green mana up, he can't play Tangle.
Did he just miss the Skirk Prospector into Fire Breathing mana?
The worm doesn't have reach. So how much is it? Let's count it up. It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I miss 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. Do you think Sifka's just going, well, is there anything I need to be concerned about here? Like, the card that jumps to mind is Tangle.
It's Tangle, but he's only got the elf.
He just has the elf. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, all those goblins via Skirk Prospector can turn into red mana.
Yeah. So he just attack with everything.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to kill them all anyway.
Yeah, he's just going to kill him.
Stan also has Rites of Initiation in his hand, which could be relevant.
It's
I don't think he needs it, though. I think he can get there with just Fire Breathing.
Yeah. He actually only needs to deal 11, also because of the Ifrit. But.
Sure. Okay, he goes Rites for 3. Sure, that's a more efficient use of 3 red mana. Yeah. Rites got there. I'm not even sure he needed the Rites.
I think he just had it on. I think he had the win on board anyway.
Stanislav Sifka.
Wow, Sifka gets by Sam Black in the first game here. And
Breath of Life for Symbiotic Worm. No good.
No, too slow.
Too slow.
And that's going to put him within 1 game of 3-0ing his first pot.
Yeah.
Play like the pro.
All right, well, we'll be back in just a moment after these messages.
Play like the pros by jumping into a Vintage Masters draft right now. Vintage Masters draft is available until December 10th. Join the fun by downloading Magic Online at www.mtgo.com. Hump bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Baltimore, Milan, Denver, Manila, Omaha, and Shizuoka. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
All right, well, our main feature match gets shuffled up in sideboard. Let's jump over to Table B. That's the one with Raymond Perez Jr. and Reed Duke. And we've had a flashback deep analysis a Mana Vault, and a Frantic Search that's just resolved. So we could be right in the middle of Reed Duke going off with his Storm deck. I see Tendrils right at the front of his hand.
Oh, there's High Tide, too.
And that's a High Tide.
All right, he's got all the mana he could possibly need.
And he's got the Tendril, so it's a spell question.
What's that?
It's just a number of spells. That's the problem here.
Right. Now he needs to draw enough cards. Obsessive Search will get him draw another card. Draws a Mana Vault. Again, a lot of mana. So Reed's plan is to cast 10 spells, and then, well, 9 spells. The Tendrils of Agony wants to be the 10th spell, which can just drain Ray Perez for 2 each. Mana Vault is spell number.
So we've had
5.
There's 2 Mana Vaults,
Frantic Search,
Frantic
High
Search,
Tide,
and
Obsessive Search,
and a Flashback,
Deep Analysis, 2
so
Mana
that's
Vaults.
5.
That's 6.
I also see Temporal Fissure in hand for Reed.
Oh, jeez.
Now he can use that to generate Storm Count as well.
Yeah,
right?
he can pick up the Mana Vaults and recast them.
And float a bunch of mana.
Oh, yeah. He's totally got this.
Yeah.
Temporal Fissure, he can
here's a
bounce his
Temporal
own
Fissure.
Mana Vaults.
1, 2, 3, 4, and your 3 planes.
And your 3 planes.
Yeah, he's already up to 7 Storm Count. So he gets 7 copies of Temporal Fissure.
Oh, man, this is sick. Reed Duke going off in Vintage Masters draft. Now, he hasn't had the best draft. He finds himself at 0-2 coming into this game, but he already won the first game very, very quickly, and it looks like he's going to be able to seal the deal here, too.
I mean, Tendrils is double black. That can sometimes be an issue. I see only 1 untapped swamp.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to guess. I mean, he had a Frantic Search. It sure seems like he should have had enough black mana.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he's got one floating, but...
5 colorless.
Just needs to make sure that he gets everything, all of his bases covered. You don't want to make a procedural error at this stage, and he's going to get to play a Temporal Fissure to pick up.
2 copies each on your 3 lands.
Okay, so he can stack targets.
He's picking up his swamp.
Yeah.
If he hasn't played a land for the turn, then he can just play the swamp, and now he's got the 2nd black mana.
That's
okay.
right.
Yeah, no land drop for the turn yet. Storm count is somewhere in the teens.
By the way, no permanence on Ray's side of the board at all.
Flawless victory, right?
That's what you want. Ideally, Ray's at 20. You know, you get him. You get
There
all
you
of it.
go. Tendrils of
And
Agony.
Tendrils of Agony is going to at least get 1 win out of this draft for Reed. So Reed's up 2-0 in that one and picks up the victory to finish 1 and 2.
1-2.
You know, he got a win out of it.
It's not a disaster.
Right.
It's not the way you wanted to start the tournament, but like we said, you know, where the top 4 cut is, you know, could be 9 and 5, it could be 8 and 6.
Yep.
You got some losses to give.
All right, well, let's jump over to that far table you see with Tom Martell versus Josh Utter-Layton. These 2 guys are teammates, and they're scrapping it out. Josh is up a game in this match.
Came to Europe early, played Grand Prix Strasbourg together. Tom
is prophetic bolting.
It's always a fun time. Which one of these cards do I want? In addition to my 4 damage.
Looks like he's got some good options here.
Is he prophetic bolting Josh? Is this to the face, or did he kill the mongrel?
The mongrel could have died, though.
No, they killed the mongrel.
Killed the mongrel, okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's one of those where, like, if you want to discard 3 cards to save your mongrel, I'll allow it.
Tom's deck looks awesome.
Martell 20, Utter-Layton 12.
It looks like Josh is all the
there's
way
the
down to
Mox
12.
Jet.
Oh, the Mox Jet's here.
There is the Mox Jet. That was the one piece of power that got opened in these 3 drafts.
He opened it. He slammed it. He was pretty happy. Now, he didn't end up playing black, but
It's fine.
the old colorless Mox
You know what?
is no problem.
Wild Mongrel's a lot better on turn 1 than it is on turn 2. How do you feel about turn 2 Arrogant Worm? I think he pulled that off. He went turn 2 Mongrel into turn 2 Arrogant Worm once already.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, colorless Mox is just fine.
I love that. Deep analysis for Josh means that he's going to be in a pretty good spot here as far as cards go. It looks like he's got plenty of those. It's just a matter of dealing with the board state that he's up against, which I believe that's a Dax duplicate. I don't know what it's. Is it a mongrel? Maybe.
So those counters, Dethrone is kicking in.
Oh, God.
It's
Tom
a Mana
Martell,
War.
I love you. It's a Mana War. He Dax duplicated his Mana War. What could be better than
Ooh.
that?
Oh, Blazing Spectre.
Blazing Spectre's not bad either. I mean, Josh has a full grip here.
So much damage.
But still, Martell riding into victory here, or at least into battle. Josh falls down to 4 and has to ditch an island, no big deal. The question is, what does Josh have here? He's got tons of mana and tons of cards in hand. He needs to shore up the game. I mean,
Is that Sylvos? The rogue elemental?
yes, that is.
And a Blastoderm.
Blastoderm's certainly safer for blocking the
Yeah.
duplicate. It's just a 3/3. It's got Dethroned, but
Josh is no longer the player with the highest life total.
hey, that was a good turn.
Not bad.
Blocker and a blocker.
Josh is up a game, right? This is Tom trying to force game 3.
That's correct.
And pretty close. He's got Josh down to 4. Doesn't have an obvious good attack here.
No.
But we don't know what's in his hand.
Now, this is the interesting thing about these tempo decks is that they try to kind of play the get ahead, stay ahead plan, and then when your opponent equalizes or gets slightly ahead, that's when it puts a lot of pressure on certain cards in these type of decks to really get you out from under it. And the question is, does Tom have those? Also, burn spells, we saw Prophetic Bolt earlier, those going to the face can be quite good to help finish off the game if you've managed to get ahead, stay ahead for a while, but now you've fallen behind. And often you get a lot of time to do that as well, because once you get your opponent's life total low, they aren't comfortable attacking you. They feel like they can't start hitting you because you can attack them back.
Wow.
Here we go. Expunge.
Yeah. I mean, he's only going to get a card from hand because Josh is, of course, going to discard to pick up the Aven, but it clears a path for the Blazing Spectre.
That's right. Which
so
is
effectively expunges for choose and discard 2 cards.
Yeah, and also take a third of his remaining life total. Let's jump back
Exactly.
to our main feature match here, though. Sifka picks up the win, ultimately off of Rites of Initiation, though. I don't think he needed it.
No, it was Lightning Dragon.
It was off of a Lightning Dragon.
Triangle
And,
of War.
Triangle of War has entered the battlefield. And Stanislav Sifka wants to make sure that he remembers what that card does.
Sounds like Jacob Wilson has picked up game 2, so he and Raph will head to game 3. Hulking Goblin off of Mana Crypt. Turn 1, mounted Mana Crypt. Well, Hulking Goblin. I mean, you do what you got to do.
You do what you got to do. But that Mana
Here's a
Crypt
1/3
is
blocker.
incredibly scary if you're Sam Black.
Even? What?
Looks
He
like
took damage
even-
on evens?
even-
Everyone is damage on odds. I thought that was just the universal agreement.
No, I'd pick odds too.
Sam suggested damage on evens?
Sam Black with the big play. He knew exactly what to expect. Talk about being prepared for a tournament.
All right. Yeah, turn 4, though, is where Sifka's deck really kicks in.
How about turn 2?
Yeah, I mean 4 mana, obviously.
Unbelievable. Turn 2, Beetleback Chief. Go.
The
Triangle
Aquamoeba's
of War.
actually doing a pretty solid job of holding off the world.
It is. It will begin to fade quickly, though, if Sam Black can't put something on the board, because I think Sifka is happy to throw away a token to get in for 5 here.
Sure.
Coming up. Also, cards like Rites of Initiation just end it. You're just like, gotcha.
Yeah, if he had Rites of Initiation, would this be a turn 3 kill? I think so.
Probably. It depends on Sam's play, obviously, but Sam actually just does nothing. I think that Sifka drew a Goblin General there.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I mean, Sam did leave up Triangle of War mana. Could be on that plan.
Yeah, it was a Goblin General.
Sam's even holding a Frantic Search.
Yeah, so Triangle of War says you can pay 2 colorless and sacrifice it to basically have a creature you control fight a creature you don't control.
Right, so he can effectively... Aquamoeba can pick off a Goblin, and then Aquamoeba can also fight with another Goblin.
Yes.
He's going to Frantic Search, though, first. Decide what's up.
Frantic Search, another discard outlet for Sam's deck, because he does have a Reanimator sub-theme here.
Yeah, it's not just a sub-theme. It's a big part of what he's got going on. I
Yeah.
think. It's 2 copies of Breath of Life.
Yeah, 2 copies of it. Frantic Search, not a card you normally play unless you do have some type of way to either abuse it or get some shenanigans going.
There's a lot of decks that want to play Frantic Search. I don't know about you don't usually play. The people who draft it, I think, usually do play it.
Yeah, I'm just saying you don't play it in a blue deck.
No, that's fair. Right. You play it because you have madness, or you
Yes.
play it because you want stuff in the graveyard, or you play it because you want storm count.
Exactly.
But if there's 3 different archetypes that can play, and Sam is kind of half reanimator, half madness here.
Right. Yeah,
So
that-
I mean, it's doing double duty. Although what it's not doing is giving him a way to deal with the horde of goblins that are coming over. He doesn't have a reanimation spell. He doesn't have a madness spell either.
God, I love Sifka's deck here. I mean, explosive mana draws thanks to the cheap mana.
Discard circular logic, but does not trigger the madness. It's too bad. Frantic Search circular logic is fun. I've done that more than a couple
That
times.
seems fun. You can Arrogant Worm as well, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
That's pretty decent. not too bad. All right, so
I don't know. The Frantic Search circular logic is the one that tilts people though, because you didn't even have the cards in the graveyard to make the circular logic effective until you Frantic Searched, and then it didn't cost you a card because you discarded it to the Frantic Search. It's
No,
all good.
that's yeah. So Sam's blocked a token.
Yep.
And Sifka's in the tank. He's got 4 mana available, and he is really thinking this through. Let's take a look at his hand. What
he
does
has
he have?
actual nothing. He's representing tricks that do not exist. I think he's representing rights or instant speed removal. Want Sam to be worried about things, but Sam is just, look, my plan was to spend my mana on this triangle. I'm going to kill 2 tokens and take 4. Aquamiva's a 1/3, so it can take down both the goblins and still live to tell.
And then he can trade off his Aquamoeba if he has something to discard next turn, or just keep one of these things at bay. You know, if you can get him down to just the Hulking Goblin, then you can be in better shape. But holy smokes!
Yeah, Mana Crypt is good. We talked about only one piece of power getting open, but you know what? Mana Crypt is restricted in Vintage, just like the Moxen.
I mean, it's better here than Josh Utter-Layton's Mox
Yeah,
Jet.
that's better than a Mox Jet would have been. Absolutely. It's like, okay, I'm going to take an average of 1.5 damage a turn. Whatever.
Yeah, you're going to take an average of 8 a turn, so I will take that trade.
Sifka has just
Look
been
at
able...
this board.
Yeah, this board's insane. It's turn 4. He's starting his 4th turn now.
Unbelievable. Mana Crypt just doing serious work here. Limited.
Turn 1 Hulking Goblin, turn 2 Beetleback Chief, turn 3 Goblin General and a second Hulking Goblin. Normally the General comes out on turn 3 and the Beetleback comes out on turn 4. They seem better in this order.
They do.
Yeah, I'm sure that Mana Crypt was her first pick. Quite the card.
Sam Black has head in hands here, and it's hard to blame him. This has just been completely absurd. Turn 1 Hulking Goblin, turn 2 Beetleback Chief. His turn 3 was 2 more goblins, including a Goblin General?
Yeah, I mean, the Aquamoeba
What is going on here?
Aquamoeba into Yavimaya Elder is often good enough to sort of hold off the Goblin deck. It's a pretty solid opening. He's even got a Brindle Shoal in his hand. Those cards are normally good enough to hold off the Goblins.
Yeah.
Not when you throw in a Mana Crypt.
Wow.
Yeah, Sifka's deck is so good. Ancient Tombs and also in this deck. For even more. I mean, not quite the Mana Crypt level of acceleration, but it's a good one.
I wonder if Sam could have survived an Ancient Tomb draw. I don't know that he's going to be able to get through
I mean,
this,
he lost the first game with no acceleration from Sifka.
Right.
Sifka was just like, okay, turn 4, I will play a Lightning Dragon.
Yeah.
I guess, to be fair, it wasn't no acceleration. He had the Skirk Prospectors.
He did, you're right. That's true.
He went, turn 3 Beetleback into turn 4 Lightning Dragon in that game?
He did.
Wow. Nice deck.
Yeah, this deck is incredible.
I heard Huey say the best deck, if you can get it, is the Storm deck. I think the best deck when it's open might be the Goblin deck.
It might be. It's certainly more consistent.
Right.
I think the best
low
thing
end is a lot higher.
Yeah, I think the best thing about this deck is that it just doesn't care what you do. Like, normally these small creature decks have to care a lot about what you do, and this one just seems to be able to just either go around you, go through you, rights you, burn you.
It can go wide. It can go rights. It can go wide with Goblin General pumping up tokens. It can have Rights of Initiation pumping guys up, and sometimes they've just got a Fire Blast.
Right.
And like a Chain Lightning Fire Blast finish for the last 7. I mean, the best versions will get, Goblin Lackey's nice if you can get it, although he's rare.
Yes.
The War Chief is uncommon.
What
Both the
start is
general and the
faster,
beetle
a
deck.
Goblin Lackey on turn 1 or the Mana Crypt?
Oh, Mana Crypt.
It's just way faster, right?
Mana Crypt. I mean, Lackey's good. I mean, Lackey's easier to answer. Just 2 more. How about a Patrol and a Prospector?
All he does is just dump goblins. This draw has been one of the best draws I've ever seen from Vintage Masters. I've played a lot of this format.
4 turns, all my cards are in play.
I've never seen a Mana Crypt do this much in this format. That is insane. What is Sam supposed to do? I mean, that picture about summed it up.
You content yourself with winning 4 packs and move on with your 2-1.
Right, Sam counting his life total and Sifka smiling. I mean, that's
smiling.
about that. That's the story of that match, and that's going to do it. Sifka 3-0 to start things off for his bid to become world champion, and Sam Black right there too at 2-1.
Oh yeah.
Woof. Sifka says, "Can we just play this one all day?" Goodness
I think
sake.
he may have top 8'd a constructed tournament with basically that deck.
So you can see in our feature match area, we've got 2 other matches still going. Tom Martell versus Josh Utter-Layton on the table to the right there. And it looks like Raph Levy versus Jacob Wilson on our back table.
Yeah, I believe that's a pair of game 3s.
Looks like we're going to jump over. You see the cameras being put into place. I know that Jacob had a hard time getting sleep last
He got
night.
actual 0 sleep.
Yeah, but
I was
I've
talking
asked
to him
him
at breakfast. He did not a minute.
I've asked him a couple of times throughout the day, "How you holding up? How you doing?" He's like, "Great." But he's the type of guy.
I vaguely remember being 19.
Yeah, but he's also the one that's a little sarcastic, and he might be. And I'm like, "Really?" He's like, "No, I'm really great." I'm like, "Oh, good." So yeah, must be nice. So what do we have going on in the battlefield? Is that a Parallax Wave?
Oh, is there? I saw Piana.
Yeah, I think that
Piana and Parallax Wave are friends.
Creatures and Parallax Wave are friends. So
it's Parallax Wave versus Piana. I see.
Right, on the other side.
Jacob's going to take out the Shadow.
Yep. Dauthi Mercenary and take out the Sultari Trooper.
Yeah, and there's no threshold here, right? So that Mystic and Piana are just going to bounce off each other.
Correct.
Trapper gets in for 2. Oh, Swords to Plowshares got rid of Death Head Buzzard, looks like, from the graveyards.
Oh, you're right.
Levy was
That's
able
one
to
way to
dispatch
work
with the
around
Death's
that.
Head without ever triggering it.
That's got to be a sigh of relief for Levy.
Yeah, it would have killed Trooper and Mercenary.
Levy, of course, from France. We're in his home country, not his hometown, but it's got to be nice, you know.
Yeah, I wonder how much of an edge the Europeans have with the whole jet lag thing. And we
Little
talk
bit.
about, I think it's a real edge.
I
I mean,
think it is,
Sifka's at 3-0, but Levy said he slept very well last night.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got his family with him. I mean, easy trip. He said he made the long journey to Strasbourg, 1 hour flight from where he lives, and then from Strasbourg to here, another 1 hour flight. So it looks like Wilson, though, is leaning pretty hard on Parallax Wave, as his board state isn't too impressive without it. And when it finally ticks all the way down, Raph could just be in a position where he's like, well, it took a little longer than I anticipated, but I'm just going to kill you now. He follows up with another Dauthi Mercenary as well. Remember, there's one under the wave, and now he's got one on the battlefield.
Yeah, Parallax Wave is at its best when you're on the attack and you're clearing blockers away and you're killing them before they ever get their creatures back. And it is incredibly powerful. I mean, it was one of the best cards. Kai Bude won a Pro Tour with a Rebels deck featuring Parallax Wave back in the day. It's definitely a very powerful card. But when you're kind of on the back foot and you're just blocking and buying time, it's definitely not the most effective use of it.
Yeah. Cube All-Star Parallax Wave.
Oh, sure.
I've done some disgusting things with that card in Cube.
Yeah. Well, you're probably Parallax Waving your own guys just to re-trigger the comes into play effects, right?
Oh, you know I am. And then I'm blinking the Parallax Wave. There's a lot you can do. In this format, though, it's a little bit more narrow. Still very powerful, though. I mean, it's keeping Jacob Wilson alive as he tries to rebuild his board here. Okay, attack step for Levy. And in they go. Piana and the
Dauthi
Dauthi
Mercenary.
Mercenary, and it looks like he's trying to decide if he wants to attack No, he's just going to tap down. No, I guess he is going to fight.
There's a shelter in Jacob's hand.
Oh, no, he was tapping. Yeah, that's not in the red zone. All right, so Shelter is going to keep his creature untapped here. Oof. This could be very good. Or are they just going to bounce?
Yeah, it's still a bounce. Jacob's just trying to stem the bleeding, cycle a card. Oh, right, of course. All Jacob's creatures have +1/+1. Now that the Sleeping Dragon has entered the play. I forget the exact name of that guy.
Ah, right. Yeah, that is Kong Ming, Sleeping Dragon. So Kong Ming says other creatures you control get +1/+1.
Mesmeric Fiend steals a Death Grasp from Jacob's hand.
That's right. That could be really huge here. Jacob's got another Shelter in his hand, I believe. Yes. And a pair of lands. So that could be really massive here as we go down the line, just because Jacob Wilson's life total is dwindling quickly, and that Dauthi Mercenary plus the 2 shadow creatures stuck under the Parallax Wave are going to do serious work if he can't find a way to get them out. It doesn't look like he's in a position to race as Levy's sitting at 20, so that's not going to be an option. Is he just going to go for the basically the cycle here? Yeah, he is.
Pretty much. Into Renewed Faith. Not the most exciting.
Yeah, he's kind of spinning his wheels here, and he doesn't have a lot of time to do that. The Parallax Wave is on 1 fading counter, which means that on the next upkeep, it'll get removed, and then he'll still get to keep the Parallax Wave. And then the following one, it will actually go away. He's going to cycle Renewed Faith. He's trying to find something. He found a Chainer's Edict. That's not too bad, actually.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, he's on 6 mana here. He's going to be able to flash it back next turn, too.
Levy loses the Trapper.
Yeah, Benalish Trapper dies. So this is actually getting kind of interesting now.
Levy's hand's still full of gas. He actually hasn't gotten to 4 mana yet to play his Battle Screech. Like, Jacob is fighting just to hold off the sort of Piana, Dauthi Mercenary, Shadow start. And
right on time, by the way, Randy.
Yeah, Levy's just like, man, I wanted to my Battle Screech. He actually has no white creatures left now.
Interesting that that Raph actually, though, is left with no white creatures here. So.
Losing the Trapper means that he can't not immediately flash black Battle Screech.
Right.
Interesting choice. I think it's still right. Like, getting the 2 guys is good. You're going to get some white creatures back when the wave goes away. He doesn't want to lose his Mesmeric Fiend and give Jacob a Death Grasp back.
Absolutely
Doesn't want to lose his Shadow.
So Josh won his game. Josh Utter-Leyton wins his match 2-0 over Tom Martell. Martell looks like he wasn't quite able to keep the pressure enough after a really good start. So Josh finds a way with his Mox.
To Rose Faithful instead of Battle Screech so that he can Battle Screech with flashback next turn.
So that was, yeah, so gets in for 2 before that with the Dauthi Mercenary, dropping Wilson down to 6.
Does Wilson have a sweeper that he's worried about? I wonder if he's slow rolling.
That is a question.
I mean, he's got Predatory Night Stalker, he's got Dark Hatchling, he's got the kind of grindy black-white deck, which sometimes works in this format, but isn't awesome just because it's reactive.
Right. Jacob has that Chainer's Edict sitting down in his graveyard. He has no other plays. He's got 2 lands in hand, so he's very likely to fire that off this turn and get, I guess, the Taro's Faithful.
Yeah, you take them back to Nickfall.
So get rid of that. And you can see that, Raph knew that was coming, or at least was an option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Raph had this game. That Shelter from Jacob was pretty clutch, where he was able to kill the Piana.
Yeah, the problem is that this is slipping away quickly from Wilson.
Yeah, I don't love Wilson's position, but if Raph
he's pretty dead here.
Raph actually did the attack and then tapped in the middle of combat where the Shelter wrecked him. He could have actually tapped pre-combat. Would have been safer. I think he was
so that he would have known for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He was playing around something else by trying to get his creatures tapped and attacking before he committed his tapper.
But yeah, Raph is,
Anyway, he's in fine shape.
He's in great shape. Remember, the Parallax Wave is going away next turn.
Mm-hmm. Was he going to pump and play a Stoic champion here? Just slow rolling that Battle Screech?
I mean, maybe he figures just in case there is some type of sweeper from Wilson.
I mean, he saw the deck list. He should know there's not.
Yeah, he should know
there may be a
there's
famine
not.
in the... Oh, there's a famine in the sideboard. That's what he's playing around.
Yeah, he's playing around famine.
There's a famine in Jacob's sideboard. I don't know if Jacob would bring it in, but he might have. Probably, if he's ever going to bring it in, it would be in this matchup.
Yeah. When you see Piana and you see Mesmeric Fiend, it gets pretty tempting to bring that kind of card in. All right, so there's lethal attacks. And what was that off the top for Wilson?
Thopter Squadron.
Thopter Squadron's not going to do it. And Raph Levy improves to 2-1 by defeating Jacob Wilson and putting him down to 1-2 coming out of the Vintage Masters. So that's going to do it for the Vintage Masters draft, Randy. That was some of the best stuff I've seen in a while.
That was fun.
Crazy games, crazy decks some of these guys came up with. I'm sure that we'll get updates as far as how Huey did with his Storm deck overall. We know that Reed went 1-2 with his, so not the desired result for Reed Duke, but yeah, we saw some crazy stuff.
1 Mox.
Yeah, not bad.
But the Mox deck. Wait, who won between Josh and Tom? I missed it.
Josh did.
Josh did. So the Mox got him the 2-1.
Yes, and we also saw Sifka win with fast mana of his own in a mana
Absolutely.
Crypt. So it turns out that free mana is pretty good.
Yeah, so the 2-1s out of this pod are Sam, Levy, and Josh.
Yeah.
Good times.
because Sam lost to Sifka in the end, who is 3-0 coming out. Now, I do want to put a punctuation mark on that, though. With a small field like this, we have to remember that the record needed to make the cut to top 4 isn't quite as high. And I think that that's something that we need to, just because you're 1-2 coming out of the draft, that does not mean that you're done here, right? I mean, it means that you are drawing fully live. Welcome back to the booth.
It might actually be impossible to get mathematically eliminated today. I'm not sure 07 is mathematically eliminated.
I see.
I mean, it's realistically eliminated.
Right.
But I mean, it's probably possible to contort things such that a 7-7 advanced.
Right.
It's probably really hard. It's probably 8-6 is for the worst record that would realistically make top 4. But yeah, 9-5. I mean, you can go 2-5 and still just have to run 7 rounds
and run it off. And I think that, for those of you that like to watch coverage with us, you watch a Grand Prix, you watch the Pro Tour, you need an incredible record, especially depending on the Grand Prix level, how many players are playing to make it into the top 8 of those events. And this one's a little different. The players tend to get a little bit more bunched in the middle, and it makes for really exciting watching because it means that there isn't some threshold where they're like, oh, third loss, see you later. We get to actually say, look, you need to keep playing.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll see people have stumbling starts and be right in the thick of it as we come down to the top 4 cut, which is going to happen tomorrow. So
good times.
Yeah, so this is going to be
fun.
Yeah, that Vintage Masters definitely lived up to it. We put a lot of hype on it. I know I did myself. I was just like, I can't wait to be in the booth to bring this to you guys. And wow, incredible stuff from Vintage Masters. Getting to watch it drafted live was kind of interesting. But, all right, well, why don't we send it down to the feature match area where Tim Willoughby is standing for an interview.
Hello, I'm Tim Willoughby here in the feature match area with Raphael Levy. We've just come out of a Vintage Masters draft, but of all of the people in this World Championships, you're kind of the one with the most experience. How old were you when you played your first World Championship?
I think I was 15. It was in 97, so I was 15.
So pretty much half your life ago, you started playing in World Championships. You've not missed too many of them since then. How's it feel to be at 2-1 at this point?
Well, a Vintage Master was the risky road. When everyone was playing Vintage Master when it came out, I was like, no, I'm not gonna have to play it. So I just didn't play it. And then they announced that we had to play Vintage Master, so I had a lot of catching up to do.
So you had some packs online. How many drafts were you able to get in before this tournament?
About probably more than 20. Also a decent amount.
But of course, this format now completed. You've made it 2-1 in Vintage Masters. Next up, we got Modern. How are you feeling about that one?
That's the even tougher one. But after that, I'm fine. If I get some wins in the Modern, I'll be happy.
And of course, we've seen you had a great performance at Pro Tour Kanzatake. We know that you like Standard, and the fact that the top 4 has changed to be Standard, that must have been good news for you, right?
Yeah, well, it's definitely better than modern, but yeah, I'll be more confident after today. Like if I get some wins in modern, four would be best, but yeah, I'll be happy. Yeah.
And of course, you are the person, sort of more than almost anyone else in this field, to have home field advantage. You were able to get sort of sleep in your own time zone. You're obviously pretty comfortable being in France and not having to travel too far. How much an advantage do you think that is in this sort of a tournament?
I think it's a pretty big advantage. Like I know when I'm jet lagged in other countries, it's tough to just sleep like 3 or 4 hours, then wake up, then try to fall back asleep. And when you're deeply asleep, you wake up, you have to play. It's very tough. And I slept well the last few days, so I'm pumped and I'm focused. So it's quite an advantage, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Rafael Levy, a very dangerous player to play against when he's ready to play, and by the looks of it, absolutely ready here in this World Championship. I'm Tim Willoughby, passing you back to the booth.
Thank you for that, Tim. He's focused. We talked about it in the booth a little bit about, the time zone difference thing and how that can factor in. It'll become less of a factor the further we go into the tournament, I think.
Oh, for sure.
For the players here. But Raf looks sharp.
Yeah.
And a great start for him as well, starting off with 3-0. So
2-1 for Raf.
Or for the 2-1 for Raf, sorry.
2-1.
Yeah. All right, so why don't we send back now to the news desk where Richard Hagan awaits.
I do. Thank you very much to Marshall and Randy calling home Vintage Masters Draft. Some extraordinary scenes on the battlefield. I don't think I'd ever seen a Claws of Wirewood until this morning. And then we saw 2 of them actually doing exactly what they're meant to do, which is turn a loss into a draw. So that was great stuff. I've been joined by Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall, Pro Tour 2010 champion Simon Gertzen, as we put a little wrap and a bow on the morning's action. We've got a great lineup for lunchtime coming your way. In a little while, Randy Buehler will be sitting here to mark your card for Modern. We'll go through all the major archetypes that we expect to see this afternoon, and then deck techs all the way through the afternoon. Before that, we've got a fantastic piece for you where we want you to try and work out who you think will be the top 4 of this event.
Now, a bunch of cheaters. They get this like 3-round head start on us.
Right, because we recorded this piece yesterday, and you guys, you're going to already know who's 3-0 and 2-1 and who's up against it at 0-3.
So lucky.
We made our picks at 0-0, but we're going to mark your card for the 24, tell you all about the great stories about the players you're not quite sure about in the top 24 that are with us this weekend. But first, let's get the scores on the doors, and why don't we look at our pod scoreboards coming out of this first of 4 formats. Remember, Vintage Masters is just about done. There are 2 matches left, so we are going to show you what's going on in our scoreboard. So, as you can see, we are still waiting for the match between Paulo Vitor, Dama de Rosa, Brazil, and Sean McLaren. But we have our 3-0, and BDM, having talked with William Jensen, seen his Storm deck get to 2-0. In the end, it was Shahar who claimed the pod victory.
Well, I heard you and Simon talking after the deck tech, and you were talking about what is a bad matchup for the Storm deck, and Goblins really puts the deck under a lot of pressure, and it's very difficult for them to wait long enough to get the win. I also have a little insight. I know people were talking about the double Beetleback pick with Shahar Shenhar, where he gets the pack. There's 9 cards. Chain Lightning, Beetleback Chief.
The second one, notionally a foil.
Yes. And he's looking at the pack, and he's like, all right, I love Chain Lightning. I want a great removal spell. I want a little bit of reach. And I think there's not another Goblin player at the table. I think there's a chance I can get a last pick Beetleback Chief out of this pack. Slim chance. He was very, very happy with Chain Lightning, and he was like, I had a bunch of 4s already. I would like another Beetleback Chief, but not more than I wanted a Chain Lightning. And maybe I can get it last pick.
And if you do, it's a great story.
Oh my gosh, it would be amazing.
Right, okay. So still waiting for one result in that pod. Let's move to our second pod, the pod that we looked at in round 2. Why don't we take a look there? And here, again, 1 match outstanding. It's Rietzel against Flock. But the big story here is that the winner of the pod is the man who treated his Pro Tour victory as a qualifier for this event. Patrick Chapin. VDM, looks like we're going to be talking about him for a while yet.
Yeah, I mean, spoilers. I talk about him a lot in the piece where we pick our top 4. So, I mean, Patrick Chapin came in here with a plan. Paul Rietzl, you said, still playing. He and Paul Rietzl tested for this, and to me, the telling thing here was how focused Chapin was in terms of preparation, like not letting Paul Rietzl watch football on a Sunday because they're practicing.
We haven't played a round of Constructed yet, and Patrick Chapin is 3-0.
Yes, that is a great point.
That's a massive deal. Really is absolutely massive.
Although quietly, Chapin has become quite the drafter. He's become quite the limited player, very quietly, over the last couple of years.
Right, but you would still think in his heart of hearts, he would have bitten your hand off at 2-1.
Yes.
He'd have said, sure, I'll not play, I'll not even pick a card in Vintage Masters,
Right.
I'll be 2-1. Because so much can go wrong. Simon, one of your themes through the morning has been how white, the battle screech, is so enticing, and so many players want the white that a lot of players end up with it going badly wrong. Ray Perez said at 0-3 that he felt that's what had happened to him. The white just dried up and he couldn't get out of there in time.
In Modern, you have to be prepared for Treasure Cruise, but in VMA Draft, you have to be prepared for Battle Screech. What do you do if you open it? What do you do if you want to draft white? What do you do if you don't want to draft white? And how do you beat it?
Right. What do you do if you open it and then I also open it right here, passing to you?
You have to be really, really careful, and I think Perez was probably at the receiving end of that.
Okay, let's take a look at our third and final draft pod. I think this one should be complete because we've only got 2 matches left. And there you see it. Ray Perez, as I mentioned, he's at 0-3, but still very cheerful, looking forward to racking up the pro points and can still very much be your world champion. The 1 and 2s, Reed Duke, he defeated Ray Perez with a Nevinral's disc in the end, pretty much. Tom Martell falls to 1 and 2, Jacob Wilson 1 and 2. The positive records, Josh Utter-Leighton, Sam Black, and I want to mention, BDM, Raphael Levy, because he is a notoriously slow starter. You just heard him there with Tim Willoughby.
Yeah.
Someone else who would feel at 2-1, he's very happily positioned.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about jet lag and about being well rested earlier, and he's playing on his own, on his normal body clock. So, he's at somewhat of an advantage here. And, it's also worth noting, I think a lot of players coming to this event, when they go to a Pro Tour, wherever that might be, they spend a week, maybe even 2 weeks in the city that they're going to be in beforehand, the beach house, the cabin in the woods, the whatever it is. And they have a lot of time to acclimate to the local time. Players really did not do that for this event. I mean, some of them were at Strasbourg, but I thought it was kind of interesting to see the factor of jet lag on this event.
All right, that pretty much puts a wrap on the morning. We're going to send you off to the 24, but reminder that Randy Buehler will be right here to mark your card for all the best decks in Modern. That's part of our lunchtime entertainment. You're going to need the hashtag MTGChamp T4 to tweet us your 4 names who you think will be back on Sunday. And to help mark your card, it's time for the 24. Hello everyone and welcome to The 24, where we attempt to save the world, or at least the World Championship, in 24 minutes. I've been joined by a panel of experts. We've been joined by Rashad Miller, the host of GG's Live, Pro Tour champion Simon Gertzen, Hall of Famer and Pro Tour winner Mr. Randy Buehler, and of course, the Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall. Our mission is to find the top 4 players at this year's World Championship, and we want you to tweet us your top 4 using the hashtag MTGChamp T4 at the end of the show. But first, who are these 24 players who have come together here in Nice, France to battle it out? Let's find out. We're going to start with 4 Player of the Year winners. We're going to begin with Yuya Watanabe. The clock's on the stream. Start the clock. Randy Buehler, Yuya Watanabe, go.
All right, we can talk about Yuya Watanabe's 3rd Pro Tour top 8 in Hawaii. He's in form right now. That's all well and good, but let's talk a little more historical context. This guy has won 7 Grand Prix. Only Kai Bude has won 7 Grand Prix. That's it. That's the whole list. He's got 2 different Player of the Year titles. Another thing that only Kai Bude has also done. For me, though, you look at Yuya and you start lining up the players who are here at this tournament. He's 3rd in career pro points. He's 3rd in career earnings. There's 5 Hall of Famers in this field. Yuya's not even eligible for another 3 years. Quite simply, Yuya Watanabe is the man. He's the man you should have in your top 4. He's the man I bet everybody else here is going to have in their top 4 too.
I'm not so sure that's true. BDM, speak to him.
You forgot Rookie of the Year, by the way. Just
also, yeah, Rookie of the Year. Well, lots of people have done that one. That one's not nearly as impressive.
All right.
I thought maybe that that title would mean a little more to you, but okay.
Okay. Rookie of the Year and lots of other things, Yuya Watanabe. Number 2 of our Players of the Year, Rashad. Make the case for Owen Turtenwald in the top 4.
All right. There are quite a few people on this list that you're going to have to use a lot of this 1 minute to talk about to convince to be in your top 4. But if you've watched any Magic the Gathering over the past 3 or 4 years, you know who Owen Turtenwald is. Member of Peach Garden Oak, you already know what that team is. 7 GP top 8s, sounds like a lot. He did that in 1 year, 2011, when he won Player of the Year that year. He has 16 total GP top 8s, 2 PT top 8s, 300 lifetime pro points. His career, he's a young man. He's still ready to do more, and I think he's going to do a lot this tournament.
Okay, here's the thing. On those stats, his worst single stat within the 24 is Pro Tour win percent. That suggests he dominates the very good and isn't quite there against the very best, and this is better than the very best. Discuss.
Well, he's only been playing, like, the Magic at this level, like you said, for the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, he played on the Pro Tour. I mean, he used to lose to Rashad on the Pro Tour.
Well, I'm not saying losing to me on the Pro Tour is a good or a bad thing, but it shows how his game has progressed. That was back in 2008. He did, he was on the Pro Tour. He was at these Pro Tours. He had to win Pro Tour qualifiers to get there. Then he started winning all the GPs. Well, he started top 8 in all the GPs.
We're running out of time. Brian David Marshall, you're up next. Josh Utter-Leyton, tell the viewers why.
Look, Josh Utter-Leyton is one of the most consistent players on the Pro Tour, and somehow one of the most consistently underrated players on the Pro Tour. Quiet, efficient, loves to play test. 5 Pro Tour top 8s. This guy is a slam dunk Hall of Fame candidate for me, and I think a top 4 at the World Championship will just gild that Hall of Fame ballot when he's eligible in a couple more years. Oh, by the way, he has played in this event now for 3 straight years. He's one of only 3 players to do that.
Did he play all 3? Did he play in the first one?
Well, we didn't see him play.
Yeah, because I don't remember seeing. I was in the feature match area all day.
But he was there. He was definitely there.
You are terrible people. I tell you someone who is not a terrible person, and that is Jeremy Desani. Simon Gertzen, tell us about the European All-Star.
Of course, I get to talk about the European here. We all know that he won Pro Tour Theros, and that's amazing on itself. But I've been seeing him live on stage in the feature match area in Europe. And when you see him, he's basically, it almost looks like he's in pain. That's how competitive he is. And he racks up these GP top 8s. If you're meeting Jeremy Desani at XN2, you are in for a rough ride. This guy is just amazing, and he has such a career in front of him.
Okay, anyone think that there is a weakness there? 7 points this year. That's all he has. He has less pro points than anyone else in the top 25 rankings. Resting on his laurels?
I do know he would have liked to have split his 90 points from last season across 2 seasons. He's looking for rollover minutes. So he can go platinum
all right.
off of 90.
Our next group, it's 3 more Pro Tour champions, all from the last year. So to tell us about Ivan Floch of the Slovak Republic, here comes Simon Gertzen.
Ivan Floch. He was always in the shadows, it felt like, and I think he met Stanislav Sivka, and Stanislav Sivka built most of his decks, and that suddenly changed everything. He was already winning at Limited, suddenly he started winning at Constructed as well. Then he got a Pro Tour title, a Pro Tour top 8, and I think he now has his mental game where he wants to be. I could definitely see him in the top 4.
Well, I mean, he's got 2 consecutive Pro Tour top 8s, right? I mean, who does that? That's just absurd.
Right. And he knows a little something about competing on the World Championship stage, too, as a World Team Champion.
So Simon's talked about essentially a team there of Ivan Floch, Stanislav Sivka. Randy, you're up next with someone whose team is himself and a mouse, Sean McLaren.
Yeah, Sean McLaren's numbers are absolutely insane. This is actually only going to be the third Premier event he's played where Modern is featured prominently. Last 2 Modern Premier events he's played, Pro Tour Born of the Gods, 2nd place. Grand Prix Minneapolis, 3rd place. Like, the man doesn't lose. He's actually got fewer Grand Prix than anybody else in the entire field. He's the only guy in the field with single-digit Grand Prix, but he's got 2 top 8s there. And all of this has happened in the last 12 months. I mean, he's just in spectacular form. Honolulu proved he can win at Standard 2. I think this is a guy who could absolutely take that lone wolf storyline and take it all the way into the world's top 4.
Brandy, you're someone who has played with some terrific deck builders on your team. CMU Blue was like the original, right, for you? Are you not concerned that McLaren is there on his own, having to go through VMA, go through Modern, go through KTK, go through Standard? No one can get through 4 formats alone.
You know what those formats all have in common?
Go on.
They're all on Magic Online.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say that Jess guy was
very good.
Sean McLaren, the Jess guy.
All right, we're going to come to the Jess guys later on, but now it's Patrick Chapin and over to the historian.
Look, the thing about Patrick Chapin is you just need to look at his interview after he won Pro Tour Journey into Knicks, right? This is a guy who, had been striving to win a Pro Tour his whole career. He's had a lot of success, hadn't won a Pro Tour, wins his Pro Tour, and then he's kind of like, well, the work's not done yet. This was my PTQ. For his entire career, which, by the way, is longer than anybody else playing in this field, he has wanted to be the world champion. And he has been laser focused on this. He feels like he has got an incredible advantage in Standard over the field and has been playtesting with so much focus that he did not let Paul Rietzl, who he's been working with, watch football on a Sunday. I don't, if you follow
No
Paul
Patriots
Rietzl,
for you.
Yeah, if you follow Paul Rietzl on Twitter, you know how impossible this seems. So, Patrick Chapin has the pedigree, he has the preparation, and, I know we don't want to talk about wanting it more, but, This is a guy who this is all he wants, is to be the world champion since he was a child.
Okay, 4 Hall of Famers are up next. We go to Rashad, we go to Paulo Vitor, Dama de Rosa. What can't you say about him? Off you go.
I mean, what can't you say about Paulo? I mean, he's got 9 PT top 8s. No one else has 9 PT top 8s in this tournament. 15 GP top 8s. He won Pro Tour San Juan. That was a beautiful city, by the way, and a lovely tournament that I'd like to add. GP Singapore champ. Over 400 lifetime pro points. And if you look at the head-to-head percentages and just in Standard and in Modern and just across the board, Paulo destroys this field. He just destroys everyone percentage-wise.
Randy, you like maths. Is there anyone in the field who has a higher difference between their actual historical resume and the attention being paid to them coming into this weekend than Paulo?
No, it's a great point. I'm not a big fan of those winning percentage stats, but you look at Paulo, that's a 10, 12, plus year career. Putting up that constructed winning percentage over that many different years, super impressive.
Simon, Rafael Levy, go.
Rafael Levy, we've heard about the 400 points from Paulo Vitor. Rafael Levy is closing in on 600 points. That's just incredible. And you might be asking yourself, what has Rafael Levy won in the last years? Well, can I remind you of the World Magic Cup? And don't tell me that he's been carried by Team France. He's the one carrying people. He's the driving force behind the French Magic community. And he's here with a great team in his home country. Rafael Levy, ladies and gentlemen.
Worth noting, Jeremy Designer, we've talked about all his success. He credits that success to Rafael Levy.
I've been sitting next to Rafael in the booth in Europe, and he's so sharp, razor sharp.
Someone else who's razor sharp, another Hall of Famer, of course, Billy Jensen, BDM.
So William Jensen, just off of his Hall of Fame induction a year ago, proceeded to put up just a ridiculous year where he set the record for the most top 8s in a season, continued to mount better and better finishes over the Pro Tour season until he got that 5th Pro Tour top 8, which he felt like, he was like, thank God I got that. Because, I know I'm in the Hall of Fame, but I didn't feel like I was up to it without that 5th top 8. And the thing that was crazy about, as good a year as he had, it just felt like he was getting stronger over the season. And, this is a guy who has been to the World Championship before. Even though he wasn't playing here last year, he was here last year helping Reed Duke, helping him prepare as Reed made his run at second place finish. And so now he, Owen, and Reed are all here together, all qualified this year. And I'm expecting huge things from Jensen this weekend.
Randy, a new Hall of Famer is up next, Paul Rietzl.
Yeah, the thing about Paul, we talk a lot about Paul's one of the few guys who has a day job who's in this field. I mean, if you talk about day jobs that don't also involve playing cards, I think it's just him and Martel. And on the one hand, that starts to sound like, oh, is that just an excuse? Is that how Paul? No, what it means is when Paul makes the time to show up, he delivers. His career earning numbers are spectacular. His top 8 percentages of the events that he's able to make the time to play are really good. And he's here. This was a very important event to Paul. He put in the time, he arranged his life so that he could get here. That means good things. I mean, when Paul comes and brings his A game, he is really hard to stop.
So how scary is it that he spent a week in Denver with Patrick?
Very.
Right? I mean
terrifying. For the rest of the field.
Yeah.
How scared are you that Steplinks isn't legal in any of these formats?
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's a Mythic and Vintage Masters. I'm not sure.
All right, let's move on. We're going to go to 2 well-known chess players now who bring the love of the blacks and the whites together on the board with their Magic career. So let's see whether there'll be a chess guy ascendancy. Off you go, BDM. Tom Martell, if you can still speak.
I don't know if I can keep going after that.
Go on.
Well, you talked about black and white. I think about cartel aristocrats. I think about Tom Martell winning Pro Tour Gatecrash. And if you look at Tom Martell during that span of time, over like a 3-year period, he was the most dominant player in the game. He had a 3-year median right around that event that makes Luis Scott Vargas blush with envy.
Okay, I've got a problem with Tom Martell, and it's this. He goes fantastic on day 2 of a Pro Tour, and part of that is because he's always behind the 8 ball, because he's always sitting there, it seems, in the last year or so, at 2 and 4, 1 and 3, 1 and 2. When is he actually going to come out on a first morning and go, I'm Tom Martell, I'm awesome at this, 3-0 VMA draft? Is that the format where he actually just dominates Limited?
That would have to be this weekend.
Right. Okay, so that's Tom Martell. Let's go to our other chess champion, if you will, Rashad Stanislav Sivka. Is he your checkmate?
Wow.
You're welcome.
You just don't want to get through this, do you?
No.
That was good. That was very good.
Bless you.
Talking about chess, Tom Martell talks a good game, but Sivka is actually the real deal. He's actually a master. Takes a great mind, and it takes a great mind to bring a deck like Second Sunrise Eggs to a tournament that no one thought was an actual real deck. He played that deck, the deck that no one thought they can play, no one thought they can win with. Won the Pro Tour. That's why I think he's awesome.
Fair. I'm going to move on to our next group. We've got 4 title holders for you next, because the goodness keeps on coming. How about the reigning world champion? Randy, talk to us about Shahar Shenhar.
Yeah, you want proof that somebody's capable of winning this tournament? How about the fact that he won it last year? Yeah, Shahar Shenhar is the defending champ. He's been on a great run. I mean, he's still relatively young. He's only 21 years old. There's actually only 2 guys in the field under 24. And Shahar has put up, 100 plus pro points. He's put up like $100,000 in career earnings. He's done all that in about 3 years. 7 GP top 8s. 3 of those are wins. So he's a winner. He's a closer. He's won this tournament before. I mean, I think he's ready. He wants to hold on to that title. He wants to just run it back.
He wants to. He's one of only 3 players without a Pro Tour top 8 in this 24. How come he hasn't figured that out?
He's 21.
Yeah, look at his
Give him
age.
some time.
He's so mature when you talk to him, and I'm sure it's going to be in his future. We can't really expect people that young to already have Pro Tour top 8.
Do you know who had 3 Grand Prix wins and a World Championship before he had a Pro Tour top 8?
Who?
Kai Buda.
There we go. So from the winner last year to the second place finisher, Rashad, talk to us about Reed Duke. Why should he be in the top 4?
All right, I'm not going to tell you how good Reed Duke is at Magic, because you already know. You already know how good Reed Duke is, and everyone else in Peach Guard knows. Reed Duke is good guy Reed Duke. You know what happened after he won his first GP? He helped push a broken down car off the road.
With his trophy?
With this trophy on the ground. Set his trophy down for just a moment to help a broken down car get help, on the road.
Was that your car?
It wasn't my car.
Okay.
But I'm sure if it was, he would have helped. Even though I drive a Jeep and it's kind of heavy, I'm sure he would have made the sacrifice for me.
So basically, you're just saying he pushed a car, therefore he'll be in the top 4 of the World Championship.
I can rattle off that he has 11 GP top 8s and a PT top 8. He has 2 GP wins, and he is the Magic Online champion. A lot of people play Magic Online, and it's hard to be the champion of that tournament.
I'll tell you someone else who plays Magic Online, the reigning Magic Online champion, Lars Dam. Danish, but from Thailand, where he's living right now. So BDM, the Thai, Dane, what goes on there?
Well, this is one of our dream chasers this weekend. Lars is playing in the World Championship. He's also going to be playing in the World Magic Cup as the captain of Thailand. And, he does not have great results at the Pro Tour. He's played in, I think, maybe 9 or 10 Pro Tours. Very, very innocuous results. But this is a guy who, when you look at his Magic Online resume, when you look at like a 70% win percentage in Magic Online Premier events over the course of an account's life, that's getting into the territory of a Reed Duke or a Sean McLaren. It's pretty gaudy territory, and maybe not this year, but this is a guy who I think you can expect really big things from if he puts that same attention into playing physical Magic.
And guys, I'm sure you're all really looking forward to saying the names of the Thai team during the World Magic Cup. That's always a favorite. We did a lot of practice on those. Right, number 17 is up next. Simon Sam Black.
Sam Black, I think I have to give him credit and take a bit more of a methodical approach here. If you would ask him why he's going to be in the top 4, he'd probably present you a list. Like, that's how he works, and that's what he does. He builds amazing decks. I think he's great at metagaming, and if you ask him to prepare for a format, that's what he does. I've heard from good sources that he has over 100 VMA drafts under his belt. That's incredible. That guy, I expect him to just 3-0 the format tomorrow.
It's not just over 100, it's 103 exactly, because he has a spreadsheet with every deck he drafted, the results of every archetype, and probably what the weather was like outside on that day, so he can adjust for atmospheric conditions.
Okay, well, Sam Black has not won a Grand Prix or a Pro Tour, but our next 4 players have trophies. They're Grand Prix winners. Let's go to Jacob Wilson and Randy. Take it away.
All right, I got a recipe for you. 19 years old, lots of Grand Prix success, youngest player in the field, close to 100 pro points. He's at the age of 19. That's Shahar Shenhar last year, right? That's the recipe for winning the World Championship. That's how it was done. That's who Jacob is. I feel like he really is this year's Shahar. The success that we've seen on the Grand Prix circuit, he's actually already translated it into a Pro Tour top 8 with the second at Born of the Gods as well. I mean, I think this is maybe a dark horse for top 4 because he doesn't have the career stats. And at 19, you can't have the gaudy resume yet, but absolutely a dark horse candidate who could completely make this top 4.
Is there a non-zero or a 0 chance that he will not be playing a birthing pod deck in Modern?
Yeah, that deck's pretty good. It's still absolutely the thing Modern revolves around.
Yeah, and I noticed that all the people he tests with are like 3 of the top 4 Modern players, arguably, of the last 2 years. So Sam Pardee and Josh McClain and so on. So I think that's pretty given. Li Shi Tian is up next. Rashad.
All right. Li Shi Tian, 3 PT top 8s, has 4 GP top 8s with a win back in 2008. But that's, stats, there's a lot of stats. You've been looking at slides of stats for a while. If you want to see emotion and excitement in the feature match area, you want to see Li Shi Tian in there. Do you remember that top deck with the Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck and just last Pro Tour, Pro Tour Cons and Tarkir? That's why I want to see him there. It's going to make the top 8 fun.
Really would, that's for sure. All right, we're going to go to Willie Adel next. And BDM, you get to talk about one of Brazil's finest.
Well, you know what? Willie Adel's been playing high-level Magic for a number of years. He kind of had a little bit of a lull, sort of in the middle of the decade, but has been, on a tear of late. And again, one of the dream chasers. So he's going to be playing in the World Championship. He's also going to be playing in the World Magic Cup. He's, really, we see that he is the driving force behind Brazilian Magic and about bringing a new generation of Brazilian Magic players onto the scene.
Now, I think that might be a problem. It's wonderful. It's clearly wonderful for Brazilian Magic. I'm not sure it's great for Willie Adel, because when you focus on Thiago Saporito and the guys from Rio, and you care about them coming up and you take pride in their GP top 16s and top 32s, I'm not sure you're concentrating on your GP top 1s.
I think this guy is so immersed in Magic right now, and thinking about it and talking about it all the time. I have a lot of confidence in Willie Adel. I think Willie Adel is a fine choice to top 4 this week.
Okay, another Grand Prix champion. It's Nam Sung Wook. Simon, away you go.
Yes, and that would be GP Melbourne just this year. And my favorite story from Nam Sung Wook is how he more or less randomly was on the team for Pro Tour Born of the Gods. And then his teammates realized this guy we're testing with is logging into his Magic Online account, and he is an absolute beast. He's the #1 Magic Online player, basically. So they, by accident, they invited one of the best players you could test with for the Modern Pro Tour. That's just incredible, and he has the pro points to back him up.
Okay, now here's the problem there. I know we don't want to talk numbers all the time, but 24th of these 24 in Premier Play, 24th of these 24 in Draft, 24th of these 24 in GP win percentage. Now, someone has to be 24th, which obviously makes them, maybe the 27th best player in the world right now. But nonetheless, he's got to beat the 23 people ahead of him in those categories. I think it's a tough ask, but we'll see, because our last group is the 3, air quotes, rookies, we're calling these. Well, that's slightly misleading, as we'll see as we start with Brian David Marshall talking about Kentaro Yamamoto.
So you may not, recognize Kentaro Yamamoto's name just yet. But he's got, he's got 2 Pro Tour top 8s, and this is the guy who ruined Standard for you last year. That's the thing you need to know. This is the guy who ruined it. Nobody was playing Pack Rat. They were gathering dust in the back of people's trade binders. He builds a mono black deck for Pro Tour Theros. Pack Rat is insane. He top 8s that event.
You're supposed to be arguing for.
This is why you want to pick him, though. This is a guy, no one played this card for a year.
Pack Rat's made some people miserable. I'm not saying all people. I'm just saying.
No one played that card for a year. This was the guy who found it. This is the guy who really is responsible for the mono black deck. I think that this is, he's also, top 4 in Standard in this field. I really think if you're looking for a dark horse candidate for top 4, Kentaro Yamamoto is he's your rat in the race.
Congratulations, that's a great idea. You're in the right country, but the wrong guy. And here's Randy to explain why Yuki Ichikawa is in fact the Japanese dark horse to win Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki Ichikawa has only played 5 Pro Tours. He's got the least Pro Tours played in the field, tied actually with the actual Rookie of the Year, Ray Perez, we're about to talk about. But you know what makes you good at Magic is playing lots of Magic. And that's what Yuki Ichikawa does on stream, on Nico Nico. He is one of, I believe, probably the most watched Magic streamer in the world. He's playing Magic constantly, and what that has translated into is back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s. 5 Pro Tour starts lifetime. He's got an insane 2 out of 5 conversion rate. Those 2 top 8s demonstrate this is a guy who's in form. This is, like you say, this is maybe your Japanese dark horse who can kind of come out of nowhere and sneak into this top 4.
Rashad, we're almost out of time, but it is time for the actual rookie, the Rookie of the Year, Ray Perez Jr. Off we go, make the case.
All right, I probably have the most experience watching Ray Perez Jr. play. I'm in the Midwest. He's from Michigan. He's actually testing with Ari Lax, so that's a good thing. Testing with a Pro Tour champion. But you may have heard of, say, Andrew Beckstrom, who is on the U.S. national team. Those 2 tournaments in the midst of his heater, Ray Perez Jr. was right in the thick of things both times. He almost top 8 at the World Magic Cup qualifier. He could have been on the team. And the
TCG 50K?
TCG 50K, he was in the top 8 of that. Barely, he was in he made the semifinals of that too. He's got game.
He's got game. He's going to have to up his game, though, because my word, look, someone's an underdog. I'm just going to stick my hand in the air above the parapet, the archer's parapet, if you will, and say, Ray Perez, if you want to support an underdog, he is your man, because if he monsters his way through this field, he is something extraordinary, because the field is extraordinary. We are out of time, but while the people at home choose their top 4, I want the top 4 from each of you. Rashad, you're up. Who are your 4?
Well, I'm going to pick Yuya Garden Oath. So Yuya Watanabe, Owen Turtenwall, Reed Duke, and William Jensen.
All right, Simon Gertzen, your final 4.
I'm biased towards Players of the Year. I don't think that's a bad bias, though. I'm going to give you Owen Turtenwald, Josh Utter-Layton, Yuya Watanabe, and now you might think, naturally, it has to be Jeremy Desani, but it's not. It's actually Raphael Levy. I've big faith in him. It's going to be a hell of a show.
Okay, good effort. 2 out of 2. pretty decent. Randy, what do you got?
I think Owen and Yuya are the easy ones. I go back and forth on my final. Is it Owen over Yuya or Yuya over Owen? I think those are the two easiest picks. My semifinalists, right now, I think William Jensen, and I'm gonna go Sean McLaren.
Interesting.
I believe.
Interesting. Will it be a Formula One finish for McLaren? Brian David Marshall, who's your final four?
I have Even Flock. I have Kentaro Yamamoto, my Japanese dark horse.
Nice.
I have William Jensen, but fulfilling the promise he made in Atlanta, I have your world champion, Patrick Chapin.
Wow. Okay. Well, I don't get to have an opinion because I'm just hosting, but you do.
Oh, I'm sure you have an opinion.
Do you think? It's him. It's him, just so you know. But we want to know what you at home think. Join us at hashtag MTGChampT4. Put the 4 names of the players you think will be in the top 4 on Sunday. And remember, you had a head start because you're watching this on Tuesday lunchtime while we're sitting here on Monday and no one's played any Magic yet. So you can pick all the 3 and O's from the VMA draft if you like. But guess what, guys? I still think we're going to be right. So to Rashad Miller, Simon Gertzen, Randy Buehler, Brian David Marshall, that was the 24 here at Nice. From something old to something new. Vintage Masters is in the books here at the World Championship. Modern is just about to begin, and I've been joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler coming out of the booth after 3 rounds of Vintage Masters. And Randy, we're going to get into the business of Modern because the sport, if you like, is growing all the time, and Modern is growing all the time. And there are tons of people who, since the last Pro Tour in Modern, well, they're just coming to the format afresh. So let's give them a refresher course. So here we go. First things first, we like to do top 10s and things, but I know you like the value. So why don't you give us some decks that sort of maybe fall outside the top 10, but are worth a mention?
Yeah, I put a top 10 deck together, but in Modern, there's 20, 25 decks that are easily viable. I would not be at all surprised to see any of these decks show up, Cruise Burn, a Merfolk deck, a Storm deck, a Living End deck. These are all decks that will have their day. A team will put together a newly tuned version, and all of a sudden goes up. You see a couple of them show up in a Grand Prix top 8. So yeah, here's your honorable mentions. Here's essentially the second 10, because what I put together was a top 10 list. Could have had any of these decks in the bottom of that top 10, I think, but here we'll throw them up as honorable mentions.
Okay, so Cruise Burn, well, I guess at least what some of that does. Merfolk, obviously, small blue men. Amulet of Vigor, what's that when it's at home?
Oh yeah, Amulet of Vigor is an artifact, only costs 1 mana, and it says that when a thing comes into play, tapped, you get to untap them. So you get to do things with the Karoo lands where suddenly they come into play untapped and you get to make mana immediately.
This is the Matthias Hunt
yes,
deck, right?
That's the one. That's the one.
Okay, all right.
And Storm, by the way, I've heard some whispers. I think Storm, we'll see.
Well, we've seen some Storm already in Vintage Masters, but I think now we get into
we may see some in Modern too.
Okay.
I put the list together before the tournament, obviously, but the deck lists are just starting to filter in. We're starting to get a sense of what might actually happen.
We don't have Gabriel Nassif here, but can you imagine a white life gain deck with Martyr of Sands and all that kind of fun stuff?
I can. They've been doing well at their Grand Prix level.
Yeah, top 8 of Grand Prix Madrid. There
Absolutely.
was one there.
That's why it was an honorable mention.
All right. So why don't we get to it then? We'll get into your top 10. And we begin with a deck that was also in Vintage Masters as a combination, green-white auras.
Yeah, I threw this up in 10th place more because it illustrates the kind of metagame call that can happen at a tournament like Worlds. You've got 24 guys, and so Reed Duke last year showed up with the Boggles deck, Slippery Boggle, and a bunch of enchantments to put onto it, and he just ran the table. This was just blindsided people with this deck that was kind of a fringy deck. Any could have been on the honorable mentions list, but at that tournament, shows up, and all of a sudden he just found a way to exploit the metagame of those other people. None of them could deal with him, and he goes straight through to the final. So more an illustration than what I actually think is the 10th best deck, but it's a great illustration, and it's a point that we could totally see play out here this weekend as well.
All right, let's move on up to number 9, and let's see what we've got. It's a Blue Moon, and we've got someone in the field.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, Li Shiqian famously put this deck in through the top 8. Li Shiqian, that is a guy, I want to see his list. Because you think about this guy, right? He Jeskai Ascendancy combo in Standard. Who knows what he's going to do in Modern? He innovates this thing at the last Modern Pro Tour where, Blood Moon can absolutely destroy people's ability to cast spells, but he's all island, so he can Vidalcan Shackles, which can destroy kind of what the other half of the field is capable of doing. And this is also Li Shiqian, a guy who had one of the early Scapeshift performances with the top 8, and his first Pro Tour top 8 was with Scapeshift back in Seattle.
Which is really interesting because a lot of the players, we would have a fairly good case for knowing what they might turn up with in Modern. But I mean, like you say, it could be any of those three, or indeed something completely different for Lee.
Yeah, think of Blue Moon hanging out here at 9th as it's really a Blood Moon deck. And it's just Blood Moon is such a powerful permanent if people can resolve it. I think that is the best way to exploit Blood Moon in Modern right now, but somebody may have come up with a new one. We'll see.
All right, on we go to the top 8 decks in Modern right now. Number 8 is Jeskai Ascendancy.
This is the big question. Is this a deck? When Khans of Tarkir was printed, people were terrified of Jeskai's Ascendancy, and they're imagining you're just like, turn 1 Bird or Noble Hierarch into turn 2 Jeskai Ascendancy, into Gitaxian Probe as a free spell to untap my guys. You can kill somebody on the second turn. So this deck is blisteringly powerful. I mean, it seems sort of too good for Modern, but yet we had a Grand Prix in Modern and it wasn't anywhere to be found. Now, is that because the good players weren't going to unveil their tech because they were too busy testing for Worlds? Or is that because no one has actually gotten good at playing it because it is kind of an intricate deck to pilot? Is that because, it's kind of bad against Delver, which is what everybody's playing now that Treasure Cruise has been printed, and somehow Khans of Tarkir gets away with printing a broken combo card with Jeskai's Ascendancy because it's soft to the Treasure Cruise. I don't know. You know what I do know, though? We're going to find out today.
Right.
If Jeskai's Ascendancy is broken in Modern, somebody in this field is going to be running it and running it to great effect this afternoon.
Right, because the incentive is there because 4-0 in Modern is halfway to the top 4 of the World Championship.
There's nothing you're saving it for. Like you're saving if you had the deck and were saving it, it was for this field.
But you would have actively gone out of your way to try and find it. No one is going to go, I'll wait 6 months.
Oh, I'll guarantee you, all 24 players in this field shuffled up a Jeskai Ascendancy deck in testing.
Right.
Every single one of these guys is aware of the possibility that this deck is broken, and I'm sure every one of them wanted to see for themselves. Now, the question is, what happened when they shuffled it up?
Right. Well, we'll find out when they shuffle up in just a few minutes, but here comes number 7, and number 7 is... it's time to count.
Affinity, this is the baseline aggro deck. Like, it's not Zoo. I know last time we had a Pro Tour, we were all talking about, Nakatl's unbanned, Zoo's going to be the aggro deck. No. Affinity is the aggro deck, and it is good, but it is fragile. Like, if you want to beat Affinity, you can. So you're running Affinity, you're kind of running this gambit that you can get the good draws when you need them, you can kind of dodge the Ancient Grudges and the Shatter Storms when you need to. Very good deck, capable of putting up good results. I don't know that the guys in this tournament really want to put their fate in the hands of their opponent's sideboard, which is effectively what you're doing if you choose to run Affinity. But it is the best aggro deck in the field, so...
Yeah, and also, it sometimes seems as if we talk as a slang, we talk about it as sideboard hate, but so often when you watch Affinity matches in Game 2 and 3, it's more like sideboard dislike because it is nowhere near vicious enough to actually stop the thing.
Yeah, the deck can definitely win through one sideboard card. The question is, can you win through 2?
Right, and that's where something like Ancient Grudge becomes really interesting because is that 1 card or 2?
That's probably 1. Like if Shatterstorm is 1 card, then
sure.
Ancient Grudge is 1 card.
All right. One very powerful card comes up in our number 6 deck. The card is Valakut the Molten Pinnacle, and the deck, of course, is Scapeshift.
Yeah, this is definitely a big deck. I feel like Scapeshift historically has been hanging out in Tier 2, where it's capable of, winning a Grand Prix Minneapolis or, putting up a top 8, but it was never quite consistent enough. I mean, Channel Fireball famously ran a bunch of this at Pro Tour Born of the Gods that McLaren won, and none of them were able to do much of anything. So it's been kind of Tier 2, but... it is the perfect Dig Through Time deck. Dig Through Time, suddenly I get to look at 7 cards, I get to find 2, think about what Scapeshift is doing anyway. It's just playing Rampant Growths, right? It's accelerating its mana, and filling up its graveyard, which it doesn't have any particular use for anyway. So the ability at instant speed, you leave up permission during their end step, you go digging through your deck to find whatever you were missing, whether it was the Scapeshift or the land or whatever. Just a perfect Dig Through Time deck. And this is now absolutely Tier 1, and I think we saw that in Madrid.
I'm going to stop you there because that's 10, 9, 8, 7, and 6. If you want to know what 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 are, you'll have to come back after the next round, because the great news is that the players are ready for Modern. So, for now, that's the Modern Overview with Randy Buehler. All right, so here we are at the news desk. As I just mentioned, the great news is that players are ready to rock and roll in the feature match area. This is what is coming your way in the first round of Modern. You have Sean McLaren at 2-1 against
Stan,
William Jensen at 2-1. You
was it
have
the guy with the
Raphael
beard?
Levy at 2-1 against
Okay, he had to
Even
go back to the
Flock
hotel.
at 2-1, because everyone
So-
gets paired on the same record. Then you have Josh Utter-Leighton, and
All
he
right,
is
I'll
at
see if I can
2-1 against Sam Black. But we begin on video at 3-0. Only 2 of the 3 remaining players with a perfect record. And we are going to give you Patrick Chapin of the United States against the reigning world champion and still undefeated, Shahar Shenhar. Let's get the Modern Party started. It's over to the booth.
Yes, we'll just talk about that.
It seems like we're still here, Randy. Sorry about that. So it sounds like they're just trying to wrap up the last few bits of their Modern deck. Incidentally, heard a story about Stanislav Sivka. Sounds like he had something of a mishap over lunch in terms of his Modern deck. And I don't mean the list. I mean his 60 cards. Let's say these words: deck, rucksack, water bottle.
Oh, no.
Sorry. Oh, yes.
Really?
Right now, Stanislav Sivka is back at the hotel, sleeving up backup copy from Trade Binders of the deck that is a little bit waterlogged.
Wow.
In Modern. I presume he's not playing Merfolk, because that would just be too ironic.
That's funny.
But what I will show you right now, just before we head down to the studio, why don't I show you the Master Scoreboard for the first time here at the World Championship. All 24 players there for you on screen. So you have your 3 03s, Nam Sung-wook, Ray Perez, and Wally Adel. The 1 and 2s take up the whole right-hand side of your screen. And when
There's some names over there.
Aren't there just? And there's 9
Good
of them
Lord.
there. And so that's what we mean when we say these players are not out of it by any means, because would you bet against anyone on the right-hand side pulling off 3 or 4 wins in Modern? Of course you would not. Then you've got your 9 2-1s on the left-hand side: Ichikawa, Black, Jensen, McLaren, Levy, Utter-Leighton, Flock, Yamamoto, and Turtenwald. But then, Randy, the big 3, what stands out to you amongst the 3-0 drafters?
Chapin is for me. It's Chapin coming off 3-0 in a limited. I mean, I'm a big Patrick Chapin fan. He's following his career has been awesome, but he's the kind of guy that usually he's hit or miss. He shows up for Pro Tour, and you know what? He could top 8, but he could also just like 0-3 drop. He'll nail a format, or he'll swing and he'll miss. And so for me, because he's this kind of hot and cold player, I didn't think the odds of him nailing 4 consecutive formats were all that high. Right? He has to draft twice and hit 2 constructed formats, but I don't know if his game is sharp enough this week that he can 3-0 Vintage Masters. That starts to become a really interesting storyline, especially, I mean, obviously the way he treated the Pro Tour win as actually being a Worlds qualifier. Just that storyline to me, it was this cool potential storyline, and now it's starting to become a real storyline, and I find that super interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can sometimes see, you've done this longer than any of us, you sometimes see players for whom the magic starts to almost be incidental, it looks like, from the outside, to their wider plan for global domination. And the vagaries of game 2 of round 5 suddenly sort of pale into insignificance, because they're in that spot where their excellence and their success is just assumed, and how it turns out that the brain will get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've been in that spot yourself, right? I mean, you've put yourself in a place where you kind of knew you were going to do super well at events.
I mean, you never know for sure, but...
Not necessarily to outright win.
Sure.
But you've gone to events knowing full well that if you're even close to your best, you're going to be in the realm of top 8, right?
Sure.
Okay. Why don't we take a look? Based on our scoreboard, we had our last piece, the 24. So we want you to keep bringing in your top 4. MTG Champ T4, nail your colours to the mast. We're going to see who the top 4 after day 1 after 4 rounds of Modern. It is now time, woohoo, to go down to the booth, and it's time for round 4 of the World Championship.
All right, this is round 4. It's time for some Modern. I'm Rashad Miller, joined by Simon Gertson. And the players are ready, so let's watch some magic. All right, welcome to round 4 of the World Championship. I'm Rashad Miller, joined by Simon Gertson, and we're going to have a good match here, but let's let the players introduce themselves.
Patrick Chapin from the United States, winner of Pro Tour Journey into Knicks.
Shahar Shenhar from Israel, 2013 World Champion.
Get a look at Patrick Chapin right there. You know, he came in second in another World Championship before, you know, back when it was the World Championship with an S for championships.
And he wants that title more than anything else.
Oh, that's the eyes of someone who wants it. He wants something. It's got to be the title, or it's Shahar Shenhar that he wants, since he's staring at him. But there he has the reigning champion. So this is kind of like the King of the Hill table if we started it right now.
Chapin's opponent has the title that he wants to get.
Maybe that's why the death stare is happening. But here we go. Start off with some red spells. We got a Goblin guy hitting turn 1.
Yeah, Shahar is immediately revealing what he's on, and I don't think anybody's surprised to see a Snapcaster Mage on top of Chapin's deck, who is not playing Burn, but rather a blue deck. As we'll soon see, it is Blue-Red Delver.
Yeah, with the Pyromancers also, right? I
Exactly.
Think, yeah, he's been a big fan of Young Pyromancer since it was printed. But the Burn deck from Shahar Shenhar, is this just an attempt to blindside the competition here?
Yeah, it's a deck that's definitely popular, but might not be expected in this small of a field. And you can catch people off guard. You have really powerful sideboarding options. And with Eidolon of the Great Revel and Treasure Cruise, this deck has gained a lot of momentum since the last set.
And talking about momentum, a second Goblin guide for Shahar. But, you know, maybe a little consolation for Patrick Chapin. He gets 2 land out of the deal.
Yeah, there was some good scrying there.
It's like, you know, greed. If, you know, pay 4 life, get 2 cards, they happen to be land. Who wins that?
Well, definitely the Goblin Guides. This is just... I mean, Goblin Guide is usually the best creature in the Burn deck on turn 1.
Come on, someone's got to be on the side of card advantage.
Well, you can take that side, Rashad.
Okay, well, that's not usually a side I take, but I'll play that. I'll play that role today. A Rift Bolt actually gets suspended for Shahar Shenhar, so 3 damage waiting in the wake.
That puts Chapin on a virtual 11. And if he plays a card like Young Pyromancer here, we can basically assume that it's getting killed. So another 4 damage by Goblin Guides means that Patrick Chapin won't have the time to raise Shahar Shenhar, but controlling the Burn deck is really difficult because you usually don't have the hard counters to do that.
Yeah, and he's not even able to put a creature down to trade with one of these Goblin Guides because the Rift Bolt will then instead just take out the blocker. This is a great start for Shahar. All right, so blue mana for Patrick. Let's see what he's working with. He's got a Taxian Probe. He's paying the mana. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
Yeah, you don't want to take 2 additional damage. You don't want to pay 2 life if your opponent is on a Burn deck. Shahar does have to reveal his tech here. He's on Mutagenic Growth, so the that's a 0 mana spell in his deck. He isn't aiming to cast it for green, but rather the 2 life that the Phyrexian mana yields him. And we see 2 of his splash cards in Boros Charm and Treasure Cruise.
Now, do you think Pat actually has a plan here to win this game, or was that Taxian Probe just to find out what was going on in Shahar Shenhar's hand? Because they didn't get the deck list yet.
He has to cast the Gitaxian Probe first anyway to see what's up, and then It really depends. Usually you don't have much with the Blue-Red Delver decks if you don't get the momentum going that you really want. Being on the draw no Young Pyromancer, no Monastery Swift Spear. There aren't many cards to fight back with this deck.
Yeah, so Shahar picked up a Treasure Cruise, but he's probably got all the cards he's going to need to win this game. Another attack for 4 plus the 3 damage that the Riftbolt actually dealt. That's going to bring Patrick down to 7. He's looking at a Burrow's Charm, which is 4 more damage if he would like. I mean, it has 3 modes, but probably the 4 damage mode is the one that's going to be chosen. And a couple of Treasure Cruises, and he was thinking about mutagenic growth, and he goes for it. Spending the Phyrexian mana, so that's going to be 2 more damage, except there is a Vapor Snag that's going to stem the bleeding a little bit.
There was actually a very interesting turn because Patrick was representing Vapor Snag as well as a card like Spell Snare or Spell Pierce. So Shahar was hesitant to cast the Boros Charm, but thought, well, let's see first if the mutagenic growth resolved. And Patrick Chapin did have the Vapor Snag to save him, which is usually just a 2-of in these kind of decks. Also have noticed that Chapin currently does not have red mana, and if it's a Steam Vents, it's going to cost him life potentially. So we already saw that Patrick wanted to pay the life on Gitaxian Probe, and we're going to see a similar thing with regards to Steam Vents.
So Shahar does take the opportunity to play around this spell, the Spell Snare, by playing the Boros Charm during his main phase while Patrick Chapin was tapped out. So Pat's down to 5, and that's pretty low when you're looking at a burn deck where about half of their cards each deal 3 damage.
Yeah, you basically don't have much choice except to raise this kind of strategy. Just think about Shahar Shena drawing a blue mana source or fetch line to get one, and then drawing 6 more cards in the course of this game. Not that I'm expecting it to take too long.
All right, so another attack for 4. That's going to bring Patrick Chapin down to 1 life, I believe. It looks like it shows it at 3, but he was at 5, and that would have been an attack for 4. A Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, we are
jumped down.
Yeah, we haven't done damage yet.
Okay. All right, so Snapcaster Mage jumps down, and it looks like both of those guys hit the bin. Oh, the Vapor Snag was flashbacked.
Vapor Snag was flashbacked. The other one traded with Snapcaster Mage, putting 4... Is it only 4 cards in Shahar's graveyard? It looks like he has done a lot more this game. But
nope, only 4 cards.
That's the impact of Goblin Guide on the early game. Now we see two Treasure Cruises in Shahar's hand, and if there's a way to lose this game, it's definitely with Treasure Cruises stuck in your hand. Shahar is on the full 4, which is a bit risky because it is not a burn spell, as any burn spell would have won the game in this spot.
So it looks like Pat may have clawed himself a little bit back into this game, but even with those Treasure Cruisers being the way that Shahar could lose the game, if this game ends up going long, Treasure Cruise can end up being the way that he gets back in and takes out these last 3 points of damage.
Almost all cards in Shahar's deck are game-winning draws. The only thing to keep in mind is that Patrick might have responsive cards. Now, I think there was an Arid Mesa, so we could just see Shahar fetching a blue source here. Yeah, it is.
Arid Mesa for Shahar.
Chapin with 2 lands is representing Remand as probably the most scary spell because it would put 2 Treasure Cruises back into your hand.
Ooh, that would be quite the setback. All those resources are going to be gone if Shahar actually wants to Treasure Cruise. He needs to remove at least 4 cards from his library, from his graveyard, pardon me. But chances are he's going to remove 5 so that he has a red left open to cast a burn spell to finish Patrick off in the same turn.
There's also an interesting decision as to whether to attack first with your Goblin Guide. The fact that a counter spell is already awful for you, but also pumps Monastery Swift Spear, means that I would think that an attack pre-Treasure Cruise is what you want to be doing.
See what Shahar thinks is the best plan. He's staring at his 2 Treasure Cruises. They're not going to change.
We can take a look at the cards in Chapin's hand here, and you see there is a Charm, which is one of the soft counters that his deck has available. And of course, that's one of the reasons why he passed with 2 mana up. If Shahar removes 5 cards from his graveyard, he still has to tap 3 for Treasure Cruise, and Izzet would counter it.
All right, so the Goblin Guy does decide to attack before Shahar casts any spells, reveals a Lightning Bolt on the top of Patrick Chapin's deck, and now it's Chapin's turn to decide if he wants to block.
I'm not sure why Shahar wanted to reveal to his opponent that he's now has access to blue mana. I think he didn't think this turn through.
Yeah, he might have still been deciding on a pre-combat treasure cruise.
And then realized that it's just strictly better to attack first.
Yeah. But the good thing is Shahar has 2 treasure cruises, and Chapin probably doesn't expect that. So if one of them doesn't resolve, there's probably a good chance that the second one does, or at least Shahar gets a second chance.
We do see a chump block here, and that's because Chapin is on 3. If he goes down to 1, his Scowling Tarn becomes unusable. So that way, he wouldn't even be able to use the Izzet Charm to counter Treasure Cruise. If he had a Spell Pierce, that would be a different story. But this basically shows Shahar what's up, that Chapin really needs that point of life to sacrifice Scalding Tarn. And we've seen a Lightning Bolt on top of Chapin's deck, which is definitely going to deal with Goblin Guide next turn.
So do you think that there was any benefit to, if he, as Shahar is casting a Treasure Cruise right now, the actual sacking of the Scalding Tarn prior to an attack, and then maybe skipping an attack for that turn, putting Pat at 2, forcing him to go down to 2 before he has the ability to chump block with his Swift Spear?
No, the problem is that then the Swift Spear becomes pumped by the Izzet Charm. So the prowess trigger would have made it a 2-3, and your attack would have basically not been possible. I think that the correct play would have been to hold the Arid Mesa, not revealing your hand until the last moment.
Right,
Okay.
well, smoke has settled. Patrick Chapin's at 2 life, so there's a lethal Goblin Guide on the battlefield. Now, we know he doesn't have that Lightning Bolt anymore because he shuffled it away from the Scalding Tarn, and he did not pick up another one, but there is a young Pyromancer, so that's going to potentially make some blockers for this Goblin Guide.
Yeah, this is an incredible turn of events for Chapin, and that's because Shahar needs to top deck a fetch land to even cast the second Treasure Cruise in his hand. Of course, he can still just draw a burn spell and win, but he is holding a dead card, which usually never happens if you're facing burn.
Right, and speaking of Treasure Cruise, Patrick Chapin just cast one of his own. Not only does he get 3 cards, but he gets a 1/1 elemental token for his troubles. I'm sure we're going to have a nice, pretty, not so shiny, very red, and elemental token to hit the battlefield pretty soon. Right now, that die is doing a good job of doing it. There we go.
Once again, Chapin representing counter magic but doesn't have it. His Gitaxian Probe is definitely going to cost a mana here. And Thought Scour, of course, no board impact whatsoever.
Well, he gets a token out of it, Thought Scour.
Now with Young Pyromancer active, yes. And that's... Oh, it's not a fetch. If it had been a fetch land, we would see a Treasure Cruise for 5 and no counter spell from Chapin. A tapped Seaman's is pretty much the worst draw imaginable, and Patrick knows that this draw step could be the deciding factor in this game.
Right, so Patrick Chapin's still at 2 life, but is time running out for him? Does he need to get on the aggressive? He doesn't really have a board stake that can do that for him.
His deck needs to raise his opponent, and that's super tough against Burn, but he might be on his way to do that. I love the decision by Shahar not to attack with Goblin Guide. I think a lot of people would see, my opponent is on 2 life, I definitely have to attack, but you would only be dealing with a elemental token, whereas here it definitely means that a Young Pyromancer is unlikely to attack.
All right, so passes the turn back to Shahar Shinhar. Let's see if he can find some magic off the top, and he just passes the turn. It looks. Oh no, that was still the same turn that he passed, and now it's Patrick Chapin's turn. He picks up a Fork Bolt.
Okay, I think we might be entering lethal range here. I see Lightning Bolt, Forked Bolt. So that's already 8 points of burn that Chapin could just fire off. That's not exactly lethal, but with the help of a Monastery Swift Spear, maybe just clear the Goblin Guide out of the way, you would have 4 base damage and then Monastery Swift Spear plus whatever other spells you can cast. It's possible that Chapin is one red mana away from winning this turn, but he's very, very close. And this could be the deciding factor, given that Shahar only needs to draw a burn spell with the hand that Chapin currently has.
Yeah, and that's definitely what's going through Chapin's mind right now. He gets to cast a Gitaxian Probe, too, as well, to pump his Swift Spear. Shows him the second Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, a Mountain would have been a great draw here. So we're currently at 6 points of power. This is going to take out the Goblin Guide because blocking Monastery Swift Spear saves more damage than the
7, and there's 3 more, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. That's 11.
Chapin gets there.
He's making sure to double
4.
check, triple check. He's like, yep, because this bolt basically does 4 damage. And
Exactly.
That's
It's exactly lethal.
11.
And that's why Shahar scoops it up here. 4 damage from the creatures that were on the battlefield. Monastery Swift Spear and 3 spells.
All right, so Patrick Chapin leads 1-0 over Shahar Shinhar, and it was looking pretty bleak for him. But you know what? We're going to show you some more magic after this.
Stone bricks.
Actual mountain.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard in safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Friday Night Magic expands to all formats starting in 2015. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts at Friday Night Magic. Check out your local store for details, and remember to tell your friends Friday night is about to get even better. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information.
All right, welcome back to round 4. We're going to take a sneak peek, little look in at the match between Josh Utter-Leyton, who's playing Jeskai Ascendancy, and he is up against Sam Black on Birthing Pod. This is still game 1, so long ones. Usually a lot of long ones with Birthing Pod.
The matchup is Sam Black with Birthing Pod against Josh Utter-Leyton, who you might think could be on Blue Red Delver, but it is actually a Jeskai Ascendancy combo, and that's pretty much a new version we're seeing this week, which only relies on Fate Stitcher to combo off. No green mana, no green creatures, which did make the matchup against Blue Red Delver so bad.
All right, and we have some results from other matches going on in the feature match area. Sean McLaren leads 1-0 over William Jensen, and Raphael Levy leads 1-0 over Ivan Flock. So the board states here, they're pretty land heavy, as we don't have any non-land permanents for Josh Utter-Leyton, and we have 2 non-land permanents for Sam Black. One of them's Birthing Pod, so that's pretty good. The other one's a Restoration Angel, and that's probably going to threaten Josh's life points.
Yeah, just from this board state, Sam is definitely threatening a lot of things. And the amount of lands, on the other hand, that Josh has is pretty good for him because he's threatening to just go off with the Jeskai Ascendancy. Now, on the very left-hand side of his lands, you see a Fairy Conclave. And that's actually part of the combo as well, because it gives you a creature in the turn that you want to go off.
Exactly. So Restoration Angel is going to attack for 3, and a Path to Exile is going to get rid of that guy. So not only does that save Josh 3 life, but it also gets the creature off the board so that Sam doesn't have anything to activate his Birthing Pod with. Josh has a handful of cards. He has a couple of, looks like he has a couple of probes. He has a Jeskai Ascendancy. He has a few land. So not quite there. You know, he doesn't have a winning hand just yet. But he's got a lot of cards and he can get there. And if he has a healthy enough life total, he should have the amount of time it takes to assemble the combo.
And with the Jeskai Ascendancy in hand and Fairy Conclave on the battlefield, he really just needs to kickstart this, maybe with a Treasure Cruise or a Dig Through Time, to just ensure that he'll be able to keep going. Now, the thing I'm a bit scared about is the fact that Linvala, Keeper of Silence, shuts down the Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck,
right.
But we can actually see that it's in exile here.
Oh, took care of that guy pretty quickly. I guess it's a gal.
Otherwise, I would have expected Sam to just try to get that onto the battlefield as soon as possible. Another advantage of not having the green creatures in your deck is that you have space for Path to Exile.
Yeah. So Sam just flashes Josh 2 Abrupt Decays from that Gitaxian Probe. So maybe he's not going to be able to go off anytime soon.
Yeah, how do you play around that if you are a Jeskai Ascendancy?
You need 2 extra instants?
That's going to be very, very hard. The creatures are probably your least problem. Fate Stitcher and Fairy Conclave aren't going to die so easily against Pod, but your Jeskai Ascendancy is just not safe.
Right. So a Dig Through Time is going to look at the top 7 cards of Josh's library. He sees a few Fate Stitchers. Now, these other cards go to the bottom of Josh's library, so no fear, they're not getting exiled, and there isn't the benefit of them going to the graveyard. But it looks like he wants one of those Fate Stitchers, and he's going to rebuy his Dig Through Time through the first one.
Yeah, if you find another dig through time in such a board state where your pot opponent clearly has troubles finding cards to even fetch for, to even search for, you kind of want to play the control game. I'm just not sure if Josh and his team have really put something else into the deck to actually win with.
Meanwhile, Sam Black starts a game with bingo up in the upper right-hand corner of the game. That's actually a note-taking method. It's actually very popular amongst a lot of Wisconsin players, which is where Sam Black is from. Adrian Sullivan has done that a lot, where you look at a card, you make a grid of 15 slots, and assuming that you have 4 of each of the major cards, each slot is a 4-card spot. So if you see a card that's a 4 that you think, oh, this deck has to have run 4 of those, you put it in the square. If you see a card that you think they may only have 2 or 3 of it, you split the square in half, and then you write, the card.
And so you really just gather more and more information that way.
Right. I mean, you effectively can come up with your opponent's entire deck a game and a half. All right, so we will keep you guys informed on that match and all of the other matches in the feature match area. But right now, our main match is ready, and we're going to go back to Patrick Chapin playing against Shahar Shinhar. All right, Chapin mulligans to 6 this game, which is never good against a red deck. And you know what else isn't good against a red deck? When your opponent starts off with a 1-power haste creature.
It's not a Goblin Guide.
It's true.
We can say that much. It's not, but it's not necessarily worse than a Goblin Guide. This time it is because it only dealt 1 damage.
Right.
Getting exiled by Magma Spray, which is even a nice interaction against the treasure cruises that Shahar wants to resolve.
All right, there you see Shahar Shinhar's stats. Quite impressed for the young man that he is. Only 21 years old, won over $100,000 already. He's also the reigning world champion, so he has won this tournament before. 6 GP top 8s. That's a lot. Still hasn't gotten a Pro Tour top 8, but, that doesn't really stop you from being one of the best in the world.
He has a couple of years to rack up those Pro Tour top 8s. Now, Shahar does have an Eidolon of the Great Revel, which he thought quite a long time about. Now, this is probably the best moment to play it. It is definitely going to deal damage to your opponent. I'm not sure if Shahar wants to have this on the draw if the game goes into game 3.
It doesn't seem like a very aggressive creature when we looked at the other creatures there in Shahar's deck, but it does serve a great role, especially against decks that want to cast a bunch of spells. But Patrick Chapin's spells, most of them will just kill the Eidolon.
Yeah, but they will also cost 3 or less.
Right.
So in the worst case, you deal 3 damage to your opponent and get a card off him, which is strictly better than just having cast Lava Spike, for example.
Yeah, but sometimes it feels really nice when you play an Eidolon of the Great Revel against a deck and you just know they can't kill it, and you know the only way they can really proceed in their game plan is by casting quite a few spells that cost 3 or less.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this isn't one of those cases, but I mean that's the ideal case, as that Eidolon gets burned down by a lightning bolt.
So that's exactly what happens here. Putting the second card into Shahar's graveyard, 7 visions to follow it up. Now, Eidolon of the Great Revel is also incredible against Jeskai Ascendancy combo and against Storm combo.
Exactly.
And I've heard some rumors about people playing Storm combo.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised after seeing a burn deck here. Doesn't seem like quite the deck that one of the top 24 players in the world would be playing, but sometimes that's not what it's about. It's about making a deck choice and not about outplaying everyone. All right, so turn 3 for Shahar. He's looking at the Goblin Guide that he just picked up, and that's what's going to come down. And it has a buddy, a Monastery Swiftspear.
Yeah, it's better on turn 1, but it's definitely great on turn 3 still. Now, Threats of Disloyalty, I'm not so sure if the creatures that are available there are actually what Patrick wants. It does appear like a card that you just bring in because it's better than something else.
Right, it seems just good enough, or at least better than whatever bad card, something that probably costs 4 or more, that's sitting in the deck and you just know you're not going to have the opportunity to cast. Because right now, it does effectively remove one of these creatures, say the Goblin Guide, but the, Threads of Disloyalty is very good when not only you remove the creature, but then you have the opportunity to block with it to get, card advantage from it.
Exactly, and Chapin has some reactive spells that he doesn't necessarily want against burn on the draw. it's also very possible that he just says that Gitaxian Probe is too expensive because you don't want to lose the mana, or no, you don't want to lose the life, but the 1 mana is just very expensive.
All right, so Threats to Assault, he goes and takes the Swiss Sphere.
Once again, the graveyard count is not really high for Shahar here. That's due to the Magma Spray, but also due to the fact that he has been playing creatures, but not really done much more. So the Treasure Cruise is not really looking like the Ancestral Recall that we are used to, but a rather clunky card in his burn deck.
All right, so Shahar going to go on to his next turn. He's holding on to some burn spells. Probably wants to attack with this Goblin Guide at least. So the Goblin Guide is going to come in. He's going to show another Lightning Bolt off the top of the deck. Shahar quickly writes that down. He's getting a lot of information from this Goblin Guide. Not really the primary goal of playing that card, but it's a nice little added bonus. And there's a Liva Spike straight to the dome because it can't go anywhere else.
And that's because Shahar had a great draw here. Lava Spike and Boros Charm complementing his mana perfectly, bringing his opponent down to a much more manageable life total, while also fueling the Treasure Cruise for next turn. So now, does the Treasure Cruise resolve is the next big question.
Well, I don't think Shahar is going to care whether or not it resolves, because he's just going to run it out there. I can't see, is this a situation where he actually evaluates the situation if his Treasure Cruise can resolve, where he's facing the now untapped Monastery Swiss Sphere? He has to just run it out there, right?
Yeah, he has 5 cards in his graveyard, so currently it does cost his whole turn to do so. And if the Goblin Guide enters the graveyard here, and his opponent taps out, then things are looking a lot nicer. But I understand that Chapin really wants to race here, and this is his opening.
Right. But now this is also Shahar's opening, but he just doesn't care. He's going to show him a Lightning Bolt, doesn't even need to take a cruise. And he ties it up at 1 apiece.
I think he was favored game 1, but this time it actually worked out.
Yeah, that game 1, I didn't think that Patrick was going to be able to come back in that first game. He was down at the same situation. Pat was down to 2 life, and that's the scariest situation you ever want to be against a red deck. All right, we are going to take another look in on Josh Utter-Leyton and Sam Black, and it looks like this is still game 1. And it looks like Plan B is in effect for Josh Utter-Leyton, as we see a couple of Fairy Conclaves tapped and in the red zone. Black's down to 11, Josh Utter-Leyton at a healthy 20, which seems a little odd, especially in this stage of the game with Sam Black with quite a board state here.
Yeah, this is a very interesting game. Now we see a response dig through time, which just is going to trigger the Ascendancy again. So Josh is nice enough to visualize the stack here. Now, and the Murderous Cut is gone from Sam's hand as far as I can tell. I don't think that he has more. Also tapped out now. So it's much more likely that Josh is now going to be able to go off in some sense. Oh, look at that library.
That's not much of a library. He's going to get to the point where Dig Through Time becomes a tutor slash draw 2, tutor for 2, and Vampiric Tutor for 1, and stack the rest of your deck.
Yeah,
that's a good feeling sometimes.
So that's actually already the case because there's 6 cards remaining. And the question is, are there 6 cards remaining and then 5 more being put back with Dig Through Time?
Yeah. Right, so now looks like the Abrupt Decay is resolving right now. And something weird is going on over on Sam Black's side.
Oh, he's just taking his time. While his opponent is busy figuring out his combo, he's figuring out his opponent's deck.
Just sorting Josh's sideboard. It's nothing else to do. You got to keep busy. He probably doesn't have enough cards in his hand to flick around, so...
We should mention that players will get Modern deck lists, but only after the first round of Modern, which is this one.
And this is still game 1, so the most information, the more information you can get, especially if you happen to lose this game, the better off you are, because now you have perfect information.
Yeah, all right, Rasha, this is really, really key here. We see a remand, and that has to be targeting the Gitaxian Probe itself.
Right.
It wouldn't make much sense to try to remand the Abrupt Decay. And that, of course, triggers the Ascendancy again. Now, the remaining Gitaxian Probe is only a sorcery, so there's not going to be responding to that. It does look like Fairy Conclave Beatdown is the plan B here.
And Josh also has a Lightning Bolt, so he can use that last bit of mana to generate 2 more mana, give his Fairy Conclaves another +1/+1 each, and deal 3 damage to Sam Black. So I believe that the reason the life totals are like this is because all this damage was dealt in this turn.
And Josh is generating extra mana with the Fairy Conclaves, so at least blue mana is not the issue here.
And he picks up, looks like was that a Thought Scour?
It was. So you just Thought Scour with the help of the Conclave. These could just grow enormous, and he could win with an Abrupt Decay on the stack.
Now, we saw 2 Abrupt Decays in Sam Black's hand when we last left this match. So it looks like this was a situation where Sam tapped down to a low number of available mana and only had the mana to do 1 Abrupt Decay. Maybe Sam felt a little bit safe, but turns out that Josh had enough instance to get quite a bit of value out of this.
No, this does seem a bit weird. It might actually have been a Gavony Township activation, but that seems
it does look like that.
But that doesn't seem like what you want to be doing against such a combo deck. If you're really holding 3 answers to what your opponent is doing, we don't know what the Murderous Cut did. I would assume it probably got rid of a Fate Stitcher.
All right.
Yep.
Well, so those 2 Fairy Conclaves, they get the job done in response to an Abrupt Decay, which Sam Black thought, Abrupt Decay is uncounterable. You can't stop it. It's just going to destroy your Jeskai Ascendancy. What are you going to do about it? Well, just going to win the game.
Yep. Josh showed him.
All right, so now we are ready for the exciting Game 3 between Patrick Chapin and Shahar Shinhar. Both players looks like they kept some healthy hands. We'll find out if there are any mulligans, but right now, Patrick Chapin leads off with a fetch land. Looks like an Arid Mesa. Shahar went down to 6. Chapin gets to keep his entire hand. And looks like Pat's searching for a special land. Basic Mountain. Must not be a lot of those in his deck. Looks like it took him a while to find that. And the red spell of choice is going to be Monastery Swift Spear.
Yeah.
It's going to get in there for 1.
So now we've seen during the whole match Patrick be very aware of his own life total. He basically never used the option to pay 2 life when he had another option when he had the option not to. And this time he is on the play with an aggressive start. So now it's up to Shahar to kind of break surf here.
Yeah, we see that a lot in the formats that do have these fetch lands, is what we call them, where usually it's either because you're fearing some type of non-basic land destruction, or against any of the red decks in any of these formats, it's because you just don't want to take the damage. Monastery Swift Spear comes down for Shahar Shinhar, brings Patrick Chapin down to 18. Game's still early. A lot of manageable life totals, a lot of manageable creatures. Lightning Bolt's going to manage 1 on one side. It's also going to pump the Monastery Swift Spear for Patrick Chapin, but it looks like Shahar gave him the hold up.
He does have a mutagenic growth, so he's able to save his Monastery Swift Spear, even if it's quite expensive. Shahar has declared that he is going to be the aggressor no matter what, with his play of untapped Steam Vents, take 2, attack for 1, where his opponent was clearly in the aggro seed. So I'm kind of scared about Shahar's life total now. That mutagenic growth has also taken 2 life from him.
Right.
He kind of needs to get rid of these creatures.
Right. So it looks like Shahar may indeed have to switch roles in this game, because not only did he bring his life total pretty low, and it's getting even lower.
The card I would love to see here is Arc Trail, but Shahar does not have that in his sideboard. I think that's even better than plans of Electrickery or Forked Bolt, because the 1-2 punch is just so valuable. Searing Blaze, of course, a good answer as well to creature decks.
It's a very aggressive answer, though. It's an answer best suited when you're the aggressor.
Yeah, which is what Shahar
really wants.
Shahar doesn't have an alternative, really.
And there we see the Searing Blaze in Shahar's hand. He's going to attack with the Swift Spear first, and before damage, he's going to take out the opposing Swift Spear, which is also going to deal damage to Patrick Chapin. But Patrick still has a Delver of Secrets laying in the mist, and 3 damage, that adds up, especially with Shahar only at 12 life. Patrick's going to look and show a spell appearance. So there you go. We have a 3-2 flyer now.
Another very important draw step or upkeep. We've seen these games really hinge on a single draw step, and this time it's Patrick who gets to flip his Delver of Secrets for the first time this match. And even though he lost the Monastery Swift Spear, I can't help but feel that if he gets rid of his opponent's creature, there's not much that he has to be afraid of.
And there it goes. It goes down to the Izzet Charm, the 2 damage mode, and attack for 3. And Shahar's kind of on the back foot. He has the burn in his hand to get rid of this insectile aberration, but that's not really what he wanted to use that burn for.
No, but this is the latest point in the game where he can say, all right, I'm not winning by racing. Let's save some damage here. I'm already down to such a low life total that I can't afford to take any more damage. And you aren't out of it because of Treasure Cruise. Treasure Cruise allows you to play not control, but a control-ish game. Even the Eidolon of Great Revel on the draw.
Right, so Lightning Bolt takes out the Insectile Aberration. Eidolon of Great Revel hits the battlefield after, so he doesn't take the damage. And he's sitting on a long Treasure Cruise to round out the curve, if you would. Patrick needs to read the card just to make sure when and how he's going to be taking damage, because we know he's going to cast spells. And the first spell is a Monastery Swift Spear.
So Shahar really got Chapin here with that Eidolon, because Chapin did not have any of the answers that you would want to have against this creature. Now he's forced to play a Monastery Swift Spear and try to maybe block the Eidolon and cast the spell to pump it. But that's super risky, because if Shahar just has a burn spell, then what are you going to do? On the other hand, Shahar has to be very careful not to get locked out of the game by his own Eidolon trigger.
Right. Well, at least Treasure Cruise gives him a way to replenish his hand without falling under the 3 mana.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's because it's so fairly costed at 8.
Yes, it is fair. 8 mana is a lot. That is a lot of mana, unless you remove cards from your graveyard to pay mana for this spell. Delve. 2014.
So the Eidolon, I don't know if it's ultimately going to be in Shahar's favor here, but it definitely changed the dynamic of the game, and you see how long this decision took.
I think Shahar may just be looking to get 4 damage out of this Eidolon and then throw it in front of something. I mean, is that a play that you really want? Because he is looking to block. He's looking to block. He's looking to preserve his life total. If you're able to get a few damage out of the deal, is that a good thing?
Yeah, I mean, clearly damage is a good thing, but it's also going to damage you. So that's really the important part here.
Well,
All right.
Shahar has taken 0 damage from this Eidolon so far, but I think that's about to change.
But look what's going to happen here.
Yeah, this is real. Now I'm scared. I don't get scared easily.
That's a brutal mutagenic growth. On the other hand, 2 more life for the Phyrexian mana, and then the 2 more damage from Eidolon of the Great Revel.
Yeah, Shahar's going down to 4 from this mutagenic growth just to save his Eidolon. So
I think, Rashad, that Patrick Chapin is playing a game where he wants his opponent to be locked by Eidolon of the Great Revel.
But why do you save your Eidolon if you're a Shahar? Why do you use 4 life to save Eidolon of the Great Revel?
Yeah, his hand suggested that that's what the mutagenic growth is for, but
Okay.
I agree that it was not a winning play. But because you take 4 damage, you would have taken the damage anyway, but you actively wanted the Eidolon to die.
Okay.
Which is actually why I was surprised to see it after boarding.
All right, so Treasure Cruise. He only has to pay 1 mana for this cruise. Must have got a nice discount from, some discount website. Draws 3 cards, doesn't have to take damage. But most of the spells he's going to draw, they're going to be 3 or less, because that's the nature of his deck. We're looking at 3 spells that will each deal 2 damage to Shahar Shinhara if he casts them, thanks to his own Eidolon of Great Revel.
Yeah, and the mana costs on these cards are really low, which is not good for Shahar.
But he has to use them. He can't win this game without casting spells.
And Chapin knows it. Chapin is a control player at heart. He knows that if he just waits out this game, there's no way he's losing.
All right, so there is a young Pyromancer. That's going to deal 2 damage to Patrick Chapin. I don't think he cares too much about that. Just the fact that now he has 2 creatures that are able to attack is going to be a big deal.
He's on a quest to deal 2 more points to Shahar. 1 more if he sacrifices that land, which is unlikely.
Right, there's a Electrolyze sitting in Patrick Chapin's hands just waiting to deal the final points of damage. But Patrick's down to 7. If, for some reason, Patrick gets down to 5, that's no longer a win condition. Don't see that happening with the board state right now, but Shahar is probably thinking that. How can I deal just a few more damage without taking damage myself?
Yeah, but currently Shahar needs to either get through with his Eidolon, or he needs to cast spells, and he isn't in the position to cast spells, at least from what I'm seeing here.
Now, Boros Charm does give him the ability to gain some life at the cost of 2 life. So
yeah, that doesn't sound like a good exchange.
So if he's able to get more creatures on the board and able to give him lifelink,
he currently he's just restricted in the amount of spells he can cast unless Patrick allows him to lose the Eidolon. And he can't attack because Patrick Chapin can just do the math, take 2 damage, knows he doesn't die because he has 5 life. There's no way he dies because Shahar would be needing to cast spells, obviously. So I think the lock is nearly assembled here. Another Riftbolt, another card that would take 2 life off him. Do you see this tiny grin? I think Patrick knows what's up.
Well, Riftbolt won't do it because he would just die during his upkeep. Yeah, Patrick knows that he's locked. I think it was that mutagenic growth.
Yeah.
Locked himself.
And even the Eidolon, like just having the Eidolon in game 3 on the draw, I'm not sure about. But saving it with that growth, even though it looked like the obvious play, I think was not something that you could afford.
Yeah, I feel like that Eidolon needed to die one way or another, and if you are in any way trying to make it not die, that's got to be wrong. It's obviously if you only have 2 cards in play and 1 creature on the battlefield, and one of the cards can only target a creature, it makes a lot of sense that that's what it should do. But it turns out that it puts Shahar in a very peculiar situation for life with a card in play that every time Shahar casts a spell, he takes 2 damage. And he's up against Patrick Chapin, who's playing a blue-red Delver deck, which has a lot of spells that on their own deal 3 or 2 damage to Shahar. So not in a good shape. I don't see how he's going to be able to get his way out of this, but Shahar is thinking. He's figuring it out. He's doing some math. Counting by 2s down from 4.
We got to look at his hand there, and every single spell is problematic. Fetching for white source is problematic. Against a player that's not Patrick Chapin, there might have been an opening to lose the Eidolon and make things work again. But Patrick, I think there was like a mental fist pump when the Eidolon hit the battlefield, and you could see it unfold in the next couple of turns.
Okay, I have a question now. What if Shahar just doesn't do anything? Just doesn't cast any spells? Because Patrick Chapin has to be the aggressor. Now, 1, with this attack, he's given the out of killing his own Eidolon, which then unlocks him. 2, if he just doesn't ever attack, then they're playing this waiting game.
Shahar is actually behind on board, even though it might not seem like much. Chapin is threatening 2 points of damage here if he points the lightning bolt to Shahar's face. And then Shahar is going to be out of outs. Simply because if he responds to the lightning bolt, he's dying from his own Eidolon.
Right, so the lightning bolt is not sure whether it's pointed. It must be pointing at Shahar,
yeah,
I don't see any creatures going down. And this is lethal. This is a lethal attack now because Shahar is at 1.
This is the hard lock. You have a 2-power creature that's attacking you, and a lightning bolt that's targeting you. So if both resolve, like damage and the bolt, then you're dead.
Right. So
your opponent is on 5, so there's no way you're getting him. Because if you cast 2 spells, you're dead yourself. If you only cast 1 spell, then you're going down to 2, but the lightning bolt is still in the stack. And it's all before damage, so the Eidolon will stay in play just as long as Chapin needs it to.
Right. So this is it. I don't think there's any way Shahar can get out of it.
This is a beautiful game. And that's what I meant in the beginning with the Eidolon just changing basically the laws of Magic. It's better when it changes only the laws of Magic for your opponent in a relevant way. But look at Shahar. He's
All right,
like
Shahar's he's not a quitter. Never quits. He's gonna sacrifice his fetch land, his Scalding Tarn. He's gonna get a land. Looks like he's looking at a Sacred Foundry. Is he gonna put it into play untapped? Is this a suicide play? Are we just seeing how creative we can kill ourselves? Because you have to think that if he actually has a line, that he's going to get a land that comes into play untapped. So he gets the mountain instead.
Yeah, I'm intrigued now.
This just doesn't end well.
So we have a Searing Blaze, targeting Monastery Swiftspear.
Oh, well, Patrick Chapin's at 5. This Searing Blaze is going to put him to Boros Charm, Death, or even, well, he doesn't have Boros Charm mana.
But Shahar is at 1. Shahar is not casting spells. Shahar is not casting spells as long as Eidolon of the Great Revel is in play. And Lightning Bolt is on the stack.
If he had an instant, he could have responded to the Eidolon's ability.
And then it triggers again.
And it triggers
There's
again.
no way out.
This has got to be what Shahar is even thinking about. He's saying all these things and then convincing himself that this isn't out. And it's like, no, it can't be because this is, this then happens and this then happens. But
what I find most impressive is that Chapin looks like somebody who somehow knows his opponent's deck better than Shahar himself. He's like, I know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, and there you have it. Shahar extends the hand. He realizes no matter how that stack unfolds, he's going to lose that 1 life before Patrick Chapin can lose his 5. And Patrick Chapin wins that match 2-1. Get a look at the feature match area. And we took a... So we're going to be going over to Game 3 of Raphael Levy. And he is up against Ivan Floch. So this is the Scape Shift versus Jeskai Delver matchup. Players are tied at 1 apiece. And it's kind of the Jeskai Delver, does it have any combos in it somehow? Or is it just totally Jeskai, or is it 0 Jeskai Ascendancy?
It's not a Jeskai Ascendancy combo
so
deck.
it's similar to the Sean McLaren list that he has been playing in Modern and past Modern tournaments.
Well, actually, it's also similar to the list that Ivan Floch played himself at GP Madrid.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we have a quite simple board state here, but we do have a Manus Rider in play.
Which is a new addition. That's not a card that's usually being played in these kind of decks. So
Everyone saw how good of a job it was doing at dealing 3 damage to their opponents and decided, you know what? This is a reusable Lightning Bolt. I like that. Lightning Bolt with buyback, except you only pay for it once.
Ivan Floch was on Jeskai Delver, was playing 2 Guys of Saint Traft in his main deck in Madrid. So that's where he started from.
Yeah, another pseudo burn spell in a lot of these decks where as the Geist is pretty hard to deal with and just attacking with it guarantees you a 4/4 Flying Angel, during your combat step, and that Angel usually gets through even if the Geist doesn't. All right, so Raphael Levy just continues with the Scape Shift plan, and we had a handshake. It looks like something happened. Didn't quite get it. We didn't get the life totals up yet. Raphael was at 9 and Ivan was at 11. Looks like there was a Lightning Bolt and a Snapcaster Mage Lightning Bolt to finish.
Ivan had the backup. He wasn't losing to Scape Shift. It's interesting that these are on the same team, playing different decks. But Raph Levy is not really a Delver player, so no big surprises there.
All right, so now we're going to look in again at the Joshua Layton versus Sam Black match. And looking a little bit better for Sam Black this time around. He's got a lot more permanents in the play. He doesn't have a pod yet, but a lot of times you don't actually have to have the pod to win with the Birth and Pod deck. Here's Joshua Layton, one of the few players to have played in all 3 of these championships.
So there's a Gifts Ungiven in Joshua Layton's graveyard. That's part of the sideboarding plan that these players came up with. There's actually an exiled Unburial Rites in his exile zone. So he does have a plan of potentially reanimating Elishnorn after voiding, and still draws out this game. I see another Gifts Ungiven in Josh's hand, so we will see some more action, I'm sure.
Yeah, some long-time running tech using Gift Ungiven and only getting 2 cards, which forces your opponent to put those 2 cards in the graveyard. If one of them's a flashback reanimation spell like Unburial Rites, another one is a big fatty like Elesh Norn, next turn you get to reanimate a Elesh Norn and probably decimate your opponent's board. And it might be happening right now. Here's Gifts Ungiven.
And this is in response to Entombed Exarch. So Sam Black really with the perfect curve of Noble Hierarch, Sin Collector, Restoration Angel, my Sin Collector, and now Entombed Exarch, which threatens to return a creature card to your hand from your graveyard, which is not what it's here for in this matchup, but rather you want to force your opponent to discard a non-creature card.
So Joshua Layton's hand must have just been decimated this game. You know, we can't get a look at it right now. He has 2 cards. Not sure how long the game's been going on, but most of those cards have probably been exiled. We see a little exile pile over in the corner. And now looks like Josh is looking for a couple of, looks like some one-ofs in his deck that he needs to try to win this game. But I believe the Unburial Rites has already been hit by a Sin Collector. Is that correct?
It is definitely exile.
So Sin Collector must have gotten half that combo. So now Gifts Ungiven is just a pure value card. And now it becomes the slowest card in Magic.
But this gives us some time to talk about what his options are here. If actually hardcasting Elesh Norn is not out of the question.
It's not.
It's a combo deck that just casts a 7-mana legendary creature.
And he can do that. He has 7 mana right now. That Exhumer Exarch cannot hit the Elesh Norn, but obviously, if that's the case, if Elesh Norn is one of the cards that Josh picks, that's one of the cards that's immediately going to the graveyard. So
yeah, so he kind of has to stall out the game to draw into this, or threaten to win the game with his combo, which is kind of difficult when a duress effect is on the stack and the pressure from Sam is so high.
Yeah, Josh is thinking, this is not what I was supposed to be doing with this Gifts Ungiven. I didn't want to have to think about this. I don't have any true gifts packages. There's no neat combos to get the cards back from your graveyard. There was just a 1-2 punch of Unburial Rites and Elesh Norn.
Well, looking at Josh's team for this event, I think that they did in fact have fun thinking about all the possibilities with this kind of sideboard package. It's a great call for a small tournament like this because at first it catches people unaware, but then even if they know about it, it's kind of difficult to play around it because you don't even know if it's coming in or not. And it does present basically 2 different ways of winning the game.
Right, so the 4 that Josh has come up with is Jeskai Ascendancy, Dig Through Time, Elesh Norn, and a Serum Visions.
So Elesh Norn really only serves the purpose of being a card that you are definitely not getting because it would be too good on this board.
Right.
So that makes it just better, or increases your chances of getting a better card.
All right, so Sam gives him the Jeskai Ascendancy and the Serum Visions, and then sees a Gitaxian Probe and a Path to Exile. One of these cards is going bye-bye. Probably the Jeskai Ascendancy.
The Jeskai Ascendancy is clearly the scariest card when it comes to your opponent threatening to just win. And Sam does think the same way here.
Yeah,
it didn't look like Josh had a super scary hand here, but because his combo deck accumulates so much mana, he could have actually just went Ascendancy, activate Conclave, play Gitaxian Probe, untap the Conclave, use it for mana, and then the whole chain starts, which is definitely not what you want to see.
Yeah, and right now Josh Layton's down to 7 life, so Sam Black has lethal attackers on the board. Josh does have a Path to Exile in his hand, so he can stop that lethal attack. He's at least going to be able to survive one more turn. He also has a Fairy Conclave that he can block with. But looks like Josh is going to look at Sam Black's hands, draw another card to try to see if he can find his combo. I have to imagine that's what he's drawing for. He's using all of his cantrips in this turn. It's either use them now or save them for the turn that you want to go off. And he's not exactly dead right now, so must be searching for the combo.
The more mana he taps this turn, though, the less likely it becomes that he can still combo off. It's also possible that he has to use a burn spell to somehow stay alive here, which
he has a path to exile, so he could just kill, exile one of these creatures, which is more than enough to maintain, a positive life total with being at 7, and just leaving a couple of 2/2s that can attack him.
We do know that there is Linvala, Keeper of Silence, also threatening to lock Josh out of the game. And he's representing 7 damage without using any of his mana. So that is, in fact, Linvala, which does have a minor effect on this battlefield, which is that Fairy Conclave, if activated to block with, is not going to be able to be activated.
Exactly. Probably not a big relevant thing right now because I don't think Josh plans on losing a mana source this turn. He has a couple of options. He has a Path to Exile, and he also has Izzet Charm. Both of those can take out a creature individually.
He's actually going to start with Dig Through Time, it looks like. Something that's very important here is that if Sam had drawn an untapped mana source, he would be threatening Gavony Township. Then he can attack for 7 and forces Josh to first deal with one of his creatures, and then he can still decide if activating the Township is lethal, or if you play Linvala. And that could have forced Josh to Path to Exile the Restoration Angel to stay alive.
Right.
And then Linvala might have been safe.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Sam Black did not make that land drop. He's going to have to wait another turn at least to activate that. But I think Sam wants to win this game without activating this Gavony Township, if he can.
That's because he wants to win this turn, right?
Yeah, well, he wants to win every turn. I think every player wants to win every turn of every game. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes they have to play their land and pass the turn.
So the way this turn played out should allow Josh to first Izzet Charm an attacker. Doesn't really matter as long as you stay alive. Your Gitaxian Probes are going to be a bit weaker. Then you get to Path to Exile Linvala, which at least gives you the chance to combo off. And
well, looks like first we're going to Izzet Charm the Sin Collector just to keep his life total manageable, and then left a white mana open so that he can decide what he wants to Path to Exile a little bit later in Sam's turn, I assume. And it is the Linvala. Not only does that get rid of the Linvala, it allows him to combo off with his Fairy Conclave, but now that Fairy Conclave has a clear path to attack for the win, if he's able to combo off.
Exactly. So he's basically missing the one combo piece, which he needs to find. Well, which he should try to find next turn. He really doesn't want this game to go even longer, especially now that he's on 2 life. I don't believe that there's any cryptic commands or other control cards to really save him in such a spot.
All right, so Sam Black searches out a basic land thanks to Path to Exile, so he gets he gets something out of the deal. He loses his legendary 3/4 flyer for 4 mana, and he gets a forest. But it's a nice beta forest. Isn't it beautiful? You don't like forests?
Forests are okay.
They're the best. I don't think you truly understand Magic the Gathering if you don't have the same love for the forest as I do and the rest of the world.
You're probably right, Rashad. I'm not even going to argue with that. So let's see what the islands are doing on the other side of the table.
Well, looks like we have a blue mana, so we're going to start off with the Serum Visions. Draws a Thought Scour.
Gets to scry, more control cards and Path to Exile, another Thought Scour.
Ships them both to the bottom. He's interested in winning right now. He doesn't care about drawing this game out anymore. Doesn't want any control cards. He just wants cards that win this game.
Yeah, he needs to dig for an answer here, and that could actually be meant.
You think he has time?
Literally.
To dig for an answer?
Yep, that's what's happening. And the Fate Stitch is still in the graveyard.
Conveniently.
If it comes to it, he does get to unearth that and basically generate extra mana with it. Jeskai Ascendancy.
Ooh, that's the card he really wants. See, what's the second most popular card that he wants? Looks like he has a Serum Visions up top, which is both a card drawer but a mana generator in combination with Jeskai Ascendancy and any mana creature, which would be the Fairy Conclave in this case.
The cheaper the spell is you're getting, the better. It's possible that Sam is lacking mana here to actually go through this. But with the Fate Stitcher, I think he should be fine.
Fate Stitcher does give him an additional creature to untap with every Jeskai Ascendancy trigger, which generates another mana.
But only if you cast cheap spells. So if you cast 1 mana spells and you have 1 Fate Stitcher active, that only means, well, that's mana neutral.
Right. But once he untaps, he can then... Does he have enough mana to activate his Fairy Conclave and do all of this?
The problem is that he already untapped for this turn.
Did he play a land?
This is...
I don't know if Josh played a land this turn. I think he might have skipped this land drop. He has not played a land yet. So he has 1 more mana available. So he may be able to do this.
Yeah, then it might come down to the last mana. Jeskai Ascendancy, down, Fate Stitcher, untap a land. And now the first... See, now what he doesn't have the mana for is to untap to untap a land, play a land, activate Fairy Conclave,
and then cast another spell. But if he finds a Gitaxian Probe, he's okay. Does this help? Discarding a Fate Stitcher.
I think that's what he needs to draw. Yeah, he found the Fate Stitcher, and that's also mana neutral to get out because it already untaps the land, and from then on, every 1 mana spell is going to generate mana, and all 2 mana spells are free. I think Josh Utter-Leyton just got there.
Well, he has completed step 1. He still needs to draw a spell for each turn to generate the mana and draw more spells.
But his hand is Serum Visions, Thought Scour, and Izzet Charm, which all draw new cards. Izzet Charm and Jeskai Ascendancy trigger already means that he gets to draw and discard with every spell. And then even if all things fail, he gets to draw 2, discard 2 with Izzet Charm. I don't think that he's...
Well, it's looking good so far. The engine is definitely revving. There's a Lightning Bolt on top of Josh's deck. He is getting mana. He's getting cards. He has a Izzet Charm in his hand. He has a Thought Scour in his hand. He's going to cast the Thought Scour now, and he's going to draw and discard before he actually resolves that. So he gets to draw the Lightning Bolt, get rid of this extra land in his hand, and now he's going to draw another card. Another Fate Stitcher, so even more mana if Josh wants it, and I think he does.
Well, the thing is that he's almost ready to attack for lethal with his Fate Stitcher, so he doesn't even have to go infinite or any of that sorts. He doesn't have to cast Glittering Wish for flesh, but it's just a matter of pumping his creatures sufficiently. And I believe that the cards in his hand, even without the draw discard triggers, are already killing Sam here.
Fate Stitcher is such an efficient addition to this deck. It just does it all. It's a creature for your Jeskai Ascendancy. It makes mana. It has haste. You could discard it. Comes back from the graveyard. You can't counter it when it comes into play. And then it wins. It wins the game. These Fate Stitchers are one's a 5/6 and one's a 4/5. And you know what? I couldn't even add up all of the counters before Sam Black could extend a hand. So Josh Utter-Leyton, he wins that. That was 2-0. Good job, Josh, showing us how to combo off with Jeskai Ascendancy. People were saying this was a very powerful deck in Modern. We just had a Modern tournament in Europe, and it didn't have a great showing there, but in this smaller tournament, maybe this is what it takes. You put it in the hands of the best players in the world, and they just go off with it.
I'm going to be honest, we might have seen the best version, too, right now.
I think that's the best version. You don't have to play all the clunky green creatures.
Yeah, I never liked that. You play Birds of Paradise, your opponent has a target for Forked Bolt. That's not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, it reminds me of the standard version that started using Springleaf Drum. Springleaf Drum and a bunch of token generators so that you can stay red, white, and blue, and you're still able to combo off with a Springleaf Drum. And that deck wasn't as combo centric. It was basically I have a bunch of 1/1s and I may attack you to win, but if you don't watch out, I can combo off. Still within my colors, not messing up my deck and messing
and
up.
Fate Stitcher basically has the Springleaf Drum built in.
Exactly.
It synergizes with the draw discard looting trigger, and it attacks for the win because it gets haste from Unearth. It's the perfect package.
Exactly. So we're going to have an interview for you guys in a second, but we can go over how all of the other matches ended up in the feature match area. Sean McLaren, who's playing Just Guy, he wins 2-1 over William Jensen, who was playing a Power Match Ascension deck. The same deck similar to what we saw Patrick Chapin win 2-1 over Shahar Shinhar, who was playing the Cruise Burn deck. We just called it Burn, but it's kind of fueled with Treasure Cruises. A good addition to add blue to this deck just to be able to...
Small white splash, blue
small
splash.
white splash. I mean, white gives you some of the best burn spells, with the addition of red. We just saw Josh Utter-Leyton win 2-0 over Sam Black. And the other match, which we kind of caught the end of, was Even Flock winning 2-1 over Raphael Levy. And that was the Just Guy Delver matchup where Rev Levy was playing Scape Shift. All right, so we are ready for the interview. So we're going to send it down to Marshall Sutcliffe with the winner of that last match.
Hey guys, Marshall Sutcliffe down here in the feature match area with Josh Utter-Leyton. I was standing behind you watching you go off with that deck, but I have never seen that go off that way. How did you guys find this deck?
Well, I just started testing basically with Ascendancy. It was the newest thing and obviously like super powerful. Yeah. So I just wanted to see what I could do with the card. And I spent a lot of time building various Ascendancy decks. Like I have like 6 different versions saved on my Moto account right now. So like I've tried a lot of different things and settled on this being the right way to build it. Basically it only has Fate Stitchers as creatures, and that's all you need because once you have an Ascendancy in play, you can find the Fate Stitchers really easily just looting through your deck. So it's basically built more like a control deck. It's not trying to just goldfish, though it does have a pretty good goldfish speed too. But it's trying to play interactive games of Magic, go along, and just be able to like dig through time and treasure cruise up, kill all your opponent's creatures, and it's really resilient. I think I don't think the cameras were on for the first game, but the first game Sam had 2 Abrupt Decays the whole game, and I just was able to keep him off creatures, and yeah, eventually I was able to just go off at instant speed through Decay.
That deck just looks crazy. So when it comes to actually building it and then applying it to this tournament of a smaller field of players, only 24, what are the differences between maybe something you take to a GP?
Well, I think this is the exact same list I would take to a GP. Yeah. Basically, I think you can expect, for this tournament in particular, because the format was brand new and unexplored, people are just going to play like whatever they think the best deck is, rather than like trying to go to fringe decks to exploit like weaknesses in a metagame or anything. So I was just expecting a lot of like the top decks being like Pod, Delver, especially Scape Shift, Twin, and blue-white-red decks of like various degrees of control.
How hard is the deck to play? I saw you resolving Gifts Ungiven and just flying through the combo at the end, but it looked pretty tough. Is it tough to get it down?
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely hard to play.
This isn't one that you would recommend for a newer player to play in their first Modern deck?
You can learn it. Like, if you want to take the time to learn it, it's not that difficult. It's just a little bit different than what you may be used to, so...
Well, I think people can learn by watching you play it here at the World Championship because you were flying right through it. Josh, good luck in the rest of the tournament. Marshall Sutcliffe sending it back to the booth.
All right, there's Josh telling you how it is. That deck is the perfect list that he would take to a GP. Interactive, not just a goldfishing combo. So I think I'm going to play it. I'm going to fire it up on Magic Online.
Sam Black just tweeted, I think they broke it.
It seems a little broken. All right, so that's enough of us. Let's find out what happened in the rest of that field of 24. I'm going to send it back to Rich Hagan at the news desk.
All right, thanks very much, Richard. Welcome back. I can tell you that the players are already heading towards the next round, so no time for us to talk other than to tell you Patrick Chapin is the last player in the building with a perfect record. He is 4-0. But we are going to head over to the video wall. It's time for our first modern deck tech. And here to walk you through it, we've got Brian David Marshall and the reigning world champion, Shahar Shinhar.
welcome to the Tournament Center. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm here with reigning world champion Shahar Shenhar, in great shape here, defending his title at 3-1 early on in day one here in the event. And Shahar, you had to choose a weapon for Modern.
I did.
You had there were some combo decks available to you. There were some mid-range decks available to you that your team had looked at. But you ended up choosing a deck that we've called Treasure Red, and I immediately regret not calling the Red Sea.
Red Sea is a good name.
Yeah, but what makes you bring a red deck to all 7 rounds here at day one? Because you played mono red in the, or nearly mono red in the Vintage Masters as well.
In Vintage Masters, I was mono red Goblins. I boarded into 4 Tyrant's Choice in 2 of my matches. But yeah, I wasn't completely burn. Okay. But yeah, I'm just going to burn everyone in every format. That's fine.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's how you defend the title.
That's how you do it.
Okay, well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what makes up the Red Sea here. We see Goblin Guide, Monastery Swiftspear, and Eidolon of the Great Revel. This has become a staple card in red decks. But
in the burn decks.
It seems like this is going to do a lot of damage to you as well in your deck. How do you play with a card like this?
Well, same thing with Sulfuric Vortex, like you mentioned earlier. The 2 damage that they're dealing themselves is so much more important than you're dealing to you, because you can just deal them 5 damage when your Lightning Bolt all of a sudden does 5. And when you play the Eidolon, the first spell that they're going to play is going to have to be a removal spell on the Eidolon. Otherwise, they're just going to be taking 4 damage off of it, guaranteed. And there are not a lot of spells that cost a lot more than 3 in this format.
Right.
So it's almost every spell in their deck.
So this guy runs out there with a great big bullseye.
It has a huge bullseye and just has to die.
Yeah, Monastery Swiftspear. Talk about this card and what you're looking for from it when you play it on turn 1.
Okay, what you're basically looking from this card is to play this turn 1, and there's also 4 Mutagenic Growth, which we'll talk about later. But Mutagenic Growth is again just so awesome with the Swiftspear. It's so huge. It becomes a 4/5 for 0 mana. So you're planning to play this on turn 1, turn 2, maybe Lightning Bolt their 1-drop. And hopefully play a Goblin Guide or another burn spell. So then you're dealing them 6 damage and are killing their 1-drop.
This is all the creatures in the deck. What are you looking for in terms of damage output from these guys in a normal game?
It's about 4 damage off of each creature you draw. That's the hope. That's not always the case, but Goblin Guide 4 damage. Sometimes it does 6. Sometimes it does 2. Swiftspear can do a lot less, but it can also do a lot more. And Eidolon does 2 to 4 damage, I would say, if they don't have the removal spell.
Let's take a look at some of the removal spells and some of the damage you've got in this deck. I mean, I got to start on Lava Spike.
Yep, it's to the face. It's a burn deck.
This is a Unitasker. This card does not have a lot of flexibility.
Nope. You can choose yourself, but that's about it.
Has that happened?
Has not.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Searing Blaze, Rift Bolt, Lava Spike, Lightning Bolt.
Yep.
So you are really a dedicated burn deck here.
Yes. Just completely want to get cards in the graveyard, burn them out for the Treasure Cruise, of course. So you just see here,
spoilers.
Sorry, you did say blue.
Yeah.
You did mention that already. So there's just this right here is just 12 1-mana 3 damage burn spells. Like Rift Bolt basically costs 3. Lightning Bolt is a lot better than Lava Spike, of course, but.
Yeah, that is not a Unitasker.
Yeah, not so much, but it goes to the face, often enough. The Searing Blaze is, you really want to have 4 in the 75, and it was really hard for me to fit 4 in the sideboard, and so I wanted to have 2 in the main. I cut 2 other burn spells, and it's going to be good against the majority of the decks.
Right. There are still more spells to be shown here, so let's take a look at the next set. 2 Skullcracks, 4 Boros Charms, and then just the Mutagenic Growth that you can't cast really any other way than Phyrexian mana.
There's no green mana.
Yeah. So talk quickly about this suite of spells.
The Skullcracks is same thing with Lightning Bolt. I have 2 more in the sideboard. I couldn't fit 4 in the sideboard or 4 in the main. I couldn't decide if I wanted 4 Searing Blaze in the main and 4 Skullcracks in the sideboard. I just wanted to have a split. With the Boros Charms is actually a kind of a new addition. This is actually Raptor's list that he was playing with.
Josh Utterlane.
Yeah, Josh Utterlane, my teammate. And he had Shard Volleys. Couple Shard Volleys and 4 Skullcracks in the main. Okay. And I wanted, since we're already playing white, I wanted to play the Boros Charms because it's 2 mana, 4 damage. It's
very, very good at what it does.
Right. Let's take a look at the next card. The big card you're playing this red deck, cheap spells, then Treasure Cruise. What is this card doing for you? I can't imagine you ever get to cast 2 of these in a game.
You can definitely cast 2 of them in a game if they counter some of your spells, or even if, like, for example, if a lot of your burn just go to their creatures and you just kind of 1-for-1 while you're attacking with a Goblin Guide or something, then you can Treasure Cruise and you can actually just like attrition them out kind of with this burn deck. Like, there's definitely versatility in this deck.
And then, but you're just looking to restock your hand, though.
Right. Yeah.
Just all the stuff we've just looked at.
Exactly. Yeah. There's nothing else that you're drawing other than those.
That is all the spells in the deck. Let's take a look at the mana.
It's only 40.
Pay 1 life, sacrifice.
12 fetch lands. They are all tapping for red, of course. So you have 20 red sources, and then that gives you 14 blue sources and 14 white sources for 8 blue cards and 8 white cards.
Wow. And then let's take a look at what you're able to fetch with those. You only have 8 mana producing lands in the deck.
It's actually not that uncommon in this format, but it might actually be too much in this format. I'm not sure yet.
Okay. Let's take a look quickly at the sideboard. Geist of St. Traft.
Yeah, that card is...
the double splash.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Geist of St. Traft. This was in Raptor's original list, and I just didn't want to change that. We were debating on playing 4 in the main.
What do you bring that in for?
Kind of everything. They have removal spells. Actually, for the main reason, it's for Leyline of Sanctity. Okay. That's the actual reason. Right. But you do want to bring it in against a lot of decks.
You've already talked about 2 Searing Blades, 2 Skullcracks, Smash to Smithereens, Wear Away, and Combust. Wrap up the list. This is you feel pretty confident going down the stretch here with this. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll let you get back to parting the Red Sea. Shahar Shenhar, Brian David Marshall from the Tournament Center.
All right, welcome back to the news desk. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. Randy, the results are in from the first round of Modern. And so just to bring you up to speed with where people are, why don't we take a look at our master scoreboard for you here on day 1 of the World Championship, day 1 of 5 amazing days of Magic here at Worlds Week from Nice. So let's take a look at the master scoreboard. Tom Martell, I can tell you, is 2-2. That's because Jacob Wilson falls to 1-3. Namsun Wook, you see towards the bottom there on the right-hand side. Namsun Wook is 1-3. That means that Ray Perez Jr. is the last player without a win, the Rookie of the Year, struggling a bit, still enjoying himself and still looking for pro points, but he is close to out of losses.
Who did Yuya lose to? He's 1-3?
Yeah, Yuya is 1-3, and that's because Willie Adel avoided the 0-4. Willie Adel is up to 1-3 alongside Yuya Watanabe. On the left-hand side of your screen, Owen Turtenwald is up to 3-1, and that means that Stanislav Sivka falls to 3-1. He was one of 3 players with the perfect record, and you see Shahar Shenhar at 3-1 there, and he lost, of course, to Patrick Chapin. And Randy, that means that right now, Patrick Chapin is in sole possession of first place here at the World Championship. A really big developing story.
That's right where he wanted to be. Yeah, no, with the win in Atlanta, he qualified. He's all business. I think he feels like he got a little lucky to beat Shahar there. I was following him on Twitter saying that he needed Shahar to hit a couple of blanks. Shahar did hit a couple of blanks, so maybe dodged a bullet there in a matchup where Shahar had the advantage, but Pat got the job done.
Yeah, and when you do dodge the bullet, he's someone who's fantastic at really making that count. Getting to the point where, yes, I get that extra win, and I'm not going to leave it on the floor and not take advantage. I'm going to drive it home. Fantastic at that.
Most interesting thing I saw on Twitter, though, was actually from Sam Black.
Right.
Saying, lost to Raptors Jeskai Ascendancy combo. I think they broke it. That's Sam Black saying about the deck. I guess it's Raptor. It's Tom Martell is on that list. And Shahar chose not to play it. Willie Adel chose not to play it. But I believe Paulo is on it. I think it's 3 of them on the Ascendancy list.
Right, yeah.
I think they broke it.
Yeah,
That's a big tweet.
We were listening to Josh down on the floor discussing it, and he did say it is a hard deck to play. And maybe even some of these great players thought, you know what, I don't really want, when I know every mistake is really going to get punished, because everyone I'm against is going to know exactly what I'm about, exactly what little gear to press to skewer the woodworks, you know?
So a funny story, actually. Yeah, last night at the players, there was sort of a reception players meeting. Lars Dom walks in, and he's just openly asking people, does anybody have any Fate Stitchers? Does anybody have any extra Fate Stitchers? And the guys are going, no, what are you doing? Don't tell people Fate Stitcher exists.
Right, so Lars Dam...
And he didn't find them, right?
No, because he is the pro mystérieuse, as it says on the French community website. We didn't actually say who it was. We tweeted out for it.
Right.
We went on the community website and just said, a mystery pro needs your help and is looking for Fate Stitchers. I think he may have ended up with one.
So I think what he did is he's playing the green version of the deck. I saw him with Bird of Paradise and Noble Hierarch in play.
Okay.
So he's probably still an Ascendancy combo, but like the tech so far that they broke it is, don't put green mana in your deck. Don't play Bird of Paradise. Don't play Noble Hierarch. Just play Fate Stitcher and Fairy Conclave, right? You bring Fate Stitcher, unearth Fate Stitcher on the turn you're going to go off. Now you don't need any green mana. Now you're not getting all your mana creatures killed by the burn decks. That's the tech. And Lars apparently also figured it out, but didn't have the cards he needed.
I am pretty certain that we should get one of those Jeskai Ascendancy players in here.
For sure.
But we will see what we can do about that. And you still owe us, my friend, a top 5 decks in Modern. So don't you dare go away. I'm sure you won't, because coming right up is round number 5 of Modern. Let me see if I can tell you what you're going to see this round. I can give you Yuki Ichikawa against Rafael Levy. That's 2-2. Timo Delver against Scapeshift. Stanislav Sivka is at 3-1. He now faces Shahar Shenhar, so that's burn for Shenhar and blue-red Delver for Sivka. There's another blue-red Delver.
Isn't it blue-red-white Delver with Mantis Riders?
Sure. So then Patrick
Mantis
Chapin.
Riders? Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Patrick Chapin, blue-red Delver, which I guess is
that one
blue-red Delver, against Sean McLaren, who is quietly up to 3-1 with Jeskai. Whoever knew.
Right back, of course.
Whoever knew.
His deck gets a lot better with Dig Through Time.
But the match we are going to start with on video, we're going to give you Kentaro Yamamoto with his blue-red Delver deck at 3-1 against the number 1 ranked player in the world. It's a glimpse of Owen Turtenwald, and he is on the rather spicy, I always think this one's fun, Pyromancer Ascension deck. So why don't we head down for round 5. It's time for yet more Modern.
All right, I'm Rashad Miller. That's Simon Gertzen. This is round 5. Let's watch some magic. All right, welcome to round 5. This is Modern. We're at the World Championship here in Nice, France. Let's meet the players.
I'm Kentaro Yamamoto. I live in Japan, at large.
Owen Turtenwald, United States, top pro points, North America.
All right, there you see the feature match area with all of the 4 matches. We're going to be giving you updates on all of these throughout the round, but we're going to be concentrating on the first table, which is Kentaro Yamamoto. Well, he's going to be playing against Owen Turtenwald. There's Kentaro. He's playing blue-red Delver, and there is Owen Turtenwald playing Pyromancer Ascension. Man, it's been a while since I've seen this deck.
No, I think Pro Tour Born of the Gods, we saw a lot of Storm players do really, really well. I remember Kai Buddha and John Finkel on that deck.
That's a while ago.
It is, but it was the big Modern tournament.
All right, so there we have it. The action starts off with a Taxian Probe. You got to see Kentaro's hand. Follows up with a Polluted Delta. It's going to sacrifice it. Going to get a Steam Vents. So, Owen must have another plan for this blue mana.
That probe was super valuable because knowing that Kentaro is on Spell Snare, Goyf means that you are not going to expose a 2-mana spell to Spell Snare.
Right. And also, since you mentioned information about your opponent's deck, this round is the first round where the players do have access to their opponent's deck list. They actually have a list. They have access to everyone's list. And before each round, they basically trade deck lists or trade actual decks, and they get to look through the deck just to see, what's going on, just to keep the playing field fair. And there is a Serum Visions for Owen Turnwall, and he's looking at his hand to see what cards he wants to keep on top or send to the bottom.
He's definitely looking for lands with his hand. So I think if there's no lands on top of his deck, he might be thinking if there is some way of going off with the help of Manamorphose, Goblin Electromancer, and Past in Flames, which might actually be the case.
I don't think there was land on top of that deck. But he did keep a Manamorphose, I believe. Or it was some spell of some type. Pretty sure it makes mana. Oh, it is a Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because it's more likely to find land with Sleight of Hand than to scry to the bottom.
Right. And he does find a land. He finds another Polluted Delta. No? Well, I thought I saw a Polluted Delta. Oh, there it is. He shuffled it to the back rather quickly. Polluted Delta hits the battlefield. He passes the turn.
Finding a land there, extremely valuable. And Yamamoto, no chance to use the Spell Snare, which also means that Tarmogoyf is not going to put on a huge clock onto Owen.
Right, so a breeding pool for Yamamoto. So he surveys the board. Not a lot to survey, but he's still, making sure what's going on in the graveyard. The graveyard's going to be pretty important for Owen Turnwall because the way the Pyromancer Ascension works, if we see it this game, it actually looks at the graveyard every time you cast a spell. So it's going to be a valuable resource for Owen, or at least a valuable game state to keep track of.
The key thing here is that you do need an instant or sorcery spell already in the graveyard when you cast it. Then once you have only 2 counters on the Pyromancer Ascension, then you start to copy all of your spells, which is usually enough to win in the same turn.
So it looks like Kentaro is going to play a land, and did he pass the turn? Might have passed the turn already, content on not starting his offense with a Tarmogoyf, but instead leaving mana open for, say, a Spell Snare or so.
Yeah, what's really key here is that Yamamoto cannot allow Pyromancer Ascension to resolve. He doesn't even know if his opponent has it in his hand, but if the Ascension resolves and you're playing a deck that's really designed to play a tempo game against creature decks, then you can't really beat the Storm combo.
So now Owen does know about this Spell Snare because it was in the hand as he cast the Taxian Probe on turn 1.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what Owen's options are if he wants to play around Spell Snare. Well, you see that there's actually 5 2-mana spells in his hand. The question is if he might want to expose one of them, for example, the Goblin Electromancer, or if he just continues to craft his hand.
So is there any value or disadvantage to Owen tapping out this turn to cast a 2-mana spell just so that it gets countered?
The question is, what would Yamamoto counter? Because if you Manamorphose, he might just let it resolve, but he is going to counter some of your key spells. I don't think that this is a card that you would Spell Snare. Yeah, that's what Yamamoto thinks as well.
Right, so the Manamorphose resolves, and Manamorphose gives Owen 2 more mana of his choice, so he basically didn't spend any mana this turn. He drew a card, he cycled, per se, his Manamorphose, and he used it to get at least a blue mana, because now Sleight of Hand is going to get cast, so he has a mana floating. He's looking at a Taxian Probe and... Was that a Taxian Probe and a Sleight of Hand? Or what was that we were looking at?
He did take the Taxian Probe. I didn't see the other card. So he's really just trying to craft a game plan, knowing that his opponent is going to have counter magic available. Another Taxian Probe gives him even more information, and it's really great to force the Treasure Cruise playing decks into a non-interactive mode, because look at Yamamoto's graveyard. It's a single Wooded Foothills.
That's not a very big Tarmogoyf or a very effective Treasure Cruise.
Yeah, the Manamorphose was an instant to enter the graveyards, so we are currently looking at a 3-power Tarmogoyf, but that is still not very scary and would force Yamamoto to tap out, who is playing this very patiently, but he can't be happy about his position.
Right, so we're going to sacrifice our sack land, Yamamoto says. Gets Steam Vent, so now all of the colors are present for his blue-red Delver deck, but it looks like it's got a little splash of green, so maybe we should call it a Teamer Delver?
Yeah.
Looks very Teamer-ish.
With the Tarmogoyfs, definitely. That's the winning deck list from Grand Prix Madrid was exactly that. Playing the Tarmogoyfs because they are one of the possible trump cards in the mirror.
Here you get a look at on turn wall. And a look at Yamamoto's hand. Not a lot of really progressive cards. He can cast a Tarmogoyf and leave mana open if he'd like to rest on his Spell Snare, and that would give him, some type of offense just to put some pressure on Turton Wall's life total, which is already low from a lot of self-inflicted damage.
And that's what we see here. Yamamoto knows that he can't play the waiting game, especially if he only has the Spell Snare as his only interactive card. Well, there's Lightning Bolt targeting Goblin Electromancer, but that's usually not how your game plan wants to look like. So this way he's revealing to Owen that he only has the Spell Snare, not, for example, Spell Snare and Spell Pierce or Spell Snare and Remand. But he does get down the first pressure of the game, has the option to end of turn Lightning Bolt, so could actually be winning in let's say 2 attack steps.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Owen Turnwell still on the search for land. He's been using cantrip after cantrip. Only managed to find 2 land this game, and we are in Owen's turn 4. This isn't Yamamoto's turn 3. Or Owen's turn 3. This is the 4th turn of the game for Owen Turnwell. He missed his land drop turn. No, he didn't miss his land drop turn 2, but he had to use a spell. He had to use a sleight of hand to try to find a land for his turn 2 drop. Used a couple of spells turn 3, still didn't find a land. So now he's using the Treasure Cruise to draw 3 cards. I'm sure he really wants one of them to be a land, and he still misses.
And that was a costly Treasure Cruise. If your hand is Past in Flames, and Pyromancer Ascension, you kind of want cards in your graveyard. So Owen is, maybe a little phased here.
He's a little disappointed. You can kind of see it in his face. He's going to have to use another cantrip to draw a card.
Yeah, no, it's not a land. 2 lands on top, of course. So, yeah, he might be forced to discard here, depending.
He's at 11 cards.
Yeah.
I think he might need to discard. But, the bright side, he gets to put cards back in his graveyard for Pyromancer Ascension.
Okay. Do you think he broke it?
No. He had, something's broken, probably his mana base, but
yeah,
just a little unlucky.
These Storm decks do play very little lands, because once you go off, you really want to be as spell heavy as possible.
Yeah, and a lot of the cards in the deck are 1 mana draw card, and usually those draw cards get to look at multiple cards. So yeah, you are really relying on those cards to draw your land, but we've seen quite a few of them and only 2 lands so far, except for the 2 that sit on the top of his deck, which, that's not in time. Owen really needed to see those earlier.
He's still not in a losing position. He just really needs to figure out how to beat the Spell Snare, and that might cost him a turn. That's the important part. If that turn consists of him getting lightning bolted, and then he really just has 1 more turn after that. If that's how it continues. Now the Treasure Cruise most likely did shrink the Tarmogoyf a little bit, but if Yamamoto has the Lightning Bolt at end of turn, then there is definitely going to be an instant in the graveyard. Oh, there's actually the Manamorphose.
Yeah, and the Tarmogoyf just grew back really big during Owen's cleanup because he needed to discard 4 cards during his end step.
Also discarding an enchantment in Pyromancer Ascension.
It looks like he discarded a lot of 1-ofs to make it more likely that he can trigger his Ascension in later turns, but he did.
Well, he discarded the Ascension, so he's not planning to win with that.
All right, so a second Tarmogoyf for Yamamoto. Yamamoto wants to put the beat down on, and right now Tarmogoyf is a 3/4.
All right, that looks looks interesting here. We see the ritual. Okay, Owen was really just looking if his opponent would pull the trigger.
Yeah, and obviously he did. The ritual gets countered. Tarmogoyfs are definitely big enough to take care of that 8 life total. And Yamamoto wins game 1.
With a single 1-mana counter spell. That was it. Only a spell snare.
That's all it takes. All right, so we will have more Magic action coming for you right after this.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Khans of Tarkir accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. You've watched the Pro Tour. How about playing on the Pro Tour? Qualifiers for Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir start December 13th, with winners earning an invitation and airfare to Brussels in April. Visit magic.wizards.com/PTQ for more information.
All right, here we are. Back at the feature match area. This is round 5 for Sean Miller and Simon Gerson in the booth. We're going to take a look at the Rafael Levy match. He is up against Ichikawa, who is playing, looks like another Teamer Delver list. We saw Rafael Levy earlier playing Scapeshift, and he is well off on the Scapeshift plan with about 6 land. I think 8's the magic number.
You want to get, if your opponent is on 18 or less, you want to get a Valakut and 6 Mountain, so that's 7 lands. If your opponent is on a higher life total, you need 8. And this is a rematch from the finals of Grand Prix Madrid between Emmanuel Gershenson with Teamer Delver and Till Riffard with Scapeshift. So basically straight from the last Modern GP here.
It looks like we have lethal on the stack, because those are the motions of a lethal attack with a lethal prowess trigger going along with the lethal lightning bolt.
If your opponent is stopping you before you write down the damage, wait, I have this lightning bolt.
Wait, I have more math for you to do. It's 4 damage. Lightning bolt does 4 damage in this deck. All right, so that was a nice little look in. So now we're going to look in on our Patrick Chapin versus Sean McLaren match. This is also still in game 1, I believe. Chapin's at 19 and McLaren is at 4. And looks like we have so it's those are the rankings. We don't have the life totals for you right now, but Lightning Helix looks like it's on the stack. And McLaren's at 2 and Chapin's at 17, so a little off. I mean, we were pretty close with the rankings versus life totals.
Yeah, just -2?
Yeah, -2 on both sides. You know, it's just an offset of 2. Oh, Chapin's at 11 now. I keep getting updates that change the math.
There also seem to be quite a lot of spells on the stack. So we have this Izzet Charm there, we have the Lightning Helix, and Sean McLaren is just resolving a Dig Through Time. So...
Right. Also, this Izzet Charm is targeting his own Delver of Secrets. This is in response to the Lightning Helix. Patrick Chapin doing whatever it takes so that Sean McLaren's life total stays very low.
Yeah, it's a beautiful fight where Patrick Chapin wants to kill his own Delver so that the 3 life from Lightning Helix don't happen, but Sean McLaren won the fight with the Spell Snare.
Little unorthodox Magic the Gathering going on there, but you know, you do what you have to do when you see a game plan and a way to win. You do whatever it takes to push that advantage, you know.
And Sean McLaren has played countless hours with his Jessica deck, which we definitely have to call it by now. Chapin looks to be out of gas here with Young Pyromancer and a token facing off against 2 Wall of Omens, and look at that hand by Sean McLaren. Dig Through Time, Path to Exile, Cryptic Command, Lightning Bolt.
Oh, he is sitting pretty. He's liking what he sees in his hand. Although, he's only at 5 life.
His life totals were a big concern on 2. I think on 5, you know that a single spell isn't going to kill you. Then you just Cryptic Command, draw, Dig Through Time for more answers. Sean has to find a way to win here somehow, but usually that's the least problem for the blue-white control decks.
Yeah, I'm sure Dig Through Time, if the time seems right, will come up with some win conditions for Sean McLaren. But right now, Patrick Chapin's off the top of his deck. He draws a card, puts it up perpendicular to the table, so we can't quite see what it is. But we're going to find out. Looks like it's a Treasure Cruise.
That can't be a bad draw here, but Sean McLaren is ready with the Cryptic Command. The interesting thing here was the decision of how many cards to delve. Now, Champion's Graveyard was quite large, so he opted to just have as much mana available as possible. In other circumstances, it sometimes is correct to delve for less so that later draw steps are more powerful.
All right, so it looks like that Treasure Cruise won't be resolving, but we're also going to go back to our main match, which is Kentaro Yamamoto. He's playing Owen Turtenwald. Kentaro was up 1-0 with his Teamer Delver list, and Owen Turtenwald is going to try to Pyromancer's Ascension his way to the top of this match. But he's down a game, so he's got a couple of games to play through.
I wasn't impressed by how his whole game plan was stopped by a single spell snare. Now his draws didn't really cooperate, but that didn't really look too impressive. It might have been correct by Owen to bait the spell snare with Pyromancer Ascension and then try to go off with his rituals, because the way he tried to go about things, he just scooped to the single spell snare.
Yeah. All right. There you get a look at Owen Turtenwald's stats. Impressive stats for a young man of 25 years old. Look at that 16 top 8 Grand Prix, 7 of those are in 1 year, 2011. That's just incredible.
He's insane at the Grand Prix. They call him X and Owen for a reason.
What's that?
Because he always XOs especially sealed. That's his favorite format.
Oh, I get it.
Do you get it?
Yeah, thanks.
So it's not. I don't take credit for that.
Oh, who should we credit?
Probably Luis Scott Vargas. That's usually who to give credit for.
Yeah, that seems quite up his alley. All right, so a Thought Scour puts a couple of cards, one of them being a Treasure Cruiser graveyard, draws on, looks like it might have been land. Looks like he's not going to have the same land troubles that he did in the previous game. All right, and we also have a result in our feature match area. Shahar Shinhar, who's playing the Cruise Burn deck that we saw last round, he won 2-0 over Stanislav Sivka, who's playing Blue-Red Delver, similar to the matchup that he had in his first round, that Shahar played against in his first round, except now Shahar is on the victory side.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we see that Owen is really just filling his graveyard with Thought Scour, and Insecta Aberration, now the flip side of Delver of Secrets, means that the pressure is there for Yamamoto. The question is, are the answers also there?
Well, there aren't a lot of answers that you need if Insecta Aberration gets to attack for quite a few turns. But Pyromancer's Ascension. It can win out of nowhere.
And even if Owen goes down to 18 from the fetch land he has in play, that's 6 turns of Delver beatdown, Insect Aberration beatdown. So that's definitely not the amount of turns that Yamamoto wants to give his opponent.
Yeah, and Yamamoto's turn is still pretty young. He hasn't used his mana yet. He gets to make a land drop for the turn. So there could be more pressure coming. He does have a Monastery Swift Spear in his hand. He could use that alongside a Lightning Bolt if he really wanted to. He could have played the Swift Spear pre-combat, which would have given him extra damage, but it looks like he wants to save mana for that Deprive in his hand.
Yeah, he can also just cast Charmgrove, and this is once again this decision point where are you happy with the amount of pressure you have, or do you think I have to have this opening to put out more pressure? Last game, Yamamoto decided correctly that he could not let Ascension resolve. This time, it might be. Yeah, he's not going to hold up Deprive,
right?
But rather wants to get the Swift Spear going.
So he was probably a little bit indecisive with that turn, because if the plan was to attack with that Swift Spear, he probably wanted to play the Swift Spear before he used the mana for the Gataxian Probe, just to get one more damage.
Well, we don't know what he drew, so
it could have been the draw for the Gataxian Probe.
Well, one thing that's really interesting here is that Yamamoto is representing Spell Snare or Spell Pierce, but doesn't actually have it. But he knows from game 1 that Owen respects the fact that counter magic is a big foil to his plans.
Yeah, I mean that respect was well deserved because he saw it in his hand.
In this case, yes.
Yeah, but right now there wasn't any Gataxian Probes over from Owen's side, but you still have to evaluate whether or not it's worth it to ignore a possible counter spell in your opponent's hand when, you only have one spell that's worth countering.
Yamamoto also saw Turtenwald's hand, so he knows that if Turtenwald goes for Goblin Electromancer followed by Manamorphose, then he can still Lightning Bolt the Electromancer before it goes out of hand.
Yeah, Yamamoto's hand is very interactive with what Owen Turtenwald is able to do, at least for this turn.
Yeah, and the amount of pressure he's putting on has definitely increased. I would expect Yamamoto not to use the Lightning Bolt if he has if Owen just passes the turn, but rather to try to untap into Lightning Bolt and Deprive, maybe even find a third untapped mana source to cast both in the same turn.
Right,
and
so
Owen,
there is the Goblin Electromancer. Looks like it's going to resolve. Now, pass the turn. Wow.
I like the patience here. And you see that even though Storm is a combo deck, this is a highly interactive game where both players are, even with a single mana open, they have to really respect what's going on here.
And now the decisions whether or not to deal with the Electromancer at the end of Owen's turn is going through Kentaro's mind.
Yeah, one thing that's important is the fact that the Storm deck, in general, can only go off in the main phase. So you are not usually afraid of there being a kill out of nowhere if you tap out in the opponent's end of turn.
Now, with Kentaro thinking this long about this decision, if he then in turns does Lightning Bolt the Electromancer, is there some information that Owen gains that maybe that was the only answer that, or the only way that Yamamoto has to interact with his deck because it's such a big decision point for him?
It is quite telling that you think about this decision at this point so much. I think, and I'm sure that some players would do this, that you have to think through all the options when the Electromancer is on the stack, because you're also representing Spellsnare that way. And that leaves Owen in the dark as to the contents of your hand.
Yeah. I believe that the Electromancer might have already resolved and Owen passed the turn.
Exactly. This is the end of turn. But
right.
I'm not saying that Yamamoto had to do anything with the Electromancer on the stack, but he had to do the thinking with the Electromancer on the stack.
Right.
Because this was definitely a tell as to that the way that he thought about this, it had to be Lightning Bolt and no other card, effectively.
Right. And
now,
if he didn't Lightning Bolt, what would that mean?
He doesn't Lightning Bolt. That's the point. But the question is, does he Lightning Bolt after he untaps? That's the big question. Now that Owen knows about the Lightning Bolt, more or less, and Yamamoto did not really represent Spellsnare. There might be other counter magic, but Spellsnare was definitely not represented by him.
All right, so Yamamoto goes into his turn, and he starts off with Gitaxian Probe again. That might be is that the second or the third?
Yeah, it's definitely the second time that we're seeing Owen's hand, and Yamamoto has the information advantage this game.
See, a Dispel for Owen Turnwald. So he has the 1 mana open, was there to protect his Goblin Electromancer.
That's the reason why he ran it out and why he still didn't want to go for Manamorphose. If he gets his Electromancer to survive, and he untaps into Manamorphose, Draw Step, plus whatever he gets to draw, there's a very reasonable chance that he just gets to go off.
All right, so a third land for Yamamoto. Attacks with both creatures. Owen cannot block here. The threat of that becoming a 2/3 is definitely, a reason for Owen to allow this damage to go through. But Lightning Bolt's going to take it out, unless Owen decides to protect it with the Dispel. But Yamamoto has 2 blue available and a Deprive in hand.
Yeah,
looks like he's going to go for it.
He's also going to use it, but it's still the correct play to dispel the Lightning Bolt, because keeping the Electromancer around this turn would be a great way for Owen to win. Looks like Yamamoto also drew into a Treasure Cruise, which is unlikely to get cast here if you're depriving, that's pretty much given, but it is fuel for next turn.
All right, so Deprive is a hard counterspell in the fact that it unconditionally counters the spell that it targets if it resolves. But there's additional costs. You need to return a land to your hand. That's why the island is going back to Yamamoto's hand. And the Goblin Electromancer goes bye-bye. Owen goes down to 13 from that attack.
And now Owen has to see what else he can come up with.
Now he has the Gitaxian Probe, but he needed that information earlier to make his make better informed plays. Although he almost played as if he had full knowledge of what his opponent was doing, I think, especially after the long pause. I'm just afraid that he doesn't really have what it takes to go off here, and that he's kind of just going to have to try it in the dark. He fetches to thin out his deck a little bit, and we are looking at 3 more draw steps. Probe, Manamorphose. So you're trying to look to find Past in Flames, maybe an Electromancer with an early one of these draw steps. Treasure Cruise, maybe.
Yeah, Owen's actually down to 5 life from that attack, so it might be now or never. He's going to have to trust in the top of his deck. He's got 3 draw steps to do it. He's going to get mana for all of those. One of the draw steps is free, and the other 2 are also free, and he has a ritual. So he's just looking for that one card that gets him a bunch of spells, or, Past in Flames. Perfect card.
Serum Visions is a start, because it does let you look at more cards, and the Scry is actually relevant because you have 2 more draw abilities that you can put on this deck later. You see a blue mana being used for Serum Visions. That's an Electromancer, which is a great way to generate extra mana.
But is it going to be enough mana for him to go off?
Well, he still needs something to go off with. That's the main concern here.
He does have another Manamorphose, and he still has the Gitaxian Probe, so he can look at 2 more cards after this. If those 2 cards are very good on the top of Owen's deck, he can choose to draw them at a low price of 0 mana. Actually, -1 mana if he plays the Goblin Electromancer, which he's going to do.
Yeah, so the ritual did get cheaper. Let's see what Owen has here.
So there is a Desperate Ritual. He's got mana floating over there. He's got 5 mana floating. Not sure what the colors are.
Is it a Treasure Cruise?
That is a Treasure Cruise, and that's going to be for 1 mana and 7 cards, I'm going to assume. 5 is the storm count.
Yeah, now 6, I think.
So we all know when a storm player starts counting up the storm count, it's now or never, or he's already got it.
Yeah, and Peach Garden Oath on Storm here, not only in Vintage Masters, but also in Modern. Not that Owen got to draft Storm, because Huey Jensen was not having any of it.
Quiet down, son. I'm drafting the Storm deck here. So, but Owen's like, you know what? I'll get to play Storm a little bit later today. It's okay. You can have it, Huey.
Yeah, there we see him.
Thinking long and hard about how to win this game.
Yeah, but he drew 2 more rituals, so mana is not an issue anymore. And Gitaxian Probe is the card that he wants to use to find something else here.
Yeah, looks like he wants to at least know, even though Yamamoto is tapped out. He definitely wants the card there.
Pyromancer Ascension.
Might be a little bit too late.
I'm not sure if he gets to see extra cards here anymore. There's no Past in Flames in his graveyard, so he hasn't found a Past in Flames. He hasn't drawn into another Treasure Cruise.
He has a Past in Flames in hand, looks like. Or is that a Pyrite Ritual?
No, that's the problem. It's a Pyromancer Ascension. So he managed to go off, in quotation marks, but he did not manage to actually churn through his deck.
Yeah, and Owen's down again. Yamamoto leads 1-0, so looks like that Goblin Electromancer is going to bite one. He's going to take one for the team.
Yeah, that must have been like 2 really frustrating games for Owen, because in both games his deck just didn't really seem like it was cooperating. And then when you compare that to the Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck that we saw Josh play, it was like, yeah, I'm playing and I always have access to everything, and oh, you have 2 Abrupt Decay and a Murderous Cut. I'm just going to win anyway.
And the way that these games have really panned out, especially with Owen doing a lot of damage to himself, Yamamoto hasn't had to put up a lot of offense to finish him off. Owen's down to 5 already, and really there's only been 2 really effective attacks from Kentaro this game.
Well, Yamamoto is just being rewarded here for being very patient, knowing when to leave up mana and when to pick his fights, and he really played to his outs. He needed Owen to not have it here, which sometimes happens, and this time it Owen didn't have it. Now, Yamamoto is looking for that Lightning Bolt, and he finds it off Serum Vision, so I think that's lethal if he just bolts either Owen or the Electromancer.
And he has a second one just for backup, just in case. But, like, yeah, I don't need that Lightning Bolt. This one upside down Lightning Bolt's all I need. So let's look at your hand just to see what you're going to die with. Shows him a couple of rituals in the land. Lightning Bolt's going to take the Goblin Electromancer, and Owen just extends the hand. Kentaro Yamamoto wins 2-0 over Owen Turtenwald. Blue-Red Delver or Teamer Delver takes it over Pyromancer's Ascension. All right, so we are going to move over to the Patrick Chapin versus Sean McLaren match. This is Blue-Red Delver, no green, versus Jeskai, no combo. And they are just starting game 2, and it looks like Sean McLaren's up a game.
Yeah, we saw the end of that, or not the end, but we saw what finished Patrick Chapin. That was the exchange where Lightning Helix was allowed to resolve after Is It Charming, the Delver got stopped by Spell Snare.
And that 3 damage was actually super important. Both the players fought over whether or not the Lightning Helix resolved in any way, fashion, or form. And Sean McLaren was able to get it to resolve and gain 3 life. Goes up to 5.
Sean kept a one-lander here. He had a Lightning Bolt for his opponent's Monastery Swift Spear. He's also on the draw, so he took the risk. Now, Gitaxian Probe, already one of the most important spells in this format.
And he gets to sheepishly reveal the, questionable keep from, what some people would say, yeah, that one lander on the draw, maybe you want to have more castable spells.
I like the keep, but it is a risk that you have to take, and so you clearly don't have to be embarrassed to show it to your opponent. The thing is that fetching a Sacred Foundry also means that you aren't spell snaring anything. So Sean really on a control plan here with...
So his plan was to be able to use the Lightning Bolt and the Path to Exile.
Exactly. And there is Arid Mesa. So now we do have the blue mana.
Now we are in business. Do you go on the proactive play where you play a Wall of Omens? Do you hold up Mana Leak?
It's
not options.
It's interesting that you really want to resolve the Wall of Omens because it's basically the best blocker for your opponent's creature. On the other hand, you want to fetch blue mana, which you can only do with Pain with the help of Arid Mesa. So Sean McLaren might want to delay this for one turn to have better life total management, but it looks like he's fetching, so then it has to be for blue source.
Yeah, he's going to go for it. He has a Steam Vents put at the top of his library. Plays it. He's going to pay 2 life, so effectively Lightning Bolting himself.
Yeah, Wall of Omens is just tremendous here. If Chapin doesn't point a Lightning Bolt at the wall when it blocks, then Sean has the blocker stick around and draws a card, which could be another land, which he's clearly looking for.
Right, so Lightning Bolt in Patrick Chapin's hand. Is it going to target that Wall of Omens? I don't think that red card's a Lightning Bolt.
Let's scar myself trigger.
He does as a It's a Charm. That could do the same job. But it looks like Patrick Chapin needs to draw another land. Or does he? Well, there's one right there.
So he did find his land as well, but a bit later.
So it looks like the wall's going to stick around for at least one more turn. But that's also going to give Sean McLaren the opportunity to untap and either have counter magic available or start, a game plan of his own. He did not get a land off of that Wall of Omens, which is really wants.
Yeah, the fact that Patrick didn't have his land drop there, had to first Thought Scour himself, means that Sean is really being rewarded for that Wall of Omens because the life loss he took from the untapped Steam Vents has already been compensated for.
Right, 2 blocks from it effectively saved him 3 damage, so that is exactly Lightning Bolt. It looks like that might be a Blood Moon. Is that a Blood Moon in
Patrick
Chapin's hand?
kept a 1-land Blood Moon hand on the play. If you rattle off the lands, that's incredibly potent. If not, it is a clunky card that somewhat plays into Sean McLaren's game plan of just sitting there with a wall and a Path to Exile and a Mana Leak.
Right, and Blood Moon, maybe not the most effective answer or disruption spell against a deck that has a lot of red spells, but right now it would stop all of Sean McLaren's counter magic.
So what we do see here is a Treasure Cruise.
Treasure Cruise for Patrick Chapin. He's going to draw 3 cards. He's not going to have a graveyard left over, but he's probably not too concerned about that.
So Sean McLaren is
staring at 2 mana leaks and a negate.
Yeah, so he's really just deciding which of these spells to use. And the mana leak looks like it's safe, but of course it's getting spell pierced. That was pretty much telegraphed by Chapin here.
Right, so the Treasure Cruise resolves, and 2 more cruises. Buy 1, get 2 free. That's the type of cruise deal I need. There's also a remand in there, just to get a little more defense for those Treasure Cruises a little later on. Attack from the Monastery Swift Spear gets blocked by the Wall of Omens. We knew that was going to happen. Not really exciting, but still no 3rd land for Sean McLaren.
Well, Sean did expose his wall here by blocking. If Chapin has another instant to pump his Swift Spear, then the wall goes down. Now, we could actually see Sean path to exile his wall at some point to actually get the lands that he's needing. There's 2 things. Well, Patrick is drawing out of his mana issues with the help of Treasure Cruise, and Sean is the controller. He really needs those lands.
So there's a young Pyromancer. That's going to threaten to put quite a few 1/1 elementals on the board.
Did you see that? Treasure Cruise, Treasure Cruise, Treasure Cruise? 3 Treasure Cruises in Chapin's hand.
And a remand, and a couple of counter spells to protect it, and a Blood Moon that probably doesn't even need to come out and play this game.
No, it doesn't seem like the card that is still relevant here.
I don't think Patrick can go on all those cruises anyway this game. Might get seasick.
No, Chapin is punishing Sean here for only having a single blue. Spellsnare on Young Pyromancer remanded, and Sean can't even recast it.
All he can do is look at this draw step that did not come up with a 3rd land just yet. Little disappointed, but he's up a game, so even if he falls because of lack of mana, still has another chance to take this match. But Patrick Chapin wants to take this game right now because he smells some blood.
I think that Sean is going to cast Path to Exile here, but he has to decide if he wants to kill Young Pyromancer because it's just threatening to grow out of control, or if he might want to target his Wall of Omens. That ensures that he's going to be able to cast Electrolyze next turn, and Patrick Chapin is currently tapped out.
Oh, so he does. He's going to go with the Path, my own wall, just to ensure that I get a 3rd land, and it's going to be an island. So if that Blood Moon were to come out, Sean McLaren will still have access to blue mana, which is the most important given the state of his hand.
4, 6. I guess you don't put land.
No, I really like this play of casting Path to Exile, not on the Pyromancer, which you might think would be natural, but rather your own creature draws a land, which is definitely about time, and then Electrolyze or maybe another burn spell to take out the Pyromancer.
And it looks like it's going to be Electrolyze. And Electrolyze is going to take out the Pyromancer. 1 more damage to Chapin. Yeah. He's going to get to draw a card.
Another board state where Arc Trail would have been phenomenal.
Oh, Arc Trail would have just been a blowout.
No, 7.
But Electrolyze draws you a card. So, kind of the same thing. 2 for 1 or 1 for 1 and you get a card. Card economy-wise,
yes, but the fact that Arc Trail is only 2 mana makes a big difference. In these games we've seen, everybody has always been operating with very little mana, playing very well, just a lot of spells.
All right, so Patrick Chapin untaps. He's taking his turn now. He's still looking at those 3 Treasure Cruises. He used a remand already. He has a Blood Moon. Blood Moon's not as effective as it was 1 turn ago before the Path to Exile that Sean used to get an island at the sacrifice of his Wall of Omens, which already drew him a card. So that Wall of Omens, kind of a little card advantage.
It's one of the key cards in the deck.
Chapin's got that Blood Moon to the top. You think he really wants to play it? It still has the opportunity to... It does actually have the opportunity to even shut out of white. If there's a basic Plains in Sean McLaren's deck, that Flood Plains can be sacrificed in response to the Blood Moon.
I can confirm that Sean McLaren has 1 of each basic to fetch. Now, the Mountain you clearly don't need to fetch for against Blood Moon protection, but it is relevant sometimes that you don't take additional damage when looking for a red source.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Patrick Chapin's hand isn't looking all that exciting. One of those treasure cruisers, he could probably cast right now. He doesn't really need to. But the other two, can you really expect to have the resources to cast 4 treasure cruisers
Well,
in one
if
game?
you get to cast the first one of these, which is actually the second one, would be the second one of the game, then you are also quite likely to keep going. If this resolves, it draws you 3 cards. So filling up your graveyard actually not that difficult. Also, the longer the game goes, the more likely you are to just find additional fetch lands, which are an additional land to cast the cruise and a fetch land in the graveyard.
All right, so you found a Gitaxian Probe with this treasure cruise, along with a fetch land that you were just mentioning. A couple of triggers is going to get the Prowess up on the Monastery Swiss Sphere, so that guy is a 3/4 right now. Shows off the hand of quite a few counter spells. There you get look at Mr. McLaren.
Sean has to be happy that he gets to electrolyze the Monastery Swift Spear here potentially, depending on if Chapin doesn't have an untapped land. And then his counter wall looks good. Now with Patrick Chapin just having a Flooded Strand, that makes a big difference.
Right, he's also has a Dispel, Patrick Chapin. So not only does he get to counter the first burn spell that targets the Swiss Sphere, but that trigger is going to make it so that it's not at 3 toughness. So Electrolyze wouldn't be good enough anymore.
That's the point. If you electrolyze the Swift Sphere and your opponent has a Dispel in response, it doesn't even help to counter back. You really need to top deck a Lightning Bolt at that stage.
It's definitely a situation where you would need 2 red burn spells. Sean McLaren only has 1, has a bunch of counter spells, few spell snares. Not particularly good right now, with knowing with what's in Patrick Chapin's hand. But, they could get good. A lot of the threats in the blue-red Delver deck cost 2 mana.
Yep.
Oh, does Patrick have to discard? He does have to discard. He discards a Young Pyromancer, so he's playing around those Spell Piercers that he knows about. Knows this guy isn't going to resolve, so might as well put him in the graveyard. Feed the treasure cruise for next turn.
From what I've seen so far, Patrick Chapin has played very impressive Magic. It's just that every turn seems to be very well thought out, and he knows exactly what he wants to be doing with his deck. I don't even think that he is going to be the one with the best decks in the room, but if he plays them so well, that's definitely going to be more important than having the perfect list.
All right, so Restoration Angel. Just down as a sorcery speed creature, 3/4 on the board.
That's a play that not a lot of people would have made. If a creature has flash, you are still allowed to play it in your own turn. And Sean
But do you have to
McLaren
do
is
it like during your upkeep or something?
yeah. End of turn, I play my own Restoration Angel. No, the thing is that way he plays around counter magic, and it's actually the only way he can stem the bleeding. He knows that if he goes for anything else, Patrick Chapin will be ready with the response.
So Patrick Chapin, at the end of the turn, is going to fetch out a Steam Vent. He's going to put it into play tap. So he's ready to start his turn with a brand new card to see if he can find an answer to this Restoration Angel. Because if he can get that Angel out of the way, Monastery Swiss Sphere is pretty good at taking out low life totals.
I think it's more likely that we see Patrick just fuel up on prowess triggers. So if he plays 3 non-creature spells, he can attack, and Sean is faced with the decision of chump blocking with Restoration Angel, or taking so much damage that the Restoration Angel is just sitting, watching from the sidelines.
Yeah, Sean McLaren only has 1 blue mana available, so he can only really fight back with those spell snares. Only 1 card in Patrick Chapin's hand can get spell snared, but it's a good one. It's a charm. That would probably love to be part of this prowess triggering that happens, either as a counter spell or as a way to draw cards and just to keep the fuel going. Put some cards in the graveyard for those treasure cruises.
That's the great thing about the blue-red Delver deck. If you have Monastery Swift Spear or a Young Pyromancer in play, you don't really care if you're winning the counter battles, because you're getting value either way.
Chapin's counting it up. Looks like he's going to sacrifice a Scald in turn. No, he's not.
We might still be seeing him on the on the Blood Moon plan, he also has to be really careful about his own life total. 8 is so little that an attack by Restoration Angel, an Electrolyze, and a Lightning Bolt can just kill him out of nowhere.
So you're saying 8 isn't enough?
Well, sometimes it isn't.
Yeah, but sometimes it is.
So we do see the block. So Sean has no intentions of playing this overly aggressively, which I think he would consider more if he actually had a Lightning Bolt in hand.
Now, I don't know, does Patrick actually have enough instants to play right now during combat to get his Swift Spear up to a point where it doesn't die to this Restoration Angel? Or are we just looking at a trade with the Izzet Charm? Izzet Charm deal 2 damage, pop my Swift Spear, and Electrolyze?
Yeah, Electrolyze basically would do the same thing, but you also get to draw a card. And then the thing is, if your opponent counters back to protect the angel, then you still get to win the counter war and grow your Swift Spear accordingly. I think Electrolyze here is fine, and Izzet Charm is also a fine play. I don't think you want to dispel your own card, because then you only reach 3 power on the Swift Spear. So it's going to be 2 damage on Restoration Angel. Keep in mind that all of this fuels Treasure Cruise, which is kind of the overall plan for Patrick here. Oh, is
and it looks like
Electrolyze as well. But then, is this...
I'm curious, why would you let the Electrolyze... I mean,
it's possible that it's actually very possible that we are seeing this actually before blockers.
There was definitely a push, the Restoration Angel. Yeah,
okay, so blockers have happened. I think that Patrick might have wanted to stop his opponent from blocking first.
Yeah, this is interesting. If you're just going to deal 4 damage with spells, why would you not want to just deal the damage with your creature? I don't know. And if you're Sean McLaren, why not use one of those 2 spell snares on a spell that you know you can counter?
No, he only has a single island in his deck, so that would have been a 3 life spell snare.
Oh, okay.
Or actually, let's say a 2 life spell snare, because the Fetch Knight it will cost him a life anyway.
Mm-hmm. That's a steep price to pay. Wasn't sure about the only having 1 basic land, but a lot of these decks do cheat on the basic lands and just have 1 just in case of Blood Moon, which is sitting in Patrick Chapin's hand. It looks like Blood Moon's going to go bye-bye. Finally abandoning that plan.
Yeah, it hasn't really been Chapin's plan ever since he missed his second land drop and knew that he had to win in another way. With all the Treasure Cruises, you aren't getting punished as much for having a dead card in your hand. That used to be different when you didn't really have that powerful card draw options available.
But he chooses to keep the Blood Moon. Discards a land instead.
It actually triggers a Monastery Swift Spear and might force a response from Sean, who, if he isn't careful and taps out of white and blue, might not even be able to let Blood Moon resolve for the danger of just being left with only untapped mountains. And see how he sorts his lands? Which of these piles is he going to tap?
Right. I don't know. And Patrick Chapin actually has 6 land in place, so he's getting close to those being able to cast the Blood Moon and still having plenty of mana left to do other things.
Yep.
So Electrolyze is going to target the Monastery Swift Spear while Patrick Chapin's tapped out. And it goes to the bin. 5 life from Sean McLaren. He's holding on to it. Patrick Chapin's at 7. Nobody has any creatures on the board. Patrick Chapin's going to have initiative this turn. Looks at his hand, and he sees a Dispel fresh off the top. No creatures. He does have 1 Young Pyromancer, but that thing is very susceptible to Spell Snare.
He also has a Harvest Pyre, which I wouldn't really think of as an important card in this matchup, but I guess the 4 toughness creatures are really a problem for the blue-red Delver deck. So at this point, it's very possible that you just announce a Blood Moon and see what happens. But Chapin is out of creatures to deal damage this turn, so he would have to rebuild with Young Pyromancer if that was his plan.
Now, Sean already has an island and a plains on the battlefield. How dangerous is it that a Blood Moon resolves?
I think it would only basically be used for the single turn that Chapin has here, in the sense that he plays the Blood Moon, and if Sean lets it resolve, then Patrick has 1 turn to resolve whatever he wants. So he could use the Blood Moon as a silence against Spell Snare, for example, if he plays the Young Pyromancer post-combat. And then next turn, Sean McLaren will only have a single blue. So there is no playing 2 Spell Snares, a Mana Leak, and a Negate in the same turn anymore. I think that Blood Moon is a great counterbait here.
All right, so 3 non-basic lands get tapped, so we know what that means. Blood Moon is hitting the battlefield.
But
or at least a stack.
But Patrick is keeping up 3 islands?
Guess Patrick doesn't plan on casting a red spell, unless he has a land in his hand. Doesn't look like he has another land in his hand.
No, I think he doesn't even want to try to go for Young Pyromancer, but rather wants to draw into...
Oh, there is a second island in Sean McLaren's list.
There is. Yeah, I just saw 3 once right after each other, but it was actually 2 islands. I'm sorry about that.
No, I mean it's still an interesting decision point. If he had an island, he could have used that and used a spell snare on that Izzet Charm, especially in the situation that he was in. But right now we are a few turns after that, and the Serum Visions is going to come down after the Blood Moon has resolved. So Blood Moon's in play. Sean McLaren still has 2 blue mana available for the rest of his turns. And a Mana Leak is going to be used on one of them to stop the Serum Visions. So that's aggressive.
Yeah, that's very aggressive. And the Treasure Cruise count is currently at 6. 2 untapped islands and 4 cards in the graveyard. With the Gitaxian Probe, it's up to 7. So I think Chapin just engineered this game so that he would be able to maybe Treasure Cruise this turn.
Looks like he's going to. He played a blue mana for Gitaxian Probe. Gets to see what he's up against. It's the 2 spell snares that's been in Sean McLaren's hand for quite a while, and the gate that would be very powerful against this Treasure Cruise, but he's tapped out right now. So 1 blue mana, bunch of cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, but he doesn't get the Treasure Cruise. Yeah, he can't cast the Treasure Cruise. He was a bit far off from that. He does have all the reactive cards in the world, so he gets to dispel whatever he wants. He even has a Harvest Pyre if Sean has something aggressive. And the fact that Patrick is on 7 means that two Lightning Bolts are not going to be good enough.
All right, so another island for Patrick Chapin. He's got 4 blue sources now. That Blood Moon is making all non-basic land into mountains. So effectively, Patrick Chapin has 4 islands and 3 mountains, and Sean McLaren has 2 islands of plains and 4 mountains. And there is a Treasure Cruise for 3 mana and 5 cards.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to keep more islands untapped because you don't want to Treasure Cruise with red, blue if your hand is a double dispel.
All right, so there's a fight over this cruise. Negate comes down, the spell gets negate, and the cruise resolves. 3 cards for Patrick Chapin. Looks like a couple spell snares of his own and a land. Ooh, and an Anger of the Gods. So Patrick Chapin is ready for the next creature that comes out. If a creature comes out, it is going to die.
Sean McLaren, you mean?
Oh, Sean McLaren has the Anger of the Gods. I'm thinking of the Harvest Pyre.
Yeah, the problem is that Patrick Chapin will need some time to win here because Spell Snare, Anger of the Gods is an issue. But now he's just really aggressive. And you see what Blood Moon is doing here? It's really just more of a defense grid kind of card. It's not there to not allow your opponent to cast spells.
Just to limit the possibilities.
Yeah. Once you know that your opponent is on at most 2 blue sources for the rest of the game, that's a very, very potent information to have in a deck that wants to simply resolve Treasure Cruise and go from there.
All right, so that Anger to Guys does find a creature to kill, and it is a Pyrite, a young Pyromancer. Pyromancer down, no offense for Patrick Chapin yet again, but he still has a lot of gas in hand. He can fuel his hand. He just drew a Thought Scour, puts more fuel in the fire for the Treasure Cruise.
I have to say, Rashad, we really underestimated the impact of Blood Moon on this game. It wasn't apparent at first, and it seemed like Chapin had abandoned the plan, but he still knew that it would be a key card to resolve his spells in such a critical phase of the game even.
Yeah, you don't usually see Blood Moon playing such a big part in the late stages of the game. It's usually an early stage disruption, and you're able to just take the game on the back of that. But right now, it's really hampering Sean McLaren's board state. It's basically Stone Rain-esque. You get to blow up 3 of Sean McLaren's land. He doesn't really get to play the same game that he was playing before.
In a sense, it's almost virtual card advantage, because if only the islands count, then Sean McLaren is just severely limited in his resources.
Right, so a Delver of Secrets is going to come down. try to put on another offense for Patrick Chapin. And right off the top, there's an answer for Sean McLaren, and it's a lightning bolt.
Yeah, which he can cast now that Patrick Chapin is tapped out of red mana thanks to Blood Moon here. Still not sure what the Harvest Pyre is doing there, but now,
it's you just wait. It's gonna kill something.
Yeah, I have the feeling that Patrick has this matchup figured out. He had the matchup against Shanghai figured out, who was on burn. He has this matchup figured out, and now that I see how Game 2 went, I'm very optimistic for Chapin in Game 3. Should it come to that?
All right, so we are in the draw-go phase. A bunch of land drops and passing it a turn. Sean McLaren picks up a nice one, a Threads of Disloyalty, which doesn't have any targets, but in Patrick Chapin's deck, there are some good creatures that he can take. None are here now, but soon. Patrick Chapin looks at his hand. He's trying to figure out how he can... It's so close. Sean McLaren's at 4 life. He's at 7. This game should be close to ending, but it doesn't look like we're that close. And
no, he's also still playing around the Spell Snare, and the Spell Snare is exactly the answer you want for Snapcaster Mage. So now Patrick, once again, is forced to negate back, and he had to do it in his main phase to be able to flashback a sorcery from his graveyard. If he had an instant there, I think we would have seen this battle occur on Sean McLaren's end of turn step, which would have been even better with regards to tapping your opponent out.
All right,
now even Threats of Disloyalty can take over the Snapcaster Mage.
All right, so we have another result in our feature match area. Yuki Ichikawa wins 2-1 over Raphael Levy. This is our last match. So this is actually a pretty interesting decision point here. There's a mana leak for Sean McLaren and a Threats of Disloyalty. So this gives Threats of Disloyalty a target.
Yeah, and he's on 4 life, so he doesn't have much choice from there. The problem is that there isn't much he can draw that gets him back into this. So it really depends on which kind of like heavy hitters does he have. Cryptic Command, not good if you're under so much pressure. Maybe even Wall of Omens into something else here.
Yeah, but the Treasure Cruise has resolved every... Captain Patrick Chapin resolved every Treasure Cruise in his deck.
Oh, and flashed one back.
Yeah, and he flashed one back. So is this the record? Are we on the
So it's 5 out of a maximum of 8?
It is.
The ceiling is pretty high on that.
Yeah, the ceiling's kind of high. I think the Pyromancer Ascension decks can cast a few more times. But for any non-Ascension deck, I think 5's the limit. Or at least 5's a pretty good ceiling. Yeah. But, I mean, all jokes aside, 3 extra cards, especially in this situation, just look at the card advantage that's going on. Look at the deck size discrepancies. Sean McLaren has a full deck in front of him, while Patrick Chapin is down to like 7, 8, 9 cards. Half of his deck is sitting off on the the off-camera zone, all exiled because of all the Treasure Cruises he's cast.
And the big question here is, how much burn does Patrick have left in his deck? He had to take out some burn spells against this control deck.
He doesn't need that much. I mean, Sean's only at 4, and not to mention. Snapcaster Mage does a good job of attacking for 2. I mean, be it there's a Snapcaster Mage on the other side, but Patrick Chapin still has some other threats in his hand. He has a young Pyromancer as well.
Yeah, but Sean has some threats of his own.
Well,
opted not to go for it though.
Right.
I think going down to 2 here could be the deciding factor. Yeah. Patrick has as many lands as if he was playing 5-color control.
And I think there's going to be young Pyromancer, and it is. So this is going to allow Patrick to not only fight any battles that he needs to, but get a little bonus 1/1, which, these 1/1s are going to... A 1/1 doesn't take very long to get rid of 2 life total from your opponent.
I'm just waiting for the Harvest Pyre for 0 to get a code. Oh, now the Harvest Pyre for 1 is also quite interesting.
But Mana Leak is going to force Sean to make a decision. Tap 3 or cast a Mana Leak of Yon. It's going to be tap 3. And now Spell Pierce is going to finish it off, and that's it.
Yeah, this game was heavily favoring Patrick. Once his Treasure Cruiser started going, Sean McLaren really never got anything going, and that Blood Moon had a very interesting effect on the game.
Yeah, it definitely more of an effect than I thought it would. I'm used to playing Blood Moons on the first turn of the game.
This was not the as soon as possible Blood Moon. You
Yeah.
don't cast any spells.
So you're saying this wasn't Berlin 2008?
There's still decks that try to do this.
I think when the modern environment was brought about, there was a lot of thought in making sure things like that didn't happen, because a lot of the all of the 1 mana and fewer casting cost cards that gave you mana, those aren't really legal.
Yeah.
Like Rite of Flame. Rite of Flame was a big one, and Chromox. They're gone. You can't play those in Modern. Those were banned before Modern, even before anyone played a single game of sanctioned Modern. Right now, you still have you have access to the 2 mana rituals, which give you, in theory, a second turn Blood Moon. But that's still pretty early, especially if you're on a draw. But
I think the problem is rather that with fetch lands, there's also like a lot of basic lands. So it's just not viable to have a strategy that just wants Blood Moon. This isn't Legacy where you can then just have a lot of heavy hitters and fast mana that sticks around. You really need to invest a lot into it.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have, if I were in Chapin's seats, I probably wouldn't have thought of bringing in Blood Moon against a deck with any red mana. I mean, it's just off my radar. You can cast spells with red mana. I don't want to play Blood Moon against you, but when you're playing 3 colors, your blue mana your blue mana just gets hampered a lot with 1 Blood Moon, no matter what phase of the game it is.
And now we've actually seen this in action. We look at the deck list from Sean. He's playing these 4 Dig Through Time, and Dig Through Time will never be used in response to find a reactive spell. That's already a huge upside when you have the Blood Moon in play.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, looking at sideboards again. Well, actually, first, Sean had a big stumble in the beginning of that game. He missed a couple of land drops. He was stuck on 2 for... He was actually stuck on 1 for 1 turn. It's 2 for a while. If that hadn't happened, how different did that game go? How different would have that game go?
I was surprised how little of an impact it had, because the reactive cards of Sean were counters, and Patrick can play around these counters even if Sean has lands. It's clear that it would have been better, but this game progressed to a point where Sean was definitely not restricted on mana. That was not his issue. His problem was that his answers didn't stack up to the threats that Patrick showed him.
Well, Sean did have to sacrifice a wall in play and a card in hand in Path to Exile in order to get to his 3rd land. I mean, that's still something. You lose a Path to Exile that you could have used on an opponent's creature. You lose a wall that could have saved you a lot of life points. Yeah. It's a discussion point. All right, so here we go. We are into Game 3. This is the decider. Looks like both players have enough land to play the game, and they didn't have to take mulligans. And we're in turn 2, so it might be time to see some magic spells. Ooh, Relic of Progenitus.
Yeah, 5 treasure cruises was a bit too much.
Is that what it takes? You think it was the 4th treasure cruise that made him or was it the 5th?
Yeah,
it was probably the 5th, right?
We'll never know, but
we may have to ask him later.
There's a lot of questions I already have for these players. Who knows? Maybe I'll meet some of them in the hotel later tonight. Very impressive magic by, really all the competitors so far.
Yeah, I mean, this Relic is going to do a lot of work. When Relic comes down very early and you aren't forced to use the exile portion of it, and every turn you can just tap it and remove 1, those 1 cards being exiled out of Patrick Chapin's deck, they're going to add up. Because right now, Patrick Chapin has an empty graveyard, which means any future treasure cruisers are still full price. There's a second land for Patrick Chapin. And blue mana is going to go and cast a Taxian Probe. So why do we play a blue?
That's he's sending a signal here. He's saying, I know this is going to go long. I know how to win this, and it's not by just being super aggressive here. I really like this because his life total does matter against a deck that is playing Restoration Angel and Burn spells. So depending on what is in Patrick's hand, he just has the option to maybe play things a bit slower.
All right, and slowly is how it's going to get played. If last game was anything like, if we've learned anything from last game, it could definitely go long enough to cast 5 treasure cruises. Third land for Sean McLaren and a pass to turn, so maybe Sean is adapted to this slow play as well. Let's all just slow it down a little.
Yeah, we just saw Sean's hand with the Gitaxian Probe, 2 dig through times, a Supreme Verdict, and a Restoration Angel. That's a clunky hand, but now that he knows that Patrick is also taking this matchup a bit more slowly, I think we are going to see another grindy game.
Which deck is more suited to play this grindy game?
Well, I mean, we are looking at tempo aggro against control, so naturally it has to be the control deck. But Patrick, after sideboarding, says that he has a lower land count, something that we see be very relevant in Legacy or Vintage, so that he is ultimately going to draw more action, and that action can be a few threats, card draw spells, and all these counter your counters, dispels, spell pierces, spell snares, you name it. So I have to say, I kind of like Patrick's approach to this format, to this matchup, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Sean be rather aggressive, or more aggressive than he would usually be in this matchup.
All right, well, right now his hand doesn't really play the aggressive role. The only threat he has is Restoration Angel, which, is a pretty good threat, but, waiting to turn 4 isn't quite the aggressive start you want.
Yeah, I think the big question is who resolves dig through time? Like, does Sean resolve dig through time, and what does he get with it? Or does Patrick resolve treasure cruise, and how does he find ways to attack his opponent's life total?
All right, so Patrick Chapin searching for the land of his choice at the end of Sean's turn. Probably going to be a fetch land. Oh, it's a basic land. Maybe he's planning ahead for the Blood Moon turn.
He doesn't need that much red mana, especially after boarding, where burn spells are his lowest priority.
Yeah, and there are 4 non-basic lands over on Sean McLaren's board. So if it does happen, he's going to be hurting a lot more than Patrick will be. So Thought Scour, going to put a couple of cards in the graveyard. One of them, a couple of creatures, a Young Pyromancer and a Delver of Secrets. This is all at the end of Sean's turn. Draws a land. It's probably going to come down. Still not a lot of action, a lot of reaction for Patrick Chapin in his hand. So
this is how he sideboard. This is how he wants to play this matchup. I'm wondering about the graveyard of Sean McLaren, which it appears like the relic is in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's interesting. When did the relic actually get used?
But then it should be exiled. So I'm really not sure.
Both that whole thing, that land could also be exiled. But now I'm confused why it's in the graveyard.
Yeah, so that's something that it might have been overlooked by the players. It might not really be. Well, it is definitely relevant with Dig Through Time, any Delve spell really.
I feel like the relic was just in play and then got slid over. Maybe cards just got put on top of it. He thought it was in the graveyard. It just seems weird. Well, there are 3 exile cards, but was that from Kraken or was it just from tapping? Because I know it exiled at least 2 from tapping. All right, so we'll have the judge double check that. Meanwhile, Restoration Angel tried to come down in the turn, but it got remanded. So Sean can have another try at it if he really wants.
Yeah, with Chapin again on two mana, so might is just threatening here to remand again or to mana leak, or to just kill the Restoration Angel if Sean goes for it. This is where you want the Harvest Pyre maybe.
Okay, so the relic did get slid over to the exile zone. Looks like it was just cracked for a card, mostly. It may have gotten 1 card out of Patrick Chapin's graveyard, but mostly it was there to draw a card, not waiting for...
Both players just missed this after such a long match.
All right, so there is a Monastery Swift Spear. The beats are going to start, I think.
Turn, what is it? Turn 6, 7?
Turn
attack
5,
for 1.
Turn 6, turn 5.
Oh, attack for 2.
Yeah, Gitaxian Probe. Now Patrick must be the aggressor. He didn't pay mana for that Gitaxian Probe.
Yeah, things have changed now. It's actually super relevant that the Relic of Progenitors is not in the graveyard anymore, because that just means that Dig Through Time is not getting cast here. not that I'm saying that it has been it was Sean's plan, but it's definitely not irrelevant.
Right. Obviously, if by mistake the relic goes to the graveyard and you see there's 3 cards in your graveyard, maybe that starts becoming your plan, because it slipped both players' minds. But, I'm sure it wasn't a long-term plan.
It was a nice draw here by Chapin, who gets to double up on Swift Spears if he wants to do that.
See him slapping himself, trying to make sure he stays focused. He's just going to go for the attack.
Yeah, just playing the control route in this matchup. That's to play around the Supreme Verdict in his opponent's hand. So something that's really interesting here is that the less Patrick allows Sean to be interactive, the worse the dig-through times become. And look at that, it's 3 dig-through times.
And not only that, the counter magic that Patrick Chapin has been using and probably going to use this turn, thanks to this Snapcaster Mage, which I think is coming down, has been Remand, which doesn't put a card in Sean McLaren's graveyard. So here's a Snapcaster Mage. I think it's going to target a Remand. It's going to not only Remand that Restoration Angel, but it's going to be on the board. It's a 2/1. So we have a threat. We have a clock. We have a clock.
Sean McLaren would have been better off to again main phase the Restoration Angel, I think. So yeah, I guess Supreme Verdict is still a good trade here, but he doesn't know about the second Monastery Swift Spear yet.
Right. That Supreme Verdict probably isn't going to get much better before Sean McLaren dies this game. So fires that off, can't be countered. Both creatures go to the graveyard. So now we have a nice clean board yet again. Patrick Chapin first to get a chance to add something to the battlefield.
I'm not sure about the Relic of Progenitors. Sean is basically saying, well, I'm going to make my dig-through times weaker, but at least I get to make your Treasure Cruises weaker. I think he's kind of conceding the fact that Treasure Cruise might just be the more powerful card in this particular matchup.
It could be. It definitely could be. So Monastery Swift Spear comes down alongside a young Pyromancer. No spells to trigger both, but an attack for 1 is going to bring Sean down to 15.
And that's because Chapin is just boarding into all these reactive cards that we see on the right side. Dispel, Spell Snare, and Izzet Charm all available to him. And Sean has to now play against somebody who's basically playing textbook Magic. He got a 2-for-1 against him in Supreme Verdict, but immediately recovers with two creatures on the battlefield. Now has the responses he needs to even push that advantage further.
All right, so an Electrolyze was attempted to try to kill the young Pyromancer, but it gets dispelled, and Patrick Chapin gets a 1/1 Elemental token. Even before, actually, it didn't resolve yet. Tokens in play, the spell's still on the stack. Mana Leak is going to try to target the Dispel, and there is a Spell Snare. 2 Elemental tokens. None of Sean McLaren's spells resolve. All of Patrick Chapin's spells resolve. And now that board of 3 to 4 power of creatures just turned to 6 power. 5 to 6 power.
Sean is now closer to casting a dig-through time, but he's also much closer to dying. Yes, and this is where he now has to find an Anger of the Gods, or maybe a Wrath of God, if he even brought that in, because playing against somebody who is playing so carefully and not overextending, you know that you're just going to have to find exactly the right moment to Wrath of God.
Right, and it's very easy for Chapin to get quite a board state without actually overextending. Right now, there's only 2 cards on the battlefield, but there are 5 creatures. So, Anger of the Gods is a way to get rid of, at very least, young Pyromancer and all of his friends. And we did see Anger of the Gods last game, and we did see Supreme Verdict this game. So it looks like part of the plan is to be able to just deal with young Pyromancer with 1 card.
Yeah. Serum Visions revealed Delver of Secrets and Treasure Cruise, as far as I could see. So I think that's going to be a Treasure Cruise next for Chapin, which works beautifully with the amount of counter magic he plays after sideboarding.
Yeah, and if he wants, he could do this turn. He still has mana to play Izzet Charm. He could draw 2, discard 2, pump his Monastery Swift Spear up even again.
There's another Monastery Swift Spear here, and do we see it? We do.
Is this lethal? I haven't done the math yet. This is a lot of damage. How big is this first Swift Spear?
Some of the tokens have Summoning Sickness, though.
But we still have 2 Monastery Swift Spheres that are just getting bigger and bigger. We have 4 attack from the Young Pyromancer and the 2 tokens that can attack. And we have 2 Monastery Swift Spheres. One of them was in play for 2 Serum Visions and this Treasure Cruise and this, is it Charm?
So with Sean on 15, the 2 Elementals and the Young Pyromancer will deal 4, which already put Sean down to 11. So he would need, for example, a 6 and a 5 power or a 7 and a 4 power Swift Spear.
Well,
Not
he has
sure.
a 3 power one already, which means that the other one's is at least 3. So it's probably 5. So it's probably 8.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like enough.
8 and 4 is 12. So he would have to have.
Oh, you think it's 8 power?
No. I think it's probably 5.
The sum is
power.
8. Yeah, if the sum is 8, then it's not lethal, and it wouldn't even be lethal if the sum was 10.
Well, a lot of spells have been cast. We'll find out exactly how big that Swift Spear has gotten.
So
it's a 5 power. 12 total damage in this attack.
Same thing as 6 plus.
Well, that would be 8
Oh,
from
I
the
think he's
Swift
saying
Spears.
6.
Or is he? Well, if he's saying 12 is just the Swift Spears alone, then it's definitely a lethal attack. No, 12 total. So as I said, it's not going to be a lethal attack.
Well, he gets to cast another spell if he hasn't played a land this turn. Looks like he gets to play a land. This Thought Scour is going to be 2 more damage.
Yeah, then Sean will not be able to play another fetch land, play an untapped mana source, and will have to basically find a mass removal spell while still dodging all possible burn spells and haste creatures by Chapin.
That's a hard thing to dodge.
Thought Scour myself, all the triggers.
There is the Thought Scour. It's going to get him another elemental token. Not really the important thing right now. Draws him a card, and it pumps his 2 Monastery Swift Spears.
That's 14.
That's also a trigger that you don't have to kind of call out. You could just kind of do it.
But you do have to somehow keep track of it.
Yeah.
So I think we're actually seeing an attack for 14. That's 1, 1, 2, and 10 from the 2 Swift Spears, which puts Sean to 1, who is now basically going to look for an answer.
He needs
with Dig Through Time.
He needs some type of wrath effect. He needs to kill all of the creatures on the battlefield. I don't see a card in his hand that does it.
Yeah, and the card he drew is definitely not helping.
He can dig through time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He doesn't have enough. It would have to be dig through time, land into Anger of the God.
He drew a Flooded Strand on 1 life, which would have been quite helpful in that with that, but because of that, it's not. The thing is, even if this works out, you really aren't happy about the board position. 1 life to 11. Your opponent is still on 2 cards. Is kind of out of gas here, but it is a losing battle. I think there is no mass removal for Sean McLaren, who put up a good fight. But look at Patrick Chapin here.
He tried his hardest, but Patrick Chapin had a game plan. He executed it, and he is the victor. 2-1 over Sean McLaren. Man.
Impressive.
Very impressive. You know, Patrick Chapin said he wants to win this tournament. And so far, it looks like he's doing a great job. He's 5-0 right now.
He has prepared for all the formats. He's prepared for all the matchups, and he knows exactly what he wants to be doing.
All right, so just a quick recap of what happened in the feature match area. We started off with Kentaro Yamamoto. He won 2-1, actually 2-0 over Owen Turtenwall. That was the Temur Delver matchup. That was versus Pyromancer's Ascension. We just watched Patrick Chapin win 2-1 over Sean McLaren. We didn't get a chance to see the Stanislav Sivka versus Shahar Shinhar match because it was over too quick. As Shahar won 2-0.
Yeah, which does happen if you're a burn.
Yeah, I mean, either you win quick or you lose slow. And finally, there was the Yuki Ichikawa. He won 2-1 over Raphael Levy. So that was round 5. That was awesome. But there was a lot of other matches. You know, we have 24 people in this tournament. So let's find out what happened in the rest of the matches.
All right, thanks very much to Rashad Miller there. Yeah, we will give you the scores on the doors in just a moment, but we've had patiently waiting for us one of Brazil's finest Magic players of all time, Grand Prix Toronto champion 2012, 4 Pro Tour top 8s to his name. He is fighting back after a rough start in Vintage Masters. He's 2-0 with his Abzan mid-range deck. Let's hand you over to the video wall. It's time for Hall of Famer Randy Buehler with Brazil's Willie Adel.
Hello and welcome. It is Deck Tech time. I'm Randy Buehler. I'm being joined by Willie Edel. Different name this time around, but you've been playing Black Green X decks forever.
Yeah, I feel it's all the same. Like, as soon as you play like Tarmogoyf, Lilianas, and Thoughtseize, it's all the same deck. It doesn't matter if you splash white, red, blue.
Okay, but
it's all
so
the same.
Black Green X, it's been the rock, it's been that black green core. Nowadays, white is the best color to add in there, right? Which is why it's an Abzan mid-range deck now.
Yes, like.
What are you getting from white?
We got like Bloodbraid Rhino, which is pretty good. Like,
sure.
It's pretty
Bloodbraid
much
Rhino, that's Siege Rhino's nickname?
Yeah.
I like
Isn't it? Like, it's a Bloodbraid that Lightning Helix, and that's a 4/5.
I like it.
I sign me in. Like, if it was red, it's a perfect junk card. But since it was white, when Abzan, if it was blue, I will play blue. Like,
all right, well,
just that amazing.
Let's start looking at the cards. Here you see the Bloodblade Rhino.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Yeah, Siege Rhino is a 4-of. It's been kicking butt in standard. It is absolutely I think going to become a staple modern card.
I think it is. Like, I think the card is so good. It's probably better than Bloodbraid, like in fair decks like this one. Like, the life gain is amazing. The damage is amazing. The fact that it has trample is amazing. Like, they can trample through Planeswalkers and everything. And he's black. He doesn't die to Slaughter Pacts. He doesn't die to Abrupt Decay. He's just that good.
And Tarmogoyf just as good as he's ever been?
Yeah, it's just a staple like that. It costs 2 at least for 5. It will always be good. It's good right now. It was good yesterday, and it will be good like tomorrow.
Sure, sure. And then Scavenging Ooze, Fulminator Mage round out the creature set.
That was a thing start to get like different here. I thought like 2 things. First thing, my matchup against Delver was good enough that I can sacrifice the Courser of Kruphix or things in favor of some cards against like, my bad matchups, let's say like Scape Shift, for example, in Tron. So I take out the Coursers and move in Fulminators. Turns out that's a lot of Delver here, so
you wish you had the Courser of Kruphix?
I wish I had the Coursers, but like the Fulminator do like they are decent against, very good against combo, they're decent against control, and they free some sideboard slots for the Delver. So I can have like cards to take out the Fulminators and bring something else very good in the sideboard.
All right, well we see the creature set. Let's start looking at the spells. A lot of discard in this build.
Yeah, like I said, like I expect a lot of combo control.
Okay.
So I pack like 8 cards. The main difference here for the standard builds, I play Wanderers instead of the 4th Inquisition, mostly because of Treachery Cruise. And every single spell that I care about costs like 4 or less, Cryptic Command, Scape Shift, and Karn, this kind of stuff. So I feel the rest is better than the Inquisition, like at least it's better than the 4th Inquisition. Okay. And for Lilianas, very good against combo and very good against control. And I can also discard my dead cards, such as Fulminator, when I have it. Like if I draw a Fulminator versus a deck that's pretty bad, like let's say Delver, I can also discard them to up Liliana. So
fair enough. Let's look at the removal package.
It's nothing unusual here. The 4 Abrupt Decay, I think, is pretty standard right now.
Yeah, of course.
The 1 Pulse is pretty standard. The 1 Pact either. I upped the 2 Dismembers. I used to play like a 2nd Slaughter Pact, but killing Rhino is huge.
Okay.
I don't expect anyone else playing John here besides me, but like that's Rhinos in pods. That's a big Goyf. So I'm comfortable with the 2nd Dismember over the Slaughter Pact here.
Okay. And next slide. 1 Dark Blast, 1 Lingering Souls?
It's just round out. Dark Blast is very good against Delver. It's good against like Random Affinity. It's good on turn 1 versus Pod, for example. And the Lingering Souls is just like all around good cards. Like it's not good enough to have 2 right now. Like it's not good against Delver, for example.
Okay.
But it's very good against Grange matchups, control matchup, mirror match, this kind of stuff. So I was happy with Yong.
Now you've mentioned Delver a couple of times. What was the field that you were expecting, or I mean, and was there any doubt for you that you were going to play a black-green deck of some flavor?
Yeah, if I knew that the field was like this one, like with a lot of Delver, I would definitely play this deck. This deck is great against Delver.
Okay.
So
so you're pretty happy then?
Yeah. I would be happier if I had like Quarters instead of Fulminators or maybe things, something like that. But I still happy. Like I have a lot of tools on sideboard against Delver, so I can like maybe even if I lose the first game like I did with Yuya, I can like win the next 2.
All right, so let's look at the mana. Anything in particular going on here? Or is this just the normal?
I think it's pretty standard. Like the Twilight Mire, I used to run 2, but since I run like Tectonic Edges, I cannot afford to have like Twilight Mire, Tectonic Edge hand.
Okay.
So I up it, the Godless Shrine and Overgrowth Tomes. But other than that, it's pretty standard.
Yeah,
like,
and it's a lot of low
here.
land counts. It'll take us a while to get through all of them. So let's look at the next batch. You see the 2 Tectonic Edges you were talking about, 1 Orborg, 1 couple of creature lands.
Yeah, the Zero Mire is so bad. Like 3-top is much better, but I have a lot of white cards in sideboard, so I need to up it a little bit. I have even a card that's double white, so it's a necessary review.
Okay, let's keep going. Fetch lands, of course.
It's pretty standard.
9 seems like the right
here.
count. And then after that, 3 basics.
That's nothing unusual here. I can fetch mostly basic lands with all my fetch lands, so that's nothing.
Now what's hanging out in the sideboard?
Yeah, on the sideboard, I always like a lot of one-off versatile cards. The first thing I do for this tournament is decide that nobody will play, just consider that nobody will play like Affinity, so I not play like any dedicated haste against Affinity at all.
Okay.
So third now was good. Like there's no Affinity here as far as concerned. So I think the sideboard is pretty good. Like Maelstrom Pulse is an extra removal in the mirror match against Delver. It takes out pods, so it's pretty good.
Okay. And
Golgari Charm is good. Like in a lot of matchups. Like no, I think that all cards are pretty standard. The only card that's not standard was the Sigarda, which I think is amazing. Like in the mirror match, like any mirror match against any deck that relies on 1-for-1 with a lot of spot removal, Sigarda is very good right now.
Yeah,
I think I would run like in any matchup.
I think
in any deck.
One more
Black-Room
batch of sideboard cards? Yeah. Couple Shadow Doubts, 4 Diamond Reinforcements.
4 Diamond Reinforcements, like against the blue-red Delver.
Wow.
It doubles up against Burn, and the Shadow of Doubt is pretty much against Cap Shift.
Nice. Now, I know your teammates may have broken the format with their Jeskai Ascendancy.
I think they did. The deck is amazing. Like I test a lot during the week against them.
But you didn't go with it.
Yeah, initially when the Facebook group, I thought the deck was so bad. Like I thought like there's no way this deck could kill you with Fairy Conclaves and Fate Teacher can be good. But as soon as I start trying against them, they crush me all the time. Like, but unfortunately, it was like 3 days ago. So I didn't have time to switch. If you had like
another week, you might have switched.
Probably. That deck is so good. So good.
All right. Well, I think I saw Josh lose his last match. I think that deck does have a loss. I think it's 5-1 right now. Okay. But you're 2-0, so you can't be feeling too bad.
Yeah, the chain is doing very good after all.
Awesome. So there you go. Abzan, the way to take the Black-Green X, according to the Black-Green Master, is add the white for Siege Rhino, and you come up with a pretty nice Abzan mid-range deck. It's been working for Willie. Good luck to you the rest of the way.
Thank you, Randy.
For the Deck Tech, this is Randy Buehler. We'll see you next time.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks so much to Randy Buehler there, who's joining me here at the news desk, and to Willie Adel, of course, with his take on, that was a killer line about the Siege Rhino.
Bloodbraid Rhino.
Bloodbraid Rhino, obviously. All right, so Randy, we've got a couple of minutes. The players have been paired for round 6. Awesome. They're sitting down, but why don't we take a pause to have a look at the Master Scoreboard and get a sense of what these next 2 rounds really mean for the tournament. Let's take a look at our 24 players. Of course, no one gets eliminated on day 1. And the basic gist is this. It's incredibly symmetrical. There are only 8 players who do not have either a 3-2 or a 2-3 record. You have 1-5-0, 1-0-5. You have 3 1-4s, and 3 4-1s. That is the third of the field that, for better or for worse, have sort of separated themselves from the pack in some way. So at the bottom, you've got Ray Perez Jr. desperately looking for his first win and his first pro point, and you've got really up against it. Big shock to me, Randy, to see Paul Rietzel.
Yeah, I agree.
At 1 and 4. But BDM, I asked him about that, whether he'd had a chance to talk to Paul. Paul said, look, I've had some difficult matchups. I've felt pretty much 50-50 in most of the people I've been against.
Yeah, he's lost some heartbreaker game 3s as well.
Right.
I feel like he's just I've gotten unlucky in a couple of game 3s, and all of a sudden you're 1-4 in this field. It's tough.
Right. So big couple of rounds for him, and the other 1-4's Jacob Wilson.
And the 2-3s had both Reed and Yuya in there.
Right.
Trying to get back to the right side of 500 before they go to bed tonight.
Exactly. So you've got 8 players at 2 and 3, and 8 more at 3 and 2. Why don't we look again at the top of the leaderboard, though, and we'll get a sense for who's actually, well, not dominating at this stage, but another couple of wins, and we are talking about a dominant performance by Patrick Chapin.
That is super impressive. I mean, his worst case scenario is 5-2 and in position overnight.
Yes,
that's the worst case scenario.
And that's ahead of the curve. So
yeah.
He's got his 5 wins that he would be, well
I mean, what's probably going to happen in 2 rounds from now is we're going to have a bunch of 4-3s, we're going to have a bunch of 3-4s. And yeah, there's going to be maybe 4-ish players who've gotten above that pace. Pat will be one of them. He'll definitely, I mean, 5-2 is the worst case scenario for him, so he's in great shape.
Yeah, so the players at 4 and 1 who are doing very nicely, thank you, are the reigning champion, Shahar Shenhar from Israel, Japan's Kentaro Yamamoto, and to my intense non-surprise, from the Slovak Republic, Ivan Flock, who, we don't have an award for this, but dear Lord, for the most improved player in Pro Magic.
You know, it's funny. We did the 24, we did that piece, right? Simon basically talked me into Ivan Flock. I was listening. He was making the case, right? We're all making the case for our guys.
Yeah.
He got to Ivan Flock, and he's like, look, this guy has been good for a while. You know, he's been hanging around the Pro Tour. He never had the top 8. He's been good at limited, you know, world team champ at one point, but now he's hooked up with a team that's equipping him with awesome decks. It's like Stanislav Sivka has been great for Stanislav Sivka's career, and he's been great for Ivan Flock's career. Now Flock, sort of equipped with these good constructed decks, has just been crushing it.
Yeah, and he was saying, I think that the deck thing is perhaps even more significant than we're making out, because Flock will sometimes win a match in the feature match area and come out giggling, and he says, listen, I am making so many mistakes with this deck, but the deck is so powerful, so forgiving. I'm learning as I go, but I'm learning as I'm winning.
Sure.
And by the time I get to 9 and 2, 11 and 1, as he seems to at every European GP at the moment.
He's also a great player. I mean, he's got that kind of European self-effacing.
But
it's like
I'll offer you this comparison, and I think it's slightly misleading, but nonetheless, I'm going to go with it. Do you remember in 2008 when Luis Scott Vargas was around the Paul Cheon? He was Cheontourage.
Sure.
And he used to play decks he fancied at Pro Tours. I'll play this pet deck, or I like this style of deck, or I'm not really an aggro player, whatever the reason or excuse was. And then in Berlin in 2008, he said, apparently Elves is going to win this Pro Tour. So since Elves is going to win this Pro Tour, I better play Elves and win the Pro Tour.
Turns out when you play the best deck, your results get better.
Right.
Yeah, I know, it's good tech.
And I think Flock is in a very similar position of having, I mean, he won a Grand Prix in Lisbon in 2012. So, you know, it's not like he was by any means a slouch.
No, and world team
this
champ as well.
Exactly. And who knows, he's one of the dream chasers.
Absolutely true.
11 of them going for the double header.
And red hot, right? Coming off the Pro Tour win into the top 8 in Hawaii.
Right, absolutely. And the last couple of European GPs, he's been basically taken out in the last round of Swiss both times.
Yeah.
He just, you don't pay attention to him until halfway through day 2, just to go, are you 10 and 1 or are you 9 and 2? Oh, it's a 9 and 2 day next.
Yeah, let's not lose sight of Kentaro Yamamoto at 4-1 as well. He's the biggest surprise up there. I mean, I don't think that's unfair. He's definitely one of the guys that people had pegged toward the bottom of the field in terms of reputation coming in, but 4-1?
Well, he is about to go up against the only undefeated player in the building, because our pairings for round 6 are Kentaro Yamamoto with his blue-red Delver deck against Patrick Chapin at 5 and 0. Lars Dam at 2 and 3, battling away with some copies of Fate Stitcher in his deck, possibly, up against Reed Duke. So they are both at 2 and 3, knowing that the loser here will go to bed tonight with a losing record. On our second table, Tom Martell with Jeskai Ascendancy. That's the big emerging modern story against William Jensen, Pyromancer Ascension, both 3 and 2. But we will begin with the #1 ranked player in the world, Owen Turtenwald, with Pyromancer Ascension at 3 and 2 against the Jeskai Ascendancy deck, and boy, is this hot, of Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa of Brazil. Let's hand you down to the feature match action, and for the first time in the booth this Worlds Week, it's a great welcome to Brian David Marshall.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the booth. Brian David Marshall, joined by Simon Gertzen, and we are ready. And we are getting ready for round 6. And let's send it down to the floor and meet our players. Hello and welcome to the round 6 of the World Championships. I'm Brian David Marshall, joined by Simon Gertzen. Let's meet our players.
Hi, my name is Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. I'm from Brazil, and I'm the second Pro Points slot for Latin America.
Owen Turtenwald, United States, top Pro Points, North America.
All right, we're ready to go with the players. There you see Owen Turtenwald on the right, and there is Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. And these guys are ready to go. Simon, what is the matchup here?
We have Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa on Jeskai Ascendancy combo, and that is the Fate Stitcher Fairy Conclave powered one, which we saw Josh Etterlayton play. On the other side, we also have combo, but the Peach Garden Oath is going for Pyromancer Ascension. So that's Blue-Red Storm.
And who do you think is favored between these two decks?
I think one of them might have broken the format, and that's the Jeskai Ascendancy deck. I also saw I saw this very impressive game of Josh beating Pod, and then I saw this less impressive game of Owen losing to Teamer Delver, so that is definitely influencing me here.
Okay. So Fairy Conclave led things off for Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, and Owen cast Serum Visions, Sleight of Hand, off of Fetchland into Steam Vents.
Yeah, life total is not super relevant for either of these. It does matter in a sense that Paulo wants to attack with Jeskai Ascendancy fueled haste creatures and Fairy Conclaves. Owen Turtenwald wants to win with Grape Shot, but usually if you go off, the exact number doesn't really matter.
Right. So Serum Visions number 2 here of the turn for Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa.
And the Jeskai Ascendancy deck is on 4 Dig Through Time and a Treasure Cruise. So they are really looking to just find basically the 2 combo pieces for Jeskai Ascendancy and the 8 creatures that aren't really normal creatures, but you get the idea.
So it's really just the Fate Stitcher and the Fairy Conclave.
Yeah, I think Fate Stitcher is really your #1 plan. It's also super easy to get into the graveyard once you have the Ascendancy going.
There you get a look at Owen, the #1 ranked player. Sleight of Hand number 2.
Yeah,
looks like it found him a Pyromancer Ascension.
The Storm deck is often actually looking for lands, and that might be another problem that Owen is facing. Oh no, he has an island.
Yeah.
You see it there, white bordered in his hand. So yeah, that's just super crucial. If you don't have that second land, then you aren't really doing much. But these decks do only play 16 lands usually. And we're really relying on their cantrips.
Yeah, I've watched Reed Duke really scuffle for land playing the deck so far this week.
Yeah. On the other hand, Jeskai Ascendancy is a deck that does require even more mana to go off in if you want to go off in the same turn you cast Jeskai Ascendancy.
Right. What's the minimum number of lands you can have in play to successfully go off?
If you have 3 mana and then you unearth Fate Stitcher, so let's say it's already in your graveyard, then that generates a mana back and you can go off from there because of the Jeskai Ascendancy trigger giving you maybe another Fate Stitcher.
Right. So
I mean, if in this matchup you get to resolve a turn 3 Jeskai Ascendancy, you're also looking very fine starting next turn because every spell will draw you into Fate
That's
Stitchers.
exactly what is going to happen here. There is the Jeskai Ascendancy and a Thought Scour from Owen to end the turn.
Yeah, and Owen has to think about the possibility that Paulo is just going off next turn, so he might be forced to go off himself to prevent him dying to a haste creature.
Right.
It, of course, depends if he has reactive cards in his hand, but you can't really rely on Lightning Bolt because Jeskai Ascendancy puts creatures out of Lightning Bolt range so quickly.
Yeah, I watched Paulo playing Reed, actually, and Paulo resolved the Jeskai Ascendancy, and Reed was basically like, okay then. You know, I guess that makes whether or not I have to try to go off next turn is answered for me.
Yeah. I think that should be the default. If your hand is just incapable of going off, you can just put on your best poker face, say go, and hope for the best. But yeah, we see that Owen thinks the same way. I'm sure the Peach Garden North players discussed this as well. Oh yeah, this is a nice line where you generate mana first with spells that aren't in your graveyard, because now another ritual will put the first counter on Pyromancer Ascension.
Right. So it sounds like, you know, there is a Pyromancer Ascension successfully firing on one of the other tables. Reed Duke is up a game over Lars Dom in a very similar matchup.
Yeah, Owen just drew a Manamorphose off his Manamorphose, so that's going to be great either way. If he wants to fuel his Ascension, he gets to do it. Even better if he has another spell, like the Sleight of Hand.
Yep, it looks like the...
I did this a couple of years ago.
Look at this 2 Manamorphose there. So Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, Brian, you did the deck tech with me, and I talked about Manamorphose plus Pyromancer Ascension. It's basically Black Lotus.
Yes.
But you also get to draw 2 cards.
Yes. There you go. And there is the Manamorphose. That's going to put 4 mana into his mana pool. It's going to draw him 2 cards.
So, don't know if that's the actual hand that he currently has, but even with just the Thought Scour, that's 2 additional cards. Manamorphose draws additional cards, and he already has the Past in Flames. If we see at the top the dice representing the amount of mana that he still has, or is it just the Storm Count? Does he have mana floating?
I believe that's Storm Count.
Okay, I think that there's still mana floating though from the Manamorphose. So this is pretty much unlosable for Owen Turtenwald at this point.
Yeah, the dice are the Storm Count. So there's another draw, another 2 cards.
Yeah.
Make another 4 mana.
So it looks like Owen's just doing the mana math in his head here, but it doesn't look to be an issue of running out of mana anytime soon. It's really just which cards does Owen want to reveal to his opponent at this stage. Not that his deck list is secret, so he can really just take a safe route to victory here.
So Thought Scour is going to put 2 cards in his yard, and then draw a card, and then it's going to do it again. Wow. This is turn 3 here.
Yeah, and this is something that is an advantage for the Pyromancer Ascension deck. It is just capable of absolutely crazy draws.
And here's Past in Flames.
I'll play it with down to red. If I had 2 blue, 3 red.
Yeah. and I watched Paulo play before. He asked Reed in one game. He's like, "Oh, you have Past in Flames in your hand?" We're done here.
Sure. This is the World Championships. Owen Turtenwald is not going to mess up his Storm combo kill.
There you get a look at the floor, and really, the Tom Martell William Jensen match you see there on the left. That is the same. That's the same matchup. We'll talk about that more after these messages.
Play like the pros by jumping into a Vintage Masters draft right now. Vintage Masters draft is available until December 10th. Join the fun by downloading Magic Online at www.mtgo.com. Start on your road to the Pro Tour in Vancouver next July by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 WPN locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/pptq for schedules and information.
All right, welcome back. So we got 3 matches here, which are Ascendancy versus Ascension, but we're going to go and take a look at Patrick Chapin versus Kentaro Yamamoto, and this is the matchup of the blue-red Delver decks.
It looks like they're currently sideboarding, so not too much action there.
Yeah, actually Yamamoto is a Teamer Delver, whereas Patrick Chapin is the more recent vintaged blue-red Delver.
Yeah, he believes that he doesn't need the extra power and toughness of Tarmogoyf to win in this metagame here.
Well, Chapin is up 1-0 here in this match. So, so far the early results are proving him right. And it sounds like Tom Martell with Jeskai Ascendancy is up 1 game on Jensen as well.
Oh, so in this on this table, the Ascendancy deck was actually faster than the Pyromancer Ascension deck then, which I think I would have to give the advantage to Ascendancy still. But of course, if you just have this Storm draw, then you are playing against a deck that has less interactive cards than, for example, Sean McLaren's blue-red control deck.
Right. So now, earlier we saw Patrick Chapin playing his match, and we saw Harvest Pyre. And I assume that he had brought that in the matchup against McLaren for Restoration Angel, so he could kill something with more toughness than 3. And I have to assume Tarmogoyfs are another reason that card's in his 75.
It has a double purpose against Tarmogoyf, right? Not only does it deal a bunch of damage, but you also get to remove cards from your graveyard.
Right.
So I could actually see it kill 2 Tarmogoyfs if you block 1, Harvest Pyre the other, and by removing so many cards from the graveyard, the
Make
other
your
one dies
Monastery
as well.
Swift Spear a little bigger.
That's the thing. Once you have Swift Spear or Young Pyromancer, even a card like Harvest Pyre, you can cast it for 0 and still get value. That's how good it is to have these creatures in play.
So everybody's shuffling up here. There is no Magic being played in the feature match area yet.
I do have something to tell you looking at these deck lists, and that is that the Storm decks from Peach Garden Oath have the plan of bringing in Empty the Warrens to have an alternative line of going for the Goblin token kill. Now, I'm not saying that that's the best idea against Jeskai Ascendancy, but it is an option that's available to them depending on what sideboard cards they expect. And the Jeskai Ascendancy decks have a sideboard plan of going Gifts Ungiven into Unburial Rites, Iona, and Elish Norn.
I love the sideboard plan for this Ascendancy deck, and that is so the deck itself is designed by Josh Utter-Layton, but that sideboard package with the Gifts Ungiven and the Unburial Rites is Paulo's big contribution to the deck list.
I love to hear that. It's like it looks like a Josh Utter-Layton deck, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's good to see that Paulo is taking active part.
Okay.
I'm very happy that he's not playing Abzan like Willie Adel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're gonna take a live look in on Reed Duke versus Lars Dom. Those guys are underway here, and Lars is also playing Jeskai Ascendancy, but he's playing a somewhat diluted list.
Well, or an outdated list.
Yeah,
maybe?
an outdated list.
Did you say that he just didn't find Fate Stitchers to play?
Yeah, he had some card issues with Fate Stitchers, but he's also still playing the mana creatures. I think either version of the deck he's playing, which is not something we see in the Channel Firewall version.
Yeah, I think in the pseudo mirror that's actually fine. Against Storm, it also shouldn't have the biggest impact. But if you are playing against Patrick Chapin or against other Delver decks, that really hurts you. That Tremont Birds of Paradise might lose you the game.
So here we see Reed Duke resolving a turn 1 Gitaxian Probe. And 2 lands in hand, a second land in hand for Reed, which has been his bane throughout this. But we are ready to go back to our match between Owen Turtenwald and Paulo Vitor Damarosa. And they're underway with a fetch land from Paulo. The obligatory modern starting life total of 17.
Yeah. And, okay, might be a Serum Visions, which he's just waiting for Owen to shuffle his deck for. Has the Jeskai Ascendancy in hand, so definitely going to be looking to cast that on turn 3 for potential combo on turn 4. And I'm going to be interested in to see how Owen reacted in sideboarding. Is he just trying to be faster even on the draw, or does he have reactive cards here?
All right, sleight of hand from Owen Turtenwald.
No 2-drops from Paulo, but he has a Izzet-Tram, so it might be Paulo who is actually looking to maybe disrupt the combo a little bit. Once Pyromancer Ascension is resolved, it just gets so much easier for the Storm deck to go off.
Yeah, we've seen him just sit on that Izzet Charm, and he's like, okay, well, if you do something, I'll counter it. If you don't do anything, I'll start, sifting through the top of my deck with it.
In a sense, the decks are similar in that they work best if they have this enchantment down. Ascendancy can't win without it. Pyromancer Ascension can actually win without it because you have Past in Flames for incredible value.
And here's Gitaxian Probe from Owen. He's like, well, what am I facing? What's my clock like?
Yeah, and he does see that there's the potential for a turn 3 Jeskai Ascendancy here.
And there you see the hand he looked at. Ascendancy, Thought Scour, Serum Visions, Gitaxian Probe, and a couple of lands.
It doesn't look too impressive, but if the Jeskai Ascendancy resolves, then these 3 spells are just gonna go crazy. Basically giving Paulo access to, I don't know, 6 to 10 cards.
So Serum Visions for Owen Turtenwald.
Who brought it in a Dispel, it seems like. I'm not sure if that's like a really could be considered a trump card. It doesn't really seem like a matchup where you can stop your opponent by countering an instant. But it is good if you have a small counter over Pyromancer Ascension.
Yeah, it definitely seems like I'm seeing the Dispels coming in here for the counter wars.
Yeah. Definitely. The Swan Songs are even better because that might just stop your opponent from comboing.
Right. So Paulo plays Thought Scour at the end of the turn. Starts stocking up his graveyard. And draws a card.
So I know that Paulo Vitor has 2 Swan Songs in his sideboard to counter Pyromancer Ascension. Do you have Owen's list so we can see if he also has Swan Song? No, he has Wear Terrace though. So both of these players have ways to deal with opposing enchantments.
So Gitaxian Probe. Now Paulo wants the information. He sees a pair of Metamorphose. He sees a Ritual. He sees a Past in Flames. He sees the Dispel. And a pair of fetch lands.
Yeah, so the Dispel currently not doing anything, and Paulo threatening to resolve Jeskai Ascendancy now he knows that the coast is clear. On the other hand, Owen not with a really threatening hand. The fact that he has the Dispel that's not doing anything, and he would have to fire off the Metamorphosis without knowing what's going to happen.
Right.
That's not the position where you want to start going into your combo. Actually kind of similar to the game against Yamamoto, where he had basically waited to draw a Goblin Electromancer, protected it with Dispel, and then you actually generate mana with the Metamorphose.
So here comes the Ascendancy, Jeskai Ascendancy. And there you get a look at it. Whenever you cast an on-creature spell, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Untap those creatures. And then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you get to loot. You get to draw a card and discard a card.
I find it very pleasing that even though it's a card designed for creature strategies, you use all of the abilities for your combo.
Yeah. And so with a Fate Stitcher now, you can just keep untapping your land to pay for your next spell. Your Fate Stitcher gets
It's basically only all your spells are reduced by 1 in mana cost, and your creature grows. But then if you have a Gitaxian Probe, it actually costs -1, and it just goes crazy from there. Now, Owen is going off again, it looks like. We had a Metamorphose, a Flooded Strand thinning out the deck, and if Owen thinks that he can't beat the Ascendancy once it has come down, he needs to go off this turn.
Yeah, no. I mean, clearly, each time he's seen the Ascendancy hit play, he's broken the glass.
Yeah. And I would expect all of the three players to have discussed this and to have reached the consensus that that's what you want to be doing.
And so let's see the cards that Owen has to work with.
He found a Passive Flames, Desperate Ritual. So there's definitely no Ascendancy, no Pyromancer Ascension going on. He just needs to hope that he gets the mana necessary to Passive Flames and start flashing bats. Yeah, I think that's it. If you draw into 2 more rituals.
Right. He's got a Desperate Ritual and a Pyretic Ritual in hand.
You can see the 3 lands he has tapped. The 2 rituals in his graveyard is 5 mana. 2 more rituals from his hand is 7 mana. Then you cast Pass in Flames for 4, and you have you have actually 3 mana left. So that's more than enough to start casting the rituals again, casting the Metamorphoses, and the blue spells. So you should be able to find a victory condition from that.
So, and that's his 5th spell of the turn. Okay, and there's the Past in Flames.
I'll leave 3 red and 4.
Yeah, so at this point, it's I would say it's about finding the Grape Shot. There's a little bit of see even the splice onto arcane value.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was holding that back, but that makes total sense.
Yeah, I don't think that mana at this stage is going to be a big problem. Owen is also still on 16, so he can pay the Phyrexian mana on all his cards.
Oh, there's Empty the Warrens.
So he did bring in Empty the Warrens. Interesting. I wouldn't have thought that that is a card you want to have, given that you are forced to go off when your opponent plays Jeskai Ascendancy, but you don't want to pass the turn again.
Right.
5 red, 1 blue.
Maybe because it also blocks Fate Stitcher.
6 red, 1 blue.
Whoops. So we're on 12 spells here now.
I'll pay life.
13 spells. There's a Grape Shot.
Yeah, there's a Grape Shot. So with Gitaxian Probe in hand, another Desperate Ritual in hand, and more than enough mana, you just Grape Shot
Right.
Apollo here.
Yeah, Apollo's at 14 from his own mana.
4 red, 2
Yeah.
blue.
You don't need it to do anything else. So you also saw that the coast is clear. Not that there are many cards in Modern that protect you from this.
Yep.
Yep.
And there's the hand. He says, I can more than kill you.
Still had all these.
I could kill you even if all your lands came into play untapped and not doing any damage to you. So Owen Turtenwald wins 2-0 over Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Then you see a couple more matches going on, and this is William Jensen versus Tom Martell. William Jensen has the Pyromancer Ascension in play, and 1 counter on it. Tom Martell is playing the same deck. This is the same exact matchup we just watched.
Sitting on the same sides of the table.
Yeah. A mirror match.
Yeah.
Or a mirrored match, I should say.
Ascension on 1 is scary. Fate Stitcher in the graveyard is somewhat scary if Martell gets to cast an Ascendancy here. He also has drawn, I think, an Iona Shield of Emeria. So he might be going for the Gifts plan in addition to the regular combo.
So right now, yeah, he's resolving his Dig Through Time. There you get a look at William Jensen's stats, Pro Tour Hall of Famer. 5 top 8s, including that win at Pro Tour Boston. $18 Grand Prix top 8s, all of them last year. And it only felt that way.
Not quite.
Not quite. It only felt that way.
He demonstrated why he belongs in the Hall of Fame very convincingly.
Yeah. There you see Tom Martell, his numbers. 2 Pro Tour top 8s, 6 Grand Prix top 8s. And there is the Gifts Ungiven in Tom's hand. Does he have time?
The Pyromancer Ascension on 1 is very, very scary. We already talked about how it's simply resolving is a big problem, but William Jensen just needs another sleight of hand or a Gitaxian Probe, and it's going to go. Oh, he actually has the double Desperate Ritual, I think.
There you get a look at Desperate Ritual.
How many cards do you have? 6.
So that's at the end of Tom's turn?
I'm asking myself the same question. Is he just trying to put the second counter on the Ascendancy without running into counter magic maybe? If Tom Martell has Remand, Spell Snare, Swan Song, maybe you kind of want to make sure that you can't get time walked and that your Pyromancer Ascension is live before you untap. So if that's the case, that's a super high level play here. Or is it the main phase and he just wanted the lands, the mana? No, it is.
No.
It is the end of turn. Great play by William Jensen. He knows that if the Ascendancy goes active, the Desperate Rituals are not what's relevant.
So cast Serum Visions twice. Finds a second Grape Shot. It looks like he just found the Past in Flames as well.
I thought it was another ritual. So even that, he might just try to Grape Shot his opponent out. With the only issue being that, of course, you do not get to double up with Pyromancer Ascension. You get the Storm Trigger, and then you get one copy of the Ascension. That's otherwise you would basically just be winning right here. Which is not the case. Okay, that's the second part of the Serum Visions. We will get an update on the cards in hand. Okay, it's Dispel, Grape Shot, Wear Tear. So now it does matter that the Desperate Rituals haven't been cast this turn. But I still think it was a very, very good, smart play by Jensen.
How many cards in your hand? 6.
So resolving the scry here.
Yeah, it doesn't look entirely happy. This is only the first. Well, it's the first spell being cast this turn. It's the second spell resolving this turn. So there is no easy way to up your storm count in this position. You kind of have to continue playing this game because you don't want to start Grape Shotting for 3 or 4.
Right. So plays a land and he passes the turn.
Cards. 5.
And so this means that Tom Martell's going to get an opportunity to cast Gifts Ungiven.
And Tom is on this somewhat crazy plan, I would say, of going a lot larger, a lot bigger, but also playing all these reactive cards, which somehow didn't allow him to stop the Pyromancer Ascension. So he has Swansong, he has Izzet-Charm, he has Remand. He couldn't stop Pyromancer Ascension from resolving, and then, of course, it becomes really hard for him to stop it from accumulating the 2 counters. So, yeah, Gifts Ungiven is not resolving.
Right.
Dispel is... Here he actually said Dispel twice, just to make sure against the tapped out opponent. But both of these plays have a little bit too much land, so they can't really go off like they would like to. I have to think that Tom just wants to get Jeskai Ascendancy on the battlefield. Even if he isn't winning this turn, he then has counter backup and has to hope for Jensen not to draw, let's say, a Mana Morphose, or even a card draw spell is already quite scary. I also really like the fact that the new version, the non-green version, doesn't rely on Glittering Rish, because that's just so clunky, and so that way you just have the 4 Ascendancies, you have all the dig through times to find it.
Right.
That definitely didn't seem like a problem to find Jeskai Ascendancy.
So it's been very interesting to watch the evolution of this deck as people have started to puzzle it out.
It's funny to me that there was basically people saying it's almost impossible to beat when the versions were clearly not that strong yet.
Right.
There was not the consistency and not the power. At least I didn't see it at that stage. And now I'm slowly getting convinced. And yeah, let's talk about this tonight.
Tom plays his 5th land, passes the turn back to Jensen.
So doesn't try to resolve the Ascendancy. Is holding up all the counters he has. Might even be forced to double counter a spell if it gets copied by the Ascension, because he knows that Jensen is not holding spells that help him win the game.
Right. By the way, we have an update from the back table. Our undefeated player remains undefeated. Patrick Chapin is off to a 6-0 start here at the World Championship. 2-0 over Kentaro Yamamoto, who falls to 4-2.
Yeah. There's just these World Championships where somebody doesn't lose matches, which actually changes the math in the end.
Right.
Round 14 might be very interesting then. Not well.
You could see someone at maybe even like 8-6.
That's what
sneaking
happens.
in.
Yes, if somebody just crushes the opposition here. All right.
So is it charm?
Tom is now just digging for cards to help him win, and he also had to be very happy that Huey passed the turn.
Yeah.
So Huey had a dead draw, nothing that he could copy reasonably well, and now Martel, he really has to hurry up.
Right, and he discards a Fairy Conclave.
Yeah, that would have a Summoning Sickness if it comes into play tapped, and I think he knows that he cannot afford to take much longer. Now, drawing into some more card draw, that's okay, but you really have to find this Fate Stitcher.
Thought Scours, and now has, looks like 2 Jeskai Ascendancies in hand.
I have to say, on like with this hand, having the Fairy Conclave in hand and just hoping to survive one more turn is not the worst plan, because you do have so many counters that it's unlikely for Huey to draw a spell that just wins him the game on its own. I was kind of expecting Tom to also play a Jeskai Ascendancy, but it's clear that his game plan is really only to there we have the Fate Stitcher.
Sure.
So Fate Stitcher untaps an island.
Yeah.
Huey not drawing a spell leaves him with the Swan Songs in hand, and that means that he gets to protect his Jeskai Ascendancy from Wear Tear.
Right. So here comes Jeskai Ascendancy. And Serum Visions.
I'm going to untap and then I'm going to...
So you would think that Tom has 1 mana for Swansong, but then the Jeskai Ascendancy trigger will untap Fate Stitcher, give him another mana should he have to Swansong again.
So here you go. Wear Tear, which is going to get played twice with the Pyromancer Ascension.
Oh, so we just let that resolve then?
He did just let that resolve.
Looting.
And maybe he thought that he couldn't go off if he counters twice using it. What? I mean, using your mana for Swansong is basically free. So you continue to go off. You're still holding a Jeskai Ascendancy, which clearly isn't doing much, but you are cycling through your deck. And that should allow you to find another Fate Stitcher to maybe go off with.
But he does have a land to play this turn. Then does not have a spell at the end of that.
Yeah, so now I'm not sure if...
He needs a Gitaxian Probe, right?
I'm just not sure why he wanted to let that happen. Oh, is it possible that he only is holding a single Swan Song?
He is only holding a single Swan Song.
So then he couldn't counter twice. Yeah, well, then he had to let it resolve and has to win with the next Ascendancy. Is that Engineered Explosives? Putting Engineered Explosives to the bottom here, probably as a backup plan against both Goblin tokens and a resolved Pyromancer Ascension.
Okay. So Fate Stitcher untaps a land.
This is exiled, right?
Yep. Passes the turn and exiles his Fate Stitcher.
I don't know what happened there,
Cards in your hand? 3.
but it seemed that it wasn't necessary for Tom to go for it in that fashion. Now his Fate Stitcher is exiled and his Ascendancy is gone, and Huey did only draw a Ritual again. So we are looking at a ton of mana, but only 4 plus 6 damage, 10 damage. Tom Martell is on 11. Is that true? Yeah, it's 4 plus 6 because of the copy on Pyromancer Ascension. Oh, now he's on 10.
Oh well.
But I mean, Tom knows that he's living on borrowed time, right? His time was really. It's actually a surprise that he's still alive.
Here you see Jensen doing some math.
So next time we're going to see Tom trying to go off again with the Ascendancy that he still has. But the problem is you can't really use a remand to start the chain. You really want to draw into Dig Through Time.
Well, he did just draw Dig Through Time.
Look at that. So I think that could be it. William Jensen with basically one damage short. Tom Martell probably just thinking about the order in which to play his spells.
So you have to play, I assume, the Ascendancy first?
If you want to get as well, if you want to see as many cards as possible, that's definitely what you need to do.
Okay,
yes.
it looks like he passed the turn and Jensen just drew a Metamorphose.
Brian, I don't know what's going on here, but I hope for Tom Martell's sake that he has a plan. I mean, there is going to be a powerful Dig Through Time, but it would have been a powerful Dig Through Time in his main phase as well.
Right.
So this way he does see whether his opponent did draw something to get himself out of it, but what he doesn't know is that he's potentially just losing to the grape shots and rituals. But I just noticed that Huey has only a single red mana. So if both of these Metamorphoses get countered, he's sitting there with Ritual, Grape Shot, and can't win.
Right. So Dig Through Time is the play from Tom Martell. Looks at the top 7 cards of his library. 2 shots to find an answer.
It's possible that Huey could have started off with a Ritual, kind of like baiting. It looked like you are only baiting a counter,
right?
But in fact, you're fixing your mana. It's possible that Tom Martell would have picked up on it and still countered it.
Does find a wear tear in there.
Yeah, but that would mean that the Metamorphose resolves, right? So, what are the other options? There's Remand, and he does have another Remand in hand. If he has the read that Huey does not have a red mana, double Remand.
Right. So he could keep Remand and wear tear, Remand, untap, and then wear tear the Pyromancer Ascension.
Yeah, or just win the game, depending on his hand.
If that's what you're into, Simon.
I don't hate it. Yeah, we have to take a look at Huey's hand here.
Yeah.
Ritual, Grape Shot. That's a lethal hand.
But
if you have a red mana.
But it is not a lethal amount of mana. All right. So Lars Dom, it took him a long time to get there, but he evened up his match against Reed Duke with his version of Jeskai Ascendancy.
Oh, so we have a third matchup of the same pairing.
So Tom is really torn here. It does not look like he kept the second remand.
It is much easier for us here.
Yeah, well, obviously. I mean, he can't know what is in. So he's going to wear tear.
Either way, one of these two people would have been really upset with how things went.
Right.
But you can't expect your opponent to be holding basically the kill, but just missing a red.
Because it goes on the stack second.
Copy resolves first.
The copy's on the stack first. Okay, 1 second.
Well, it resolves. You said they're resolving. I'm just making sure.
I said this spell was.
You said your Manamorphose resolve.
We can ask it, sure.
All right, I think there's some confusion about which spell was remanded, maybe, or which spell is resolving. Oh, okay. So, well, hasn't been a remand. So it's just wear tear on Pyromancer Ascension, and the question is what is resolving. All right.
You have high cards in here?
Still 4.
Oh yeah, I think it might be because the copy is on top on the stack, so the copy is on top of the original. So if Tom says it resolves, then it really can only be the copy, which is the card that the spell that Tom wants to remand, if anything.
Got it.
So
here's what happened.
yeah, it looks like we actually have a judge call, as you see.
Yeah.
Okay. I cast Manamorphose and made a copy. In response, he played Dig Through Time, and he cast Tear on Ascension. Then I said, okay, Tear resolves, and then he said, okay, your Manamorphose is resolved. And I said, okay, so the copy resolves first. He was like, oh, if that's the case, wait a second, they might not resolve.
Yeah, it looks like he has a pretty good case here. The communication seems to be clear.
I just didn't realize the ordering on the stack, and then was thinking about it more.
At the point, so what exactly was said? Again, run me through that. So
I'm not sure exactly what I said at any point in time. Like, I'm not sure the exact words.
Okay.
Like, that sounds reasonably close.
From what that was said there, sounds like you did pass priority. Do you agree that happened?
Sure, I guess. I mean,
If you pass priority, then
Okay.
the top item of the stack does resolve.
So I'm going to get red from the copy.
Yep.
Okay. So there you go. So the Metamorphose copy is resolving.
Yep.
And red in the pool for Jensen.
As it turns out, Jensen would have been happy with just one copy resolving, and there was only one way to prevent that, which Tom didn't go for. So we might see. Here we go through the motions here, maybe trying to find some backup, but it's actually not needed with the cards he has in hand.
the Desperate Ritual resolves.
All right, so I got a 4 red.
Yep.
And then Metamorphose resolves. And you get
So he
2
cast the
blue.
Desperate Ritual before the second
Another
Metamorphose
nice
resolve.
play, just showing off here that the fact that he doesn't know if his Manamorphose will resolve, he makes sure that he has enough red mana. But to be honest, he could have done it in any order.
Probe you, put Storm to 5.
There is actually a probe. Remand, Serum Visions, Jeskai Ascendancy. That's not going to stop 2 Grape Shots.
Right.
I have a feeling that at least one of these players is going to replay this match.
Storm's 5, I have 4 red and 2 blue.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible for Tom to know that. You just have to remand all the red sources.
Yeah, on the other hand, I was very surprised to not see a main phase Dig Through Time.
1 red and 1 blue.
If that just finds the rare chair, I think he is just in a much better spot.
Right. So Goblin Electromancer comes down here.
4.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to use 1 of the red, leaving myself with the blue and 2 red. To cast a Desperate Ritual and put Storm to 7. Is that right?
Storm is at 7.
Okay. There you hear the players.
So right now you have, before that resolves, you have 1 red, 2 blue.
I have 1 blue, 2 red.
And Storm is at 7.
Yes. Before this resolves, Storm is at 7.
This is looking like this match is going to go to Jensen. He's up 1 game.
The Hallowed Fountain almost cost him. If that had been a Steam Benz, he would have had the win already. So he was just lacking red mana. Tomatel is now realizing that this is just a lethal
shows him
hand.
the 2 grape shots and the Dispel.
Doesn't matter if I don't wear them.
Yep.
Wow. So William Jensen
I actually cast Manamorphose first.
goes to 4-2 over Tom Martell. And then now we're going to get our look at a third matchup here between Pyromancer Ascension and Jeskai Ascendancy. The A-list battle of this weekend, Ascendancy versus Ascension.
We have a theme round.
Yeah. Reed Duke versus Lars Dam.
And it is important to note that Lars Dam is on an entirely different list.
Yes.
Just looking at his main deck, he's not playing any green creatures. He also has a crazy mana base. I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Both of these players, Magic Online champions.
Oh, true. Yeah, now that you say it.
There you see Lars Dam, the reigning Magic Online champion. Reed Duke, of course, 2011, I believe.
Yeah. And it's funny how we think about Reed Duke and we don't really think about this Magic Online Championship anymore because he's now this
now,
superstar.
187 pro points later, $124,000 later.
But we could say the same thing about Lars Dam in 3 years, right?
Sure.
It's not impossible.
So it looks like a Leyline of Sanctity is going to kick things off for Lars Dam.
Yeah, I like just having 4 of these in the sideboard. It just makes it a lot more difficult for Reed. Players are tied, so Reed might have already seen the Leyline, might also have boarded in the Empty the Warrens to just win a bit easier.
Right. Yeah, we can. So he Gitaxian probes himself to draw a card.
Yeah, at least that doesn't force you to discard.
And now cast Sleight of Hand. I'll argue that there's already a little sleight of hand going on when you're Gitaxian probing yourself. And so Reed Duke, of course, playing, very, very within probably 1 or 2 cards, the same list as Owen and Billy Jensen.
I would be very surprised if there was much difference.
Yeah, I think Huey told me there was maybe 2 card different from in what Reed was playing.
Okay, so just based on preference. Or
Yeah.
Yeah, and Reed has to battle back here a little bit with a 2-3 record. He does want to collect these wins in Modern. Now, it really depends on his sideboard how he's gonna beat the Leyline. He has the tools to do so, and I'm not saying Goblin Electromancer beatdown is the way to go. Wear Tear.
But Goblin beatdown might be.
Yes, Goblin beatdown with Empty the Warrens, or you have to destroy the Leyline with Wear Tear. That's pretty much what you have to do if you're Storm combo.
Yeah. And Reed is not very far away from being able to cast a Treasure Cruise already, as he digs through his deck. There you get a look at Leyline of Sanctity. You can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponent controls.
Yeah, and it's a lot better if you don't pay the mana for it.
Yes. Yes, it is. We've seen this card be a factor in Modern before.
Yeah, I would.
Pro Tour Return to Ravnica. It was quite the card for Stanislav Sivka.
I would even think that Reed Duke had it in his Hexproof Boggles deck.
Right.
When he almost won the World Championships.
So there we go. Get a look at Lars Dam's hand. He's going to cast Faithless Looting here.
Yeah, you see that his game plan is a bit more reckless in a sense. You just try to Faithless Looting. You try to find your combo pieces, and we've already mentioned Glittering Wish. The mana base is a lot worse than if you are just playing strict Jeskai. But on the other hand, you do have more ways to find the Ascendancy.
So now he is trying to decide what 2 cards he pitches. He discards a Metamorphose and a land and says, go.
Yeah, very, very interesting here is that Lars Dam is playing 4 Treasure Cruise, and the new version of Jeskai Ascendancy combo is going for dig through times mainly. So it's
four dig through times and one treasure cruise, right?
Because
the mix.
that's going to be a good card either way, and you also have Gifts Ungiven from the sideboard. But still, it shows you how different these decks are.
So Wear and Tear takes out the Leyline of Sanctity, and now the probing can begin. He's like, "What do you have? What's going on?"
Yeah, and once again, I like...
He sees 2 Treasure Cruises, a Manamorphose, and a Faithless Looting.
I like the fact that Reed is not trying to win with Goblins here, because it might just be a turn too slow, but instead goes for a more proactive plan that makes all his spells better. He gets to Gitaxian Procs, see what's going on, maybe resolve a Treasure Cruise.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, have you seen anyone resolve a Treasure Cruise with with 2 counters on a Pyromancer Ascension yet?
No, not yet. Have you?
I have not. I really want to, though.
Yeah, but I did. I did clear up with the judge what happens if you delve your Treasure Cruise, if you get a counter from another Treasure Cruise on your Ascension, and you do not, because the Pyromancer Ascension doesn't see the cards in the graveyard.
Because it's part of the casting cost.
Yeah. It's good. It's good enough already. So.
Yes. So here you see what Reed Duke has to work with. A couple of Lightning Bolts, Sleight of Hand, Ritual, a couple more Wear Tears.
Which is incredible, because it just gets rid of Jeskai Ascendancy in addition to destroying the Leyline of Sanctity here. So he actually drew all his Wear Tears.
Which is going to mean we need 3 Ascendancies from Lars to fight his way through that.
Or more advanced methods of stacking your triggers and somehow going off with a Wear Tear on the stack, which Josh Layton somehow pulled off. I think it was an Abrupt Decay, but the...
right. Oh, I saw that, yeah. So Sleight of Hand, then Serum Visions for Reed Duke. Looks like he just saw a Pyromancer Ascension there. I don't know if that card's as exciting after you've cast a Treasure Cruise.
It's actually 2 Lightning Bolts in his hand. So that's because, or that must be because he knows that there's green creatures to target with these bolts. Right. And I mean, if you aren't doing anything else, you can just bring your opponent down to a lower life total while also triggering Pyromancer Ascension. But the Noble Hierarch that Lars Dam just drew will most likely just die to a burn spell. Yeah, this matchup seems a lot worse for Jeskai Ascendancy, just by having a slower deck that needs the green creatures, not having the amount of Fate Stitchers.
Yeah, I saw Dave Williams playing with the Fate Stitcher combo during Eternal Weekend, and it was like, ooh, that's going to be pretty sweet.
Do you know if he was still playing green cards?
I think he was.
Because that's kind of the progression. We had the green Glittering Wish version, and then we had the green with Fate Stitchers, but still Caryatid and the green mana base. And now we see that you can actually ditch green, just play Jeskai Ascendancy combo.
Okay. So Manamorphose from Lars Dam plays a fetch land. It's like a Flooded Strand, and now is pulling a land from his deck. And what is his plan here?
It looks like you're once again preparing a Treasure Cruise. I don't know why he's thinking so hard here. His mana base looks quite solid with 3 different duels. You do have to be careful. You have to take a duel that you can actually fetch 4 with Flooded Strand.
Right. So it doesn't have blue up for... Oh, but he may have blue from his...
Yeah, I thought he had mana floating, and he has 6 cards in his graveyard, so... Pact of Negation.
So Faithless Looting. And now he has Treasure Cruise mana.
Yeah, and he knew that when he started with the Manamorphose. So this is going to draw Lars 3 new cards. The thing that we have to mention is that Reed is holding a lot of burn, but if Lars doesn't pay life in any way, he does need something else to really get there. So we'll see what the 3 cards are that Lars draws here. Flooded Strand, Glittering Wish, and Birds.
Birds of Paradise.
Which is good, which is what you want to see with this kind of deck.
So Noble Hierarch comes out to draw the first bolt.
Well, Lars doesn't know that yet,
Yeah.
but he would love to have that in play, of course.
Is the coast clear, guys?
Just a 0/1.
Yeah. Then you see a grape shot for Reed Duke. Joins the
That actually changes things. So I see 3 mana, 4 with the ritual.
Can he just bolt?
Hey,
Ritual,
it's
ritual
close.
bolt.
Yeah,
Do
if
something else and just
you have 4
kill
with the ritual, then the mana Morphos. Lightning Bolt, Grape Shot. That's not quite lethal, but there's also Pyromancer Ascension. So the Lightning Bolts could start fueling that. The first one, it doesn't really matter the order you play that in. And I think with this hand, Reed doesn't really want to tap out. If you're holding 2 Wear Tears, tapping out just to give your opponent an opening for the combo does not really seem like what you want to be doing. Oh, there we have it, the bolt, as expected.
Yeah.
Now the second Ascension. No, not the second. The first Ascension of the game.
It looks like he's gonna Manamorphose into it. Nope. He's just gonna play the Ascension and pass the turn.
All right. It's very unlikely that Lars Dam is capable of going off here with no Ascension in play, no mana creature in play. This is what is the big advantage of having a Fate Stitcher from your graveyard. Haste.
Right.
And
you get to
also,
unearth it for just blue.
Yeah. It's an incredible card. Now, you see, Glittering Ridge is actually a good card to have here if you are looking for the Ascendancy, or if you maybe want to find a card from your sideboard to get rid of Pyromancer Ascension.
So you could Glittering Wish for a Wear Tear, which
but is that castable for Lars? Yeah, with the Flooded Strand, he's most likely. I'm not gonna say it's definite. His mana base is a bit interesting here. So Glittering Wish would take his white mana and the Stomping Ground, leaving him with a Watery Grave. Now, Watery Grave is definitely not casting Rare Tear.
All right. Well, he is casting Glittering Wish. So let's see what he gets.
Yeah, I see a Hallowed Fountain, so that is still going to be in his library if he wants to take Rare Tear here.
And that's exactly what he gets.
Yeah. There would have also been Abrupt Decay. It really just depends on how he wants to spend this turn.
So there you go. Flooded Strand is going to go get a white mana source. So he's going to take 3 to do that.
Yeah, the 3 life, not irrelevant, but Duke already used his first bolt, so he isn't threatening as much damage as previously.
Right. And then Wear Tear takes down the Ascension. Lars sends the turn back to Duke.
And Lars really doesn't have much. He had to use his Glittering Wish defensively, so now he's sitting on Mana Creatures and Treasure Cruise, which has potential, but is not looking great. So facing a Storm player that has the full 7 cards in hand is passing the turn, you know that it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, double Manamorphose, Pyretic Ritual, Grape Shot, and Lightning Bolt. Starts to get very scary. Obviously, Lars doesn't know that there's a bird. Here's a Noble Hierarch.
Yeah, what we could see here is if Reed is happy to draw out this game, because he has the Rare Tears, he can just Manamorphose and play a small Grape Shot.
And kill both of those.
Killing both of these creatures. Yeah. He gets a ton of value, prevents his opponent virtually from ever going off, and he doesn't really lose much, because if he draws another Pyromancer Ascension, or at some point a Past in Flames, he's still winning just as well.
So he breaks a fetch land. Reed Duke's down, I think, to 6 after that fetch land. But no, it's not really a. Does Lars have any way to punish him for that?
No, this is not a burn deck in any way. I think you might want to be able to Glittering Wish for something, but even that is not the case.
So here we see the Metamorphose, and I think that this is going to be. Oh wait, another Metamorphose.
There's the Pyromancer Ascension. They would have been really happy to be in play before that second
Ahead of
Metamorphose.
those, yes.
I don't believe that Reed has a lethal turn here. Lightning Bolt taking down to 9, but I don't see 9 spells being cast this turn.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see the 2 creatures get killed.
Yeah, not quite sure why the second Metamorphose was needed there. It's so much less scary to play against a deck where you know that they will have to play a summoning sick creature before going off. It gives you basically a whole turn where you don't have to worry about tapping out, your opponent just going off like crazy.
And there is the Pyromancer Ascension, drawn a little bit out of sequence for him.
Serum Visions for Dom, who is now deciding between
Serum Visions and Treasure Cruise.
Serum Visions. It's really just about the order. I kind of like scrying first because then the card draw is relevant.
And he's come to the same conclusion you did.
Yeah, that's a good sign for one of us.
For what I was just going to say.
Yeah, but sometimes it can actually be correct to do it the other way around. It really depends on how many turns you still want this game to go. But yeah, I think Lars knows that time is running out.
So what does he need to find here to get out of this situation?
And that's really the problem. With 0 Fate Stitchers in his deck, he is really only relying on 4 Birds of Paradise and 4 Noble Hierarch. I don't even think that he has Carven Caryatid, which I find actually quite surprising.
Right.
So he really just needs one of these creatures, needs to untap with it, and then needs to go off.
Also doesn't have Fairy Conclave.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not part of this meta base. You know what's part of this meta base? Ravnica duels.
So, Treasure Cruise does get played. Looks like there's another Glittering Wish in his hand.
Yeah, so at this point, the Wear Tear has already been cast from his graveyard. I don't know if there was maybe a line to get Abrupt Decay the first time, and now, because you only have 3 mana left, you would be able to maybe Glittering Wish for Wear Tear. On the other hand, Lars was never planning to Glittering Wish twice for answers.
Right.
That's not the proactive game plan that you have if you're playing a Faithless Looting combo deck.
All right, so he's looking, he's thinking, tapping his leg. We know he won a long, drawn-out game against Reed Duke in Game 2.
Sure. Can I use Glittering Wish to take cards that have been removed from the game?
I do not believe so.
They're talking to the judge.
Glittering Wish. I think the Exile Zone is in the game.
Yeah, it's possible that there was something. Oh, it could just be about the speed of the game.
Sure.
Pace of play. I don't know how much I like looking at these Treasure Cruises, and your graveyard is just so tiny. Oh, interesting. That used to be a thing.
Right. So it used to be that you could exile a card. You could get like a Cunning Wish loop going with exiled Cunning Wishes to get your storm count up.
That was very relevant at one World Championship, where Daniel Zink won with Mirari's Wake.
Right. But that does not work that way anymore.
Yeah, that has been a couple of years.
Yeah.
No, it's actually just your sideboard cards.
Right. This is because of the addition of the Exile Zone.
Exactly.
It's no longer considered a card.
The Exile Zone is part of the game.
Yeah.
Like, it's not outside the game.
Yeah. Makes me a little sad. There you get a look at Glittering Wish. Green, white. Choose a multicolored card you own from outside the game. Reveal that card and put it into your hand. The only thing that lets you get is a card from your sideboard.
And the funny thing is, the Wish cycle, the original Wish cycle, was always already very powerful, and Glittering Wish is emulating that in a sense, but it took very long for there to be a gold card that you actually wanted to fetch, and it is Jeskai Ascendancy, as it turns out. It looks like Lars is still thinking about this turn.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
They're waiting for the judge to give them a ruling here.
I confirm. You cannot. Okay.
And it sounds like he told them what we already knew.
Oh, so I just assumed that they knew already and they were thinking about how to proceed here, but it did in fact get double checked.
You can always appeal a judge ruling too.
Yeah, there's something special about appealing to a judge ruling at this tournament because there's 3 equal head judges.
So pays mana for Gitaxian Probe. Says what am I facing down here?
2 Wear Tears, Poetic Ritual, and Lightning Bolt. With the Lightning Bolt triggering the Ascension, the other cards don't. This could actually turn into a win for Lars if he somehow manages to, in a sense, have the same game as we saw against Huey, where Huey was just drawing cards, but they weren't really doing anything. So if Lars gets to maybe resolve the ley line he just drew, or is he going to onto the beatdown plan? It's actually not a bad idea if your opponent is on 6.
Wait, what card?
Sigarda, Host of Herons.
Okay.
Wasn't expecting that.
No, not a card I was expecting to see in play in this matchup today.
There's another Lightning Bolt, so we have to check the life total again here. Also, the double bolt will enable the Ascension on their own, but
life totals are correct. It's 11 for Lars.
So 11.
And 6 for Reed Duke.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Grape Shot anymore. That was the cost to killing these 2 mana creatures, but that was definitely correct.
All right.
Yeah.
So I will play Sigarda.
If Reed was on 5, this would be tremendous. Now, this way, it's only a 2-turn clock.
Lars is like, I hear you like hexproof.
Just imagine Noble Hierarch coming down.
Oh my gosh.
Trigger Exalted. Well, it would probably get killed, but it would still be glorious. Yeah, this is really fun if you play a deck like this. This is clearly not what your game plan was, but because your opponent doesn't respect your burn potential, you just have the chance to run out a creature from your sideboard and win that way.
All right, so Lightning Bolt number 1 comes and drops Lars to 8. One counter on the Pyromancer Ascension.
And a Meddling Mage. So Rachel looks to have boarded quite a few cards, and it was good that he drew the Rare Tears, but currently he can't use them, and is also tapping out of white mana now with a Meddling Mage. Okay, we didn't quite hear what he said there.
He named Faithless Looting.
Okay, so just doesn't want his opponent to draw into more cards. It's also in the graveyard, so...
There you get a look at a Meddling Mage, white-blue. As Meddling Mage comes into play, name a non-land card, and the named card can't be played.
I think Lars is favored here. I think he just has to basically sweat 1 draw step and not get burnt out. Manamorphose on the left-hand side of the table. Yeah, I think we are going to see a hard cast Leyline of Sanctity. which does run into the Rare Tear that Reed is holding.
Okay.
which will put the second counter on the Ascendancy.
Yeah, so in a sense, it's a disadvantage to give.
Or has the wear tear been removed?
It might have been removed,
Yeah, it was
by
removed.
Treasure Cruise. Yeah. So keep in mind that Reed will not be able to crack that fetch land if Sigarda attacks, which I fully expect here. And on the other hand, Reed is still holding that lightning bolt, so he isn't far off from winning, especially if the meddling mage gets to attack for 2. He only needs the second counter on Pyromancer Ascension. Now Lars Dam, on the other hand, is drawing 3 cards here, so it looks like he is not going for Leyline. Maybe wants to find the Noble Hierarch, because I think if Duke is actually forced to spend the lightning bolt, his chances of winning go down significantly.
Absolutely.
I have to say that the turn where Duke double mana Morphosed did come back to hurt him.
So another Glittering Wish.
Do I have to check the sideboard again? You can go for Counterflux, Scarscale Ritual. That is only relevant if you can remove a counter from a creature. Abrupt Decay hasn't been used yet. Might be an option. Fire Spout, Detention Sphere. Yeah, just some answers to other cards. I don't know if that's good enough for Lars here. He definitely doesn't want to give his opponent life with Fiery Justice.
Plays a bird. Says go.
So doesn't even use the mana he has available here.
Reed cannot crack his fetch land. He's at 1.
It's actually possible that Lars just prefers not to crack his Flooded Strand, or that his Flooded Strand can't find the required mana anymore.
That is quite possible. Pyromancer's Ascension has won the other 2 tables that we saw this matchup in.
Yeah, so it's definitely not a bad matchup, and I thought, well, it just makes sense to assume that it's better if your opponent is playing green 0/1 creatures.
Right, so Lightning Bolt you.
Ooh. Metamorphose.
That should be enough to turn the tide here.
But it's only 2 draw steps. You can easily not find the cards here.
Okay, except all right, so there's a Pyretic Ritual,
7 red.
which makes 7 mana.
Floating 5 red. Metamorphose and copy it. So the first copy gives me 5 red, 2 blue.
Land.
Second copy, 5 red, 4 blue.
Land. That's bad news.
Sorry, why did you say 7 red?
He's holding a pair of Wear Tears.
Oh, I'm sorry. It should be 6.
Yeah, Reed is correcting himself. I think he's so used to going off with Goblin Electromancer, and he has a gold 2/2 creature in play, so he got a bit confused there.
So, Meddling Mage attacks, the bird just jumps in the way of it.
Sigarda, ladies and gentlemen.
Attack you. Reed extends the hand. Lars Dam wins. He goes to 3-3 and puts one on the board.
I can't believe it. I can't
Jeskai
believe
Ascendancy.
this game. It's just crazy. It's not Jeskai Ascendancy.
I'm sorry. I'm just
For Sigarda.
Glittering Wish Sigarda combo. Oh my gosh! There you have it. Lars Dam gets himself to even. Gets himself to 500,
which is solid.
Which is exactly where you'd really like to be, especially if you had maybe a rough patch on day 1 like he did in terms of getting his deck sorted out. And he wins. On the other tables, we saw Patrick Chapin go to 6-0. He's the only undefeated player left in this tournament, and he is going to, he's just putting distance between himself and the field.
He's backing up the talk from Proto Journey into Nyx.
Yeah,
he didn't just say it; he's here to prove it.
Yeah, I mean he was really focused. And then we also saw Owen Turtenwald win with Pyromancer Ascension and William Jensen win with Pyromancer Ascension. The third member of the Peach Garden Oath, Reed Duke, fell to Sigarda, host of Herons.
Crazy.
Amazing Magic. We're about to send it back to the news desk.
Yeah, it's sort of Jeskai Ascendancy. It's close, but no Sigarda. So that is Lars Dam 3 and 3, Reed Duke now at 2 and 4. I'm really sorry to do that to you with you just sitting right there. I've been joined by Randy Buehler, and it's time, Randy, for goodness sake, let's get this done. The top 5 decks in Modern. Let's go to it.
It's time to start the Modern format. We should do the overview, right?
Fair.
All right.
What have we got at number 5?
Yeah, we did. We went through the honorable mentions earlier, and of course, in my first half of the 5, I had the Cruise Burn deck, of course. I had the Storm deck, fully expecting exactly what was going to happen. I didn't do quite that well, but yeah. Top 5, here we go. The Jund deck. You can call it Jund. Black-Green X is kind of the real name for this deck. And what you do with the X nowadays, we saw Willie Edel in a deck tech. Siege Rhino is the best card to splash into your Black-Green deck nowadays. Bloodblade Rhino, I thought was the great name for it that Willie had coined. And yeah, so this is still a deck. This is still a very real thing. It can kill creatures, it can discard, it can get a game against Delver, it can get a game against combo. It's just good, solid, kind of a fair deck, but a very good one.
Isn't that a problem? That the deck is trying to be fair when, as we are seeing, as the Modern format's gone on today, some people are trying to not be fair at all.
Yeah, there's 10 combo decks in our 24-person field. That is more combo than I think anybody was expecting. 4 Ascendancy decks, 3 of the Storm lists, and then 3 Scape Shifts. And I'm not even counting Pod as a combo deck.
Sure, because that's closer to fair.
It is, and then the combo has become less and less of what those guys are trying to do. But yeah, I mean, if you know what you're doing with an Abzan deck, with a Rock deck, you can beat any 2 of those 3 matchups. So if you know what's coming up and you know how to play the deck, you get good at extracting value, yeah, it's a perfectly reasonable choice.
Yeah.
It's not broken. You're not going to wow anybody with your deck choice, but you know what? You've got a decent game against anybody. You're sort of 55% against everyone.
Yeah, and it was interesting, Willie saying during the deck tech that basically they're all the same. It doesn't matter what the cards in it are, they're all the same deck, which means that all that experience he's had over 20 years of playing the game, here we are.
Oh, right, yeah. Siege Rhino's the right thing to play nowadays, but that doesn't mean that it totally changes the way the deck plays.
Sure. All right, so that's number 5. Number 4 now, and we go back to combo mode, and yet have we got a single copy of this in the
zero
field?
copies in the field. I had it at number 4 coming into the tournament. I mean, it has certainly been one of the staples of this Modern format forever. But yeah, the combo players went towards Storm. They went towards sort of new school Ascendancy lists. No Splinter Twin players here, but you show up for a Modern tournament, whether it's a GP or FNM, what have you, you got to be ready for this deck. It is very good. It is very consistent, and Dig Through Time makes it even better.
Yeah, and certainly Patrick Dickman will be playing this in GP Milan, regardless of what the metagame here tells us. Pretty much. Let's go to the top 3 then. And this is something that we've seen Sean McLaren very much champion.
Oh, yeah.
Jeskai.
Jeskai's good. I mean, you've got bolts and plows to deal with whatever creatures they've got, whether they're attacking you with creatures or trying to combo out with their creatures. You've got the ability to remove them. You're good against the Delver deck. You've got the permission to be good against the combo decks. I mean, it's a very versatile deck. It's got, it wasn't called Jeskai when Sean won the Pro Tour with it, but I mean, I think the name sort of suits it. It's got that same sort of, I can deal damage quickly, I can counter things and go for the long game. A lot of different ways you can build it. Sean's take on it here, to the surprise of absolutely no one, he's playing it again, seems to be doing reasonably well with it. And yeah, you look at that last bullet, it's kind of interesting. Not only did Sean win the last Pro Tour with it, it's also what won the last World Championships in Shahar's hands.
Absolutely, yeah. And a tremendous deck, and similar in a way to the Abzan deck in that it's so versatile. That's one of the keys to both of those. You can go quick, you can have enough early defense to go long. Ultimately, you have play, and that's a word that pros love. Have play to a deck. Chance to outplay your opposition.
Definitely.
All right, the top 2, here we go. Number 2, it's going to be blue-red Delver, or just Delver.
I'm calling it just Delver. I mean, the Delver decks aren't that different in the grand scheme of things. Maybe you want the green for Tarmogoyf, maybe you want to get some white cards in your deck, maybe you just want to be clean blue-red, but Delver of Secrets, Young Pyromancer, sort of these super efficient creatures, lightning bolts, and then whatever you're doing, whether it's Gitaxian Probes or lightning bolts, sort of all these cheap cards that are capable of flipping a Delver or generating generating profit off of Pyromancer, but also really good at going to the graveyard and fueling your treasure cruises. So, that treasure cruise has really, this is the best home for treasure cruise. I mean, maybe the combo decks are going to work out to be a better home long term, but this is sort of the easiest good home for treasure cruise, and these decks have really taken over Modern. They are the most played decks here. You look at the metagame breakdown that's posted on the web, and it looks a little closer. It's like, oh, there's 4 Ascendancies and 4 blue-red Delvers, but the Delver decks are in 3 piles, right? You've got the green ones, the white ones, and the blue-red ones. You pile all the Delver decks together, it's fully 7 out of the 24 decks we've got here. 30% of the field here is Delver.
Right, and the thing is, Modern was the format that people were nervous about coming in. And boy, is this ever a safe pair of hands. You have to be reasonably unlucky to go 0-4 if you're a great player with a blue-red Delver list. Whereas if you choose Affinity, you could be utterly hated to the dawn of time. Your combo could go horribly wrong and just be skewered every round. Blue-red Delver is a very safe choice.
Yeah, and a lot of people made that basic choice.
All right, so what's your number 1?
And the more things change, the more things stay the same.
La plus ça change, la plus ça même chose. Had to do a bit of French since we're here in Nice. Go for it.
The Birthing Pod deck is just great. I mean, I think that Birthing Pod fans around the world were a little nervous about cons, but as the format has shaken out, it hasn't changed that much. Ascendancy decks are pretty good against Pod, but you know what? You can still go get your Linvala. You've got so many one-ofs that are good and so many ways to tutor out exactly the right card for the right situation that Birthing Pod, it's got game against everything. I mean, can play that mid-range value deck. You can make it a little combo-centric if you want to. It's going to be one of the staples of Modern for however long Birthing Pod stays legal.
Fantastic. So that's the number 1. But you know what's so great about Magic? It's always changing. Right now, I'm going to send you over to the video wall because who knows, in a couple of days' time, we might have an entirely different number 1 on the top of Randy's pile because right now, the emerging story in Modern is that finally the card that came out of Khan's Tarkir, Jeskai Ascendancy, that everyone saw and went, this is going to be crazy in Modern, everyone's going to play it, it's going to dominate, get it banned. Well, no one found a way to really make it happen. Maybe that changed today here on day 1 of the World Championship. Let's go inside that deck now with Randy Buehler and joining him, one of the architects and pilots of the new Jeskai Ascendancy combo. It's Tom Martell.
Hello and welcome to the Tournament Center. It is Deck Tech time. I'm Randy Buehler, being joined by Tom Martell. Welcome.
How's it going?
It's going great. I mean, Jeskai's Ascendancy seems to be going great for you guys too.
It is. It's really a tremendous deck. I think Rich was very generous calling me one of the architects of the deck. I have to really give the credit for this to Josh Utter-Layton. I'm here in his stead as he's still battling his round here. But yeah, the deck's tremendous.
So you guys sat down to test Modern. Did you think, was Ascendancy a real priority for you? Is this kind of what you thought going into the testing process would be good, or is it just something that emerged?
I mean, the buzz leading up to this Modern season was that Ascendancy would be broken, right? Everyone was playing the green-based list with all the blue cantrips and the wisps, trying to use Caryatid to make a bunch of mana. We weren't really that wowed by that deck, and so sort of moved on to other things.
Okay.
But then we showed up, and Raptor said, "Hey, I have this blue-eye-red list that's really, really awesome. I think this is just the best deck in Modern."
Wow.
I was pretty skeptical at first.
Okay.
Started playing with it though, and I think he went 17-1 against me in games.
Whoa.
And I played 6 different decks and just got crushed by everything. And I said, "Okay, this is for real."
All right, sounds like a good deck. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of the key of the deck here.
Yeah, walk people through. Maybe people haven't understood what does Fate Stitcher do. Fate Stitcher seems like the key card that lets you guys kind of drop the green mana, drop the whole green mana critter plan in favor of just being 3-color.
Right, so this makes you also a lot more resilient. The fact that Fate Stitcher comes out on the turn you're going off instead of having
and so
to set
this Unearth ability is the key, right?
Exactly. So Unearth, I mean, it's an ability that lets you pay 1 blue mana and then return it to the play from your graveyard with haste. It goes away at the end of the turn, so you have to combo off that turn.
Okay.
But it lets you start going off for 1 mana, and since he has haste and he lets you untap lands,
it's almost like he's got a built-in retraction helix.
Yeah, he immediately untaps the land that played him, so he actually costs no mana to put into play.
So sure.
Either you already have an Ascendancy in play, or you can, even on turn 3, which is the earliest you can go off. My very first game in this tournament, I went off on turn 3.
Wow.
Turn 2, you use Izzet Charm to put in the graveyard, Unearth him, cast Ascendancy, cast the Gitaxian Probe, you're off to the races.
Wow.
And the mechanic there really is, Fate Stitcher comes into play, you then cast another, you untap a land, cast another spell, so your Ascendancy triggers, untaps the Fate Stitcher, untaps another land, use that mana to play another spell, untap the Fate Stitcher, and every time he's growing bigger, once he gets large enough, you attack and kill them.
So that +1/+1 just eventually turns him into a 20 power guy?
Exactly, however big you need him to be.
And then the discard here means if you find any other Fate Stitchers,
exactly.
you just get to dump them into the graveyard, bring them out, and now suddenly you're turning a profit on mana with every spell.
Right, and so that as we kind of get into the cantrip section, you'll see that's how you start sort of breaking even for a while, and you start looting through your deck with the Ascendancy until you find a second Fate Stitcher.
Let's look at the next batch of cards.
Right, so here we have the kind of the core, the setup cantrips, I'll call them. And these, I mean, you see these in decks like Storm, you know, we're used to these in a lot of the combo decks. Here, especially with Gitaxian Probe, the fact that it's free means that once you're going off, it's +1 mana, right? Because you use the Fate Stitcher to untap a land, but then you don't have to spend that mana on him. So now all of a sudden you have a floating mana, and that's how you start building up. But then Serum Visions and Thought Scour both help you fuel just kind of your combo and engine.
They cost 1, but they untap the Fate Stitcher to make the mana back.
Exactly, and they help you find the pieces you need. So Thought Scour is great because if you mill one of your Fate Stitchers, you've enabled your combo with the Thought Scour. Serum Visions let you dig 3 cards looking for whatever piece you're missing. So they're both really important.
Let's keep going.
Here we have, so this is what I think really separates this version of Ascendancy from perhaps the green version. Is at its core, it actually can just play a controlling role. It plays out very similar to blue, white, red.
Yeah, this is half a dozen removal spells, 7 potential counter spells.
Yep.
You've got the ability to just be the control deck for a couple of turns.
Yeah, so I mean, with this removal, you get something like Birthing Pod, you just kill the first couple threats, and then you just sort of just bide your time. Izzet Charm especially is really remarkable in this deck because all 3 of the modes are so powerful. Right, the shock mode lets you kill a hate bear that might be threatening to stop something. For instance, they play Kasali Pride Mage. Okay, well you can't go off until you kill it. Izzet Charm takes care of that for you. The counterspell ability is also great because they're trying to disenchant your Ascendancy. They're trying to advance their own game plan. You can play a controlling role with Izzet Charm.
And then dumping the Fate Stitcher into the yard
draw
as well.
Discard 2, fuels Fate Stitcher, and also fuels what we're going to see in a few minutes probably, or a few seconds.
Yeah, what do we got next?
Yeah, so here we have
both of them.
The heavy hitters. The Treasure Clues this is a flex slot, so this is the last card we added.
Okay.
It was a peak for a lot of testing as well, just to give you one mana spell.
Gitaxian Probe.
Yeah, but we decided we wanted the raw card draw power. Dig is obviously exceptional in this deck because you just get to go find whatever you're missing, or once you're going off. As I mentioned, Gitaxian Probe or a second Fate Stitcher let you build up on mana.
Okay.
And that's how you go from having 1 mana to having 2. You cast Dig, untap your Fate Stitcher, and keep going. And it finds you 2 great cantrips. It finds you whatever you might need on that angle. So it really holds the deck together, and it's just such a powerful card in this deck.
All right, and then I'm guessing the mana base is next?
Yep, so special nod to Fairy Conclave. It's mana base / backup combo piece. I think on camera earlier we saw Joshua Layton do this combo, a secondary kind of backup combo, is you animate a Fairy Conclave for 2 mana, and then you just play, with Ascendancy already in play, and you just cast a cantrip, Fairy Conclave untaps. It then plays the same
you
role
can
as
tap
Fate
this for
Stitcher.
blue mana, but because it's a creature, it untaps with the Ascendancy.
And grows bigger.
So eventually you wind up with a 20 power Fairy Conclave that has just done all the work, cast all the cantrips, and now is going to attack for the win as well.
And so one of your primary game plans against decks that have a lot of removal is you'll just play your Ascendancy and say go, and next you'll untap, and you can animate a Conclave and return a Fate Stitcher. They might be able to kill one of your 2 creatures, but they probably can't kill both. Whichever one survives will get to go off and kill them.
Makes sense.
The one thing with Conclave, it only will make blue mana, whereas Fate Stitcher can make red or white.
Oh, sure.
So you can't use like a Lightning Bolt or a Path to Exile to keep your combo going, to keep looting. So it's a little harder to go off with just Conclave, but it's certainly very possible.
Okay. And then the rest of the mana is pretty straightforward?
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of see your typical
9
you expect
fetches.
from a Jeskai mana base. Since we have so many delve cards, you want a lot of fetch lands.
Makes sense.
Surprising there. Onto the next bit here, you kind of your typical set of Ravnica shock lands. The one Seacrum Coast, we debated a lot between a second Seacrum Coast and the second Steam Vents.
Okay.
Whether you want just to have paying the life for the mana or not.
Yep.
The colors aren't really a concern here, but the issue with that is just you draw this when you're going off, and a lot of times you need to be able to play a 4th mana untapped. And you have this in the wrong moment. So we were losing games to drawing it later, so we ended up cutting one of the coasts.
Okay. Keep going.
And yeah, so 4 basics.
Makes sense.
Nothing to see there.
Now I want to get to the sideboard.
Yeah, the sideboard is.
I know you've
great.
got some sweet tech in the sideboard. Here's sort of the normal-ish collection of options.
So this is really what you'd see again, very similar to what you see in maybe a Jeskai control deck even. Wear Tear is great because a lot of the hate cards to the deck, things like Spellskite, you get to take out with Wear Tear.
Yeah, it turns out you've got a bunch of Ascension decks running around this weekend.
Also great in the mirror, yeah, and also against Pyromancer's Ascension.
Right.
So it does double duty there. So it's also, and also Affinity gives you some game against that. So it's just a very versatile card in this format right now. The Counterspell package lets us play more of a controlling role. Or just protect what we're doing. So for instance, against Delver, where they have a lot of interaction of their own, we were trying to force away going off. Something like Pact Negation is perfect because they usually only have one disruption spell.
Sure.
But if you just Swan Song their Lightning Bolt on your Fate Stitcher, you get to keep going off and you win the game that way. Deprive is here actually for the card Teferi, which we were very worried about.
Okay.
Out of decks like Scapeshift, and we wanted one counterspell that would give us something there, versus having maybe a negate or a dispel in that slot.
Sure.
So we have one, because unlike most combo decks, which are super fast, like for instance Storm, they don't care about a card like Teferi, it's too slow. We actually do want to be able to play a longer game and set up our hand and sculpt it perfectly for us.
Yeah, so you can't win until turn 3-4. You're normally winning later than that, right? You're controlling the game. Yeah.
I mean, oftentimes you're going to win on turn 6 or 7 because you're just kind of pacing your play and you don't have to jam things.
All right, let's get to the next piece of the sideboard though, because this package looks sweet.
Yeah, so I believe this actually was initially Paulo Vito Domodorosa.
I heard it was Paulo.
Yeah, so that's who I remember saying it, because we were talking about these challenges after sideboarding when people bring in a lot of hate cards, they slaughter games you, whatever it might be. You want to have a great plan B, and this is a great plan B. It doesn't take up a lot of slots. I was joking we should play like a Splinter Twin package in the board as like some other alternate win conditions if you want to board into a separate combo. But this takes up far fewer slots and is much more
Gives
efficient.
for the Unburial Rights and an Elesh Norn or an Iona.
Yeah, depending on matchup. So obviously Elesh Norn's great against the smaller creature decks like Pod. Iona, a lot of decks have no way to answer it. If you put it in on black against like a Jund deck, they can't beat you anymore. Put it against red against Storm, they can't win. And then you can also use gifts just for value, right? You just get, say you draw one of these pieces, you can use gifts for like, Is It Charm, the other piece, a Dig Through Time, and a Treasure Cruise. And you're going to either get the combo online with the Is It Charm or draw a lot of cards.
Super nice. Now, so this deck, was this a specific metagame choice for this tournament? Is there, an expected field you expected, or is this just you guys feel like you broke it and this is what everybody should be testing and thinking about playing?
Yeah, we thought, Josh certainly, he said this deck's broken, this is the best deck in Modern. Like I said, I didn't have as much experience, so I was a little more waffling on it. Like our whole team didn't play it, the three of us did.
Yeah, I talked to Willie though. He was like, if I had another week, I think I would have switched. I just didn't have the time to get the reps in.
And I think Shahar had the same reaction. Shahar knows that Burn is a great deck, but he just wasn't confident playing this. It's hard to play. I've played a lot of Storm, so I thought I could probably pick this up, although in my last feature match, I definitely threw away both games that I should have won because the deck's so hard.
For me, the tweet of the day was actually Sam Black. You had to play you guys in each of the first 2 rounds of Modern, and he tweeted out, I think they broke it.
Yeah, Sam had a rough pair of rounds there. It's just probably one of our better matchups.
All right.
But
there you go. Jeskai Ascendancy. Josh Utter-Leyton may have broken the format. Tom is happily piloting this deck, and thanks for walking us through it. Deck looks super sweet. You guys want to check out the latest hotness in Modern? Here you go. See you guys for the next Deck Tech. See you later.
You didn't know? He's quite good, and so are his teammates, but so is everyone at this tournament, which makes this final round of the day utterly critical. At 4-2, Yuki Ichikawa and Josh Utter-Leyton will battle to see who gets ahead of the curve for top 4 at 5-2 overnight, and who's back in the pack at 4-3. The same's true of Shahar Shenhar against Owen Turtenwald. Patrick Chapin, he paces the field at the only 6-0 against the only 5-1. That's even flock of the Slovak Republic. But what we're going to see in the final round of Modern is see whether Willie Adel can run the Modern table. So at 3-3, Willie Adel faces Sam Black as we begin the final round of Modern here on day 1.
Hi, everybody. We're ready to go right down to the floor for the last round of day 1 at the World Championships. Let's not waste any time. Let's get right down there now. Hello and welcome to round 7 of the World Championships. Brandon David Marshall here with Simon Gertzen. Let's meet the players that we're going to be watching here in this last round.
Willie Adel, Brazil, Top Pro Points, Latin America.
Sam Black, United States of America, pro player at large.
All right. And then you get a look at Sam Black on the right there at the front table. He's playing, of course, he's playing Birthing Pod, Simon. What do you know about the Birthing Pod deck?
The Birthing Pod has also evolved, just like the Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck has, and it's really more of a value deck right now.
Right. And now, Willie Adel, there you get a look at him. He's playing a similar, at least some overlapping cards with this deck in Siege Rhino.
I would say he's playing a similar deck to the deck he usually plays in Modern, which is Abzan.
Right. So we're underway here. Noble Hierarch leads things off for Sam Black, and Willie Adel wastes no time just swatting aside a Birthing Pod with his Thoughtseize.
It's the most scary card.
Looks at an opening hand that has Kitchen Finks, Courser of Krufix, a Thoughtseize of Sam's own, and a land, and he's just like, get that the heck out of here.
Yeah. Black could have tried to protect his Birthing Pod with a Thoughtseize of his own, but the turn 1 mana accelerant when your hand is Birthing Pod, Kitchen Finks, and Cursor of Krufix is just too good to pass up.
Correct. Yeah. He was looking at the turn 2 Birthing Pod if he wanted it.
Exactly, which is very, very tough for Abzan to deal with.
And so talk about the Abzan deck a little bit that Willie Adel's playing. Tell us what we're keeping an eye on here. It's Kitchen Finks, by the way, for Sam Black, who takes 2 from his Shockland and then gets it right back from his
That's a good deal, and really has to look out for all the value that's going to come out of the pod deck. He's trying to fight that with early discard. He's playing 8 discard spells. He has 4 Liliana of the Veils, which is pretty much a mainstay, but people have shied away from that, given that there has now been these Treasure Cruise decks popping up. Looks like Black has no hand left after this discard spells.
Willie deploys both a Inquisition of Kozilek and another Thoughtseize to get Thoughtseize and Courser of Krufix.
Yeah, the real question is, how does the Abzan deck generate value from then on? It has probably the most powerful creatures, or the most, you get the most efficient creatures, let's put it that way, in 4 Tarmogoyf, 4 Scavenging Ooze, and Siege Rhino.
By the way, Willie Adel already at 8. He took a lot of damage from his Thoughtseize and from his lands, and now that Kitchen Finks is hitting for 4 a turn, thanks to the exalted ability of Noble Hierarch.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think that anybody should be playing Abzan right now. But if there's one person in this room, it is Willie Adel.
Okay, so there we see a Scavenging Ooze.
So that, with its ability, is going to prevent Kitchen Finks from coming back. So the persist might not be a big deal if Willie Adel maybe abrupt decays it next turn. Also, the discard was definitely huge, because the value chain of just Birthing Podding up creature after creature is definitely not happening unless Black draws into a pod.
You see Sam goes to 19 from his Windswept Heath.
Yeah, this was a nice hand by Willie to be on the draw with. His opponent had the mana accelerant, but you could basically make sure that at no point the scariest cards would resolve.
And this was, I believe, a 6-card hand from Willie Adel. He did mulligan his opening 7.
He knows exactly what his deck needs in basically all matchups. He's played this deck so much for years.
The answer is Thoughtseize.
Yeah. Oh, that's 5 now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Willie, you're at 3.
Yeah, at least there's no burn spells to worry about. So once the Kitchen Finks are dealt with, and we can take a look at Willie's hand, which does in fact have Abrupt Decay. 2 more Scavenging was not really what you need when you have 1 on the battlefield. It used to be really good when the pod decks was still going for Melira combo, but as I've said, you really just see these decks pod out Siege Rhinos, Linvala if it stops a combo deck, Restoration Angels, Murderous Redcaps. Then you usually have a Revelark at 5, and a late game that's often decided by Gavany Township activations.
And Willie doesn't waste any time. He just, on his own turn, Abrupt Decays and removes the Kitchen Finks, gets himself a little bit of life back.
And that's a Birthing Pod.
Oh boy, Birthing Pod. Activate using the Noble Hierarch, sacrifice a Noble Hierarch.
So this is where Willie has to prove that his Abzan deck can beat an active Birthing Pod. Except for his life throw, this game has gone really, really well.
So what are we expecting to see here? Voice of Resurgence?
Voice of Resurgence for extra value.
Yep.
That's
There it
pretty
is.
much the only real 2-drop, especially because you don't want to get into a Scavenging Ooze battle at this stage.
Sure.
Samurai Black is aiming to go up the chain anyway. So I expect him to get the creatures that are best to sacrifice at any stage. Clearly, the Scavenging Ooze does make Eternal Witness and Kitchen things weaker, but then at 4 mana, the pot deck really gets going. Well, once it gets to fetch 4 mana creatures.
So what outs does Willie Adel have here to the Birthing Pod? I mean, I know he has maybe a main deck Maelstrom Pulse, but only a single copy.
Yeah, that's he does love his one-off, which his sideboard does prove. We'll get to that later. Sometimes it is possible to just destroy all your opponent's creatures. So, for example, if you have a Dark Blast for a Noble Hierarch or something like that, then maybe this wouldn't even happen in the form that we saw it. Otherwise, he really has to overpower the active Birthing Pod, and that's why I'm saying I can't really see playing Abzan when a value-based Birthing Pod deck is so resilient and so good.
So he's able to get his Scavenging Ooze up to 4 power here.
Something that we could see is Linvala being relevant here as well. It's one of the most important cards against the Jeskai Ascendancy combo deck, but it's also really, really good if you just have to keep the Scavenging Oozes down.
So Abrupt Decay off the top for Sam Black kills the larger of the Scavenging Oozes.
Yeah, this is an interesting attack because it's only made possible by Exalted.
Right.
And Willie blocked here, at least that's what it looked like.
Yeah, he blocked, made his guy bigger, went up to 5, and then he's going to, trade. I use the air quotes.
I think that Sam Black does this attack because he's basically sure that Willie doesn't want to block. Willie is kind of happy because the large card in his hand is the last Scavenging Ooze that clearly nobody's expecting after having dealt with the 2 others.
Right, now Sam activates his Birthing Pod, sacrifices his other Noble Hierarch, and I guess we're going to expect to see... No, we see a Scavenging Ooze of hit from him.
Oh, so he wants to win the Scavenging Ooze battle. I wouldn't have been surprised to see another Voice of Resurgence.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
When Voice of Resurgence became lethal, we had a tournament where Pod was just really dominant, and all the players were saying, I played 2 Voice of Resurgence, I should have played more. I played 3 Voice of Resurgence, I should have played more.
I played 4, I should have played more.
Yeah. And now the Scavenging Ooze is live for Black. It's going to be potentially an interesting battle if Adel is now playing his own, and then who tries first to exile a card. That's kind of a weird interaction there.
But I assume with Scavenging Ooze on the stack here.
Yeah, if Sam does it with Scavenging Ooze on the stack, then he is getting the life and the counters, but then he's also allowing his opponent to get the life and the counters. Right. And that might not be what Black wants.
And that seems to be where he's arrived. He was about to do it, and then he's like, maybe I want to play this, staring game, this saber rattling game with you.
And the difference here is Sam did have to think about this. He did come to the right conclusion. Willie didn't. Scavenging Ooze mirrors, that's like daily business if you're named Adel.
And, well, you know what? He's like, you're a 5. I'm attacking with my Scavenging Ooze. Got 5 mana to your 2. How do you want to do this?
He did play the Temple Garden untapped because he really wanted the extra land.
Right.
He now knows that he is not losing this battle. And that's... If your opponent can counter 2 activations with his mana, and you have 5 mana, you're basically exactly threatening 5 damage with your Scavenging Ooze. So the way this would work is you exile a card, your opponent tries to respond, you respond again, and then you trade off 2 mana each, and then you still have the remaining mana.
There you go. Scavenging Ooze, block Scavenging Ooze. And Sam says, let's start the battle. Okay?
Yeah, I was expecting the Elemental token to attack as well. Not sure why why that didn't happen. So now we see exactly this exchange where it's basically targeted creature. It's not super relevant which one it is.
Sure.
And the person with more mana is basically guaranteed to come out ahead. Oh, the Godless Shrine, by the way, is not producing green, so that is definitely relevant.
Okay.
Here. But it does still mean that the exchange is heavily favoring black here. So him getting Scavenging was a good move because both Tarmogoyf and Adel Scavenging Ooze wouldn't have been good on that battlefield.
Right. And now the Elemental token gets Birthing Potted away for a bird or a Noble Hired Bird of Paradise. Willie Adel, who's holding only an Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, draws his card for the turn. Needs to be a Maelstrom Pulse, needs to be
a Maelstrom Pulse.
Decay.
A Maelstrom Pulse to survive and to continue this game of you're drawing a card each turn. I'm doing the same, but I'm also going up the Birthing Pot.
Right, yeah.
It was the turn where black had 6 mana available and drew the Birthing Pot. It was exactly the card that he wanted to see, maybe except for 4 or 5 drop.
Right. So Sam continues to grow his. Oh, and it was Abrupt Decay. Look at that.
Yeah. So the game is not over. Really is fighting to stay alive here. Gavany Township, the draw for black. So, yeah, just turn this bird into a 2-drop. We've seen that interaction before, and there are enough 2-drops. 3
he's going to go for Voice of
Scavenging
Resurgence here.
So there can't be too much more left. Yeah, at some point you might be forced to get a Wall of Roots and just go from there. But even then, you can get Eternal Witness at 3. There's so much value.
Yeah. And there's a Siege Rhino. So, more turns for Willie Adel.
He's making a game out of this. After it looked lost, he basically had to chump block with his Scavenging Ooze. So that's quite impressive. Abrupt Decay, Siege Rhino in conjunction.
Right, but Gavany Township starts to do its work on the Voice of Resurgence. Now a 3/3. Sam can really kind of. Can he sit back? No, I mean he's gonna.
Well, he doesn't even want to sit back.
Right.
He's the one pressuring his opponent. The fact that he is gaining more value doesn't mean that he's not interested in putting on pressure.
Right.
His opponent has just the one unknown card, which is actually a land, and black might actually be suspecting that at this point. There's Gavany Township, an active Birthing Pot, and that could actually mean that we go for Kitchen Finks here, which is very, very hard to kill with an active Township. That could mean that the 1/1/1 counter is not doing anything, but it was free. It was free for black anyway. I see no reason not to continue the chain, just because you have a 3/3 in play.
Okay. So activate Birthing Pod. Sacrifice Voice Resurgence.
Yeah.
Get an Elemental token.
Yeah, this is going to be Eternal Witness, I think.
Yep.
Because
and you just get back Voice of Resurgence.
It can't be the plan to get back Voice because
He just gets back Scavenge.
yeah, it had to be something where he wanted the mana for because he paid 2 life to activate Birthing Pod.
Sure.
So this is why we see him play it that way. That way he can play the Scavenging Ooze and have 2 green mana untapped.
So Sam's at 10, but Siege Rhino's going to have a hard time.
Wait, are we? I think the Scavenging Ooze is either in Sam's hand or he has to tap 2 mana to cast it.
Actually, yeah, wait.
Yeah, this. Did I miss something? Oh no, actually, he got the Eternal Witness from the pot, and then you already used his mana, so it's all fine. I was just confused that the Godless Shrine was untapped, which I thought you would tap, but that was my mistake.
And Scavenging Ooze quickly makes its way up to being a 5/5.
That's actually one of the truths about Modern, the 2-drops are already super threatening. You see that even a card like Siege Rhino, we all know it from Standard, of course, is pretty mediocre compared to the Scavenging Ooze that's going to start the beatdown
If
here.
you look at the art there, it kind of looks like he's running away from an army of little tutus.
Except that the 2-2 is currently a 5-5, threatening to become, well, basically arbitrarily large. Not even sure if that is a necessary order of pontiff. It is probably being used to pump up the team, and that's a lethal attack.
Okay, and there you have it. Sam Black takes game 1 from Willie Adel. All right, and we'll be back with more Magic action right after these messages.
Have you ever dreamt of drafting the greatest hits of Magic? The all-new Legacy Cube is available on Magic Online until December 10th. Download Magic Online at www.mtgo.com and live the dream. Hump bigger game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros from around the world. Upcoming Grand Prix include Baltimore, Milan, Denver, Manila, Omaha, and Shizuoka. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule.
All right, we're back here in the last round of day 1 at the World Championship, and we're going to peek in right now on Shahar Shenhar, the reigning world champion, playing against Owen Turtenwald, the #1 ranked player in the Pro Tour Top 25, and these guys are already into Game 3 here. And Goblin Guide is coming in on Owen Turtenwald.
I actually think that playing an aggressive deck like Mono Red Burn, splashing white and blue, is quite a smart choice if you also want to have some breaks between rounds.
Yes.
If you always have to go into these combo turns, and especially like with Jeskai Ascendancy, it's just mentally more exhausting. Not that I'm saying that the deck is easier to play, but just playing
It's
less.
faster to play.
Yes.
You still have a ton of decisions to make, and there's all these really crucial junctures in the game. You get through them a lot quicker, and they happen on the early turns.
You also accumulate more easy wins in the sense that you don't have to think hard, but your opponents do.
Right. And there, it looks like Shahar Shenhar has brought in the sideboard double splashed Geist of St. Traft in this matchup.
Geist of St. Traft, I love the card, but I always find it a bit confusing to see it out of a mono red deck.
Mono red deck, yeah.
It does require both colors of mana. You are going to take quite a lot of damage to cast it, if you even get to 3 mana, which is not really what you want to be doing.
How happy is the Ascension deck to get lands off of a Goblin Guide? We've seen the deck kind of scuffle a little bit with lands here and there.
Yes, it's not really likely to happen because there are so few. But the second and then maybe third land are really the only lands you need, and they are super valuable.
Which is what we just saw. We just saw Owen pick up. He just hit. And there's Eidolon of the Great Revel. That's I imagine a must-kill card for Owen Turtenwald.
If Owen had counter spells in his deck, he would be using them right now. It's not easy to kill. It's not easy to kill in an efficient way.
Sure.
If you have lightning bolts, sure. But if not, do you maybe even bring in Wear Tear?
Oh.
Just to kill the enchantment part of Eidolon of the Great Revel? This is, you don't want to start grape shotting your opponent's team because you need to start to play spells. You take additional damage. It's usually not a winning line here.
So both of these players sitting at 4-2 right now. So going in 5-2, into the more familiar formats is just a tremendous boon here.
Psychologically, 5-2 is just so much better than 4-3. 4-3 just feels average. 5-2 feels like, well, I'm definitely in the top in the running.
It's also like the difference almost between fantasizing about what you need to do. You're like, I only need to do this on day 2 to make the top 4, whereas maybe dreading what you need to do to make the top 4.
Let's see what Owen can really do here against the Eidolon. We saw Patrick Chapin basically lock Shahar out of the game, but that's not an option. And I'm not really sure I was thinking of if maybe you have enough life to work with, if it's actually viable to somehow combo off, do a little bit of combo, grape shot the Eidolon, then the rest of the combo, so that you don't lose the storm value. But that's a degree harder than just going off. It requires some serious thought.
That's a tightrope wire you don't necessarily want to be walking.
And one that you probably haven't really prepared for. It's not like I don't expect Owen to have played against Eidolon of the Great Revel a big deal, because you actively have to find somebody to test that against, and the time is always critical, especially before these tournaments.
All right, so a little more damage for Owen. Sacrifices his Scalding Tarn. Gets a white bordered mountain for easier searchability.
Yeah, interesting to see him fetch a mountain here. I'm sure we'll see the reason. Usually the Storm decks do want to have as much blue mana as possible.
Okay.
So yeah, it's Goblin Electromancer.
Goblin Electromancer takes I think we're going to see an attempt to go off here.
So
like you said,
it might be actually it might actually be possible to go off just until you have. I think I see a 7 there on Owen's life total pad. So if he goes down to, let's say, 3, then casts a non-lethal Grape Shot, of which 2 copies target the Eidolon, then he can just win on 1 life. He wouldn't be able to cast Gitaxian Probes, but I think he got it because he has a Passing Flames in hand to get him there. And that is a 4-mana spell, so that's no damage.
Passing Flames is free from damage.
But there's,
I think the missing piece here is
the missing piece is the Grape Shot.
The Grape Shot or a Bolt or.
Okay, so is his only out to draw?
Here we go.
1 card.
He casts Metamorphose.
Going down to 3.
Just 2 blue floating with this on the stack? Yes. I'm going to need white, red.
And it draws another Goblin Electromancer.
Yeah, that's definitely too many lands. I was completely expecting him to have a Grape Shot here to get rid of his opponent's team, and he would have needed more Metamorphoses or some card draw spells. Once we saw that he had 4 lands in hand, it was really a desperation attempt. I'm not even sure if you should go for that, because he spent all his life points and his hand to get an extra card draw off of Metamorphose. That just doesn't seem worth it.
Yep, and there's a Lava Spike, and that's the win for Shahar Shenhar. Shahar Shenhar goes to 5-2. You're defending world champion in great shape overnight going into day 2. Hey, I mean, Owen Turtenwald, 4-3, solid shape, knows what he needs to do.
So the thing is, if you play 4-3, 4-3, you're probably not making the top 4. So that's kind of what you have to keep in mind.
You're rooting for Patrick Chapin at that point to keep winning.
To keep dream crushing.
Yeah, so here we go. We get a Thoughtseize from Willie Adel. And he Thoughtseize Birthing Pod over...
Wall of Roots and Restoration Angel.
Restoration Angel. So not a very threat-dense hand.
No, in a perfect world, you would love to take the 2-drop here because you leave black with quite expensive cards. But as we've seen, an active Birthing Pod is almost impossible to beat for Adel. So I'm not sure if we actually saw white mana yet in black's hand. So it's possible that a turn 3 Restoration Angel is made impossible by the mana, but not with a turn 1 bird.
Here's a Bird of Paradise to turn that on.
So what I find fascinating is that Willie Adel is on an attrition game plan. He's on an attrition deck. Let's put it that way, and he has the Dark Blast to prove it.
Dark Blast for the bird.
So he really wants to Liliana people out, which I find ambitious in a Treasure Cruise Dig Through Time format. But it's going to be quite effective here as long as black does not get a Birthing Pod
Well, right,
going.
and this is one of the few non-Treasure Cruise decks that he can find himself matched up against.
Yeah, and then Dark Blast. If people weren't playing the Jeskai Ascendancy version that relies on Fate Stitcher, it would even be great in that matchup because Lars Dam, for example, is only relying on Birds and Noble Hierarch.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to show you Willie Edel's hand. That's actually a good hand to keep the pod player off of creatures completely. It is, however, not a good hand if you're stuck on 2 mana.
He draws for the
Is
turn.
it a land?
It's not gonna. That doesn't look like. Oh no, it looks.
It looks like a Tarmogoyf.
Yep, you are correct. It was a Tarmogoyf, and he plays it.
Yeah, we have an artifact, a creature, a land. Dark Blast is a sorcery, and Thoughtseize is. No, sorry, Dark Blast is an instant.
Yeah.
Thoughtseize is a sorcery, so it already has 4 power.
So yeah.
Yeah, and there's the land in the graveyard, so it's actually 5 power.
Yeah,
Wall of Roots is not even blocking it.
Yeah, see the players start to add it up.
I would just expect a white mana source here, because that allows a black to get Restoration Angel down. It's not great value you're getting, but at least you get to block with Wall of Roots, blink it, and you get a 3/4 attacker into play. Willie Edel, as always, is already down to 14. That's what Thoughtseizing and playing your lands untapped does to you.
So Thoughtseize from Sam Black sees a set of Lilianas of the Veil.
That was a difficult decision for Black. He could have played Restoration Angel this turn, which would be vastly more mana efficient, but he wanted to know what his opponent was up to, is now just praying that there is no untapped mana source.
He has to take the Abrupt Decay there.
if there's 3 Lilianas, if you take one, you aren't accomplishing anything.
No, absolutely.
The thing is, Liliana plus 1ing puts pressure on your hand. It also grows the Tarmogoyf because suddenly your Planeswalker is going to be in the graveyard.
Okay, here we go. A card
that does not appear to be an untapped land once again. Willie doesn't have a lot of cards that he can't cast, but Lingering Souls is one of them. So Lingering Souls and Siege Rhino were the worst draws here for him.
Right.
Simply because they are uncastable.
Right. And at this point for Lingering Souls, he's really just looking to discard that to a Liliana.
Yeah. On the other side of the table, Sam Black doesn't really have much of his own. Ever since that Birthing Pod got discarded, he hasn't really drawn action spells. Gavany Township is great in this matchup, but only if you get a critical mass of creatures. And that's why Edel is so aggressively attacking the creature base, bringing in Dark Blast to make sure that even the mana creatures are not surviving, because those turn into Voice of Resurgences or Scavenging Oozes, and that's not something that Black wants.
So, Patrick Chapin fans, 7-0. He wins 2-0 over Even Flock. He is well clear of the field at this point. Even Flock falls to 5-2 in great shape going into day 2, but Patrick Chapin 7-0. And really, we're not seeing him drop many games.
No. He did, but then it looked like he had the perfect plan for games 2 and 3. Against Sean McLaren, it was just a study in how to out-control the control deck.
Yeah, and by the way, when we did an interview with Patrick, he did not have Modern as his strongest format. He thinks his strongest format is the back end of day. Oh, there's the Liliana Veil, but he thinks the back end of day 2 Standard is his strength. So.
Yeah, let's see if he still needs wins at that point.
Yeah.
So Liliana forces a sacrifice here, which is great to play around Restoration Angel because the blinking won't protect your creature, of course, from the Edict effect.
So I guess we're going to see. Oh, he needs to tap a white mana to do that.
Yeah, so he made the marginally more mana efficient play there.
Right.
And he's also threatening the Liliana on the backswing.
Right. That just makes the Tarmogoyf bigger.
What dies grows the Tarmogoyf.
Yeah.
So Gavany Township is also active. At 14 life, really it doesn't really have to be afraid of being attacked by Restoration Angels. So for Black, it does make kind of make sense to kill Liliana. On the other hand, Black knows that there's more Lilianas coming.
Right.
So if Adel wants to get rid of that Restoration Angel immediately, he has to play a Liliana from his hand and loses the one he has in play.
Is that what you would do here?
I think there's actually no real reason to attack Liliana here. I think you should attack Willie.
Yep.
This play was even better before the legend rule change, because Willie wouldn't even be able to cast the Liliana at this spot.
Willie draws for the turn. He decides to attack the hand. Ha! Ha! And discards his Lingering Souls.
Yeah, he can still
yep.
play a Liliana. Clearly.
Yeah, plays a Liliana, gets his Tarmogoyf to a 6.
He had the decision to make whether to keep. Yeah, okay. Sablak just concedes.
He's like, okay, you got me.
Willie might be doing it. Might just go 4-0 in Modern because that's what he does.
Went 0-3 in Vintage Masters, and then has rattled off 3 straight wins in Modern.
With a deck that's on paper looks disadvantaged against the whole field.
But you see that a lot of these decks have these they keep their opening hands, and it's kind of like a glass house. And Thought Season and Inquisition, and you can really completely disrupt the plan. So we're peeking in on Yuki Ichikawa and Josh Utter-Leyton here. And so this is Temur Delver versus the Jeskai Ascendancy combo. And we have part 1 in play for Josh Utter-Leyton.
Yeah, and rather full graveyard, pretty full hand.
Is there a Fate Stitcher in his yard?
I see Serum Visions. I think that's Thought Scour. And can't make out the last card. Don't think it's Fate Stitcher. It looks like Gitaxian Probe. Yeah, it's definitely a spell for 1 mana. So no Fate Stitcher yet, but with Jeskai Ascendancy, you might just draw into it.
Right.
The question is, how much life does he have? With Tarmogoyf, Delver, and Snapcaster attacking at the game having gone on for a while, Utter-Leyton can't have too much time here.
Josh is at 4 life, so we the Ascendancy player is going to need to ascend right now.
Combo time.
Yep.
Not so sure. The Swan Song doesn't really look too impressive. On the other hand, having Pact of Negation is a pretty nice way to protect your Fate Stitcher while still getting to trigger the Ascendancy.
Right. So there he's holding a Treasure Cruise. I think he's holding a Dig Through Time as well.
True, also Fairy Conclave, with the issue being that it would have Summoning Sickness if you played it this turn. So this is going to be the quest for Fate Stitcher. So Treasure Cruise is already supported here for a single blue. First you get to draw and discard with Jeskai Ascendancy.
So he just removes his graveyard to draw 3 cards. First draws 1 from the Ascendancy.
Exactly, which is an Izzet Charm. Josh does not... If Josh is planning for the game to end this turn, he doesn't need the Fairy Conclave. It would just be one of his weakest lands to have. Ascendancy number 2, Serum Visions. Now, he doesn't have the time to play another Jeskai Ascendancy, except maybe if he's going off anyway. So it's really just, do I find a Fate Stitcher now, and do I then have the time to use it? So it was actually Jeskai Ascendancy, Serum Visions, and Fate Stitcher that he drew.
Okay.
So that was part 1 of the plan. It's not in the graveyard yet, though.
Well, I think we're going to fix that right now with Serum Visions.
Yeah, that was actually the Ascendancy trigger. So now we do have Fate Stitcher action.
So now he needs a blue source to unearth. There it is, an island.
Yeah, that mountain.
So he unearths the Fate Stitcher. Fate Stitcher has haste, untaps the Hallowed Fountain, and should be able to go off from here.
He has a Gitaxian Probe.
He's a 4.
Which is one of the few ways to generate mana once you have the Fate Stitcher out. It doesn't look like he'll be able to use the Pact of Negation, but there is definitely a line here where he Pact of Negations one of his own spells just to generate 1 extra mana.
Right. So he Gitaxian probes. He goes to 2. He sees Treasure Cruise, Tarmogoyf, and Spell Snare. And then the F6. Ichikawa, noted Magic Online player, hits F6 and says, if you can kill me, kill me.
Go for it. This is going to be the die that is counting the power on Fate Stitcher here.
So, as you see, it just continues to untap lands.
Yeah, the good thing is that you can just play all 1 mana spells for free. I hope that it doesn't hurt him that he has the reactive Swan Songs in his hand.
Oh, there's another Fate Stitcher.
Okay,
and
now with your opponent having F6, though, that's definitely great to see. Now every single spell is going to generate mana here.
Right. All right, here comes the second Fate Stitcher. Fate Stitcher 2 lands.
Yeah, one of them is going to be a bit weaker than the other. if Josh goes off here, it doesn't really matter what's...
Yeah. Pays mana for the Gitaxian Probe. Okay. All right, well, it looks like Josh Utter-Leyton's going to be able to pull this one out. We're going to go back to our front table match between Sam Black and Willie Adel. There you get a look at Sam Black. He's got a Bird of Paradise in play, and... there's Willie Adel. What's he doing on turn 1? He's resolving a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, this is just crazy. You can never know if he isn't holding another 2 discard spells and just somehow attritioning you out, even though you are the one drawing towards Birthing Pot.
Yeah, and as expected, once I saw the third Fate Stitcher going to the yard, Josh Utter-Leyton wins that game and the match 2-1.
Impressive deck building, impressive gameplay. That's a very well-deserved victory there.
So, Thoughtseize takes Kitchen Finks.
So that was the most proactive spell in Black's hand, who now also has reactive cards in Thoughts. Well, Thoughtseize is somewhat proactive, but it doesn't put pressure on Adel, who really wants to win the long game here. Oh.
Is a Tarmogoyf and lands.
He had.
Yeah.
Tarmogoyf and lands. Now it's
just fodder for the next Tarmogoyf.
Treetop Village. Yeah, this is an uphill battle. I'm wondering if Willie had to mulligan.
I think he did again. I think I saw him mulligan.
Because the Thoughtseize Tarmogoyf hand only does not look too impressive here.
Yeah, he was on the draw this turn.
His hope has to be that Black has Noble Hierarch and the 2 Abrupt Decays, but none of these cards will put pressure on him. So Willie does have time to draw out of this. Maybe with the removal spell, Liliana.
I'm being told in my ear that there were no mulligans.
It's possible that they really decided that this was good enough. The turn 1 Thoughtseize is worth a lot.
Yeah.
Because it does allow you to check for Birthing Pot.
Right.
And you can easily draw into a 3-drop, and you will not. Basically, you don't notice that you kept a mana-heavy hand.
So Noble Hierarch comes down for Sam Black. He's now down to a pair of Abrupt Decays.
Yes, and Adel drew an Abrupt Decay of his own. I think with the game state as it is, it's going to be really difficult to attack Black's mana base. You can't really keep that down.
Oh, there's a Siege Rhino off of 2 lands.
That means that their Abrupt Decay can't target it, and even if you draw Liliana, there's 2 creatures that are happily going to be sacrificed so that the Siege Rhino can do its job. It'll down to 12, so he has at most 3 turns, and keep in mind that there's the Exalted trigger as well.
Right. So does he have to start thinking about killing a Noble Hierarch to maybe slow down the...
I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
You kill the best creature you can kill with Abrupt Decay, and then you just cross your fingers that Black does not draw a creature. Well, a 5-drop is also fair game. On the other hand, you are still on that 3-turn clock. You definitely don't want to start chump blocking with Treetop Village. You have so many lands in hand and almost no way to get rid of them.
Treetop Village gets in there.
So what we could see maybe is also a Siege Rhino by Adel, so that because the Exalted Noble Hierarch is gone, you do have a blocker.
Sure.
That would definitely be a way to go. That
Grafdigger's Cage from
I'm feeling bad now for Willie here.
and it just gets Abrupt Decayed.
Oh, that's an aggressive Abrupt Decay. The cage itself was not doing anything at that moment. It's possible because Black is holding that Revelark. He has 2 Abrupt Decays anyway, so he kind of definitely afford to do so. Is this the turn where where Adel is chump blocking with Treetop Village and still taking trample damage?
It is.
I'm very impressed that he went 3-0 with Abzan. I think his run might be over. If Black finds a land here, he can actually just cast the Revelark, and he even has Gavany Township, so with the option to make his Siege Rhino 5 power, still not lethal. So it's not what we're going to see here. I mean, this exchange, why would you not let damage resolve?
Right. Pushes the Treetop Village in the way. Here comes a Revelark, and the top of the deck has to be some kind of miracle for Willie Adel here.
Siege Rhino. It is Siege Rhino.
There it is.
Does keep him alive.
So Siege Rhino dropped Sam to 10.
Oh, Gavany Township is pretty good in Siege Rhino fights.
Yes. And
it's
Tectonic Edge
also going to be lethal if Black has a land.
It looks like he just has another Siege Rhino. That's the game. Sam Black wins. He goes to 4-3. Willie Adel 0-3, 3-0, and then loses to fall to 3-4 overnight. So there you're seeing those. That was the last match playing in the feature match area. So there you have it. We saw Willie Adel fall to Sam Black. Yuki Ichikawa fell to Josh Rutter late and played Jeskai Ascendancy, and you got to see what that deck was capable of.
It wasn't 100%, right? He still had to find the right cards. He had to find the first phases, then the second, and then it was sufficient.
Shahar Shenhar over Owen Turtenwald, and then, of course, Patrick Chapin, your last undefeated player, perfected day one here at the World Championship, 7-0, and, feels like he's heading into day 2 with his best format ahead of him.
Yeah, he's worked on limited. KTK, I would think he's going to do at least solidly.
Yeah.
Standard, I expect great things once again.
So so does Patrick. I mean, he really feels like he is an advantage standard player. When we did our interview yesterday, he said, I just this is what I do. I know standard.
So we could easily see like a 10-4, 11-3.
I mean, what has to happen tomorrow for him to not make top 4?
Yeah, that's a viable question. But of course, we do have seen these players also at the Pro Tour. I go XO then OX.
Right.
You do have to keep it up.
Yes, absolutely. But we're going to send it back to the news desk where I have a sneaking suspicion we might have an opportunity to hear a little something from Patrick Chapin. Simon Gertzen, Brian David Marshall, sending it back.
No, BDM, we're not going to do that. Can't be bothered. It's too late. He's not interesting enough. 7-0. Yeah, that doesn't seem right, does it? We should definitely talk to Patrick Chapin, and he is just across the studio getting mic'd up as we speak. So, of course, you'll hear from the 7-0 Patrick Chapin. Let me bring you some results, though, before we head over there. Ray Perez Jr., hats off to him, went 0-3 in Vintage Masters, 0-2 in Modern, pulled himself round, won round 6, so off the mark, was very pleased, obviously, and has just beaten Reed Duke to go to 2-5 overnight. Reed Duke is at 2-5. For both of those players, when they come back tomorrow, they must go 7-0 realistically to have a shot at the top 4. Shahar Shenhar, you know, is 5-2. That means Owen Turtenwald falls to 4-3. That puts Shahar ahead of the curve for top 4. Owen, just a bit behind. We think somewhere around about 9-5 may take you into the top 4. Patrick Chapin, of course, 7-0 over Even Flock, 5-2. Raf Levy is still alive very much at 3-4, but at 2-5, that means that Nam Sung Wook, your Grand Prix Melbourne champion from 2014, is in deep, deep, deep trouble. 7-0 tomorrow, really all that will do for the man from South Korea. Josh Utter-Leighton is up to 5-2 because Yuki Ichikawa fell to Josh in that last round. Ichikawa at 4-3. Sam Black, Willie Adel, you've just seen. Black now at 4-3, Adel 3-4. Yuya Watanabe had a terrible morning, started out 0-2. He's up to 4-3 on the warpath, the double player of the year. And Paula Vida Dama de Rosa, as a result, is 3-4. More results coming in, but for now, let's head across town over to the comfortable chairs, and it's well deserved after a long day of all business. Let's join Marshall Sutcliffe and the 7-0 Patrick Chapin.
Thank you, Rich. I've got Patrick Chapin with me. Patrick, welcome to the somewhat easy chairs here. Yeah, don't lean back too far. We might lose you. 7-0, congratulations. Thank you. The perfect start. It's got to feel great. Walk us through your draft. You 3-0'd Vintage Masters. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Going into things, I thought Vintage Masters would be one of the harder formats, as I just have less experience at it than a lot of the other competitors. But Paul Rietzel had given me a crash course, and the draft went very, very, very well. Like
your deck looks sick.
Things just kind of fell into place. I ended up playing a blue-red deck with almost no creatures that just won with like Keravik's Torch, multiple Prophetic Bolts, multiple Lightning Rifts, and tons of cycling cards and card draw.
Is that something that you're comfortable with?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think I've played this format at least, I don't know, maybe 18 times, something like that, and drafted Blue-Red Control twice before, so I was a little bit familiar. This is definitely the best version of Blue-Red Control that I'd gotten to play with, but it ended up working out well for me, and I managed to escape the draft, in reasonable shape.
Reasonable shape, 3-0, and so that puts you 3-0 going into the Modern portion. How did you feel about your deck coming in to the 4 rounds of Modern?
I thought it was good. I think it's the best deck. It's just not.
So what are you playing for?
I'm playing Blue-Red Delver, and it's tuned and tweaked with Paul Rietzel did the lion's share of the work on tuning it, and I think it's the best deck, and it's just a tuned version of it. Most of my preparation for the Modern portion was getting experience with it and just getting familiarity playing with it, because there's so many little decisions to make in this format.
Sure. Now, when it comes to the actual matchups, did you guys have a reasonable idea of what you thought each player or each group of players was going to be playing, or did you just try to make your deck the best against what was probably going to be a relatively wide field?
Well, we knew it was going to be, it's kind of dicey trying to predict this field. However, we did look at all the tournament result, like every Modern tournament result from every player in the tournament, to see what their history is. Like, for instance, everybody knows Jacob Wilson's going to play Pod, and everybody knows that Sean McLaren's going to play Jeskai, and we kind of tweaked our metagame numbers a little bit, taking into consideration that for most of the players, we could narrow down what they were going to play to 1 or 2 decks. Maybe the majority of the players. There were a bunch of people that could play anything. Like Josh Utter-Leighton,
and he's playing anything.
Or Owen Turtenwald, or Ivan Vlach. So there's some people that you can't nail them down, but there's some people, a bunch of people we knew with pretty good confidence what they were going to play, and that caused us to kind of tweak our numbers a little bit.
Now, when it came, you played against Sean McLaren in the feature match here, and I was watching most of the match, and you seemed to really know the matchup. You had a very specific game plan, involving making the game go pretty long. I mean, there was a game where you resolved Treasure Cruise like 5 times or something like that. You won the game, I think, with
just a couple cards
3
left.
or 4 cards left in your library. But you seem to know the game plan from the very get-go. Do you know the matchups for all the decks pretty well at this point?
The funny thing about Modern is that for some of the decks, some of the decks are very much a deck. Like Birthing Pod is very much a deck, or Jeskai Ascendancy. For some of the decks, which I think includes Delver, it's a bunch of cards that are really good that I've played in lots of other tournaments and lots of other contexts. Like for instance, this deck is almost the exact same as a Legacy deck that I've played, and it's more just being familiar with all the cards that like all the cards to play against in Modern. Playing against Restoration Angel, playing against Lightning Helix, playing against and so on. It's more of a just familiarity with all the different cards and sort of the pace of the game, because I kind of feel like as long as I just keep trying to make good decisions with the cards, I think that the Delver deck is just significantly better than most of the decks that people play in Modern. And if I just try to focus on making each little decision as good as I can rely on getting ahead with Treasure Cruise.
It certainly seemed like it was that much better. I mean, you essentially said, let's play the long game, Sean McLaren. And Sean's deck is built to play the long game, and your long game just seemed better.
One of the big advantages of Blue Red Delver is that it has so many spells that can threaten to do something and so little land. It doesn't need very much land to operate. And yet it almost never gets, it's almost never light on mana because it has so many ways to fix its mana. And so as the game goes on, eventually we get to a spot where if Sean can't resolve Dig Through Time, he just stalls out and draws, he's playing 8 more land than me. So he eventually just draws too much land.
Yeah. Now, put this in context for us and from a bigger picture perspective. You've gotten an ideal start here. You're 7-0. You're way ahead of the field as well. I think the next competitor is 5-2. I think if you look down the standings, but you've still got a long day ahead of you tomorrow.
Definitely.
Is your focus now fully on that, or are you going to give yourself, a couple hours to kind of enjoy what was ultimately, a really successful day one?
I'm definitely going to be going to sleep as soon as possible. Just eat and go to sleep. I was up this morning at 1:30 in the morning from jet lag, so I am very much ready to call it a night and just try to get as much rest as I can. I have no doubt that I will wake up super early tomorrow, and then I can enjoy some of tomorrow morning. Just have a nice leisurely breakfast and get ready for the day, because the cons draft is going to be. I'm going to have my work cut out for me.
So are you the type of person that when you get the 7-0 start on day one, it makes you feel that much more confident and that much more close to your goal of, right now making the cut to top 4? Or do you actually have the opposite approach where now you feel the pressure, you feel the heat, like now I put myself in a position to actually do that and I actually have to do it?
I don't know. The only time, when I started out a Grand Prix undefeated, a number of years ago, I ended up not having a very good day 2, and I was already kind of imagining a little too much, just kind of taking for granted that things were going to work out. Whereas in Atlanta this year at Pro Tour Journey into Nix, I started out undefeated on day 1, but there wasn't really any focus on that. There's time to think about all that kind of stuff when the tournament's over. Tomorrow's goal, get into the top 4. Ideally with, and if possible, with as good of, positioning as possible for choosing to play first. And then focus on, getting some rest over the next couple of days, getting acclimated to the time zone and focusing on the top 4.
Sure. One of the other things that you have to also not take for granted, and I'm sure you're not, is that you also picked up 7 pro points today. I mean,
pro points are sweet.
You almost won a GP. Just
probably the closest I'll ever be
for the work that you did just today. That's in the bank.
I got to say the matches today were a little bit more challenging.
You
than
earned
GPs
them.
have been.
You earned them.
Like the competition this week has just been absolutely incredible. 3 of my opponents today taught me things after the match where they pointed something else that I would know in the future. You know, like interactions between cards.
Interesting.
And kind of tips, which I very much appreciate. You know.
Yeah.
Like a couple of the Vintage Masters ones, there were some interactions that I wasn't familiar with, and it was super kind of them to point me in the right direction.
Who did that?
Like Paul Rietzel and Lars Dam.
Wow, that's really nice of them. Yeah. That's not the kind of thing you usually see at this level of competition.
I mean, there is kind of a nice friendly aspect to the fact that there's only 24 people here, and most of the people know each other. It's kind of nice to have a little bit more, a different kind of energy.
Sure, it seems like a pretty tight group.
Plus, I honestly just think that those are some really A+ human beings. Like those are just some really great guys who just want to see, who just want the tournament to be a great tournament,
Yeah, and so far it has been exactly that, especially for you, Patrick. Are you nervous about the draft? I got a little vibe from you there. You said your work's cut out for you.
Well, the 2 events tomorrow, the draft is going to be. That's the one I'm less confident in, but I definitely would not say I'm nervous. I've drafted with they're still not as tough a drafts as the drafts in our house when we practice for Pro Tours.
Yeah, for sure. You do. You definitely put yourself through battle. Patrick, thanks for taking the time to chat with us before you dive bomb into bed after you eat your meal, and we wish you all the best tomorrow. Why don't we send it now back to Rich at the news desk?
Well, that was pretty startling. That is someone who really knows their stuff. And boy, oh boy, Randy Buehler, is that man ever in a zone?
Yeah, no, it's super impressive how he's not excited yet. He's just taking this business-like approach, going all the way back to the Pro Tour Atlanta, which he viewed as a qualifier to get here. And played this day 1 went pretty well. He's in position for day 2. I don't know. I mean, you started to see a little bit of thinking about, top 4 and play draw. I mean, he's aware of where he's at, but being able to keep that calm. I mean, at first I feel like it's almost like he's putting it on, like he's trying to play this role. But I mean, you play that role and you talk yourself into it. I mean, I think he just does feel calm, cool, and collected right now. Super impressive.
3 big results to bring you. 2 are still outstanding, but here's 3 with some pretty serious implications for various people. So first of all, Kentaro Yamamoto, who we spoke about as a kind of dark horse for this competition, he faced William Jensen in the last round, and it is Yamamoto who advances to 5-2 above the top 4 curve. And Jensen, after what feels like a tremendous day in some ways, is sort of in the pack at 4-3. Now, he's, well on course for coming back tomorrow and going 5-2 and maybe making the top 4. But it felt like a lot of the day we were talking about him as, tremendous and very interesting.
Yeah, his VMA deck looked awesome, but he only went 2-1.
Right.
His Ascension deck, had some big wins, but yeah, I mean, he also lost some tough games. Losing to Yamamoto there is less than ideal.
Yeah. So the next one, this is an epic clash because these are 2 people who just can't bear to lose. They like to win, but they can't bear to lose. And when their back is against the wall, they're almost unstoppable. Paul Rietzel and Jeremy Desani. Jeremy Desani has won Grand Prix from 0-2, essentially. Right, or maybe 1-3, but certainly back absolutely against the wall.
And Paul Rietzel now has 67% of his wins on the tournament against Jeremy Desani.
Oh, for goodness sake, because Paul Rietzel is up to 3-4 from a 1-4 start. He's won his last 2, because the 5th loss puts you in deep trouble in terms of tie breaks, apart from anything else, if it's happening on day 1. So Rietzel getting to 3-4, he will come back tomorrow and go, rattle off a draft win, that's 6-4, and then off we go into standard. Rietzel very much alive. I'd be quite scared if I was some of the other players here that Paul Rietzel wasn't shown the door from 1-4 at the back end of day 1. Speaking of shown the door, I think we have the first player who we can more or less say will not be world champion this year. And that's because Jacob Wilson got to 2-5 and Li Shichan of Hong Kong falls to 1-6.
He's the only 1-6?
I believe that, well, there are a couple of results to come in, but I'm pretty sure that he will be the only 1-6.
And what have we got in terms of 5-2s? It's Flock, Yamamoto.
Yeah, Josh Utter-Leighton is 5-2, and then of course 2 rounds clear, Patrick Chapin. So, still with 2 results to come. That's Sifka against Martel and Lars Dam against the Pro Tour winner Sean McLaren.
Yeah, one final note on Pat Chapin, by the way. He's the only guy that 4-0'd Modern.
That's right, because Willie Adel lost in that last round
and
against
Flock,
Sam
I
Black.
believe, was 3-0, but lost to Pat. So Chapin's the only 4-0 in Modern.
Awesome stuff. Terrified to think you have to come back and do it all again tomorrow. Someone else who has just lost to Patrick Chapin, but is still in very good shape. He's 5-2, utterly dominant at the moment on the European scene, doing tremendous work there. 2 Pro Tours back to back. Even Flock is ready for us now with Marshall Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Rich. So you did lose to Patrick Chapin.
Yes.
But that was only one of 2 losses you took on the day. You ended up 5-2, a very good start to your tournament, especially when you consider what the cut's going to be for top 4. We don't know quite exactly, but I think if you do this again tomorrow, you could probably be in the top 4.
Yeah, I think so. And yes, 5-2 is a good start, but well, you have always that sour feeling when you lost last match. But yeah, I think 5-2 is good, I guess, and I'm happy about it.
So how did your Vintage Masters draft go?
My Vintage Masters.
Because I saw the list.
Yeah, I mean, do you like the list?
No.
I think it's very, very, very like. Why didn't you like it? It's very funny.
Okay, yeah, it was very entertaining list.
Yes.
So I said I didn't like it.
The thing is, like, when I draft this archetype, preferably try to draft Storm with Brain Freeze.
Yes.
But if you don't get Brain Freeze,
which you didn't.
Yeah, which I didn't. In our draft, I don't think there was any opened. But if I did get it, the deck would be totally insane. I had like a High Tide in sideboard. I had Mind Desire in sideboard. I had a Panichron. I had 2 Frantic Searches. I had 2 Nostalgic Dreams. The deck would be great. But if you don't get Brain Freeze, you need to have like some plan B. And the plan B is go like blue-green, splash white control, try to get some creatures finishers and tap them out and somehow get a win. Yeah, well, the other problem of the draft was that I not only didn't see Brain Freeze, I also didn't see any deep analysis, which is like the best card draw engine for you, especially good with Nostalgic Dreams. You need those to get draws to get cards back from your graveyard, discarding into Nostalgic Dreams.
Right.
So I didn't get those 2, and I really had to improvise with the draft. And I think like it didn't go that bad. Like I was 2-1 and it was fine. The black guy, I don't know the name of the rare that is drawing card in each upkeep. That was like my drawing engine.
I mean, the deck was. I cannot. When you 2-1 with it, I thought, okay, this guy's the best because I mean, we saw you play it in the first game, and it looked like some Turbo Fog list or something where you're like buying back choking tethers.
Yeah, actually, I went 2-0-2.